a partially valid, a half-truth, if you will, is being pushed.
I can't wait to find out all sorts of new and exciting things I didn't know about myself.
So you just hate Jews, bro?
Yeah, you're just an anti-Semite. Congratulations.
You're
Go
not.
join.
What would you say?
Exactly.
Well, that's different. It's not different. It's the same thing.
Yeah, it's
that just we are the only society on Earth who has the obligation to self-destruct, to blame ourselves for every problem that has ever existed, and we just think of ourselves as the worst human beings who are responsible for every bad.
How many Muslims are trying to stop Boko Haram? How many Muslims were confronting ISIS? How many Muslims, the extremists always win. So the peaceful majority, which I know many, they're irrelevant.
Good morning, Misfits. Muted in 3, 2, 1. Oh yeah, we got a little hater in the chat. Let's bring up the chat. How's everybody doing this morning? It is TDS Tuesday. There we go. All right. Yeah, Bros of Stalin apparently was just trying to look, here's the deal. I hate when people give these people the title of troll. That's not a troll. Stop calling them trolls, right? Because they're not. I'm a troll, right? I'm awesome at it. It's insulting to me to put me in the same category as anonymous accounts that just talk smack, right? Trolling is a fishing term. Okay, first of all, you know what? I'll get to that in a second. Let's say good morning first, right? Let's start off positive. Good morning, Amanda Collins, Patriot Lady, June Wilbur, Miss Mocha Powered. All right, Mocha Powered. What is this? This is, I don't know. Oh, Texas Pecan Powered. I'm on coffee here. Han Jancock. Oh, Han Jancock's here. What's up? C. Price, Rick Coates. How's everybody doing? Wiki wiki nod nod. Happy Cinco de Mayo. Speaking of Cinco de Mayo, let's pull it up. It's so hilarious. Trump did it again. I love Trump. I do. And you know what? People don't, and that's what this show's about. But Trump reposted his taco bowls. He posted his taco bowls again. He recycled the taco bowl post. Happy Cinco de Mayo. The best taco bowls are made in Trump Tower Grill. I love Hispanics. It's the end. It's the last part. Look, that's trolling, by the way. That's trolling. Let's talk about it. All right. This is trolling. He's so good at trolling. Look, full screen for this one. Everybody, pull up your chairs, pencils down. I'm going to teach you. What this is. Trolling is a fishing term. Okay. It is dragging a line behind a slow-moving boat, right, in order to catch fish. So the iteration of that online is you're being very, very slow playing people and tricking them and baiting them, and you catch them. You get a reaction out of them. That's trolling, right? It takes skill, right? You got to be clever. You can't just make an anonymous account and be like, you Jews and like, that's not trolling. That's not trolling. So I don't know what that is. It's not trolling. Dude, you're right. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Heartbreaker85 in the chat. We appreciate it. Thank you. All right. You know what, guys? We're going to start off a little different today. And you know what? The show's going to be a little different. But if you guys have never seen the show before, right? This is how we do the daily breakdown, okay? We have our wonderful producer, Eli, puts together these thumbnails. I love them. We have a theme of the day. Today's TDS Tuesday. I didn't have anything really specific to talk about with TDS Tuesday, so we're going to do something different. We're just going to go and we're going to scroll later in the show. We're just going to scroll. We're going to type in the word Trump, and we're going to look at all the TDS on the internet, right? And I have a poll that the Washington Post put out, and we'll discuss that. But this is me with my binky and my binky in a bottle, and we have the Groypers and the blue-haired liberal little babies crying because all they do is cry. All the negativity, you know. I just had a thought. If you guys will bear with me. Shoot, I wish I bookmarked this. I don't know if it's gonna pop up, but somebody, yeah, you know what? I'm not gonna be able to find it. Somebody called into the Chris Cuomo show and brought up this point. Let's just give a little preview of what we're gonna be talking about later before we get into the news. This caller called in and said, "Hey, you know, Chris, when you did your switch, I decided to start following you, and I think that you had some reasonable takes. But don't you think all the negativity and constantly reporting on the negativity is actually emboldening Iran, and it's actually creating a negative effect?" And this person was very reasonable. They were like, I mean, just cover the news equally. You're free to criticize Trump, the administration. You're free to make your voice heard. But when you're constantly focused, and this doesn't apply to just Iran, this applies to like many things. When you're constantly focused on the negative, don't you think you create a negative environment, right? Like, and that's what a lot of the media and a lot of the new media has been doing. They're literally, we call them doomers, right? Doomers. Everything's bad. Everything's bad. Orange man bad, right? It's literally just like bad. Which is why we do TDS Tuesday. I don't know if you guys are aware of this. TDS is going to last way past Donald Trump, right? When he's gone, hopefully he dies of old age, at like the ripe age of like 100, like Jimmy Carter. It won't matter. We'll have an extra 10 years of TDS because these people have a mental illness, you know? And I just had another thought. I'm going to go and find this post because it's so relevant. I should have put it up before. But I brought this up where I was like, you know, what was I saying? You know, let me just find it. I was basically saying it's going to be studied. Here we go. Right. This is one of them. I wanted to get that post. But I basically was saying that TDS, TDS, it's going to be like studied for years. Dissertations will be written on this. The medical community is going to like just completely like make a people write books, right? It's just wild, man. And we have to address it because like imagine if there was like a, you know, like the opioid epidemic or what have you. When there's some type of epidemic, right? Like here we go. This is another good one. Anyway, whatever. I'm going on an ADD run here. Let's just get into the news. It's been around 11 years now. Yeah, somebody in the chat. It's been 11 years. It's been a decade of this, over a decade of this. We're constantly dealing, and it was the left up until very recently. Then the woke right just popped its head out. I don't know if you guys know, but Nick Fuentes also came out and said that he is now a Democrat, and it's hilarious. Hold on. This is like the greatest, like, this is essentially like everybody owes me an apology. Like so many people owe me an apology now. Look at Nick Fuentes comes out and confirms
about foreign interventions. I care about the border. I care about affordability. I care about
Oh God, why did I do that?
I care about affordability. I care about foreign interventions. I care about the border. I'm a non-woke moderate Democrat. I've been
Drop your apologies in my comment section, my inbox, or the chat. Thank you. Thank you. But this is what I'm talking about, right? Like, Nick Fuentes has Israel derangement syndrome. A lot of these other people have Israel derangement syndrome, which is manifested into Trump derangement syndrome because Trump doesn't have Israel derangement syndrome. But these like this mass psychosis, I think, will be studied. I really do. I think it'll be studied for a long time. And I think that when we finally figure out what the hell it was, like, imagine like going back and just being like, yeah, you know, we were a little crazy back then. Why? Like, mean tweets? Like a guy a guy did mean tweets. Yes, he's crass. He is. But it's also like, get over it. It's wild, man. All right. Here's the deal. If you guys have never seen the show, again, we do the theme of the day, but we also do the daily breakdown. And the daily breakdown is when I go on the internet, I type in the word news, and we break it down. We do that daily. Hence the daily break. I'm always impressed with myself about the name I gave the show, and I don't know why. It's so stupid. But yes, that's the daily breakdown. All right, so first story from NPR. Wow, looks like we got a lot of NPR here. I don't choose this. This is just what popped up. U.S. attempt to open Strait of Hormuz tests fragile Iran war ceasefire. From NPR. Let's read it. Dubai, United Arab Emirates, the Iran war reigniting after. It's not reigniting, really. This is a little bit dishonest. After the U.S. tried to force open the Strait of Hormuz for commercial shipping through a ceasefire that seemed to be holding Tuesday, even after the UAE said Iran fired missiles and drones at it. Pete Hegseth came out this morning with a really clear and concise statement on what this operation, Project Freedom or something like that. I can't remember the name. And it's a very common sense, reasonable. He was like, we're going to go in. This is going to be a short-term operation. We don't need the Strait of Hormuz in America. We really don't. We are energy independent. We do not need this. The reason why we're helping out these other countries who are not stepping up is because, look, if the global market, if global economy takes a hit, then yes, we take a hit, which is, so yes, we don't need the Strait of Hormuz, but we kind of do. We need the commerce to keep flowing because it does affect the American economy with gas prices, with oil prices, with trade, what have you, right? So it's a smart move to go in there and help these people out, these other countries, even though they are not being very reciprocal. They are not helping out. They do not support what we're doing, even though some of them are our allies. However, Pete Hegseth was very clear. I think Trump has been very clear. This is a temporary operation, and we, America, expect you to step up. Because I think that a lot of people are tired of the United States being taken advantage of. And I think that's why we voted for Trump. I think that when people hyperfixate on the he said no new wars. He also said peace through strength. What did you think that was? Did you think it was a bluff? Peace through strength means if you have to display strength. You get carrot or stick. Peace through strength means sometimes, hopefully rarely or never, you have to use the stick. And that's what Donald Trump did with Iran. He tried to negotiate over and over again. They kept on enriching uranium. They kept on, violating the IAEA, whatever, the nuclear, investigator program. Can't remember the name of it. The IAEA, I think. And when they did that, Trump was like, look, here's a red line. I'm not Obama. Cross it and you're screwed. So the peace through strength thing, he had to, unfortunately, apply the strength. I am sure that when Donald Trump said no new wars, he wanted that. I don't think that Trump wanted to go to war. Look at the result. I mean, everybody's just crying like babies all the time. So I don't think that that's something that he was really hoping for, even though people think that and even people say that. But it is important to remember that it's been like 65 days. Guys, how are you falling the F apart this quickly? It's like 2 months, okay? And I don't know if you know this. this might be news to some of you because I think that a lot of people on the left and the retard right, I think they watch this show, so they're probably not well informed. Iran's entire leadership structure is dead. They're dead. Iran's entire navy is at the bottom of the sea. They have like 100 small boats. That's their navy now. Like, I'm talking like you can fit 3 people in it. Their army decimated. Their economy crumbling. They're losing hundreds of millions of dollars a day. We won in 60 days. They might still be like, no, you didn't, but we did. Right? So, once again, just to remind everybody, here, let's go back to the thumbnail. Chill the F out. Stop crying. Why are you such babies? Like, why are you such a baby? You cry babies are just irritating now. It's like, literally, just shut up. I'm not saying that you have to be a cheerleader. I'm not saying that you have to, just champion Donald Trump and everything he does. I don't. I'm a huge Trump supporter, but I have disagreed with him on some of the tweets he's made. I've disagreed with him on the e-cigarette ban. I've disagreed with him on the bump stock ban, disagreed with his decision about his nominations, his Pam Bondi, his, lack of discernment when picking certain people to align with. I've disagreed with him. But I have been equal in my coverage of positive versus negative, and that's why it's mostly positive. Because what Trump is doing is mostly positive. Like, think of it, we've used this analogy before. Think of it like a football player. Think of it like Tom Brady. Tom Brady, greatest quarterback of all time, still threw an interception. And when you throw an interception as Tom Brady, somebody in the stands should rightfully go, man, you're better than that. That is accurate and valid criticism. But when he's not throwing interceptions, right, and he's just throwing bombs, and you're still talking about the interception that he threw 3 games ago, you're a crazy person. You have a derangement syndrome. Does that make sense? Well, it won't make sense to you. Crazy people don't know they're crazy. But please, just for the love of God, shut up. Stop talking about the freaking interception from 3 games ago. Shut up. Start covering the administration fairly and accurately, and you will probably be mostly positive. And guess what? When you're positive, you're happier. It's wild. I'm a very happy person. I'm a very happy person. I call out people that are not happy. It makes me happy. Making people who aren't happy less happy makes me happy. While at the same time, I'm telling you, stop being unhappy. You know what? I'm sorry, guys. We're gonna ADD like usual, because I wanna go into speaking of miserable, hateful people. This is kind of unrelated, but I do want to talk about it. Okay. I think we already covered a little bit. This guy, Chud the Builder, okay? This guy's going to get shot. I don't know if you know who he is, but this guy, Chud the Builder, he's this streamer who goes around. Oh, by the way, real quick, what the hell? The new trailer for the Odyssey dropped. This movie's going to tank. Whoever's in charge of casting should be fired, right? This is Achilles. Ellen Page keeps getting worse. This is can't remember her name. Helen. All right, we'll move on from that because. But look, I know this isn't to a Thursday, but let me explain something to this guy, Chud the Builder. Okay, Chud, this is for you. I'm gonna screen record this and I'm gonna post it. All right. So here, Chud, you fucking Chud. You're going to get shot or the shit kicked out of you. When that happens, you're not going to win a lawsuit, right? This is an insane take, right? So one of these kick streamers was like, hey, whoever hits this guy, punches him in the face or beats him up, if you catch a charge, you can create a GoFundMe and you're going to get like $100,000 easy, right? For your defense. The streamer's 100% right. He's 1,000% right, right? When they beat the shit out of you or worse, right? They're going to get insane amounts of sympathy. You are going to do so much damage to the movement, which is why I'm calling you out. I'm trying to stop you from doing this dumb shit. And I know you're only doing it because you're a grifter who's just click chasing sensationalist content, right? But think about the risk you're taking. Is it worth it? I don't know how much you're getting. Probably not enough for your life. One of them's a lot of them want to beat the shit out of you, rightfully so. I think you deserve it. Right? If you're going into black neighborhoods and calling people the hard R, you deserve to get the shit kicked out of you. You don't deserve to die. Right? I don't want you to get hurt. I don't want you to die. But when this dude said, if they come at you, they're going to get a lot of money, he's right. He's not encouraging anyone to assault you. He's stating a fact. Like, bro, guys, I don't usually do this on the show, so I'm going to give you fair warning. Cover your ears or tune out for the next like 10 seconds because there's going to be some really harsh language right now, okay? This is Chud.
About me. Or the white guy calling niggers niggers.
That's him. He goes into black neighborhoods. He antagonizes people, right? He says they're chimping out, comparing them to monkeys, trying to get them really upset. He then says it's because of free speech. It's not. The first thing, one of the first things you learn when you're a concealed carry holder is if you use your weapon, right? Because if you start a fight and use your weapon, you're gonna lose a self-defense argument, right? The first thing you do in any situation is try to get out of the situation. If you're looking for a legal defense, right? You have to do everything in your power to not use your weapon in order to have a self-defense argument. What about stand your ground? Even in stand your ground, even in Texas, right? I can't just shoot somebody because they got near me, right? That's not self-defense. You have to think that they're a reasonable threat to your safety, but you can't create the threat. If you do that, here's what's going to happen. They're going to go to jail, right? Obviously, for either assault or murder, right? But let's say you live, and let's say you want to sue them for assault. Let's say you want to go after them for beating you up. The defense is going to screen record hours of you calling black people the hard R, going into neighborhoods intentionally with a gun on you and pepper spray, starting fights, calling them the hard R, saying they're chimping out, and they are coming back and they're going to go, are you out of your friggin' mind? You're never winning that case. And then they will have a countersuit. You'll lose. I'm trying to help you because you are dumb. You are not a smart person. You have low skill, so the only thing that you can do on the internet is grift, right? You want to come work for me? I don't know if you're in Texas. I'll put you to work. I own a remodeling company, right? And I'll sit there and I'll teach you how to act like a fucking adult.
I don't know why you got to do it in front of the kid with the effing. All you got to do is...
Bro, I'm not your enemy. All right? I think you're a piece of shit. But I'm trying to help. All right. Back to the news. The prosecutor will have a black majority in the jury. I guarantee that. If one black person's on the jury... All right, we'll move on. I wanted to get to that because, guys, we're going down this path of reactionary right, thinking that the actions for their reaction are valid. These people are thinking that because the left says mean things, well, I'm gonna go out and start calling people out. No. Sit down. Stop. Shut up. Go get a friggin' job. Stop trying to friggin' do the lowest bar of... You're an OnlyFans girl, dude. You're basically an OnlyFans girl. You have no skills whatsoever. So you do things on the internet to make money that are disgusting. Because you're tapping into the worst part of humanity. You're an OnlyFans girl. All right. Anyway, but I think we all know the Strait of Hormuz, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Next story. LOL, OnlyFans girl. All right. From NPR, primary elections in Ohio, Indiana offer latest temperature check on Trump popularity. This is good because this is what we're going to be talking about today. All right. So let's find out what this news article says. And, keep this in mind. We're going to be looking at a poll later that I believe is very not only misleading, but just completely false. Okay. So two very different decisions Republicans made about gerrymandering will be on display in Tuesday's primary contest in Indiana and Ohio. After an effort to redraw the maps in Indiana failed last year, President Trump and his political operation now seek to oust incumbent Republican state senators who helped defeat the plan. Good. Yes, primary them. That's how you fix this problem. You fix this problem by voting, by participating, not by bitching. Not by complaining, not by saying I'm going to be a Democrat. No. You fix this problem on the right by primarying people. You don't become the left. That's retarded. Anybody who's pushing that message is retarded. My hubby working polls in Indiana right now, like 0 turnout so far. All right. Well, that's not good, but hopefully it picks up. Somebody in the chat just said, all right. In Ohio, new maps were required by law since multiple previous versions were struck down by the courts passed without bipartisan support since 2021. The current map has minor changes to the state's existing boundaries, and not all of them favor Republicans. These primaries come the week after the U.S. Supreme Court decision that weakened Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act and could pave the way for Republican-led states to eliminate major majority-minority districts in the South as part of a larger redistricting arms race that has upended politics for 2026 and beyond. Okay. The 2026 Senate race is most likely to flip to Democrat long shots. At the same time, Trump's unpopular second-term agenda and record-low approval ratings. No, he doesn't. He doesn't have record-low approval ratings. His approval rating is the same as Obama. It's 2 points higher than his first term, and he had record highs in his first term. So how the hell do these people... Where do you get your information? And look, again, in the past 2 months, his popularity has taken a hit because of the war. I'm not denying that. But this constant state of negative coverage, like we've been saying, it's on purpose. Donald Trump does not have record low approval, right? they might have a poll that they cherry picked, but if you look at it, you know what? Let's do it. Let's do it in real time. We love debunking fake news in real time. But you got to ask the right questions. You got to take your emotions out of it. You got to try not to frame it in a way where you're going to get the answer you want. Okay? What is Donald Trump's approval rating? Right? Now, there's going to be a follow-up. Okay, 39%. That is low, right? Silver Bulletin, 39. CNN polling. Okay, yeah. Ballotpedia. Okay, let's do this. I understand we're using the biggest one, but that's because most polling on Trump is actually on the lower end, right? Trump tends to exceed polls, hence how he beat Hillary Clinton, hence how he beat Kamala Harris, right? So let's go with the big one. May 1st, 41%, okay? What was Trump's approval rating at this time during his first term? He's very popular in his first term. So we got 41, right? 41 in his first term, or sorry, in this term, and he had 38 to 40. Trump was very popular in his first term. Okay. Now, look, we can go here and we can say maybe he's down 3 points, right? Either way, these polls, these misleading news headlines saying that he has record low approval rating does not pass the sniff test, because his approval rating was around 38 to 40 at this time during his first term, where he was very popular, and now it's up or in the area, in the ballpark of the same percentages. So just what the hell? Shut up. Shut up. Yeah, back then averages from trackers were 39%. Okay, averages were 39%. Now we have one poll that says 39, one poll that says 41. It's in the ballpark. So no, it's lie. They're lying to you. Remember when he had zero chance? Yes, winky, nod in the chat. Remember when he had zero chance to win? Remember when they said Donald Trump will never be president of the United States? You remember? They always go low on Trump. It's doom. Let's reiterate this, all right? Let's reiterate this so you understand. And I'm not talking to my audience. My audience knows this. My audience is smart. I'm talking to the dumb dummies in here, because there's what is it right now? There is 2,310 people in here, and I'm sure some of them are not in agreement. So this is for you, you absolute morons. The negative psyop that is going on, right, is what's called demoralization. It is a Marxist tactic in order to make you feel like your life sucks, so that you look to the leadership and blame them. Even though, if your life sucks, it's your fault. Right? If you're miserable, there is one person to blame. So get up off your chair, turn this podcast off, walk into your bathroom, turn on the light, and look in the friggin' mirror. Trump is not responsible for all your problems. Israel is not responsible for all your problems. Democrats are responsible for all your problems. I mean, that's not fully inaccurate. That's actually pretty on point, actually. Yeah, Democrats. That's who. It's not Trump. You got to be a happy warrior, man. You have to be a happy warrior. All right, Trump's retribution in the Indiana state. I'm tired of this story. You guys tired of this story? Me too. Cool. Good. It's my show. I'll turn it off if I want. Basically, this is just fake news. This is just More doomerism and more blackpilling. It's whatever. Man wounded. Oh yeah. What the hell was it? I forgot about this. This just got freaking memory hold. Man wounded after allegedly shooting at Secret Service near White House. Bystander who was a child struck. What the hell? Why is this not like 24/7 news? A man was wounded in a shooting involving U.S. Secret Service officers. This was like yesterday. After he allegedly shot at them near the Washington Monument on Monday afternoon. The shooting happened at 15th Street, Independence Avenue, where the Forest Service is headquartered, according to Secret Service. A child whose age isn't publicly known was also struck by a bullet during the exchange of gunfire, Secret Service said during a news conference. Quinn said plainclothes Secret Service officers noticed a person who appeared to have a firearm. Okay, all right, I get it now. All right. I'm going to keep reading, but pay attention to plainclothes. This might not be what a lot of people think it was, myself included. Plainclothes Secret Service officers noticed a person who appeared to have a firearm while patrolling around the outer perimeter. They alerted uniformed officers with the Secret Service, who tried to approach the man. Upon making contact, the individual fled briefly on foot, withdrew a firearm in the direction of our agents. They returned fire and engaged. Okay. It's not, you know what? When I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm happy to be wrong. It happens. I made assumptions. I didn't make any assertions. I didn't make any statements of fact. But even though I didn't do that and I could technically say I wasn't wrong, I'm going to take accountability on myself and say, I made a post where I was like, wonder why this happens. So it was, insinuating. What it looks like now that we know more information is plainclothes Secret Service agents saw a guy with a gun, tried to approach him. It was probably completely unrelated, not political. Okay. My bad. Right? So, man was hospitalized after being shot. He was later identified as 45-year-old Michael Marks from Texas. Police only described the child who was wounded as a juvenile. The shots were fired blocks from the White House, which was briefly put under lockdown not long before the shooting occurred. The vice president's motorcade did transit through the area, probably unrelated. There's no indication that Marks was targeting the motorcade. Okay. You know what? I kind of like it when I do this, because it gives me an opportunity to show people how you can just admit you're freaking wrong. Let's find the post. So I can call myself out. I call out everybody else. I have to call out myself when I do this shit. All right. Come on, it's got to be close. All right, here we go. Look, this is my bad. Right? I'm going to go out on a limb here and say the suspect isn't a Trump supporter. Is this number 4? We'll see. Now, look, I gave myself an out. Right? I didn't make any assertions. I didn't make any statements of fact. But it's still insinuating. It's wild how normalized it's become for Secret Service have to stop an active shooter. This is not true. Technically, but not really. So this is my bad. If only we could find a common pattern that was motivating all people committing political acts of violence. It looks like this was not a political act of violence. I was wrong. I am sorry. Take notes. Candace, Tucker, Megan, Pierce, Sank, Ian, everybody. Take notes. You can do this. You can say, hey, I just discovered new information and I was wrong. The world will not end. It's okay. It's okay to be wrong about things. This was not what I thought it was. I'm sorry for misleading you. Wow. Smite me, oh mighty smite. It's so weird how people can't do this. Why can't you do this? It's so wild, man. Everybody's gonna leave me now. I can't ever be fallible. I am superior. I'm not even human. I am godly. I am never wrong. Tucker Carlson. I never said... Tucker Carlson coming out and saying he's watching an interviewer read word for word what he said a week ago, right? And then he goes, I didn't say that. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. It's so wild, man. Why can't people do this? It's so easy. We are not perfect. People are not perfect. It's okay. Oh, screw you, Washington Post. All right, snow's coming. That's the story. Oh, this is good. This is really good. And I boomed. Oh, man. Oh, why isn't this opening? Come on. Hello. Hello. We're on a clock here. Internet. Did my internet go out? Are we good? No, we're good. This site can't be... Oh, well. Let's try again and then move on. Yeah, I don't know why, but that story's not coming up. Education Department opens probe into Smith College for admitting trans women. Okay. See if it works again. Nope, not working. Well, what is it? 8:43? I guess we can move on to the story of the day. The theme of the day, I mean. Look, I'll go full screen for this. Let me just set this up, okay? I've already said this. I've said this many times, actually. But it's worth repeating over and over again, okay? You're allowed. In fact, you should have valid and constructive criticism of anything you want. Key points: valid and constructive. If you are constantly bitching, it's not valid, it's not constructive. So, Israel, Trump, our leadership, Republicans, the GOP, anything you want to criticize, you can and should. That's something you should do. Are we all on the same page? Okay. However, when all you do is bitch. So this is a reply to me. Okay. So this post is hilarious because look, it basically went viral, right? And this was a throwaway. Okay. So I'm just replying to this guy, Bo. Dozen eggs at Public this morning was $2. Remember when it was $8, right? Now, we are talking about how everybody is bitching about the price of gas, okay? And you should be upset about the price of gas. I am too. I don't like it, all right? I'm not like, yay, higher gas prices. But I do look at it with why? Why is this happening? And is it worth it? And as of this moment, I say yes, right? As of this moment, gas being a little bit more expensive in a trade-off where we killed the Ayatollah. I bought a $170 bottle of champagne when we did that, by the way. I still have the cork. It's a souvenir. We killed the Ayatollah. We killed pretty much the entire Iranian regime. We decimated their navy. We decimated their army. And we are moving towards potentially, I'm not saying it's definitely going to happen, potentially a more stable environment in the Middle East, because the IRGC is the number one state was the number one state sponsor of global jihad, right? There have been over 66,800 terrorist attacks since 1970 globally in the name of Islam. That's a problem. It's like, I don't know, it's like 25 a day or something, or even more than that, or an hour. It's a lot, right? It's a lot. Let's do the math. You know what? Let's do the math. Okay. So according to the global terrorism database, right? We have 66,800 over the past like 50 years or so, right? So we're going to divide that by 50. That's 1336, right? 1,336 terrorist attacks on average every year in the name of Islam, the ideology of the Iranian regime. Are we following along? Okay, let's go full screen for this so people aren't confused when I'm doing this rant. Okay, so we have the math. And global terrorism database, pretty accurate. Okay. Now, we take 1336, we divide it by 52, right? That's 25 a week. That's 25 terrorist attacks every week on average in the name of Islam over the past 50 years. And we took out the number one sponsor for the ideology behind global terrorism. 25 a week. Let's divide it by 7. It's 3.5 terrorist attacks per day on average. So, is the temporary spike in gas worth it? As of right now, yeah. Yeah, I'd say it is. I'd say that's a good trade. Right? We'll see if it works out. Because in 6 months to a year, if gas is still up, I will not be saying this. I will be saying we made a mistake. But I'm not saying that now because it's been 65 days or so. AP Unfiltered, what's up, bro? That's it. Lowballing over here. Even if we are lowballing, right? That's still enough. That's enough. That's enough. 3.5 a day means like it's like every 8 hours there's a terrorist attack in the name of Islam. That's a lot, dude. So, back to this point, okay? A dozen exit public this morning. All I was doing with this post was reiterating how, yes, gas prices are up right now, temporarily. But I remember when a 2x4 at Home Depot was $13 under Biden, and now it's $3.50. I was not saying Biden caused it to go up. My point was, because of COVID, things got more expensive. And now they're not as expensive. So when things happen in the world, COVID, war, things will temporarily go up. Right? Are we all following along? Okay. So this guy, Shane Jordan, AF Outlaw, replies to me. And he goes, yep, I agree to hold this president accountable for causing gas prices to go up. That's my responsibility as an American. Now, taking that and isolated, it's actually a valid comment, but I think I understand the intention and the context behind it. So my reply was, fair enough, make your voice heard. It is perfectly reasonable to want gas prices to go down and to let Trump know he needs to do what he can to make that happen as fast as possible. It is not reasonable to freak the F out after 60 days. Ignoring all of the good he's done and is still doing, and make unreasonable demands or withdraw support or turn on him because he hasn't lived up to your insurmountable expectations. That's not reasonable. That's not valid. That's crazy. I would say that Trump has earned a little grace and patience from his voters with how hard he's fought for us and still fights for us. Despite 3 assassination attempts, 2 impeachments, bullshit charges from a weaponized justice system trying to throw him in prison for life, not to mention they have tried to ruin this guy's entire reputation. He does not need to do this. He's the first president ever, I think, maybe Kennedy, I don't remember, to donate his entire salary. His first term, he was worth $4.6 billion. when he went into office. When he left office, he was worth 2.3. He lost 2.3 billion with a B dollars to be president. He paid 2.3 billion dollars to be president. He could have just kept being rich and left it alone. He didn't have to do this. Has that earned him a little grace? I think so. So yeah, you can criticize him all you want, but do it reasonably. All right, we couldn't find that clip. Now, on to the they deleted it. They deleted it. Guess what? Doesn't matter that you delete it because I can still see it. So this was a reply to that post we were just talking about. And he goes, I just looked it up. Because I said a 2x4 was $13 under Biden. It was. I'm a contractor. I know. AP Unfiltered is making me laugh in the chat. What you reasonably? What you talking about, Zach? This dummy, right, comes at me with, I just looked it up, a 2x4 by 16-foot number 2 prime ground contact pressure treated southern yellow pine lumber was, and I can't read the rest of it, but he said it was like $16, right? So I went, okay, this is what I was talking about. This is right now. Right now at Home Depot, it's $3.50 for a 2x4. It used to be $13. You can look it up. I've debunked this. You can ask anything. I'm not gonna. We're running out of time, so I'm not gonna do it right now. Trust me. Okay. Now, the 16-foot pressure treated that he's talking about is $12.58. Does anybody notice anything about the difference between these two? First of all, one of them is 8 feet. And the other one is 16 feet. That's twice as long. The other thing is pressure treated. Pressure treated is always more expensive. It has a specific use. And here is a fun little screenshot of Biden's inflation. Now, you can say COVID. You can do that. I don't care, right? I really don't care at this point. Biden did nothing wrong. It was all COVID's fault. And Trump's, whatever. At this point, I don't give a shit. Numbers don't lie, though. Under Biden, things were worse. If you want to blame COVID, fine. But under Biden, things were worse. That is an undeniable fact, right? What did he hit? 9 for inflation? GDP? I don't know. Trump has never crossed 3. Coincidence, right? So I was like, how can I explain this? How can I explain this so that this retard is like, so I go, if we adjusted for the cost of an 8-foot 2x4 in 2021 being $13, which it was, and added it right at a 350% markup to the 16-foot pressure treated 2x4 16-foot that you're talking about, it would be $50 for that piece of lumber. TDS is a mental illness. Math, bitch. Don't ever come at an autist. Wait, did I just say autist? All right. Never mind. I'm not autistic. I'm apparently retarded. Never mind. Never come at an autistic person. I will fuck you up with math.
I don't know why you got to do it in front of the kid with the effing. All you got to do is say earmuffs to him. Earmuffs.
All right. Sorry, guys. Only had 2 today. All right. Now, let's take a look at this. All right. New poll. Most Americans say Trump is mentally and physically unfit to serve effectively. Can I get off this ride, please? All right. So a new poll found that most Americans say they believe Trump is mentally and physically unfit. Okay, so let's see here. Where is it? Okay, here we go. 61% of survey respondents said the Iran war has increased the threat of terrorism against Americans. 11% said it decreased threats. 26% it made no difference, and 2% of respondents skipped the question. The Washington Post conducted online April 24, 28 among 2,560 U.S. adults nationwide. The margin for error is 2.2 percentage points. Does this poll ask whether Donald Trump is mentally fit? No. It was asking about the war in Iran. What the hell? Where is this poll, right? Here, let's see here. One more step. I'm not a robot. Screw you. Hurry up. We're on a clock. We have 3 minutes. All right, screw it. We'll go to the comments instead. So let's take a look here. Sorry. There we go. So this poll appears to be about the war in Iran, right? The support for the war but then it says support for the war among self-identified Republicans remains high, 79%. Independents who lean to the Republican Party are roughly split with 52%. And there's also this chart here, right? So we have Democrats who say not successful at 67%. Right, but then we have the U.S. adults overall, 41%, too soon to tell, 19% successful, and only 39, which is not a majority, right, say that it's unsuccessful. What the hell does that poll have to do with Donald Trump being mentally and physically unfit to serve effectively? I have no idea what this story is, but something tells me that this poll, this is a misleading article where it's taking a poll and it's not related to the headline. And I still can't figure it out because I haven't taken enough time to even care. But bottom line is TDS has driven the fake news for years. And this is the result. You come up with things like this. Anyway, just looked at the time, didn't realize we just blasted through that. Let's do a quick shout out and we'll get everybody out of here. Sean Farish is coming up next with Ungoverned. And tomorrow is Woke Wednesday, which will be a great show. Okay, let's go. One Sandman Funmon is here. Bad Moon. Great Guy Gary. Winky Winky Nod Nod. Indie Girl 500. Hill, what you doing? Amanda Collins. Bear 1007 Bumba. Deb Pollen, Crazy Moan McGroin is here. We got the P1s and AP Unfiltered came into here. Aaron Prager is a great guy. Go follow Aaron. He's great. Being a journalist under Donald Trump is so easy. All you do is open up his Truth Social and just report on what he said and call it bad. Facts. Facts. That is such a great breakdown of how the media does, well, how the leftist media does news. Patriot Warrior Texas, Jenny, Indie Girl. All right, there it is. It is 9 a.m. Sean Farish coming up with Ungoverned. I will see you tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day. I'm off to work. See you later.
A partially valid, a half-truth, if you will, is being pushed.
I can't wait to find out all sorts of new and exciting things I didn't know about myself.
So you just hate Jews, bro?
Yeah, you're just an anti-Semite. Congratulations.
You're
Go
not
join.
What would you say?
Exactly.
Well, that's different. It's not different. It's the same thing.
Yeah, it's
That just we are the only society on Earth who has the obligation to self-destruct, to blame ourselves for every problem that has ever existed, and we just think of ourselves as the worst human beings who are responsible for every bad.
How many Muslims are trying to stop Boko Haram? How many Muslims were confronting ISIS? How many Muslims, the extremists always win. So the peaceful majority, of which I know many, they're irrelevant.
Cinco de Porto on this Taco Tuesday. There we go. Happy Cinco de Porto to the ungovernables. Les ungobernables. The Captain's Crew, the Elevate family, McGroy Nation. We are coming to you live from the deep red state of Tennessee on this Cinco de Porto. Today is Cinco de Porto. And we're not going to be doing the entire show in the sombrero because I got to put my headphones on, and I can't wear the headphones over this beautiful hat. I have to say that, but it is Cinco de Porto. Congratulations. Happy Cinco de Porto to everybody. We're going to be talking about the very nasty illegal aliens, nasty people. Dead hombres, right? We're going to be talking about it. Nasty people, but we're looking very closely at deporting Ilhan Omar. Look at her. And her brother, she married her brother. The brother said to me, "Sir, lo siento, señor, por favor, please don't deport me." And we look at the brother, we say the brother had enough punishment. He had to be married to Ilhan, which we don't like. Happy Cinco de Porto to everybody. We will be doing a little of the illegal aliens towards the beginning of the show today, just because obviously it's a big story. It's still an issue that is facing our country today. I am going to switch hats. Well, not really switching hats. I'm leaving this hat on. But we will go. Trump fan 20 says, "I almost spit my coffee out." There you go. Cool. They say, "Sir, please." They say, "Señor, por favor, no deporto, please." But we're going to get rid of you. You're going to be gone. I have to say that. You're going to be gone. All right. It is Cinco de Porto today. We're going to be having a little bit of a fiesta. By the way, right off the top, if you are a Rutherford County, Tennessee resident, today is primary day. Get out. Where is it? There it is. Get out. Oh, come on. Get out and vote. Whoa. Kenneth Barrett for sheriff. There he is. And
do it.
You got to do it. All the cool kids are doing it.
We did it.
We did it early. So that's it. Cinco de Porto. Cinco de Voto, as we're calling it today, here in Rutherford County, Tennessee. Huge primary. So happy Cinco de Voto, Cinco de Porto, or Cinco de Drinko if you celebrate that too. I know a lot of people celebrate Cinco de Drinko. Anyway, we will be talking a lot about these illegal aliens. We've got a couple of illegal alien stories. Plus, we're going to take a stroll down one of my favorite X accounts. It is Illegal Alien Crimes. That is the name of the X account that we're going to be scrolling through today as we have our Cinco de Porto fiesta. And a little bit later today, right after the show, I'll get to work on recording a Cinco de Porto message from El Presidente Favorito, right? This is your favorite president. And I've got a couple of ideas there as well. Of course, I took a shower. That's where all the ideas happen. You get the hot water, hits your brain, everything expands. It's nice. I'm expanding. Yeah. So there it is. Happy Cinco de Porto. We will be having a Cinco de Porto fiesta live on the show today. We'll be talking a little bit about some of these illegal alien stories, like the illegal alien that was arrested for stabbing two women on Long Island, and an illegal alien that was finally captured after 14 years on the most wanted list for fleeing a crash that killed a teenager. So we'll start off with those stories. We'll scroll through a couple of other ones. We got where's my middle finger? There it is. We got our double barrel it's our single barrel middle finger. This is for Europe. I'm thinking of maybe getting a huge one of these and painting it gold. So I want to do a lot of awards toward the end of the year.
That would be fun.
Tucker Carlson is obviously number one for the golden flip-flop.
Right.
Because I never said that. I said that. I never said that.
Who do you think you are?
Who do you think you are? Gaslighting everybody, Tucker. Okay? But I want to get a huge middle finger so we can do the golden bird towards the end of the year. Or maybe we should just do a huge award show of the Golden Birds. I think they have the Golden Globes, Best Picture, Best Supporting Actor. So it's like, worst, this, that, and the other. But we'll do the Golden Birds. But this is for Europe today. This is for Europe because they're crying now. The Europeans, oh, please don't pull your troops out of our country. No. Well, really? So what, you just You just feel entitled to U.S. military assets and defense? Entitled. You know, we just wanted to, I don't know, fly over places like Spain and France, use the bases that we have in Italy, get a little assistance from Germany. And they said, no. Okay, fine. That doesn't sound like a really good quote-unquote alliance, does it? It's an abusive relationship. Europe, they take. We give. And what do we get in return? Nothing. All right. Well, if we're going to get nothing, then I propose we give nothing. Fair is fair. No, it's not fair. Europe can't defend themselves. They just...
They gave up their guns.
Europe can't defend themselves.
Oh, wait, no, they never had guns.
I'm going to look and see. Europe can't defend themselves. I don't know if I have... Well, we'll just...
Cock-a-doodle-doo.
I don't know why we did that
Europe
one.
ever have guns?
Europe has... Well, your government has guns. The European the citizens...
People ever?
Some of them probably do. But, you know, Europe, they can't defend themselves. This is what it looks like when I don't care. Okay? Is it time to care about... Nope. So, Europe, you're up creek, you know, without a paddle. Sorry. Oh, well. Maybe you should have shown a little more appreciation. Maybe you should have been a little more grateful for the support that we have given you over the last, couple decades. Just saying. Now you don't want to lose U.S. troops. That's your own fault. It's not even, we weren't even asking you to move heaven and earth. We were asking, to just fly over your country. That became a problem? Okay. I don't care. You want to cry? Giorgia Meloni in Italy? That's one of the biggest frauds. Oh, I thought she was our friend. I thought so too. And then she basically told us to go pound sand. I don't know. Maybe she's afraid of the Vatican. I have no idea. We'll get to that. We have another bizarre story out of Chicago. As a Democrat alderman in Chicago wants to charge Walgreens with a crime for closing one of their locations. That's a great story. We also have the White House went on lockdown a little bit yesterday. Briefly, there was a shooting near the Washington Monument. Early reports were that they were targeting J.D. Vance. Can we just stop trying to kill the president and vice president, please? Just can we give it maybe a week? We'll do baby steps. This week they haven't tried to kill the president yet. But said they can't stop doing that. We have all that and more. What's up?
Speaking of JD Vance,
yeah.
You know how he said, I don't really care, Margaret?
Yes.
Emerald is very smart. She said, I don't really care, Margarita, because today is...
I don't really care, Margarita. I like that.
That's funny. I thought you'd appreciate that.
I like that. All right. So we will have our Cinco de Porto Fiesta in just a little in a bit. We'll start off in beautiful fashion with a little Ahuya. Maybe we'll play the full video of Ahuya today. There's a bunch of sombreros in there. Or we'll play as much as we can get through. But before we do that, I want to get to a word from our friends over at OFP Farms, our good friends. Mother's Day, 5 days away. I mean, you're cutting it really close now. Maybe you want to get a belated Mother's Day gift. That's fine. OFPfarms.com. Use the promo code Sean, SHAWN, for 20% off. Their Mother's Day gift boxes are the best. Matter of fact, you heard Donna, our friend Donna from Long Island, calling on Friday.
Gosh, I love her.
And she said if her son does not get her the Mother's Day gift box, she's going to kill him. Now, hopefully she was, that was Long Island bravado, right? That she's not actually going to kill him.
No.
Because I would hate to be involved in a federal investigation, that she promoted murder on the show. I'm only kidding. She's not going to do that. But get your Mother's Day gift boxes now. OFPfarms.com, OFPfarms.com. Take a look at this quick video. OFPFarms.com, celebrating Mother's Day the best way you can. Celebrate with an OFP Farms gift box. Their gift boxes are more than just a gift. They're an absolute experience. This Mother's Day, give mom more than just a gift. Give her a moment to feel pampered and truly treasured. At OFP Farms, every product is handcrafted right on their farm using fresh goat milk and grass-fed tallow. Rich, nourishing ingredients that her skin will absolutely love. It is more than just skincare. It's a daily reminder that she deserves to slow down, care for herself, and feel appreciated. For a limited time, up until Mother's Day, you get 20% off your entire order if use the code Sean. That's SHAWN, Sierra Hotel Alpha Whiskey November. Clean ingredients, small batches, real results. From the farm to her skin, because mom deserves to feel this good every day. OFPFarms.com, promo code SHAWN for 20% off. OFPFarms.com, promo code Sean. Get your Mother's Day gift boxes now. Mother's Day is right around the corner, 5 days away, and it will be Mother's Day. And you don't want mama to not have her OFP Farms gift box. All right, let's get into it. Illegal alien Cinco de Porto. Shall we start with a little ahoo-ya? I think we should. There they are.
Everybody, ahoo-ya. Ahoo-ya. El flautín.
No. Sorry. I couldn't make it through the whole thing. I could only get through the... Yeah. That's it. Ahoo-ya. Happy Cinco de Porto. Goodness gracious.
Unfortunately, she's wearing two of my favorite colors right now. The blue and the yellow.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, but I say to her for singing so poorly...
Who do you think you are?
That's right. Who do you think you are? Someone said driving the dog local. I do. The dogs are going nuts, and I don't own any. Kevin loves it. Just cracked my glasses. Look at these are funny comments. So, would you consider those to be unseasoned boiled chicken breasts too, or because they have a little seasoning, a little Mexican, right?
We don't need to go there. We don't need to.
We don't need to go there. Why not?
Well, because.
Okay.
I haven't thought of a funny answer yet.
Okay, gotcha. Got it. All right. Well, there you go. Ahoo-ya. All right, great stuff. Here we go. Let's jump right into it because on a serious note, why is today Cinco de Porto? Because Joe Biden and the Democrats allowed tens of millions of pets. It's such a hard number to wrap our head around, right? Like, so you see the Trump administration's already deported, between voluntary deportations and involuntary deportations, well over 3.5 million people, which is a lot of people. And that's like not even it's barely a fraction of the amount of folks that are in the country illegally that came in here under Biden. Estimates of 10, 20, 30 million people. That is so many people. And you look at this affordability crisis, right? When you have more people competing for the same amount of resources, jobs, housing, food, utilities, etc., space, everything gets more expensive. Now, that's not the only thing that's contributing to the affordability crisis, but it is a major contributor. 10, 20, 30 million people. They all have to have a place to go in this country, right? I mean, the illegal aliens that came here, they're not all homeless. They're living somewhere. And the space that they currently occupy in this country is space that an American citizen does not occupy, and that is wrong. That is wrong. I'm not talking about the ones that are currently sitting in detention. I'm not saying that Americans who can't find housing should be in jail. I'm talking about the illegal aliens that we know are in government housing, or they're renting from somebody, or they're working a job and under the table, that's paying for their housing somehow. That is housing that should be occupied by an American citizen or a legal resident of the country. It's not racist to say that. It's common sense. Those who follow the law should be allowed to reap the benefits of, law-abiding citizens and law-abiding residents of the country. And those who don't should deal with the consequences. Not only are these illegal aliens competing for housing with American citizens, but think about it. You've got health care. That was why the whole sombrero thing happened anyway. That government shutdown in October, they were trying to allow illegal aliens to have taxpayer-funded health care. No good. Can't have that. But while we're talking about taxpayer-funded health care, right? While we're talking about that, think about it again. If there is an American citizen that needs health care and they can't get health care and the costs are too high, well, maybe it's because 10, 20, 30 million people who shouldn't be here in the first place are competing for that same resource. Therefore, there is a higher demand, which drives the cost up. The same goes for food. The same goes for jobs in the other direction. You have 10, 20, 30 million people who would gladly work for much less than what an American would work for at a construction site, in a supermarket, wherever it might be. And the employers know this. The employers know I could screw over that illegal alien right there. Because what's the illegal alien going to do? Report me to the government? They're here illegally. They have no leverage. So they get paid crumbs. It's slave labor. But to the illegal alien, well, they're allowed to stay in the country. They're getting a lot of other things for free. They don't need a huge wage. Works for them. So, we make the jokes about Cinco de Porto, but it is a major issue facing the country, the illegal alien population. What else can happen with these illegal aliens? Well, if they're counted in the census, which they shouldn't be, that throws off how our congressional seats are allocated per state. You remember Yvette Clarke from Brooklyn who said, we need the illegal aliens in here or my seat might go away. I'm paraphrasing, but that's nearly exactly what she said. The concept was, without the illegal aliens being counted in my district, I may not have a seat. The state may lose a seat, a congressional seat. That's quite literally the great replacement theory. It's not a theory anymore. It's a process. It's an actual process that they're doing. You have all these people fleeing places like California and New York and Illinois. And wouldn't you know, there's one thing that those three states have in common. They're sanctuary states. Why do they want illegal aliens to replace members of the population who are leaving so they don't lose congressional power? It's really simple. And it's devious. It's gross when you look at it. Not only do you have these impacts that it's causing among Americans, whether it's competing for jobs, competing for healthcare, competing for resources, competing for housing, etc., but it is getting people killed. It is getting people killed. The illegal alien crisis in this country is getting people killed. Laken Riley, Sheridan Gorman, Kate Steinle, Rachel Morin, Jocelyn Nungare, Travis Wolf, and so on and so forth. Illegal aliens in this country are killing Americans. Oh, well, American citizens commit crimes at a higher rate. That does not matter, number one. Number two, I don't think American citizens commit crimes at a 100% rate. Wow. You're telling me 100% of illegal aliens are criminals? Yep. That's exactly what I'm telling you. Well, how'd you come up with that number? Well, that's very easy. Is coming into the country illegally a crime or not? Yes, it's a crime. Okay. So then anyone who breaks the law to come into the country, i.e. entering the country illegally, is committing a crime. Yes? Yes, that is correct. Okay. And if you're committing a crime and it is a criminal offense of our code, an immigration law, then that would make you a criminal, would it not? Yes, that would make you a criminal. Okay. So therefore, everybody who enters this country illegally breaks immigration law to do so. If they're all committing crimes, it makes them criminals, right? Ooh, yes. Oh, yeah. 100%. 100% of illegal aliens who entered this country illegally are criminals. Period. Full stop. Now you may say, oh, well, the violent crime rate among Americans is higher than the violent crime rate among illegal aliens. Again, that doesn't matter. Why? Because the illegal alien should not be in this country to commit a violent crime in the first place. Not every violent crime that is committed by an American citizen is wholly preventable. Some people, they're fine their whole life. They snap one day and they do something awful. Every violent crime committed by an illegal alien is preventable. Really? How is that preventable? How about you don't release the illegal aliens into the country, which then gives them the ability to commit those violent crimes down the line? Oh, you can't stop all of them from coming in, really? Because over the last 11 months now, U.S. Customs and Border Protection has released 0 illegal aliens into the country. They have encountered them on the border. They have apprehended them. They're not giving them a notice to report. Yeah, come to court in a couple months. We would love to process you. These guys aren't going to come to court. Sheridan Gorman's killer is a perfect example of that. He was given a court appearance and did not show up. Then he shoplifted at a Macy's and didn't show up for that court appearance either. And then he killed an 18-year-old girl in Chicago. Every single crime that is committed by an illegal alien after entering our country is preventable if we just enforce the laws as they're written. Which also means if you came into this country illegally, I don't care the reason, I don't care what you're doing, I don't care if you're paying taxes, you need to leave. Well, what about the Dignity Act? Oh, you mean the Amnesty Act? No, we are not giving these people dignity. There is no dignity in rewarding law breaking. If you came into the country illegally, you're going to face the consequences for breaking our immigration law, and the penalty is deportation. Now, excuse me, I'd like you to get the out. Out. That's it. It's really that simple. It does not need to be more complicated than that. Follow the law, you will not have a problem. Break the law, you will have a problem. It's that easy. Let's start on Long Island, shall we? Long Island, New York. My former stomping grounds. Brennan's temporary stomping grounds for 6 months. Back in 2022.
The Bronx was my fave.
She said she's the Bronx Crossway, right? The Cross Bronx Expressway.
Yeah. You know about it.
Yeah.
About it. What the heck is that thing on the screen?
What is that?
Now, how do you do that?
That is, what? Look at that.
Wow.
That's just impressive.
Nice.
All right, here we go. All right, let's try this now. Long Island, New York. An illegal immigrant has been arrested after confessing to brutally stabbing 2 Long Island women. Stabbing. Okay, this could have been prevented. This could have been prevented had we just enforced the laws as they're written. 22-year-old Roni Yahir Alvarengo Rivera. It's a 4-bagger! That's 4 names right there. An El Salvador national who entered the U.S. as an unaccompanied minor in 2016, fatally stabbed a 42-year-old female coworker outside of Wendy's in Long Beach around 12:30 a.m. last week. An unaccompanied minor. You know what's interesting? You know some of the people who would be given quote-unquote dignity in the Dignity Act? You know what that includes? Oh, don't tell me. Yeah. Unaccompanied minors. If you came in and you were under the age of 18, you're not going to get deported. Well, you would keep this guy in your country. Dignity Act. It's going to get people killed if that passed. It won't pass. It won't be signed. According to CBS News, the victim was identified as Ana Maria de Aguia Cordova. That's a 5-bagger!
Need so many names.
I don't know. It's a cultural thing. A Long Beach mother of 2 who was taking out the trash when she was attacked just hours earlier. Rivera also attacked his 32-year-old roommate, murdering her in their apartment. He went to the job after killing and targeting the second victim. Both victims suffered multiple stab wounds to the neck and torso, according to police. After the attacks, Rivera allegedly contacted police and confessed. He was later arrested outside a 7-Eleven following the call. Authorities have not disclosed the motive for the killings and noted that Rivera had no prior arrests or known gang affiliations. And that is another important thing. Okay? I love this. So this is actually, this is like the greatest example here. This guy who stabbed 2 women on Long Island and killed one of them. This guy had no criminal record, no gang affiliations, and he came into the country as an unaccompanied minor in 2016. That would be under Barack Obama. Okay? This is one of the people who would be given dignity under the Dignity Act because he came in under the age of 18. He had no prior criminal record. Oh, he's not a problem. Yeah, until he becomes a problem. And when they become a problem, they don't just become a nuisance. Sheridan Gorman's killer was a problem. He wasn't violent. He shoplifted $132 worth of merchandise from a Macy's. I'm not saying that's okay. But, nobody was hurt physically in that crime. Laken Riley's killer, his brother was tied to Tren de Aragua. He didn't have any prior criminal record. A lot of these guys don't have a prior criminal record that we know of until they start doing stuff in this country that is just abhorrent, killing people, stabbing people, carjacking, rapes, sexual assault, burglaries, etc. And now all of a sudden, whoa, well, we didn't see this coming. Well, the point of the matter is you let these people into the country. You did not know who they were. You did not vet them. And even if you had vetted this guy, no criminal history. Sure, if he had entered the country legally, could he have done the same thing? Sure. The fact of the matter is this guy is a candidate. He would be a candidate for quote unquote dignity status under the Dignity Act because he came in as a child, unaccompanied minor, and he had no criminal record. Is this the type of person you want to give dignity to and keep in your country? And then have, as Maria Salazar came down and said, oh, you'll have another legislator down the line, give them citizenship. Yeah, no, hard pass on that. Thank you. Thank you. Quote, while we were at the Wendy's scene, we received information that an individual was stopped at 169 Atlantic Avenue in Lynbrook, said Detective George D'Arienzo, according to the New York Post. He asked to see police, and when police arrived, he said that he killed somebody that night. During a press briefing, Nassau County Executive Bruce Blakeman, who's running for governor, blamed federal immigration policies for the killings. Quote, why are we letting an unaccompanied minor into our country to run around basically without any supervision whatsoever? And then that individual grows up and automatically gets legal status in our country. This is a policy today that resulted in 2 women getting killed. Killed 2 women. Unbelievable. But let's give them dignity, folks. Let's be compassionate. 2 words. Suicidal empathy. I'm sorry. I would love to be compassionate and I would love to help. But I am not going to do that to the detriment of American citizens. Hell no. There is no dignity in rewarding lawbreaking. It is not compassionate to allow killers, whether they're former killers or would-be killers, to roam around this country searching for their next victim. The answer is no. Another one. An illegal alien fugitive has been captured after 14 years on Washington's most wanted list for fleeing a crash that killed a teen. Cortez Vargas was placed on WSP's most wanted list in 2012 after failing to appear in court on charges tied to the fatal hit and run. An illegal alien who spent 14 years on Washington State Patrol's most wanted list. It's Washington State, not Washington, D.C., not federal. Washington State. Washington State Patrol's most wanted list after allegedly fleeing a deadly crash is finally in custody. Manuel Cortez Vargas was arrested April 30th in Madera, California, after the Washington State police detectives worked with Madera Police Department to track him down. He was taken into custody without incident and booked into the Madera County Jail, where he awaits extradition to Skagit County. Immigration and Customs Enforcement confirmed to the Ari Hoffman show on Talk Radio 570 KVI that Cortez Vargas is in the United States illegally. It's 14 years ago. March 5th, 2012. Washington State Police says Cortez Vargas was driving a silver Honda Accord on Sapp Road in Skagit County. Authorities say he failed to negotiate a curve, causing the vehicle to roll and land upside down in a slough beside the road. Inside the car was 19-year-old Cameron Sheridan. Washington State Police said Sheridan became trapped in the overturned vehicle and drowned. The crash happened around 3 a.m. near Cedro Woolley, and the car was upside down, partially submerged. When police arrived, Cortez Vargas was long gone after allegedly fleeing the scene instead of reporting the accident to authorities. Okay? We don't need these people in our country. They're not adding anything. Oh, they're working the jobs that Americans don't want to work. Tell you what, you give an American a good wage, they'll clean a toilet. They'll pick some avocados. Of course, Americans aren't going to work those jobs for what illegal aliens are making, because they're not making a living wage. For all these Democrats, $2,500 an hour minimum wage. We will have the rich pay their fair share. For all that talk, they have no problem when they find out that illegal aliens are working for well under a quote-unquote living wage. Right? You never hear them talking about how illegal aliens deserve more money because they can't admit that illegal aliens are taking jobs away from Americans, right? There you go. That's 2 illegal alien stories, and we'll do a little bit more in just a second. Before we do that, I want to get to a word from our friends at Silent, slnt.com/Sean, slnt.com/SHAWN. Ladies and gentlemen, Silent, your phone is a tracking device. You guys know that. It's a listening device. It's a tracking device. It does everything. It tracks you. It listens to you. You get these targeted ads now. You hear you talking about drones. Next thing you know, you're getting DJI. Well, DJI is banned in the United States now, I think. But you get all these things. So you guys know that your phone is a tracking device. It's not a conspiracy theory. Between government agencies, big tech, corporate data brokers, even those crazy cyber criminals, they're all fighting for a piece of your digital footprint. And the crazy part about it is they don't ask. They just take it. That is why Silent exists. Silent makes Faraday gear that blocks all wireless signals, including cellular, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS, RFID, and near-field communications. No signal means no tracking, no remote access, and no breadcrumbs. It's the same tech that's trusted by special operations teams around the world, used to block signals, avoid surveillance, and secure communications wherever the mission leads. And right now, it is available to you so you can protect your family, your freedom, and your digital footprint. Just drop your phone in a Silent Faraday sleeve, and it's off the grid, completely silent and visible to the outside world. From their backpacks to their sleeves to their crossbody, Silent's patented technology gives you total control of your privacy. Visit slnt.com/Sean. Get 15% off and free shipping on qualifying orders. That is slnt.com/Sean. Protect your rights, secure your data, and stay one step ahead. Silent.com. Silence! Silence the chaos. Go silent today. slnt.com/Sean. slnt.com/SHAWN. Okay. Let's take a stroll. You guys, if you folks are on X, I'm a big fan of the X platform at times. It obviously has its flaws. There is no such thing as a perfect social media platform, which is fine. But I want to go into this account. It's called Illegal Alien Crimes. And it's one of my favorite accounts on X that just has a rolling list of illegal aliens that have committed crimes in our country. All right, here we go. They do this thing called the Illegal Alien Crimes Roundup. April 26th. This is April 26th, the Illegal Aliens Crimes Roundup. They say it's been 2 weeks since the last roundup. Here's a rundown on 25 of the cases that have come to light, and the links are in the replies of this post. You can take a look. I'm reading it right off of the screen here. Illegal alien crimes. Happy Cinco de Porto, right? Happy Cinco de Porto. Delaware County, Ohio. A trucker who naturalized by fraud killed a young family. Bexar County, Texas. An illegal alien attacked a mother and bites a child's face. 3. Brown County, Wisconsin. Illegal alien injures 2 in a machete attack. 4, Tulsa County, Oklahoma. Illegal alien accused of fathering a child with a minor. Gross. Midland County, Texas. An illegal alien arrested for a stabbing. Oconee County, South Carolina. Illegal alien accused of fathering a child with a minor. That's 2 of those. Interesting. Durham County, North Carolina. Illegal alien arrested for shooting somebody and killing them. Midland County, Texas. A man on a detainer arrested for armed sexual assault. Wake County, North Carolina. Man on detainer arrested for sexual assault of a minor. It's 3 ones. 3 ones with a minor now. That's 3 cases with a minor. Carroll County, Kentucky. Man on a detainer arrested for death in a DUI crash. Cherokee County, Georgia. Man on detainer arrested for injury in a DUI crash. Spartanburg County, South Carolina. Illegal alien arrested for DUI crash deaths of 2 boys. Lee County, Alabama. Illegal alien rape suspect dies in a shootout with deputies. Wake County, North Carolina. Man on detainer arrested for nightclub murder. Greene County, Kentucky. Man on detainer arrested for break-in sex attack. New York City. Illegal alien accused of setting a fire that killed 4. Mecklenburg County, North Carolina. Man on detainer accused of fathering a child with a minor. That's the 4th one with the sexual assault of a minor. Gross. Harris County, Texas. Illegal alien arrested for fatal hammer attack. Arlington County, Virginia. Illegal alien accused of a brazen sexual assault. Hillsborough County, Florida. Man on detainer arrested for fatal hit and run. Lehigh County, Pennsylvania. Illegal alien arrested by ICE after a fatal DUI crash. Duval County, Florida. Illegal alien drags police officer trying to flee. Guilford County, North Carolina. Man on detainer arrested for exploitation of a minor. Salt Lake County, Utah. Illegal alien arrested for shooting at party. And Adair County, Missouri. An illegal alien is accused of an Easter Sunday rape. 25 from the last 2 weeks. This is at Illegal Alien Crimes on X. I'm sorry, it's at Immigrant Crimes. At Immigrant Crimes, one word, on X. It's a great account to keep up with these illegal alien crimes here. And they go one by one as well. Here's just one more. Charlotte County, Florida, illegal alien Melchor Hernandez Alcaraz has been accused of kidnapping and raping a 17-year-old girl after providing her with alcohol. Detectives interviewed Alcaraz, and he confessed to these allegations. Court documents state that the 17-year-old Guatemalan victim came to the U.S. a year ago on her own and works at a restaurant. The victim was living with Hernandez Alcaraz and told investigators she had wanted to move to a new place but due to his behavior prior to the incident, but was unable to do so due to cost. So there you go. It's a great account on X if you want to keep up with these illegal alien crimes. Chambers County, Texas. Last month, Alfredo Diaz-Gonzalez was arrested for sexual assault. He has an immigration detainer on hold. I mean, this is like, it's one after another, after another, after another, after another. Okay? Notice Tennessee wasn't on that list. That just means the story wasn't news-breaking. I'm sure there were tons of illegals arrested here, too. All right. Why don't we pivot off of the illegal alien subject? And what do we want to do here? I think we're going to do a quick break from Cove Pure, and then we're going to go to Walgreens, this story out of Chicago, because while we're talking about Democrat lunacy, this story out of Chicago with Walgreens is just, it's out of control. So we'll get to it in a second. It is nuts. Completely and totally crazy. You know, the Democrats are pro-crime. They're anti-corporation, right? Greedy capitalists, greedy corporations, the rich, tax cuts for the rich. It's all nonsense, and we're going to go through just a bizarre story out of Chicago, although nothing surprises me out of Chicago anymore. That place it's basically like New York City Junior, right? All right, let's take a quick break, get to a word from our friends at Cove Pure. CovePure.com/Sean, CovePure.com/SHAWN. Listen, if Flint, Michigan taught this country anything, it is that the government's word on your water is worth exactly nothing. And Flint wasn't a one-off. The problem is everywhere. That is why we purify all of our water at home with Cove Pure. Look, there were a lot of water systems, a lot of standards that were installed before your parents were born. And here's what the government doesn't tell you. The testing method that the utilities use to check lead levels is specifically designed to collect the least contaminated sample, not the worst. The most recent federal data shows that water systems during 21 to 2024 that there was tons tons of lead between 2021 and 2024. Lead has no taste, no smell, doesn't change the color of your water. But here's the scary part. There is no safe level of lead exposure. None. Even low levels of lead are directly linked to brain damage, learning disabilities, and irreversible developmental harm in children. Cove Pure removes the lead. It is certified to eliminate up to 99.9% of contaminants. That includes lead, but also PFAs, fluoride, and pharmaceuticals. Setup couldn't be easier. No plumbers, no drilling. You just put it on your counter, you plug it in, you fill it up, and it does its thing. Listen, Brennan loves that you can use it to get whatever temperature water you want, too. She's been using the hot water feature for tea at night or tea all throughout the day.
That's one of my favorite parts of it.
That's where I got my tea.
Awesome.
This is hot Cove Pure water.
It's like, how cool. It's literally boop, and then it's ready.
It's boiling water in an instant.
Yeah.
There you go. You don't have to wait for the kettle to boil. One tap, and it's ready to go instantly. Your city tested the water and said it was fine, right? So did Flint. Cove Pure is what you put between that track record and your family's water and your family's safety. So go to Cove Pure, COVEPURE.com/SHAWN, and you're going to get a beautiful discount. $250 off of your Cove Pure unit at CovePure.com/SHAWN for $250. That's a lot. It's a great investment. You know, we noticed, I said yesterday, I was like, this Cove Pure, we don't go through water bottles anymore because we're just using the Cove Pure. It's great. We're saving money on buying water, and obviously it's helping our health. So there you go. CovePure.com/SHAWN for $250 off. Go get your Cove Pure today. You will not regret doing so. All right. A Democrat in Chicago is calling to charge Walgreens for a crime of shutting down one of their Chicago locations over actual crime. You're like, what? Say that again? Yes. A Democrat lawmaker, an alderman in Chicago, is calling to charge Walgreens with an actual crime, with a crime, for shutting down one of their Chicago storefronts because of real crime. I'm not making this up. Listen to this.
Walgreens should be charged with first-degree corporate abandonment. Yes. It should be a crime the way they're treating our elders. Yes. It should be a crime the way they're treating our families.
First-degree corporate abandonment. Okay. He says it should be a crime the way they're treating our elders. It should be a crime the way they're treating our families. Why did Walgreens shut down that location? Stop pounding the table. Stop yelling and screaming. Stop. Oh, they're abusing our community. I don't want to hear it. You're abusing your community. Why did Walgreens shut down the location? Did they do it because they hate the elders and your family members? They didn't do it for that reason. They would love to have a location open in the middle of Chicago. They did it because of crime. There are 7-Elevens, CVS pharmacies, Walgreens in cities like this that have to lock up paper towels behind those glass cages. You know, like when you would go to, you go to Walmart or Target or whatever, and you're going to grab a new computer, a new pair of headphones, nice expensive pair of Bluetooth headphones, maybe a new speaker or some sort of, some piece of technology. It's locked behind that cage, and you got to go find the, excuse me, can I get this out of here? I want to purchase this. Paper towels are being locked up in some of these locations. Toothpaste is being locked up in some of these locations. Children's toothbrushes. Toilet paper. Well, toilet paper during COVID was one of those. That's different. We're not in that time frame anymore. You're going to charge these people with an actual crime because they're shutting down their location due to real crime? You can't make this stuff up, but here is what that alderman said with the local media. Listen to this.
That's what's most important is access to medicine, access to healthcare products. They have that model on 12th and State Street right now. They took away all retail experience. So when they lie and say there was about retail spending and theft, then give us what you gave another neighborhood that is thriving. We do not want seniors to have to jump through hoops to get basic medicine that they need to live and survive.
Do you think that will be the statement that they come back with and say that they were heavily impacted by theft? And you say, give the model that's located off of 12th and State Street. That model is some of their items are kind of like, I don't want to say cornered off, but they are.
Well, it's essentially a walk-up drive-through to get your pharmacy. Let me tell you how bad and disingenuous and disrespectful Walgreens was. They left me a message. They didn't even give us a ramp-up time, enough time for the community to adjust. It's less than 30 days that this place will be gone. So that means all the prescriptions will either go a mile east or a mile west, which is completely unacceptable. Secondly, no one's talking about the jobs. They will say that they will get people placed in other locations. But again, when you have employees that depend on public transportation to go to work, you're making it harder for them to go around. And last but not least, the innovation from corporations is there. They hire all of this talent. Again, why couldn't they redesign, repurpose the store to fit the other models that we see in other parts of the city?
Okay. Shut up. Shut up. It's never the city's fault, right? How about you run your city like a civilized society, and then these places and these companies, these locations wouldn't have to close. These companies wouldn't have to leave. That sounds like a good idea, doesn't it? Because it works in places where they actually enforce the law. You know, when Rudy Giuliani, and he's in a very rough medical situation right now. We hope he pulls through. One of the best, probably the greatest mayor in the history of New York City. When Giuliani was the mayor of New York City, and he was, with broken windows policing, the guy who broke the window or threw a rock, you arrested him. The next guy who threw a rock, you arrested him. The third guy, as Dan Bongino said, there is no third guy because you're getting arrested. You're not emboldened and essentially being encouraged to commit these crimes. You didn't see businesses fleeing New York City when Giuliani was mayor, right? Because it was a safe place to do business. It's not a safe place to do business. Walgreens would not be shutting down that location in Chicago if they weren't taking a loss on theft and having to deal with crime. You talk about these workers. Oh, the workers are going to have to go to another location. Well, maybe they want to because the location that they're currently going to, they're liable to be mugged. So you want to charge Walgreens with a crime for shutting down their location because of crime that you are allowing to happen and in many ways encouraging to happen. It's, to me, you can't get more tone deaf than that. Imagine saying, oh, you're going to shut your location down because of high crime. We're going to charge, we're going to push and grandstand and speak out in the media to have you charged with the crime. Corporate abandonment. Oh, seniors have to go a mile east or a mile west. That wouldn't be happening if you would just get a handle over the crime in your city. I heard that yesterday. I was like, are you kidding me? DeClue says, if I were Walgreens, I would laugh and give them the big old finger. Yes, mail them a golden bird.
It's really interesting how far humankind has fallen. Like we were once a smart kind of invention from God.
Yeah.
You know what? We were smart. Humans built things and created things. And now they're mad that places are getting shut down because they stole all the things from them.
Yeah.
Like what?
And
Like, what is that?
They want to charge the corporation with a crime, but they don't want to charge the thieves.
You just know Jesus is coming back soon when crap like that starts happening.
They want to charge the corporation with a crime, but they don't want to charge the actual criminals. I like my bleep button.
Yeah, I like that too. That's fun.
Zach needs this. He needs a bleep button.
The DEI hire does need a bleep.
We love it. We love it. He would have a lot of fun. But one of his episodes would sound like Morse code. All right.
Is he still bad?
No, he's gotten a lot better, actually. Okay. Oh my gosh,
Good
it's
job,
so
Zach.
funny. There it is. He's done well. It's a little Morse code. All right. Let's take a quick break. Get to a word from our friends over at goldencrestmetals.com/LFA.
I'm sure by now you've heard that silver went up 160% last year. 2025. I bought this silver for $22 an ounce. It's now worth almost $100. And we and experts think that silver is going to get up to about $200 an ounce. Palladium and platinum were stuck at $900 an ounce for like over a year, or in that area. Now they're up over $2,000. Gold is approaching $5,000 an ounce. If you have ever thought about putting some or all of your retirement or nest egg or savings or just buying bullion in precious metals, now's the time to do it. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. That's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Go leave your name, your email, and your phone number. Schedule a time to talk to the folks over at Golden Crest Metals. Get your free gold guide today, and make sure you tune in on Saturdays at 1 p.m. for the Crest Report, where we dive deep into precious metals, why they're doing what they're doing, and where we expect them to go. It is like insider trading. Nancy Pelosi knows about that. We don't. It's just inside information. It's not even really that. It's called knowledge. Get yours today and get a part of gold, silver, palladium, and platinum and diversify your portfolio today. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA.
goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. I got a very a funny text. I'm not going to say who sent this to me. A good friend of ours.
Read it in his accent.
Love this. Okay. He said, "Happy Mother's Day, you mother." He ordered an OFP Farms gift box.
Oh, I love that.
Also said, this child with a minor thing, maybe that's why they have 4 and 5 names.
Wait, you didn't finish it in his accent?
Well, I'm sorry. Said that, but that's what it is. Maybe that's why they have 4 and 5 names.
Gosh.
Child with a minor.
Love that.
It's funny. He's on a roll this morning. We love him. All right. By the way, hails from Chicago. So,
yeah, when we saw him at the last event, he walks up to me towards the end and goes, Memorial Day.
We're going to have a fun Memorial Day. It's going to be a good weekend. We have our anniversary that weekend. We're going to eat some good food that weekend, hang out with some real fun people. We're excited. All right. What else? Okay. You know what? Let's end with Europe while we're giving out middle fingers and dropping F-bombs today. Well, we're not really dropping F-bombs. We're bleeping them, right? There it is. We love it. Okay. This here is what we want to give to Europe. Here is, Giorgia Meloni. She's the, I guess, prime minister. Is that the position of Italy? And she's, please don't pull the troops from Italy. Oh.
We used to like her, didn't we?
Yeah. Until she decided to be a total Karen. So the United States wants access to, the bases to launch some of their attacks against Iran. And she's like, no, you can't do that. Merz in Germany, Macron in France, whoever the hell's in charge of Spain, Keir Starmer, that's not an English accent, in the UK. But here's Giorgia Meloni. This one really gets me mad because when people pretend to be on our side and then pull a fast one, they're like, no, we're not going to give you any help. Even though Italy is at bigger risk than the United States regarding Iran. Mm-hmm. No, we're not going to give you any help. But then yesterday we talked about how Trump wants to pull 5,000 withdraw a ton of troops in Germany. And he's also talking about withdrawing troops in Italy. And by the way, it was a couple of weeks ago, we ran with this story. April 8th was when this story came out. So we probably ran it the next day, right? April 9th. This story on the Gateway Pundit. So we were talking about this for quite some time. By the way, the Hoft brothers of the Gateway Pundit, Jim and Joe, also dealing with some medical stuff. So keep them in your prayers as well as Rudy Giuliani. Trump eyes massive punishment for backstabbing NATO allies who abandoned America during Iran war. Troops to be shifted from France, Spain, and Italy, while others are rewarded. He's been saying this is coming for about a month. In Italy, Italian authorities denied U.S. military aircraft permission to land at key bases like Sigonella in Sicily when the missions were tied directly to the Iran campaign, another so-called ally that talked tough but folded when real support was requested. Here's Giorgia Meloni. Oh, poor me. Don't pull the troops out. How ridiculous.
Look, I can't tell you what will happen. As I've said many times before, we know that for some time now, the United States has, shall we say, been discussing a withdrawal from Europe, which is why I believe we must strengthen our security and, let's say, develop our capacity to respond in this regard. That said, it is clearly a decision that does not depend on me, and one that I personally would not support. But there is one thing I would like to make clear. Italy has always honored its commitments. Italy has honored every commitment it has undertaken. It has always done so. We have done so particularly within NATO. We have done so even when our direct interests were not at stake. We did so in Afghanistan. We did so in Iraq. And so, let's say, I do not consider some of the things that have been said about us to be fair, not least because, within the Atlantic Alliance, no one has ever appeared in a formal setting to ask the Allies' support regarding the choices they were making.
Okay, you don't think it's fair? You want to talk about fair? So all these Europeans, they walk around with their nose all from Europe, tradition. Okay, just stop with that. If it wasn't for us, you guys wouldn't exist. Fact. If you want, you are not entitled to our troops. You are not entitled to our defense. At least Israel. They're like, oh, what about Israel? People, what about Israel? They're not entitled to our defense either. At least Israel mows the grass for us over there a little bit, right? Some terrorists pop up, they bomb them. We're like, hey, thanks for bombing those guys. They don't like us either. Cool. What the hell does Europe do? Nothing. Pull the troops. Screw them. You didn't want to help when we asked for it? Oh, we're not going to offer our support anymore either. That's the way this transaction is going to work. You want something, you got to give something. You're not going to give something, you're going to get nothing. See Georgia Maloney crying, oh, we don't think it's fair. Well, I don't think the way you're treating us is fair. And guess what? We hold the cards. We have the strongest military in the world. We're the wealthiest country in the world. We have more resources than anybody over there in Europe. You need us. Without us, you're done. So guess what? We're out. Have a good time. Fend for yourselves. All right, Jeremy Herrell is up next on this Cinco de Porto. Happy Cinco de Porto. I'm going to get to work on my Cinco de Porto video. We'll dust off the sombrero again. Maybe put the poncho on as well. I hope everybody has a great rest of your Tuesday. Remember, Rutherford County, Tennessee. If you are watching from Rutherford County, Tennessee, make sure you get out and vote, preferably for Kenneth Barrett for sheriff here on this Cinco de Voto primary day. It's going to be a good time. I think we're going to have a very, very good night and a good result tonight in the primary. Thank you so much for watching and listening. Subscribe to us anywhere you get your podcast by searching for Ungoverned on any podcasting app that you have. Hit subscribe. We greatly appreciate it. Jeremy Herrell up next as President Trump says we will never give up. We will never give in. We will never ever surrender. If all else fails, we'll just become ungovernable. Thank you. God bless you. God bless this one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Happy Cinco de Porto. Jeremy Herrell up next. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Hey, good morning, everybody. It is Tuesday, Revenge of the 5th. Well, that is, of course, if you are a Star Wars fan, but it's also Cinco de Porto and Taco Tuesday. And because it's all Cinco de Porto and Taco Tuesday, you can't have white people tacos. You got to go out there and get the real deal, right? I'm just saying. Anyway, welcome to Live from America. You're locked and loaded right here, rumble.com/ElevateTV. I am your ever so humble, God-fearing host of the show, Jeremy Herrell, the hip-hop patriot. I'm broadcasting from the Hawkeye Red state of Iowa. Thank you for joining in today, and let me introduce to you our producer, wearing two hats today. He truly is the most bass producers of all time. He's a they, them. Eli, how you doing?
What's going on, LFA TV family and patriots? It's time to hit the button. It's time to hit the share button. We got a lot of news to get to, a lot of work to get to, so let's get to it.
Amen, ladies and gentlemen. A big shout out to producer Frankie as well, doing the dad thing, as his daughter is a few days old. Jay Deeds, Caramore, Chaps, 169, Claire, Miguel Ortiz, Nick is in the building, Big Mama Campbell, Diane, Willie Rumble, Big Mac, I love those things, in the building. Yamain is here, Twinkle Toes is here, B.A. Palumbo, DJR, Cousin Girl, Liz Ellis, Fun Mom, and how about L. Brower in the building? How you doing today, guys? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good morning. Tammy, good morning. I'd like to give a big shout out, if I could, to Sean Farish and Brennan Farish for holding it down on Ungoverned right before this show. And also, Joanne says, shout me out. There you go, Joanne. I got you. I saw it in time. Big shout out to Misfit Patriot for the daily breakdown right after a Rise Up this morning. If you guys are part of the team that's been here all day watching, big shout out to you. Too bad we couldn't pin one of those, most dedicated listener stars pins on you, but we do appreciate it. And if you are just chiming in and just joining in, then do me a favor, join the rest of the amazing team here. Make sure you reach down and click that thumbs up button. If you're still one of those people that can't do it, if you're still one of those people that you've never chatted in the live chat because you can't, and you've never given us a thumbs up because you can't, it literally takes 2 minutes. And then you can. And then we can give you a shout out and you can be part of making things happen. The best part about all of this movement, when it started back in 2015, is that we were all in it together. All boats rise, many hands make light work. So don't ever think that you're irrelevant. We need you now more than ever, okay? I'd like to start out today's show with a funny. I think that's usually the way I like to start the shows out, right? Now you guys know Josh Cedar, right? He's the guy who goes around and pretends he's a liberal or pretends he's a trans or pretends he's a progressive or pretends he's a commie or pretends he's Antifa or pretends he's BLM to make a point. And I got to say, he hit it out of the park with this one. By the way, a big shout out to everybody over at Wheelin' in Charlestown, New Hampshire. Good to see you guys. I know we got a lot of listeners over there, so get ready to laugh.
Hey, yeah, do you work here? Okay, I'm looking for the queer people of color self-defense class. Is that in the strip mall?
Yeah, it's right here.
Oh, okay. I tried the door and it looked like no one was there.
Yeah, it's inside.
Okay. I saw on the flyer it says that trans people fight for half off.
That's right.
Okay, so do I just pay you the discounted rate, or?
You're not a person of color.
Excuse me, bigot? I am transpigmented. I was assigned white skin at birth by my parents' bigoted doctor, but I identify as African American.
Dude, you're not black.
I just explained to you I'm transpigmented. You're not transpigment phobic, are you?
No, I'm not. Not at all.
Okay, so what's the issue?
Whatever you're doing here is going to confuse the kids.
What's that? Pretending to be something I'm not?
Exactly.
Got him.
So that's confusing to kids.
Got him.
Yeah, it is.
Do you see the irony in that?
No, I don't. You're not who you say you are.
You still don't see the irony in that?
No.
So he'll double down then.
Kind of like trans people
You need to leave.
saying they can change their gender
You know what? I'm just gonna call the cops.
because I'm trans.
No, because you're not who you say you are.
Like trans people. What's the difference?
They are who they say they are. You're not.
So you can change your gender?
You can absolutely change your gender.
Okay, then I identify as a woman, a black woman,
Shaniqua.
and I want to fight. Because as a lesbian, I need to be able to defend myself.
You're not black and you're not a woman.
Oh, so now you're being transphobic.
Look, man, just leave.
It is not man, it is ma'am. Do not misgender me again and do not mispigment me.
Okay, we're done. I'm calling the cops.
You're calling the cops on me because I'm trans?
No, because
Do you
you're
know-
out here lying. You're not who you say you are.
Like all trans people.
No, trans people are who they say they are. You're not.
So only certain trans people.
Look, man, stop trying to get...
Don't misgender me again. I am a sister, a black sister. My name's Shaniqua. Do not mispigment me and misgender me.
You need to leave now.
Or what? You're gonna call the cops on me because I'm
Yes.
trans?
Yes, I will call
All right,
the cops.
call the cops.
I'm gonna do it right now.
All right, fascist. Hey, yeah, do you work here?
I love what he does. I love it. I love it. You guys remember the time that he went into the bong shop, the head shop, and he's like, "Can you believe that they really want to do the Save America Act?" And he's doing. By the way, the beard brush, over the top, awesome, right? The way he's constantly brushing his beard that's only stubbles, over the top, awesome. So stereotypical and perfect. But when he goes into that bong shop and he's like, yeah, I'll take a... He's like, can you believe this Save America Act that they really want you to show an ID to vote for the people who are going to run this country? Isn't that ridiculous? And the store owner's like, yeah, that's stupid. And he's like, I know it. I can't believe they're bigoted enough to make us do that. I know, it's horrible. Yeah, it is. I'll take that bong, that pipe, and that pre-roll, please. And he goes, okay, ID. And he just looks at the camera. Does one of these numbers. It was so perfect. It was so perfect. His name is Josh Cedar or Cider. I don't know the exact way to say it. I've never actually spoken to him. But I love his content. It's beautiful. You know what I love the most is like when he walks down the street and he's like dressed as like an LGBTQ parade or something. And he's dressed all provocative like a gay guy. And he's holding a sign and he's leading the charge. But in the front of on his sign that nobody behind him can see is this whole thing is retarded and these people behind me are retards. And they're all like, yeah, 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 yeah. Hey, in a world like this, in times like these, you have to be able to laugh. You have to be able to find something in all of this to make light of, make fun of, and still be a serious person that wants to tackle some of these issues. But sometimes the best way to spread awareness about these issues is what Josh is doing. He's killing it. I love it. I absolutely love it. Good on him. If you guys love this program, if you love this show, then tell your friends about the podcast. The audio podcast, Live from America with Jeremy Herrell. As you can see, you get both the Rise Up show. This is yesterday's. Here we go. We'll just click on this real quick. This is yesterday's Rise Up. We talked about doing things for recognition. And this is yesterday's Live from America, where we talked about more death threats to the president. Now, as soon as the show is over today, both of these shows will go up on audio. You know one thing I never understood about podcasts, audio podcasts, which was out before video, is the fact that they can't be live. Now, if I wanted this to be on like Twitter or X Spaces or something like that, it could be live audio there. But there's none of these audio podcast feeds allow you to be live. And I always thought that was the dumbest thing. It's like, so wait, you have to upload your podcast when it's done? Well, yeah, how else are you supposed to edit it? One of the people that I talked to said. And I'm like, what if you don't need to edit it? What if you want to take that stuff, you do it live and you're done, and you send it on? Oh, yeah, we don't do that. Nobody does that. Apple doesn't do that. Spotify doesn't do that. No. None of you guys do that. No. I always thought that was a wasted opportunity. And maybe that's why video podcasting has become the new news. Live from America, Jeremy Herrell, anywhere you get your podcast, folks. And by the way, we're seeing a huge, just like Sean said, we're seeing a huge uptick in all of that. Trump speaking right now from the Oval Office. We'll get that pulled up here for you guys as soon as the intro is done. We got to say hello to everybody first. We got to do our morning Pete opening statements. LFATV.us. This is our official website. This is where you go primarily for become a one-time or a monthly donor. Also, if you do it through Rumble Rants, that's just as good. Definitely recurring, whether it's $1 a month, $5 a month, 10 or more, is better for us because we were able to budget then. And, with a growing company, it's better to be able to budget. You can also watch our latest shows. And you can watch our latest short clips. As you can see, we made a short clip of that Cruella DeVille thing yesterday. And the Tucker Carlson completely exposed. From all of the hosts here at LFA TV. So check that out. And, of course, check out the store. That's LFATV.us. LFATV.us. Let's go to the Lord in prayer, and then we'll bring you to President Trump. Okay? Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen. All right, we're gonna pull that up here real quick here. President Trump speaking from the Oval Office. And just give us 1 second here. Get this feed over from El White House. Since it's Cinco de Mayo, we say El White House and El President Trump, El Presidente, right? Looks like he's got some kids in the office, so let's go there now, shall we? Where's the
boats with a machine gun on the front of them? Because they had a Navy of 159 ships. Every single ship in the first week was, right, Pete? Every single ship they had is resting underwater, right? At the bottom of the sea. They have no Navy. It's totally wiped out. Same thing with their Air Force. So we're doing well, but it's all about, having a great country. And one of the things I think that when they talk about physical fitness, one of the things I notice about friends of mine, all of the people, all of the great athletes here, is their mind is better than people that aren't fit. It's because I think the mind, once you hit a ball well, or you do whatever it is that you run well, or play hockey as great as you play it, but once you obviously have to have a certain physicality. You can't have somebody with a great mind and zero athletic talent, right? But when you get up to that league, it's all about the mind. The mind is so important, and these people express it, I think, better than anybody. So with that, I'd like to ask somebody that's done really an incredible job. He has got some group of people that love him, some big group of people. It was a big day when he endorsed me for president. Very unusual, because I happen to be a Republican. I would say that Republicans were not too big in the Kennedy family, but they're big now because he's the biggest in the group, and everybody respects him a lot. He's doing a fantastic job. So, Bobby, would you say a few words, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. Almost immediately after my uncle was elected in 1960, he came across some federal data that showed that 5% of American kids were obese. And that was more than double the European number. And he became very concerned that Americans were becoming soft. And he published an article before his inauguration called The Soft American, in which he said that there's a national security issue. It threatens our economy. We need a vigorous population that is in good shape spiritually, morally, physically, if we're going to continue to exercise leadership around the world. And he launched the physical fitness test, which became a milestone for my generation, for several generations after me. It was an enduring rite of passage for us that everybody in my generation remembers. It was a benchmark also because we did pull-ups, sit-ups, shuttle runs, and a number of other events, and it was a benchmark for measuring national physical fitness. Around that time, my uncle came across correspondence between Teddy Roosevelt and the head of the commandant of his Marine Corps. And Teddy Roosevelt asked him, what are the metrics? What are the physical requirements for a Marine? And Roosevelt, or the commandant, wrote him back saying that a Marine had to walk 50 miles in a single day with a 30-pound pack. My uncle wrote a letter to his commandant and said, can today's Marines do the same thing? The following day, he had a cabinet meeting. It was on a Friday, and he had private cabinet meetings, unlike the ones that we have to go through here. My uncle was, I'll just say this, my uncle was proud. He was the first president that televised press conferences. And he was very proud. He did more press conferences than any president in history. He did 64 in his 1,000 days in office. This president does that every 2 months. He does a press conference every day, and our cabinet meetings, for better or for worse, are also televised. But it's the most transparent administration that we've ever seen, the most successful administration in history. And he went into that cabinet meeting, that private cabinet meeting next morning, and he said to the cabinet, one of you has to do a 50-mile hike.
We are going to go ahead and skip the rest of this. This is a proclamation to do with health. If you want to watch this, you're more than welcome to go to the White House's YouTube or Rumble page, and I'm sure that they will be broadcasting it there. But we got some actual pressing news to get to, and I do not want to waste any time because we won't get to any of the stories. So getting back into the first and foremost section, please lift up your cups, and let's have our first slurp of the day. By the way, I know somebody in the live chat going to go, well, that's important too. I know. What's more important? The proclamation that is getting signed in the Oval Office right now pertaining to the youth and our health of our nation, which I think is probably long-term important. But what's more short-term important? How about Tony Fauci's statute of limitations runs out next week? That's pretty near-term important, I would say. Tony Fauci's statute of limitations to be charged for lying to Congress about gain of function has 1 week. If he's not charged by the DOJ for lying to Congress about his gain of function, which we approved over and over and over, then it's got to be done in a week. Will the DOJ do it? I don't know. But I got to say, I'm not a fan of this guy, Rand Paul. But Rand Paul has been going after Tony Fauci like a bloodhound for quite some time. And he's now blowing the trumpet and saying, hey, we got 1 week. 1 week to charge this guy. It's time to get him. And look, the way I see it is, I don't know what kind of pardons pertain to Tony Fauci from the White House or from the auto pen. I don't know if he was given a pardon for this, that, or the third, what he was given a pardon for. But I will say this, if President Trump is going to stick by any pardon that went out for anybody, for any reason that came from any auto pen, it's time to test that. It's time to stress test that and go after this son of a gun. Because I'll tell you what, If anybody's guilty of murder, it's this guy. Here's what Rand Paul wrote. The Department of Justice has 1 week to charge Anthony Fauci for the worst cover-up in modern medical history. He lied to Congress about funding gain-of-function research in Wuhan. Millions died, trillions of dollars were spent, economies crashed, and Fauci walked away with book deals and fawning media coverage instead of handcuffs. I re-upped my criminal referral to the DOJ because the evidence is overwhelming and the justice has been delayed long enough. Hey, Rand Paul, I agree with you, and I think you're an idiot. In 2021, Fauci clashed with Senator Rand Paul. I remember it like it was yesterday. During the Senate hearings, Rand Paul was the only one that brought receipts and went after him. Fauci looked the American people in the eye and denied that the NIH had funded gain-of-function research in Wuhan. We found out later that they were doing it in back channels because it was illegal to do here, so they figured, well, let's just do it there. Quote, Dr. Fauci, are you aware that it is crime to lie to Congress? Section 1001 of the U.S. Criminal Code. Critics say a felony and 5-year penalty for lying to Congress, Rand Paul said in 2021. Months later, the NIH, which is the National Institute of Health, was forced to admit that they did fund the very research that Fauci swore under oath never happened. Remember when Francis Collins, the director of the NIH, had to put that out there? In 2023, July of that year, Rand Paul formally criminally referred Fauci to the DOJ. Then in July of 25, Rand Paul announced that he would reissue the criminal referral. This time to the Trump DOJ. Or should I say, to Pam Bondi. After it was revealed that Fauci had received a shady AutoPen pardon from Biden that wasn't even properly approved. The New York Times reviewed some of the emails that the National Archives handled and handed over to the Trump DOJ as part of their investigation into the AutoPen scandal and confirmed that Fauci's pardon was not approved by Biden. Rather, approved by Chief of Staff Jeff Zients, actually, who approved the pardons for Tony Fauci and others on January 19th, a day before President Trump took over. So, it isn't us that's telling you, for all you naysayer, Trump hater, retarded people out there, that there was an blanket AutoPen pardon for many people. It isn't just us that is telling you that it was not approved by Biden. It's the failing left wing, your newspaper lefties, New York Times, that did that investigation after we did, of course, and found out that there was not a properly approved pardon. So let's stress test that, shall we? Todd Blanche, I know you're busy. Time to get busier, because this is of utmost importance as well. Quote, Biden did not individually approve each name on the categorical pardons that applied to large numbers of people. He and aides confirmed, said the New York Times. Now with the statute of limitations expiring, Paul has given the DOJ one final public ultimatum, which is the American people deserve better. Will the DOJ finally act before it's too late? Or will the worst cover-up in modern medical history go and be left unpunished for Tony Fauci to live out his days? And that's the top story of the day, folks. Which means, you know what our job is today. Whether you post a picture, whether you post just a statement, whether you write just a simple paragraph, whatever it is, I say post a picture of Tony Fauci and then tag the DOJ and tag Todd Blanche and tag the FBI and tag Kash Patel and say, we've got a week to hold this guy accountable. Are you going to be like Pam Bondi and let this guy go? Because she's had it on her desk for about 8 months as AG. By the way, folks, today's a very important day. I know this is a weave that I'm going off on here, kind of. But today in Indiana, voting, primaries. Get your butt out there. Vote in Indiana today. Do not forget, if you have friends in Indiana, call them and let them know. If you have family in Indiana, text them and remind them. Today is voting in Indiana. Get up and get out there. Now, we got about 3,400 people watching right now here on Rumble. I'd like to say hi to all of you. Appreciate you guys being here. Over on YouTube, what do we have? Let's see. 35 people watching over on YouTube. I'd like to give some shout outs over there. How about to Nancy? How you doing? Synergy Julep. How you doing? Zab, 1957. Earth Angel. Earth Angel, will you be my... Eli, I don't think I could say Earth Angel without singing that song. I got to be honest with you.
Because Marvin Berry sang it the best in Back to the Future.
It's your cousin, Marvin Berry. Listen to this, right? Big shout out to Shinobi Wolf over there and Scott Rollins. If you guys could do me a favor over on YouTube, we're trying to regain that or regrow that YouTube page that was our second YouTube page they stole from us. So please share out that channel. We would appreciate that. We're going to move on from Tony Fauci and we're going to go to Eric Swalwell, another person that needs to be locked up. Eric Swalwell's week is going bad to worse. Disgraced former Congressman Eric Swalwell allegedly sent disgustingly sexual, explicit perv videos to himself, to various women online. And I wonder how long people have had these. You know what I mean? Like all these videos that just come out. Or like people that 20 years ago, he raped me. Like, where were these stories for 20 years? Where were these videos? And why are they just coming out now? Well, I would argue that it's the Democrat Party that is finishing off what they started with this guy. See, the Democrat Party is Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein was the Democratic Party. Everything that guy was guilty of doing, the blackmail, the underage, the perverted, the sexual immoral things that guy did, the bribing and the blackmailing that he was engaged in. The reason why the Democrats only started talking about him when Trump was president was because he was their guy. And they were his. And they were a team. And everything that he did, they did politically. They hold on to videos. They hold on to all the cards and the receipts for whenever they need to drop them. Swalwell is facing charges in New York as well as California. And some are now saying he would be lucky if he avoided prison. This is from Mediaite. Eric Swalwell sent women videos of himself. Earmuffs, kids, by the way. Martha said that's why Epstein got dead. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Hey, look, they're the party of the KKK. They're the party of blackmail. They're the party of sexual immoral things. Look at D.C. when they were there. Look at D.C. Look at the White House. Look what was going on there. Look at the Christmas parties and the Christmas events. Look at the immoral sexual acts and lewd acts that were going on in the Senate chamber. These people are sexually deprived, demonic murderers. That's what they are. That's the Democratic Party. That's why Will calls them Democrats. Now, if there's any kids in the room, I'm going to ask you to either tell them to leave the room while I say this, or ask you to put some earmuffs on them, okay? Eric Swalwell sent explicit videos of himself masturbating, asking others to masturbate for him, and perverted messages after joining Snapchat to restore faith in our democracy. Former Democratic Congressman Eric Swalwell was accused of by multiple women of sending sexual messages, including videos of him masturbating, after becoming one of the first members of Congress to join Snapchat in an effort to restore faith in democracy. In a bombshell report Sunday, less than a month after Swalwell resigned from Congress after being accused of rape and sexual assault by multiple women, CNN spoke to more than a dozen women who claimed the congressman had made them feel uncomfortable, both in person and online, over the past 10 years. This was the Democrats' boy, guys. Remember, he fooled all of us. He just fooled all of us, darn it. He was just such a cunning, sly 007 kind of character. He was just so good at hiding everything we didn't know. We didn't know about Fang Fang. We didn't know about this guy being drunk, being on video saying, I only F10s. We didn't know that. He fooled all of us. How dare he? How dare he? How dare he do this to us, the Democrat Party? He was heralded in the media as the Snapchat King of Congress. Quote, we can restore a lot of faith that people have in their democracy by opening it up a little bit more. Swalwell told The Hill in 2016 after joining the messaging service, Snapchat is a great way we can do that. To make matters worse, Swalwell is allegedly still communicating with former interns on social media. You know why James O'Keefe always catches people in honeypots? Because demonic left-wing people cannot turn down a sexually explicit offer from anyone, gay or straight. They love it all. They're disgusting. They, thems.
The New York Times wrote about Eric Swalwell. We know he's a disgraced congressman, not in your party, other party, but same state. They said this, that Mr. Swalwell is still to this day using Snapchat as recently as this week. Swalwell communicated directly with a former intern on the app and asked her why she took a screenshot of his chat history. Why is he still messaging interns on Snapchat?
Yeah.
Because he's sick in the head and he's arrogant. This is what these politicians become. They go to Washington, they get in that culture, and they think the law doesn't apply to them, and that they can act boorishly and break the rules and treat people with utter disrespect. That's the epitome of the Washington do as I say, not as I do culture. But the reality is also that the Democrat Party protected him. Don't tell me that senior Democrats like Nancy Pelosi and Xavier Becerra and others didn't know about his bad behavior.
That's
they knew
exactly
damn
right.
well. They knew Katie Porter was disrespecting her staff. But they protect their own as long as they are useful. When Democrats got worried that they were going to get locked out of the governor's race in this primary, they decided Swalwell and Katie Porter were no longer useful to them, and that's why they released the damaging information. It's corrupt, Kaylee, and they know that they protect these bad actors until they're no longer useful.
I didn't even watch that video before I said what I said. I have the story. I have the outlines of the story pulled up. I knew this video pertained to that, but I had no idea that guy was going to say exactly what he said there, which is exactly what I just said, which the whole world's got to know, right? That the Democrat Party are the ones that are running these operations, that they're the ones that brought all this out about Swalwell. It wasn't the Republicans. The Republicans didn't do this to Eric Swalwell. Eric Swalwell did this to himself. And I would love to see that guy. Imagine him in prison. Imagine Eric Swalwell is in prison. Imagine how he would handle himself in prison. I could tell you who he'll be. If he goes to an actual prison, not like a kiddie prison, like when I say that I mean like a frat house prison. If he goes to an actual prison, I can guarantee you Eric Swalwell will be wearing high heels. He'll be wearing red Kool-Aid for lipstick, and he'll be tying the front of his shirt in a knot real tight, and he'll be somebody's girlfriend. And he'll probably love every single bit of it. He'll probably request to be a celly with P. Diddy so that oil can be a part of it. But don't try to take P. Diddy's girl, because if you try to take P. Diddy's girl and enter that man, he farts so hard that you'll never be able to do it. Eric Fartwell, everyone, prison bound, hopefully. And now that he's not in Congress, it's a higher chance that he actually will go to prison. Question, who in particular is in charge of this information when it gets released? Well, probably the leaders of their party. And I'm not talking about the official leaders like Hakeem Jeffries. I'm sure his dumbass doesn't have anything to do with it. But we're talking about unofficial leaders of the party, right? People that are in charge of these parties from like Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and the old heads, the ones that have been running the game for decades. They're the ones that are in charge. I would argue, and I don't know this, but I would argue that Nancy Pelosi is the top dog. You know, that everything runs up to her. I mean, Hillary Clinton wasn't even as powerful as Nancy Pelosi. You guys got to understand what that woman did for so many years. Remember, she was third in line to the presidency for how many years? She has access to information and she's privy to things that you and I will never know about. I would argue that Nancy Pelosi is that person. Now, moving on to another member of their party. For now, Republicans are working to flip Senator John Fetterman to their side. And he could receive a Trump endorsement and financial backing. I knew this was coming. And whether you like this or not, he is your best opportunity, or your best option, I should say, in his district to continue on being a senator in his district. We know that Pennsylvania is not going to redistrict. So in his district, it's either going to be him or it's going to be whoever the Democrats run up against him. So I guess we'll see. But here's the story. Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman is being courted by the Republicans ahead of the midterm elections in a pursuit that could determine control of the U.S. Senate. According to Politico, Republican operatives are working to try to lure Fetterman across the aisle and bolster their Senate majority ahead of the midterms. I bet he does it. I'm going to tell you right now, if he doesn't, when his term is up, he's done. Because the Democrats are already putting money behind somebody against him. I bet he does it. See, we would get him on our side for the rest of his term. And the rest of his term is, hold on. The rest of John Fetterman's term, his term ends. He went from 23 to 2028. So his term would end in 2028. A new senator would take over in 2029. Is that how that goes? I'm trying to think here. So he's got a good 3 years left. 2 to 3 years left that he's going to be in that district. So imagine getting him on our side, strengthen our majority in the Senate. And he'll have time to prove himself if he wants to be a senator again after that, where money is dumped into him, because he's got no race to run from now until then. I told you this was going to happen. I knew they were going to try to get him over there. Trump has made the sell, offering his patented and total complete endorsement, plus a financial windfall to the Pennsylvanian. A handful of Senate Republicans are also gently feeling out Fetterman and responding to his concerns over the prospect of defecting from the Democratic Party. Multiple high-level GOP officials say if Fetterman does flip, according to officials who were given anonymity to talk about sensitive matters, it will be thanks in large part to his deepening friendship with a pair of senators and their high-profile spouses, Senator Dave McCormick of Pennsylvania and his wife Dina, and Senator Katie Britt of Alabama and her husband Wesley. Trump, who knows a thing or two about party switching, has also gotten on the action. He's told one GOP senator he prefers Fetterman making a full conversion to Republican, according to a source familiar with the conversation. And Trump has said if Fetterman does, then he would reciprocate. In his typical unsubtle fashion, the president conveyed as much to Sean Hannity in March and asked Hannity to play intermediary. Fetterman has so far played down the idea of and maintained that he would be a, quote, shitty Republican. Quote, I don't think I'll be changing. I'm a Democrat and I'm staying one. I'd be a shitty Republican. Well, here's what I'll say to that. At least he's honest, number one. His entire family are conservative individuals, number two. And number three, regardless of what he said about if he would be a good Republican or not, he's voted with the Republicans for the last 6 to 8 months. He is on air all the time sounding like a Republican. So, do I want John Fetterman in the Republican Party? No, but I don't want John Thune in the Republican Party either. I don't want Mike Johnson in the Republican Party. I don't want Steve Scalise in the Republican Party. I don't want Jim Jordan or Jim Comer in the Republican Party. They're not strong enough, in my opinion. Are they Republicans? Yes. But they're old school establishment Republicans, and I don't want them either. But we get what we get. And the question is, would you rather have a senator who votes with Republicans for the next 3 years or a senator who's prone to vote with Democrat? Which would you rather have? Because if we have an official senator who flips over to the Republican side, then we can guarantee we'll get that vote every time. So to me, what do you have to lose for the next 3 years? You're not putting any money into the guy now. There's no race to run for him. The only thing there is for him to come over and be a Republican, vote with Republicans. If he does that and he stays true and honest for the next 2 years and he wants to run again, then you put money into him. I don't really see the downside here for at least the next 2 to 3 years. I don't see a downside. We have a lot of Republicans in there that are in name only. What's another one? This one who actually votes with us. He thinks we should have voter ID. He is open to voting for the Save America Act. But what I don't think he's open for is getting rid of the filibuster, if I'm not mistaken. Somebody might remember that. I'm not sure what he said about that or not. Sophie said, Tulsi, RFK Jr., Democrats and are very good. President Trump was a Democrat. He's very good as well. Reese says, rather have real MAGA. What the hell? MAGA, get in the office and run, run, run. Here's the problem. A real MAGA person would not win in that district. Jeremy, John Thune is working with Trump. The SAVE Act will be passed at the right time when it's too late for the deep state to counter it. This will all be deeper, more planned than usual. I don't really agree with that, JDH Patriot, because we don't have any time. We're going to do it so late that it won't matter this midterm. That's my problem with it. Yeah, I agree that it will be passed. I put money on the fact that I think it'll be passed. But the problem is, will he run out the clock so it cannot be enforced for this midterm? Okay? That's the issue. If we don't get the SAVE Act passed until, let's say, August, doesn't matter. Maybe even in July, it won't matter because there won't be enough time to enforce it. There won't be enough time to reprint ballots that have already been sent out in certain states. So, while I agree with you, do I think it'll be passed? Yes. Will it be passed in time? That's the problem. Patriot Pat Ohio said that I look very nice and professional today. Well, I appreciate that. I do that for you, right? Scotty said gas jumped here yesterday. What the F? I'm not happy. Nobody in the country is happy about the gas prices, and they jumped everywhere. Nothing is going to change until Trump is done with his strategy in Iran. And yesterday we found out that the soldiers are now not getting paid. How long before they revolt against the regime that's still got their foothold in everywhere? Do you want to understand why you can never defeat the regime in Iran just by using air power? I'll tell you why. Because Iran decentralized their power. There's no longer a central power. There's no, like you take out, Maduro, you take out everything, right? Well, Iran splintered their power into underground rat cells, and they're all over the country. So unless you actually send boots on the ground, you cannot fully eradicate them. So what do? You turn the public against them. You starve them. That's what you do. That's what Trump is doing. And in the meantime, it's going to cost us money because the gas prices are not dictated by directly the president. Actions that the president takes happen to have an impact on the gas prices because the gas and oil executives and companies use those actions and then they exploit the people that buy their product. You understand? Nobody likes the gas prices right now. But let me ask you a hypothetical question here and let's see your answer. If gas prices go down to $1.50 a gallon or less, let's say sometime in the next month or two, let's say that happens, are you going to remember being this mad about $4.50 gas? If gas goes down to $1.50 or less, are you even going to remember being this mad about gas today? That's the plan. Now, if gas never goes down again, then I will expect the DOJ and the FBI to open a fast, quick investigation into these companies and OPEC and hold them all accountable for price gouging. But I'm not going to be mad. I know if I'm filling up for $20 a tank and I'm driving, I'm going to go, screw that time that gas prices were high for 3 months. Big Mac said, I'm not mad now. Me neither. We're just not drive. I know a lot of people drive for work, and I understand. I'm not trying to downplay how much it sucks for you. I'm really not. Not at all. I'm just telling you to look past Friday. That's a saying, not actual Friday. Okay? All right, moving on. Who lives in Michigan? Raise your hand. We actually got some huge election integrity news in Michigan, and it's a victory for us. So if you're in the great, grand, beautiful state of Michigan, this is for you. Governor Whitmer appointed judge who forces Michigan Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson to stop hiding critical voting data from the public and to make it public now. All right, let's get into this. And yet another major victory for election integrity, warriors, and government transparency. The Michigan Court of Claims just slammed the brakes on the Michigan Bureau of Elections' blatant attempt to hide how voters actually cast their ballots. In an opinion and order granting summary disposition to plaintiff, the Court of Claims Judge Christopher P. Yates ruled in favor of longtime election integrity advocate Fanny Phani Mantravadi, founder of Check My Vote, in his Freedom of Information Act lawsuit against the Michigan Bureau of Elections. The fight over the Bureau's sudden decision in March of 2024 to begin redacting the all-important voting type column from the qualified file. This column shows whether each voter cast their ballot on election day, early in person, or by absentee ballot. For years, this critical information was publicly available. Then under Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson, the Bureau quietly stripped it out, claiming it was necessary to protect a, quote, secret ballot. How secret? This secret? Remember this, ladies and gentlemen? You remember this crap? Remember when this happened in Michigan? First it was Georgia, then Michigan. Look at that. Let's look at it in a broader sense there. Look at that. Remember when they put up all the cardboard and said you couldn't look in? Can't see what we're doing? Send everybody home? Continued to count all night, which we know because we have video footage of it, which no judge would carry up because they said, no one has standing. How about, I don't know, the people of Michigan? How about they have standing? This happened right after Fulton County said, oh, we have a water leak. Judge Christopher Yates, whom Democrat Governor Gretchen Whitmer appointed to the Michigan Court of Appeals, wasn't buying Jocelyn Benson's bullshit story about why they need to hide the truth about a type of voting used by each voter. The court ruled that a vast majority of voting type information must be released to the public under the FOIA. The judge made it crystal clear that the Bureau failed to prove any valid FOIA exemption or constitutional reason to blanket redact this information and this data for every voter in the entire state. He noted that limited redaction might be justified only in extremely rare cases involving very small precincts. I love it. Would you guys like to see a picture of this judge so we can celebrate this judge and this big win in Michigan? This is going to do good for voter transparency there. And it's going to be very easy to audit now. Right? There he is right there, Judge Christopher Yates. Let's go ahead and give Judge Christopher Yates the Smarty Award of the day for doing something honest, transparent, and righteous. Judge Christopher Yates, Smarty Award of the day. Now, staying with elections and the states, and we're going to move from the state of Michigan to the state of Maine. Now, you guys all know that Maine, right now, John Fetterman, of all people, came out yesterday and said that the state of Maine is quietly slipping into communism, and they have a plan to do it. Now, a sitting U.S. senator would be privy to information like this and conversations behind closed doors, and says that the state of Maine has an actual plan to move the state towards communism and skip socialism altogether. We know that Maine governor said that she's jumping out of the Senate race because of lack of funds, right? Here she is speaking to some people in Maine.
I'm Grandma Senator, and I'm your governor. We're going to fight back against Donald Trump. Now, I've been doing so as your secretary. I was standing up to Trump before it was popular. Because January 6th was an insurrection. And I was doxxed, I was swatted. My husband and I had to go live in a safe house. But every day I drove to the office to do my job, to speak truth, to stand up for democracy, because I won't back.
So, this here speaking to a crowd is Maine Secretary of State Sheena Bellows, after Janet Mills pulled out of the Senate race. And this is how she says she's going to fight back against Trump, especially now.
Back down to bullies. And last summer, when Trump's DOJ came for your personal voter data and every American's voter data, I was one of the first secretaries of state in the country to say, hell no. I'm Grandma Senator, and I'm your governor.
Hold on.
We're going to fight back.
We got to stop. She said, when they came for the voting data, I was the first one to stand up and say, hell no. The DOJ has a lawsuit on the state of Maine right now and many other states to get their voting rolls. She said, hell no, that's your personal data that you and you alone have access to. Well, hold on a minute. Hold on. Hold up. Wait. Why should the state of Maine be the only ones to have access to the voting rolls and the voting data of the people who lived there who voted in a federal election for the President of the United States of America? Why does she think that she has the right, or any of these governors or secretary of states, why do they think they have the right to hold on to that data that determines the President of the United States of America? We don't want your state data. We want your federal data in the last presidential election. No, you can't have it. Why? It's for the presidency of the United States of America. Don't you think we should have an audit trail for something like that? By the way, we are beating Benny Johnson now on the leaderboard by 50 live viewers, and we are behind Real America's Voice by 500 live viewers. Keep you guys updated. If you're voting for the President of the United States of America, then the federal government should have access to those voting rolls. But really, we just want to make sure there's no illegal aliens on them. That's why you're not giving it up. Because you don't want the feds to see how many illegal aliens are voting in the state of Maine. Let's find out here. Let's find out. How many undocumented, because you can't say illegal alien when you're asking, immigrants live in, it was actually the first thing when I started typing it. It says, estimates suggest that there are approximately only 5,000 illegal aliens in Maine. Other estimates say around 5,800. Yeah. You know who they're counting there? They're counting the people who have some kind of TPS, temporary protective status. They're counting people who are on the books here under some kind of program or under some kind of, what do they call it? Asylum. How much you want to make a bet? There's about 20,000 minimum in the state of Maine, in and around Portland, who are completely under the radar that no one knows about. You see how they fudge those numbers? You can't tell me there's only 5,000 illegal aliens in the state of Maine, okay? New England is riddled with illegal aliens, except, Eli, for Cape Cod. Cape Cod is not riddled with illegal aliens, remember? Te amo, here, take this bottle of water, here. We love you, get the hell out of here.
Cape Cod and Martha's Vineyard, the same place? I never knew that.
Martha's Vineyard, Cape Cod, it's all part of that rich area. I think Martha's Vineyard is an island off of the Cape Cod region. They're all same area. You know, the same area that Barack Obama's buying beachfront property saying that the waters are going to rise up and everybody's going to get swallowed. Yeah. Yeah. The hatred for President Trump from these states is unlike anything I've ever seen in my entire life. I have never seen so much hatred for a man. Oh, I got a story for you. You ready for this? Oh, I can't believe I forgot to tell you this when we first started today. We needed 3 new outlets in our basement. Okay? We only had 2 outlets in our basement, one on one side and one all the way on the other. Nothing in the middle. So we needed 3 outlets put in our basement. So we had an electrician come over. And the electrician, when he came over the first time, I don't like Trump, blah, 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 blah. Cool story, bro. Cool story. How about you do your job that I'm paying you to do? How about that? He came back the next time we had him come back, and he's like, you know what? I think I told you the story the other day about how he said he liked Bernie Sanders, and then I told him all about Bernie Sanders. Well, then our air condition, the central air unit that's on our house, crapped the bed. Didn't work, right? Now, from where I'm from, we didn't have central air. We had air conditioners that you put in your window, right? In New England, that's about what you have. So we'd have like 4 air conditioners in our house put in the window. Well, here in the Midwest, everybody's got central air units. Okay, cool. That's great. That's better. I don't have to haul out air conditioners and put them in every fall and spring, right? So I get home yesterday, and the air conditioner guy's there trying to figure out what's wrong with their air conditioner. And I'm sitting in my driveway on my phone, leaning up over my wife's car, and from behind me, I hear somebody walking up. And it's this air conditioning guy who's supposed to be out back working on the air conditioner. I guess he's coming to the truck for something. He comes by, he sees my truck sitting there because I just pulled in, and he says, "Go Biden, go Biden. Is that what I heard you say?" And I said, quite the opposite, actually, sir. I knew he was just kidding, right? Turns out he had a lot to tell me about Trump and Israel and how they control him and the world. Now, let me tell you, I do this all day, every day of my life. The last thing I want to do when I go home is argue with somebody that I am probably paying more than I have to be at my house to fix something specific. I don't want to sit in my driveway and argue politics with you, bro. Especially since you don't know what you're talking about. So as he sat there trying to make a point, I literally said, "Can you tell me?" I said, "I got to stop you here. I got to stop you here." Okay? T. Collins, he wasn't the owner of the company. This was a worker for the company. So I already got a quote from the guy to anyway, and he's okay. The guy that owns the company is okay. The worker that he sent there is who I'm talking about. He's an older guy. I said, let me ask you a question. Do you think America, this is what I said to him. I said this exactly to him. I said, do you think America is the most powerful country to ever exist? Absolutely. Militarily? Absolutely. Financially, economically? Absolutely. Do you think there's anything that America couldn't do if they wanted to, like take over a country? Nope, they could take over any country. I said, okay, cool. So can you tell me how a country the size of Rhode Island, that doesn't even have as many people in it as some of our smallest states, controls the entire United States of America, the apparatus of every agency and the president of the United States? Oh, influence. Oh, influence. Yeah, they have influence over them. What influence? Money. Okay. Okay. Well, then tell me, why are they number 10 on the lobby list? Behind China, Japan, the UAE. Why are they number 10? Well, I didn't know they were number 10. Well, they are. They're number 10 on how much money that they lobby in D.C. to get Israeli-friendly bills passed. Number 10. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, they're number 10. Well, what about Trump, man? I thought he was going to blah, 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 and he seems to be owned by Benjamin Netanyahu. I said, what about Trump seems to be owned by Benjamin Netanyahu? And he says, well, he's fighting this war for Iran. I said, really? Then how come President Trump has called the shots and told Benjamin Netanyahu when he can and can't do something after he screwed up that first ceasefire deal? Oh, I didn't know he did. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. And if he's fighting this war for Israel, why are we still fighting the war? Do you think we could wipe out Iran in one day? He said, the whole population. I said, then why don't we? And better yet, here's a better question I asked him, and this is how I ended it. If Israel runs the world, which you think they do, how come Gaza and Palestine exists? He said, what do you mean? I said, well, it's a tiny little area. It's a hell of a lot smaller than Iran. It's even smaller than the country of Israel. If they're the most powerful people on earth, why are they concerned with the flea on their back, which is Palestine, and the people that live in the Gaza Strip? Why don't they just get rid of them? Why don't they just push them to the sea? And he goes, well, I never really thought about that. And then he said this to me, trying to save face and trying not to be an asshole at the same time, Eli. He says this to me. Well, I'm sorry, I'm not the big bad podcaster who knows everything about news. And I said, nope, no worries. You don't have to apologize. I said, do you know everything about the heating and air conditioning unit that you're working on? He said, not everything, but pretty much. I said, ditto. I do this for a living. I don't want to do it in my driveway. Please get back to work. In which he did. And I sat there and watched him on my porch in the rain till he finished. Thanked him for his work, shook his hand, and said, have a nice day. Oh, I also called him small-minded. I said that I'd expect that from a small-minded person who doesn't know anything about what he's talking about. He was actually starting to get me pissed off. So I started being a little bit more passive, a little aggressive against him. I said, you know about what you do. I know about what I do. And yes, I do know everything. So maybe he'll turn into a Trumper like the electrician. I guess I just got to give out lessons everywhere we go to people who don't know what the hell they're talking about.
President Trump, an assassin, tried to kill Trump. Okay, yeah. He tried to kill him the other day.
Right.
Did you see that in D.C.?
I did.
What was your response to that?
Understandable. He seems like as a normal person as someone who tries to assassinate the president can be. A reasonable person pushed to do unreasonable things.
You think he was a reasonable person after what he did?
I think he was a reasonable person before what he did. Circumstances and events pushed him to tunnel visioning on this is the solution, but I can understand the perspective.
Do you think that the political rhetoric in this country plays a part, maybe from the media, maybe from certain lawmakers, plays a part in inspiring people to action like that?
Democrats have never had any hard lines. They've never used any violent rhetoric. At most, they've wag their finger at him.
Do you think calling him a fascist or likening him to Hitler, if somebody took that literally, then there would be maybe a reasonable case to take action and eliminate them, right?
I think they've called him like a wannabe fascist. I don't know specifically if any of them have directly compared him to Hitler, but
some have. Yeah, Kamala Harris did on the campaign trail. And people all the time, like Tim Walz said that he's using the Gestapo. They have called him a fascist. If a fascist was trying to take over our country and the media and the Democrats are telling people that, wouldn't you expect some people to take action and do something about it?
You would expect, like, people to do something, but I don't know if the rhetoric is what's motivating people to action. It's the desire for change that is motivating people to be here and to take this action.
Can we agree that political violence should be off the table?
That doesn't solve the problem, it just sort of exasperates the problem because it calcifies whatever, like, pre-held opinions either side already had about the other.
Okay. President Trump.
So, what that guy's doing there with those people is what I did yesterday with this guy. I've taken a new approach. Instead of just screaming at these people and telling them how stupid they are, I want to take the Charlie Kirk approach. Look, I turned the electrician into a Trump supporter. I'd like to see if I can turn this guy into a Trump supporter, just by giving him basic knowledge. By the way, he did say this after he said, "Go Biden." Is that what I heard you say? He said, "What do you have, like a podcast or something?" And I went like this. Or something. And he goes, "What do you mean, or something?" I said, "I have a network of podcasts of people all around the country who do the podcast on the network." "Oh, so like you don't do one?" And I said, "I do 2 of them." He goes, "So who does all the other ones?" And I said, "These people, blah, blah, blah." And he goes, Oh, that makes money? That it pays the bills. It's paying you to sit here and not do what you're supposed to. I didn't say that part. But I want to take the Charlie Kirk approach. I want to educate these people because you never know. It's kind of like the Word of God, right? I don't want to turn people away from it when they're criticizing it. I want to educate them as much as I can. But I did know when I started being pissed off, and I decided I'm going to go, just please go back and do that. And, if you want to talk about politics, let's do that when you're not on the clock. How about that? Let's do that when you're not on the clock. Hey, Bad Moon said, "It's paying you to do a job. Now get it." No, exactly. That's the first thing that I saw. I went back in the house and I said to my wife, I said, "Why do these people always think that I want to hear about this crap? Why? Just because of the truck? I would never do that if I was on somebody's dime. I would never, my common sense would kick in and say, I'm working for them right now. I might want to just work." Be right back.
In the long history of the world, the struggle to survive has been a constant. The human spirit has been frequently tested. Every man has had his own struggle. Every man has made sacrifices. And every man has been pushed beyond their limits. Survival is crucial. The desire to be prepared has never wavered. Generations that came before us realized the importance of gaining every advantage. How you face adversity could change your life. Success depends on it. History is defined by it. Our spirit is fueled by it. Our strength comes in many forms. The strength to fight, the strength to overcome, the strength to believe, the strength to win, the strength to rise. Rise Up Coffee. Rise up to meet your challenge.
Rise Up Coffee, ladies and gentlemen. Sabrina will be here today, so if you want to order some, order it, and we'll get it right out to you. She'll also be catching up on orders and freebies that we gave away, so make sure that you guys all handed in your name, address, and all of that stuff. 3,700 live people watching right now. We really appreciate the fact that you guys are here when you could be watching any other news station, and you choose this one. Thank you very much. I want to go ahead right now before we get back to the news. And hold on one second here. Give me time. All right. Sorry about that. I just want to make sure that we got something here. Let me talk about, real quick, Rumble Wallet. Ladies and gentlemen, Rumble Wallet is a place for your digital currency to all kind of convene in one place. And once it's there, you can then use it to do a number of things. You can use it to for content creators. You can share it with content creators and contribute to them. And there's no middleman. There's no fee for that. You can keep all your Bitcoin, all your Tether gold, all your Tether US gold on the blockchain. Keep it all in one spot and no fees and no risk. Just go to wallet.rumble.com. That's wallet.rumble.com. One more time, wallet.rumble.com, or download Rumble Wallet on your Play Store, Apple and Android. All right? Okay. Let's get back to it here. I see some people are still hanging out over in YouTube land. Good job, Scott Rollins over there. And Chef Teebs is over there. Good to see you. Boko is there. So appreciate you guys watching on YouTube as well. But hey, Rumble's where the cool kids are, right? Speaking of not a cool kid, Hakeem Jeffries. He's having a little spat back and forth with President Trump because President Trump has called him low IQ. Now, let me ask you this, right? Let me ask you this. If President Trump and Hakeem Jeffries had a debate, who would win that debate? Now, I don't want you to just say President Trump because you like President Trump and you don't like Hakeem Jeffries. I want you to think about it. If President Trump and Hakeem Jeffries had a debate, who would win that debate?
President Trump said there's no time pressure in negotiations with Iran and no time frame for ending the war, even after extending the ceasefire deadline. In the meantime, he launched personal attacks against you, calling you low IQ and labeling your criticism as treasonous. How do you respond both to the substance of his foreign policy approach and these personal attacks against you?
Yeah, if Donald Trump wants to debate me anytime, any place, in the Oval Office, publicly, on camera, I'd be happy to do it. And we'll see who's intellectually superior in that type of contest. I've got no doubts as to what the outcome.
Since you're talking about Iran,
what do you think the outcome would be, folks? What do you think the outcome would be if Hakeem Jeffries debated President Trump? Think he'd win? I don't even think he'd do it, to be honest with you.
Type of contest. I've got no doubts as to what the outcome would be. And it's extraordinary to me that Donald Trump keeps recycling this low IQ insult. This is from the dumbest president ever.
Hold on. You recycle something bad about Trump every day. MAGA extremist Republicans. Pedophile protection ring. Incompetent president. Invalid Supreme Court. I mean, if you're talking about recycling old stuff, that's all you do every day. That's your job, dude. That's all you do.
To sit at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. And there's not even a close second. Instead of insulting people all over the world.
Like you do?
And I'm not really worried about what he has to say about me.
Seems like you are.
But he's insulting our allies. He's worsening the United States' security posture in doing so.
How?
He's fighting with his own MAGA base. The economy is collapsing. It's a train wreck, which is why it's going to take Democrats to get things back on track. Type of content.
Boy, it's going to take Democrats to get back on track. Well, here's a little something for you. Hakeem Jeffries, and I would believe he's a Muslim, right? I mean, with a name like that, how could you not be? 5 years ago, he was worth $600,000. Today, he's worth $9.8 million. Let me do some, let me see what all these different search engines say. One says he's worth $2 million. Another says he's worth $3 million. Forbes, as of October 25, says up to $9 million. So you can never trust those. What you have to do to go and find out what somebody's net worth is you have to go and look at their public filings. And public filings suggest that he's worth up to, depending on his liabilities, which I didn't sit and do, $9.8 million. His low IQ butt was worth $600,000 5 years ago. Anybody want to tell me what happened 5 years ago? Think an election got stolen? That's weird. So his net worth jumped from approximately a little over $500,000. Let's just say it was $1 million. Let's give this idiot the benefit of the doubt. Let's say it was $1 million. How's he worth 9.8 now? Let's find this out. Has Hakeem Jeffries ever written a New York Times bestseller? Based on available information, as of May 2026, Hakeem Jeffries has not written a New York Times bestseller. Well, how about that? Okay, now let's do this. I already know the answer to it, but what is Hakeem Jeffries' salary? Let's see here. Well, he makes $193,000 a year as the minority leader. So, where'd the money come from, dipshit? Matter of fact, Eli, this will be my question if I get lucky enough to run into Hakeem, slow-talking, lispy Jeffries. Because I know I'm only going to get one question, right? Because he's going to walk into a back room if I catch him, by the way. It's a big if. Right? I'm going to say, how did you go from net worth $600,000 5 years ago to $9.8 million right now? How did you do that? With no New York Times bestseller and under $200,000 a year for a salary. How did you do that? And we'll see what he says. I don't think I need to answer questions from a MAGA extremist Republican. What Trump did, that's what we're going to get. That's what we're going to get. And then I'll say, Trump could whip your ass, right? In a fight as an 80-year-old man, he could whip your ass. Because that's going to get him right there. I can already tell you how this is going to go. Logan said, Jeremy, find John Thune and force him to nuke the filibuster. Wouldn't that be nice? You're going to nuke this filibuster. You hear me? You see this? Yeah. I'll pull Sam Kinison on him. Come here. You see this? This is a filibuster. Yeah. You know what happens if this isn't in place? Everything. We finally get what we want as the American people. You see that? You know how we can't win everything and get everything we want as the American people? If you don't get rid of the filibuster! Get rid of the filibuster! That's a Sam Kinison for all you youngsters out there. Here's another one that I hope to come across. Ilhan Omar. Today's the day, the deadline. I wonder what's going to happen.
For Congresswoman Ilhan Omar to turn over documents to Minnesota's House Fraud Prevention Committee. The state is seeking communications tied to defendants in the $250 million Feeding Our Future fraud scheme. The nonprofit falsely claimed to serve millions of meals to children while pocketing federal funds. Omar's name appeared 6 times in court documents from the case as she reportedly communicated with the founder of Feeding Our Future. Omar's office has not responded to Fox News' multiple requests for comment. For Congresswoman Ilhan Omar to turn over documents
So
to
today's
Minnesota.
the day that the fraud committee says in Minnesota, today's the day. Does anybody want to take a bet here? I'm going to bet a gentleman's bet. Shake my hand. A gentleman's bet that she won't produce any documents that is requested, and that she won't show up, and that she won't get any kind of punishment from the Minnesota Fraud Committee. What do you want to make a bet? This is going to have to come from higher up, folks. This is never, crazier things have happened, right? Al Capone ended up going to prison for things that you never thought he'd go to prison for, but they got him. Maybe her discipline does come from within her own state. Maybe it happens. Maybe, just maybe, in an effort to save their own hides, people actually let her get in trouble in the state of Minnesota because what do they care about another Somalian, right? They have hundreds of thousands of other inbred, broke-ass teeth, ugly-looking, disgusting, smelly Somalians that they could just pop in her place, right? So what do they really care? Or you have to deadline today. Oh, yeah? And what's going to happen? Now, if you said she has a deadline of today, and if she doesn't do it, we're going to go grab her by her disgusting diaper, rip her out of that seat, put her in prison, then I'd say, yeah, let's do that. But if you just say you have a deadline of today, okay, what does that mean? Now, if you follow me on social media, you probably saw this video this morning. Well, everybody, here's another public service announcement on the takeover of Islam in America and around the world. Taxpayer-funded Texas water park announces a Muslim-only day and will require the people who come to dress in accordance with Islamic values and serve only halal slaughtered meat. I'm going to flip the camera around here and show you the flyer. There it is right there. The 3rd annual DFW Epic EID at the Epic Indoor Park. Muslim-only event. $65 with food. $55 without food. Kids under 3 free so we can indoctrinate them for nothing. Monday, June 1st, 2026, 3 to 8 p.m. at the Epic Place Grand Prairie, Texas address. And this is the Muslim-only event. Because our very own Will Johnson streams from Texas, maybe we'll have Will Johnson go over there and stream live from there and get some content, because I wonder if you had a white Christian-only event, what would happen? Or, better yet in these days, a Jewish-only event. Taxpayer-funded. You know what's funny is you're always seeing the liberals, because they don't know what it means, scream about the separation between church and state, even though they're too stupid to understand that that appears nowhere in the Bill of Rights, the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, the Federalist Papers, or anywhere else. It was basically a letter written. And they're always crying about what is the separation between church and state. And here we have a taxpayer-funded water park in Texas, of all places, and they have a Muslim-only event. Boy, maybe we should have some Christian-only events. Or maybe some Jewish-only events. Yeah, that'd go over like a hot fart in church. There it is. What do you think? Maybe we ought to give them a call. Taxpayer-funded, Muslim-only event. Sounds demonic to me. What say you in the live chat? And by the way, awareness is half the battle. So sharing is caring. Repost, retweet, stories, whatever it is you got. This needs to stop now. So imagine that was Christian only. Christian only. Let's get into this. Taxpayer-funded water park in Texas City has sparked online fury after announcing that they would openly discriminate against non-Muslims to celebrate an Islamic holiday. First of all, can you imagine being in a lazy river with all of that anyway? Imagine floating along and some Islamic turd comes floating by your head like the sewer. Imagine that water on the inside. Imagine how gross it would be. Imagine how much it would stink in there with the halal prepared food. Daily Mail reported that Epic Waters in Grand Prairie released flyers for a June 1st event celebrating a major Muslim holiday called Eid al-Adha. Eid al-Adha. The event will require modest dress code and solely serve halal slaughtered meat. So if you try to go there, right, a taxpayer-funded, open to the public event, you must indoctrinate yourself and you must dress the way they want you to dress. Epic Waters, which is funded by an additional sales tax on Grand Prairie residents. So, what does that mean? Taxpayer funded, will essentially resemble a hardcore Islamist country rather than the great state of Texas. The water park's website notes that men and women will not be separated during the event, but attendees are told to uphold Islamic etiquette by lowering the gaze throughout the day while women wear their burkinis. Sounds fun. Please follow the event's modest dress code and practice modesty. For respectful behavior, the event says. All attendees are expected to dress in accordance with Islamic values, and the water park says all swimwear must meet Muslim guidelines. Let me tell you this right now, folks. If something is taxpayer funded by the public, open to the public, you can't shut your doors from anybody, and you cannot violate anybody's First Amendment rights at all. So you're violating people's rights by saying this is a Muslim-only event. And you might say, well, Jeremy, it says that the general public will be allowed to go in there. They will, if they look like Muslims. Don't take my word for it. Look at the stupid flyer. Right there. Muslim-only event. And they're making money off of it? $65 a ticket for food, $55 without food. Kids under 3 free because, from the womb to the tomb. Monday, June 1st, 2026, 3 to 8 p.m. Eli, I've only been to Texas once, and it was to the airport. Nope, excuse me. I've been to Texas twice. I've been to the border. McAllen, Texas. Maybe we ought to send Will. Maybe we ought to go. I don't know. But this right here, look, if you're having a private event at a private place, do your thing. I still think you're disgusting. I think it should be illegal. But a taxpayer-funded water park in Texas? Are you out of your mind?
I'm so utterly sick of Muslims, I could friggin' scream at this point. I'm so sick of seeing this crap in the news every day, day after day. Just...
Yeah, and you know what? Somebody's right. Melissa, you're right. They can rent out the venue, but they can't say Muslim only. That's the problem. You're right. They can rent out the venue, even being taxpayer funded to specific people. They absolutely have the right to do that. But how are women required to dress a certain way to attend? Is this not America? Check this out. Check this out right here. This is the bottom of it right here. This, unbelievable. Look at this. Exclusive access to the epic indoor water park for one day only. For Muslims only. A family-friendly environment. Halal food will be served with food ticket. Modest dress code. A private prayer area closed to the public. Muslims only. Well, here's the problem with that. As somebody who worked in a public facility many, many years, if you're open and you're taxpayer funded, you can't be closed to the public. You can rent out the facility to people, but you can't ban the public from coming in if you are open. It doesn't work that way. And to say Muslim only and people that do come in have to dress a specific way, that's taking away your right to a freedom of expression. Your freedom to live how you want in America. I told you, our number one geopolitical enemy is China. Our number one enemy in America is Islam, followed abruptly by the Democrats. So if Islam isn't the problem, let me segue real quick here to the UK government raising their national terrorism threat level to severe. The United Kingdom has raised its national terrorism threat level from substantial, like an attack is likely, to severe, an attack is highly likely, which means they have information that they're not telling the public. Imagine that. Imagine that I had information that people were going to hurt my family, and I just call a meeting, family meeting, everybody, come to the supper table. Yeah, what is it, Dad? What is it, Dad? What is it, hun? Everybody please sit down. Please sit down. I know that our threat level usually is substantial because of the fact that I have a Trump truck out there and that the whole world knows where we stand. And I know we've gotten death threats before. And I know that your safety has been compromised based on what I do for a living. I understand that. But guys, I got to tell you, I'm going to raise that threat level from substantial to highly likely you're going to get hurt now. Why? Dad, what happened? Sabrina says, honey, what happened? I say, well, I can't tell you that. What do you mean you can't tell? How do we know? Well, just be more aware. Of what? Well, I can't tell you that. Just be aware. This is the second highest level on the scale and is the first time it has reached severe in almost 5 years. In the threat level notice, M15, the United Kingdom's Domestic Counterintelligence and Security Agency, M15, MI5. Eli, that's like the Ilhan Omar. World War 11? M15? M15? MI5? The United Kingdom's Domestic Counterterror, I think it's MI5. I don't even really know what these people call. I know they have MI6 or M16 or something like that as well. Who cares? M15. The United Kingdom's Domestic Counterintelligence and Security Agency referenced the recent stabbing of two Jewish men in North London. The two men were stabbed by a Muslim extremist in the front of a synagogue in London. Images show the attacker targeting the men without provocation. And the U.S. Embassy and consulates in the United Kingdom share the raised threat level and urged Americans abroad to stay alert in public places, including schools, hospitals, churches, tourist locations, and transportation hubs. You know what's funny about all this? Is that every official in the UK right now will tell you the UK is great. Muslims haven't taken over the country. London is fine. Muslim hasn't taken over the country, right? There's no threat of Islam, terrorism. Bro, the United States Embassy and the consulates and the United Kingdom government just raised it to the second highest level. But there's no problem over there, right? World War 11 and M15. Stay alert in public places, including schools, hospitals, churches, tourist locations, and transportation hubs. Number 2, vary your travel routes and times to reduce predictability. What? So you mean to tell me if I go to London right now, that I have to, and I'm there for a substantial amount of time, and I'm doing, like, let's say I'm there to work. I have to vary my travel routes in order to reduce predictability because there are people that could be watching me to kill me? Keep a low profile. Remain aware of your surroundings, including local events. Review your personal security plans. Eli, I wasn't aware that as people we had to have security plans. Goes to show you that the UK is a little bit more far gone than they like to tell you. Report social media threats and suspicious activity to local authorities. Why? So they can lock you up for being racist? Eli, if Tommy Robinson were to go to the police and say, I have credible threats that these Muslims are going to attack me and my family in my home, and I'd like to bring that to the awareness of the officials, please. And they would say, Tommy Robinson, please turn around, put your hands behind your back. You're under arrest for racism.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if that's the same guy, but Secret America actually played something last week. It was this British guy and he just nailed it. He nailed it. He's like, you're black and you're proud of your history. You're Chinese, you're proud of history. What's the effing problem with me being proud of my history? What did I do to you? What are you guys talking about? Everything that's going on right now is insane. If I say this, I go to jail. If I say this, I go to jail. If these people do whatever they want, they get to do whatever they want.
Melissa said, I like Tommy, but he talks so fast that my brain can't keep up. Yeah, Eli, I don't know if that was Tommy or not. Sounds like something he'd say. But, Brits are rising up everywhere and saying this stuff, and they're under the threat of going to jail. Unbelievable. They're taking over everywhere. Dilly said, the United Kingdom wouldn't let you in, Jeremy. The government investigates social media visitors. Yeah, they wouldn't let me in, and I wouldn't want to go anyway. It'd be the last place in the world besides France I'd want to go. I wouldn't take a dump in London if you paid me to, okay? I wouldn't puke in Paris if you gave me $1 million. I hate those places. I have this disdain for the French and basically Europe as a whole, but definitely the French, and now I would never go to the UK. Never. I would have in the past, but not now. Not now. And I already know that they wouldn't let me in because they already tried to get Rumble to kick me off the platform. So screw them. Let's move on. Let's bring it back to home real quick here. Justice Alito blasts Ketanji Brown Jackson as the Supreme Court fast-tracks Louisiana's redistricting judgment ahead of the midterm elections. Conservative Justice Samuel Alito blasted Ketanji Brown Jackson as the Supreme Court sped up a timeline and immediately allowed Louisiana's redistricting judgment to go in effect ahead of the midterms. So this is a second ruling now, meaning that the first ruling that we got last week was that the Supreme Court sides with Louisiana here on their redistricting. Now, there was a challenge that they took up right away, saying, well, Louisiana's calling a special session to redraw the districts ahead of the midterms and get it done. And that was a challenge, and now the Supreme Court's like, too bad, we're allowing it to go through. This is why we got to hurry up, folks. It's why we got to hurry up. Now, liberal justices Sotomayor, Kagan, and Jackson, the usual three, dissented in that opinion, that original opinion. Louisiana delayed its May 16th House primaries last Thursday after the Supreme Court's blockbuster ruling. On Monday, the Supreme Court fast-tracked the timeline, and of course, Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson dissented. She needs to descend off the bench because she doesn't know her job. She doesn't know the law. She was literally hired, admittedly, by Biden because she's DEI. Admittedly. They want me to pick a female. They want her to be black. So that's why I picked her. Black female. Now, Supporters of DEI will tell you just because they're black and female, just because there's a quota, doesn't mean that an unqualified person is getting in there. Well, Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson has been the justice that's been made fun of the most since she's been in there because she doesn't know what she's talking about. She says the stupidest things. Even her own liberal judges are like, man, this woman is dumb, right? And to think we could have had Merrick Garland on that Supreme Court. Justice Alito, with whom Thomas and Gorsuch joined, blasted Justice Jackson and called her dissent baseless and insulting. The order speeds up the normal 32-day timeline before the justices formally return a case to the lower court. Some groups question if the lower court had jumped the gun in Louisiana's case when it moved quickly to ensure that state Republicans would have no opportunity to draw the map. By returning it, the decision clears the way for the state to almost certainly redraw one of the state's 2 black majority House districts, which would offer a pickup opportunity to House Republicans out of November. In dissent, Jackson said that the majority unshackles itself from constraints. The court should follow the default rule, she said. It sparked a sharp rebuke from Justice Alito, joined by fellow Justice Clarence Thomas and Neil Gorsuch. The trio, all part of the court's conservative wing, called one part of the Jackson's dissent baseless and insulting. Quote, the dissent in the suit levels charges that cannot go unanswered, Alito wrote. The dissent would require that the 2026 congressional elections in Louisiana be held under a map that has already been deemed and held unconstitutional. What sense does that make? Well, I wouldn't know because I'm a retard. Imagine being DEI. Imagine knowing that you only got your job because of something that you couldn't control. Something that you didn't earn. Something that you can't say that you accomplished.
Justices have rendered their decision. Shannon Bream is now live going through it, and she has the verdict. Shannon, good morning.
Good morning. Okay, so this at first blush here is a win for the plaintiffs who were not black plaintiffs. They were non-minority voters who challenged this decision. These 2 districts that were minority majority. Essentially, Louisiana had drawn up districts and then they were told in a legal battle that they had not represented black and minority voters sufficiently. They went back and drew a second district. So they had 2 of these minority majority districts. Well, then non-black voters sued and said, this is now violating our rights on the basis of race. So it looks like this is a 6-3 decision. There is one concurrence here, but it looks like the dissent sticks together with Justices Kagan, Sotomayor, and Jackson.
The justices have rendered their decision. Shannon Bream is now live going through it.
So,
the problem.
If, like I think, that we will win the House and the Senate, and we'll keep control of both of them, President Trump will have 2 years where he can just go crazy and do what he needs to. If John Thune gets in line, it seems Mike Johnson has. I mean, how long has it been since we've complained about Mike Johnson? It seems like he's got Mike Johnson reeled in, so that's okay. But if John Thune can be reeled in, and we have 2 years and all these court cases that we fought for the last 2 years, all this crap, all these rogue judges, replacing people in the administration that sucked and didn't do anything. Imagine how far we're going to go in 2 years of being unfettered, unburdened by what has been. Imagine 2 years of the Democrat Party unfettermened because he comes over to the other side. I'm looking towards that and I'm going, man, there's a lot of things to look forward to in the future, including yesterday. You know what's funny? I saw a clip. By the way, I didn't archive it to share it, but I saw a clip. I'll get to that when I bring up the story. How about that? It's gonna sound a little weird to do it while we're here. Let's do this. Complaining about the Louisiana thing.
You know, we make laws to fix problems. We put the Voting Rights Act together because there was an issue. Because they were keeping people from voting. Right. They were literally shooting people. They were running them down with dogs to keep them from voting. Okay, let's start with that.
When?
So when they say that problem is gone, it's not gone. Because you're still doing it. You're still doing it. And what I don't understand is what is everybody so afraid of? Because I always thought, I was raised to believe that you and I don't have to agree. That's all right. But now suddenly, your argument doesn't hold water, so you're cheating. See, that we're a two-party system. We're not just Democrats, we're not just Republicans, we're a two-party system. So Ruth Bader Ginsburg said throwing out the preclearance when it worked and is continuing to work to stop discriminatory changes is like throwing away your umbrella in a rainstorm because you're not getting wet.
Yeah.
The other thing I want to say is voting in local elections matters more now than ever before. Think nationally, work locally. Think nationally, work locally. One more time. Think nationally, work locally. We'll be right back.
What the hell was that? Is this Sesame Street? Eli, are we on Sesame Street here? Everybody ready? Together. Think nationally, work locally. Yay! Oh, no shit. You idiots are finally figuring that out, huh? Wow. Eli, they were run down by dogs, beaten, and held out of voting places.
Whoopi must have been thinking of the role that she was acting. Wasn't she in Roots or The Color Purple or something where she played a slave or some stupid crap? Like, that's probably what she was thinking of.
I think it was The Color Black.
Oh, yeah. They beat her until she was purple.
All right, now I'll tell you what I was going to say. So I saw a clip of Fox News yesterday interviewing somebody that said, breaking news, in another indictment coming down the pipeline for James Comey in the Southern District of Florida. And I believe it was Kayleigh McEnany who was interviewing the guy who came on and said, is this true? Are we going to see another indictment unsealed coming down from the Southern District of Florida on James Comey? Yes, this is breaking news. Yes, Kayleigh, we're just hearing this, that another indictment is on its way. We could see it as early as 2 weeks from now, definitely in the month of May. And it gets back to Kayleigh, and she says, fascinating, great investigatory work, bringing us this breaking news, and you heard it here first on Fox. That was yesterday. Yesterday. By the way, that air condition guy that I was talking about said, well, why is so much propaganda allowed to be shared? And I said, because President Obama in 2013 revamped the FCC and took away all the guidelines that held these people accountable for the stuff that they say. Well, why did we allow that to happen? I don't know. You're going to have to go back and ask Obama. Well, why did we, the people, allow that to happen? I don't know. Why did we allow a president to steal an election from a duly elected president? I don't know. But that was yesterday. And Gina, you're right. The Smith-Mundt Act. It's exactly right. But it's amazing how much people don't know. You know what I'm saying? It's amazing how much they don't know. The NAACP filed a lawsuit against the Louisiana redistricting. Did you know that? The NAACP, think about this. Imagine being so stupid like the NAACP. Imagine being so incredibly ignorant that you're filing a lawsuit on a Supreme Court ruling. There's nobody above that, dumbasses. What are you going to do? You think you're going to get it all the way back up to the Supreme Court? And the Supreme Court is going to look at it and go, this is deja vu. Didn't we already do this? Yeah, didn't we already hand down a ruling? Yeah, but we want you to change that ruling. Why? Because it's not right, and we are. So we're going to file a lawsuit against you to get you to change your mind because there's nobody above you that can change that or overturn that. So, yeah, can you do that for us, please? How about NAA, get your ass out of here, turn around, leave the Supreme Court right now because you are stupid, and may God have mercy on your soul. Eli.
Well, there is somebody above the Supreme Court. His name is God, but they don't like to ask him for any favors.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. They could go try to plead their case to Jesus, but then they would be convicted. Then they would have to change their whole way of life. So the NAACP is filing a lawsuit, which the blatant hypocrisy here. The NAACP wants to fight against racism, right? That's what they're for, right? By the way, does anybody even know what the NAACP stands for? I always forget it over time. NAACP. The National Association for Advancement of Colored People. Hey, Eli. What color are you?
I'm getting a nice tan lately, so I'm kind of getting close to Trump, but generally white, Caucasian.
But you are a color. You're not transparent, right? You're not a window.
That's true. Yes, that's very true.
Yeah. Even albino people are white as milk. You ever seen Me, Myself, and Irene? What are you looking at, Milk Dud? Right? Whoa, 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 a giant Q-tip. That's even a color. What is colored people? Is colored people Asian? Are they red, blue, green? What is a colored person? And by the way, isn't that illegal? Isn't that racist to say colored people? Shouldn't you change it to the National Advancement or Association for the Advancement of People of Color? Shouldn't that be the way they change it to, Eli? Because isn't that the new way to say it? But the fact of the matter is the NAACP here is advancing people of color, so they are by race, or by color, I should say, giving these people districts only based on their race, their color. At the same time, they're discriminating against other people of different colors because they're not that color. Eli, I think the NAACP is the absolute textbook definition of a racist organization.
Say, they can't get one over on me. You want to know why? Because I'm colorblind.
Eating those collard greens. He's colorblind. And their petition, the plaintiffs state that they will be irreparably harmed if they or their members have their votes canceled because of the governor's unlawful executive order. How is your vote canceled? Huh? Are you meaning to tell me that they can't go vote? Are you meaning to tell me that those people of color aren't allowed to go vote? Or are you telling me that their vote isn't going to automatically secure a win just based on the color of their skin and not the content of their character or their actions? Dunlap and McGrone said the NAACP is another money dump for libs like the SPLC. Exactly right. Exactly right. The NAACP is a racist organization and it needs to go bye-bye. I'm tired of people getting things because of something that they were born as. It is the most racist, lazy, loser way of doing things. Imagine, I got this because I was born this. Great. I don't even think Native Americans should be have casinos. Oh, we get casino because we were wiped out by white man. You got conquered, bro. And that's coming from somebody who's quarter Cherokee. You got conquered. Get over it. By other people. Let's go to the election now in Texas. between Ken Paxton and John Cornyn. Here is Scott Pressler.
I make a promise right here and now. If Senate Majority Leader Thune does not pass the Save America Act, then I am going to Texas. Senate Majority Leader Thune wants to protect John Cornyn in the Senate, the incumbent. And the May 26th primary Senate runoff is coming up. So everybody in Texas, you have the opportunity. If Thune isn't going to give us what we want, then we are going to take away what he has. And in Louisiana, you have Senator Cassidy, who is up for election on Tuesday, November 3rd, 2026. If he doesn't get 50% of the vote, it goes to a runoff in December. And just so this person knows, with my platform, this year I've already been to Indiana, Florida, Pennsylvania, Utah to help with redistricting. I'm going to Indiana for the Cinco de Mayo primary. I've been going to Virginia for the April 21st referendum. I hope people vote no. We have a primary in Pennsylvania on May 19th. So no, I promise you, I am using my platform, and I'm probably respectfully one of the only influencers on the ground doing the actual boots on the ground work. So you have my commitment that I'm going to continue putting in that work.
I saw somebody said here, we don't need Prescott to tell us anything. Sorry. Are you talking about Scott Pressler? You don't need Prescott to tell you anything. Sorry. Well, he wasn't telling you anything. Telling John Thune something. He was telling John Thune that if he does not pass the Save America Act, then he will go down there with his entire team and work his ass off against this loser, John Cornyn. And I agree. I agree. So he wasn't telling you anything. He was telling John Thune something. And I love it. Good. Good. Go to Texas. Go now. More on the election. The Washington Post admits that Trump would have won New Mexico if proof of citizenship was already in law. Well, I wonder how many states. He probably would have swept every state. He probably would have swept every state, to be honest with you. But here's the math on that.
Voters will pass the Save America Act to protect our sacred American election. Because all voters must show voter ID, all voters must have proof of citizenship. And there will be no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military deployment, or travel. And we will also enshrine in permanent law no men in women's sports. And did you ever hear of something like that? You know, I'm just, as I say it a lot. Can you imagine 15 years ago saying that? The borders will pass the Save America Act to protect our sacred American election.
There's the numbers right there on the right side of your screen, what would have happened. And we know for sure New Mexico would have went towards Trump. They're always figuring out ways to try to steal something. When Barack Obama said, I continue to believe that Mr. Trump will not be president, and that the people of America will come out and reject his blatant, racist, bigoted, homophobic ideas. So I continue to believe he will not be president. Remember Nancy Pelosi? He will not be president. And you could take that to the bank. Remember Tom Hanks? That man will be president at the same time that dinosaurs come flying out of the sky like aliens wearing little red capes. George Clooney, he's not going to be president. Trust me, he's not going to be president. Well, the reason why they say all that is because they know they've got the system rigged. Think about this. Trump beat the system 3 times. He beat it to become president. He beat it to stay out of jail. And he beat it to become president again with the system in place. What do you think is going to happen when the system is not in place anymore? What do you think is going to happen? All my friends over on YouTube, what do you think is going to happen when the system is no longer in place? Democrats will never win again. You're going to love this. I couldn't wait for this segment of the show. Sophie Clooney, what LMAO? Actually, you know what? I think I might have that. Let's go see if we can find that clip. Let's see if we can find. This is an old clip. Let's see. Is this it? That's not it. Is this it? Well, here's Clooney talking about it. Here's here's Clooney talking about it right here. But there's a clip of all of them.
That's not going to happen. It's not going to happen because we're not going to be used. Fear is not going to be something that we're going to. That's going to be what drives our country. We're not going to be scared of Muslims or immigrants or
really,
women.
Really?
We're not actually.
Yeah. Look where we are today with Muslims and immigrants, dipshit. And of course, Julia Roberts was sitting there right next to him, all clapping. Oh, we're going to keep President Trump out of there. We're going to keep President Trump out of there. And then there's this. This is, by the way, we're going off on a little weave here, by the way. I hope you guys don't mind.
A couple of weeks ago, you told Matt Lauer that Donald Trump would not win the presidency. Do you now think that he will not win the nomination as well? And what about Rubio and what about Cruz?
Oh, you think it's funny? Come on.
I think foreign observers are troubled by some of the rhetoric that's been taking place in these Republican primaries and Republican debates. I don't think it's restricted, by the way, to Mr. Trump. I mean, I find it interesting that everybody's focused on Trump primarily just because he says in more interesting ways what the other candidates are saying as well. So he may up the ante in anti-Muslim sentiment, but if you look at what the other Republican candidates have said, that's pretty troubling too. He may express strong anti-immigration sentiment, but you've heard that from the other candidates as well. You've got a candidate who sponsored a bill that I supported to finally solve the immigration problem.
Oh, I can't.
Running away from it as fast as he can.
I can't. I listened to that guy for so long. I just can't. And remember, this is the moment where Donald Trump at a White House press secretary, White House correspondence dinner, this was the moment that Donald Trump decided he was going to run for president. Barack Obama came out to "I Am a Real American," showing his birth certificate on the screen. At this moment, Donald Trump said, "I'm running for president, and I'm gonna take the reins from this guy." Remember this?
My fellow Americans.
And this was because Trump was leading the birther. He was born in Kenya. Trump was the one on top of that. And I still believe it to this day.
Mahalo.
Oh, shut the hell up,
As some of you heard, the state of Hawaii released my official long-form birth certificate.
Oh, yeah, official, right? Yeah.
Hopefully, this puts all doubts to rest. But just in case there are any lingering questions, tonight, I'm prepared to go a step further. Tonight, for the first time, I am releasing my official birth video.
That's true. Funny because you were making fun of us, but that's true.
I want to make clear to the Fox News table, that was a joke.
Not really.
That was not my real birth video. That was a children's cartoon. Yes, I think it is fair to say that when it comes to my presidency,
look at Michelle.
the honeymoon is over. For example, some people now suggest that I'm too professorial, and I'd like to address that head on. by assigning all of you some reading that will help you draw your own conclusions.
Yeah, let's get to the point where he's going after Trump.
No one is prouder to put this birth certificate matter to rest than the Donald. And that's because he can finally get back to focusing on the issues that matter. Like, did we fake the moon landing? What really happened in Roswell? And where are Biggie and Tupac? Say what you will about Mr. Trump. He certainly would bring some change to the White House. All kidding aside, obviously we all know about your credentials and breadth of experience.
He's the only one
For
in the room not
example,
laughing.
no, seriously, just recently in an episode of Celebrity Apprentice at the steakhouse, the men's cooking team did not impress the judges from Omaha Steaks. And there was a lot of blame to go around, but you, Mr. Trump, recognized that the real problem was a lack of leadership. And so ultimately you didn't blame Little John or Meatloaf. You fired Gary Busey. And these are the kind of decisions that would keep me up at night.
See, that was the moment that Trump said, okay, asshole. All right, Kenyan. Can you beat me? Since you were born in Kenya, can you beat me? Can you have enough political capital for your party to beat me? Can you lie to the FISA court based on a lie that was produced by somebody who's not even from this country? Can you violate my rights? Can you spy on a duly elected president, an incoming president? Can you do that? I don't think so. I don't think so, Tim. You smug son of a bitch. I'm so glad that that loser is being investigated right now at the highest levels for RICO and conspiracy, and I pray they get his ass. I do. That's one person. There's like 3 people that I want to see go down. Ilhan Omar's 1, Barack Obama's 2. And what do they both share? That they're both Muslim-loving sons of you know what. Can you move on? I think I will. How about this? What have we been talking about with Maduro here?
Stunning bombshell that could rewrite American political history. Former Venezuelan dictator Nicolas Maduro has flipped and is now cooperating with federal authorities. Maduro has directly implicated Barack Obama in a massive quid pro quo involving election rigging and narco-terrorism. According to sources, Maduro told investigators that Obama personally pushed him to flood the United States with Dominion and Smartmatic voting machines and software in massive quantities.
That's what Tulsi Gabbard
In exchange, the Obama administration used the full power of the U.S. government to prop up Maduro's regime, shielding him from international pressure and helping him cling to power despite widespread fraud. But the deal went even deeper. Maduro claims Obama and key members of his administration received tens of millions in bribes and luxurious gifts, while turning a blind eye to, or actively facilitating, the flood of deadly fentanyl and narcotics into American communities from Venezuelan networks. This is a breathtaking betrayal, a former president prioritizing personal power and ideological alliances over American national security. As the investigation unfolds under President Trump's renewed focus on accountability, these explosive revelations vindicate years of warnings about rigged elections and deep state corruption. The American people deserve full transparency and justice, no matter how high the perpetrators once sat. Follow at TrumpNews.baby at Jonathan Gregory.
Jonathan Gregory is right, and he's correct in everything he said. We've been saying it for months on this show. Why do you think that they went and got Maduro rather than kill him? Why do you think that the ultimate priority was to extract him, not kill him? We had no problem killing other leaders. We had no problem killing Gaddafi. We had no problem killing Saddam Hussein. We had no problem killing Soleimani or Kameli, whatever the hell his name was. We have no problem wiping these people out. Why did we get Maduro? Because somebody said it in this chat, Maduro's not a prisoner, he's a witness. I'd argue he's both, but he's a prisoner for witness purposes for sure. He's the one that's got all the goods, man, on all these people with their, like, we just took their playbook. The Democrats took their playbook in Venezuela and put it here in America. I would argue that the Democrats were the ones that funded it to be put and birthed and grown in Venezuela so that when it became so good, they could adopt it here. Why do you think we went in to get him? Absolutely correct. T. Collins said Maduro wanted out. He wanted to escape the cabal control. Not, maybe not. I don't know about the fact that he wanted or not wanted out. Sophie said, I really wish Alex Jones would watch your show, Jeremy. He's too proud. Alex Jones will not watch another news show because he's too proud. He's one of those people that will not watch somebody else because he doesn't want to hear any of their answers, unfortunately. I don't really care if he does or not, to be honest with you. He's old news. He's old news. I wish him the best. I hope he gets back to normal. But he sure as hell can't call it anymore like he used to. He can't call the plays like he used to. He's pretty much wrong on everything he says now as it pertains to Trump anyway. Alex Onion Jones, right? Anyway, we got to get to this next topic. But before we do, let's talk about lean weight loss. Ladies and gentlemen, have you tried lean weight loss? Has anybody out there actually ordered the product and tried it? Because I can tell you over and over and over again what lean weight loss did for me when I used it. Now you can get a single, double, or a family pack. All right? It's doctor formulated, targets appetite and fat loss, supports your metabolism, gives you energy. It's from Brickhouse Nutrition, the same people who do Field of Greens, so you know it's on the up and up, right? And it's not for the casual dieter, folks. It's for somebody who's done everything they can and they've still got 10 plus more pounds to lose. That is where lean weight loss comes in. It's not big pharma. It's not some kind of a wonder drug. It's clinically formulated weight management, a multi-pathway blend of clinically studied ingredients that support metabolism, appetite control, and built for sustainable results. And let me tell you, it does give them to you. Brickhouse Nutrition's lean weight loss right now is going to give you a 20% discount. That's a 20% discount if you go to takelean.com and use the promo code LFA at checkout. Okay? LFA at checkout. Takelean.com. 20% off. Get yours today with the promo code. And again, if you just want to have it sit around for a while, you're not ready to use it, but you may use it in the future, use the promo code and get the discount. All right? If you're going to buy it anyway, get the discount. Let it sit till you're ready. That's takelean.com. Promo code LFA for 20% off. Also, we want to talk about Golden Crest Metals. Yesterday, I reached out to Golden Crest Metals and I said, I think we're finally, my wife and I are finally about ready to buy our next installment of silver. What we do, my wife and I, is obviously we have our own savings, but then we save for stuff for investments too, because we don't have a 401k anymore. And our investments are limited, like to our house, right? Our equity in our house. And silver is my next big one. Next year, when the Trump IRA is coming out, both me and my wife are getting involved in that. But in the meantime, I'm a silver guy. All right? Now, let's go check the price of silver today. $73.54, holding steady. Gold is holding steady at $45.67. Throughout this entire conflict, gold and silver have stayed right where they are, waiting to blow up. They've not gone down. They've just stayed right where they are. They're the only thing that stayed pretty level. GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA. That's GoldenCrestMetals.com RichJacoby.com/LFA. Get your free 2026 gold guide today. Reach out to Rich Jacoby and his team. And also tune in every single Saturday here at 1 p.m. for the Crest Report to teach you more about precious metals and the investing. All right? Jeremy, ask Pretty Boy Pressler why he thinks he can outvote machines and loves mail-in ballots. I asked him on X, and his response was to block me. He's a fraud. Well, he's not a fraud. I have imagined the reason why he blocked you is because you were not taking his answer, or you were pretty persistent, or you were somewhat rude. He doesn't just block people. I know him personally. So something must have happened for that blocking to happen. But I'll tell you, he doesn't love mail-in ballots. He would love to get rid of mail-in ballots. He says, but while the mail-in ballot game is in use, you would be stupid not to play by it. It's how we won the 2024 election. It's how we're going to win elections as long as the mail ballots are in there. If you are not doing early voting and mail-in ballots, and they're in there and you're not utilizing that, if you don't play that game, you lose. You can't get on the football field with no pads and fight a team with pads and expect to win. That's number one. G8 said, I just asked him and he blocked me. Okay, well, I don't know. I wasn't there. I'm just saying there had to have been a reason, okay? So number one, the biggest reason is if the game is going to be played, you got to play the game. We did that game, and we won. So he doesn't love mail-in ballots. He wants to play on the same level playing field. And why he thinks he can outvote the machines? Because we did it in 2024. I don't know a better answer to give you than that one. We did it in 2024. He wants mail-in ballots gone, so do I. He wants early voting gone, so do I. But as long as it's on the table, if we don't engage in it, we lose. And we know we can outvote the machines. Too big to rig happened already. The past is our best answer. That's why. Look, I'm not here to defend anybody because I don't know the circumstances in which that went down. But I can tell you, since you asked me, that's my answer. That's the best answer I can give. All right. J.D. Vance. His motorcade was shot at yesterday. Journalists were brought into the briefing room at the White House after reports of gunfire heard in the streets surrounding the White House. Let's take you to where reporters were rushed in after that happened. So, let's take you outside for the moments right after that happened. J.D. Vance in D.C.'s motorcade fired at in broad daylight.
Approximately 3:30 this afternoon, our plainclothes officers and agents that consistently patrol the outer perimeter of the White House complex.
Hold on. Can everybody hear that, by the way? That's predominantly coming through just one of my headphones here. Let me see if this one.
Secret Service.
That one's better. Here, let's go to this one. This is a better version.
Police. Approximately 3:30 this afternoon, our plainclothes officers and agents that consistently patrol the outer perimeter of the White House complex identified a suspicious individual that appeared to have a firearm. They called in support from our marked uniformed Secret Service police to make contact with that individual. Upon making contact, that individual fled briefly on foot, withdrew a firearm, and fired in the direction of our agents and officers. They returned fire and engaged. That individual was hit. He's since been transported to the hospital. I have no comments on his condition. I can tell you that at least one, we believe only one bystander was hit by the suspect.
A kid.
That individual is a juvenile. Did not sustain any life-threatening injuries, but he's also receiving treatment at the hospital. I'll point out that not long before this shooting occurred, the Vice President's motorcade did transit through this area. The investigation itself, in terms of the use of force in the shooting, will be conducted by Metropolitan Police Department. I'll pause there.
Matthew, do we know how your guys identified this person?
Got to stop right there. So, sequence of events here. J.D. Vance's, the Vice President's motorcade, was in D.C., And as the Secret Service, we'll come back to the video here in a second. As the Secret Service does two things. They sweep in front of, actually they do three things. They sweep in front of the motorcade. They're there during the motorcade's passing, and then they have agents sweep up behind. What they found was that in that area, right during the motorcade going by, there was a suspicious individual. As they started chasing down this individual and trying to get this individual to stop, the motorcade, this was going on at the same time, motorcade goes by, the officers and the Secret Service then start descending on this individual who looked suspicious. As they started descending on him, he was running, I believe, in the same direction. He was trying to get away from them in the same direction as the motorcade had just passed. And I don't know if he was running while he shot or if he stopped and shot, but then shot his gun at the direction of the Secret Service agents and law enforcement. Now, what bothers me is that most people haven't even heard about this. And it happened yesterday. I don't know how, this is the problem with the news, is that you should have all known about this. I see some of you in the chat saying, I didn't even hear about this.
Suspicious? Was he on a radar or just how he appeared?
No, my understanding is they observed a print, we would call it, visual print of a firearm. These are trained surveillance detection personnel out there looking every day to look for just that.
Yeah, it'd have been nice if they would have found just that before somebody tried to run through the metal detectors and open fire on a Secret Service agent to go kill the president and his cabinet. It would have been nice if those trained professionals had a print on those guns, knives, and everything else, but I digress.
Not far from the White House complex, and they observed a visual print of a firearm.
Did he attack the motorcade in any way? Did he approach it with any menace?
No, not to my knowledge.
Was there any other reason to believe he was not just having firearms?
That's enough for me.
And do we know if the child who was struck was definitely struck by the shooter, by accident, perhaps by the officer?
I can't say, and we'll let the doctors figure that out, but everything I've seen leads me to believe, and the investigators believe, he was struck by the suspect.
So, when this man was spotted near the White House, but not on the property?
Correct. Not on the property. We're not far. We are, just real quick, we're not far at all. You have been here from where this incident took place.
Did you tell us exactly where he was spotted? Not here?
I can't say exactly, but they had been following him for a brief period of time before uniformed police engaged.
You mentioned
Let's go one at a time.
He
Go
didn't
ahead.
approach the motorcade. Was there any indication that that was his intent?
No. But we will get to the bottom of that.
Did he say anything to the officers?
I'm not at liberty right now until we get
But
for
was
sure.
there any sort of communication?
Again, I can't say right now.
Was the vice president in the motorcade when he passed before this incident happened?
Yes.
And Matthew, we see a backpack and sneakers there. Are those the suspects or are those the kids?
I'm not sure. The backpack you probably see is our first aid trauma kit that our officers providing life care after shooting the suspect.
Do you have an age on the child that was struck? Is it male or female?
I can just tell you right now that it's a juvenile.
So do two more questions, guys. The other attempts on President Trump's life?
I'm sorry, say again?
Do you believe this is related potentially to the other recent attempts on Trump's life?
I can't say. I'm not going to guess on that. I can tell you that every time, one, we're patrolling this area, and every site we do, 24/7, hardcore. Whether or not it was directed to the president or not, I don't know, but we will find out.
Weapon recovered?
Yes.
And Matthew, one last question, guys.
I'm going to hold on that.
And Matthew, what's the condition of
I'm
the
sorry,
suspect?
real quick. This lady.
Do you believe that the man who was shot by the
I don't know specifically, so I'm going to not tell you. An adult male.
And Matthew, can you just confirm it was not a uniformed Secret Service officer, but a plainclothes, and was it a male officer? Or
That-
an agent? Male agent?
That first
that fired the shot.
No, I can confirm with you it was uniformed Secret Service police officers that engaged the suspect.
But it was a plainclothes who made the first visual.
Yes, sir. Deputy, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
So that happened yesterday. I scoured Rumble today to see if anybody's thumbnails were about this. I saw none. So is it that we don't care about the vice president, or because nobody knows about it? Nick Sorter put out that, by the way, Nick Sorter got a hold of me the other day, Eli. So be on the lookout for that collaboration soon, or that interview soon. Nick Sorter posted this yesterday. He said an armed man opened fire in the vicinity of J.D. Vance's motorcade near the White House. The man opened fire on Secret Service. United States Secret Service returned fire, taking the shooter down. Non-life-threatening injuries, taken to the hospital. The innocent bystander was a child, or I should say was an underage individual. We don't know his name. He got hit. At this time, we think it's from the gunman's bullet, not from the Secret Service, but we don't have 100% clarity on that yet. But here's my question, Eli. Washington, D.C. is one of the most gun-restricted areas in the country. How did the guy have a gun there? Isn't that weird? What about gun laws?
Oh, I know the answer to that. He had a gun there because it's not allowed to have a gun in the area.
Yeah, no guns in the area. Oh, well, I better not bring my gun to the area then. Which goes to prove my point. More gun laws do not stop people from having access and bringing guns to places in the United States. As long as we have freedom, you're never going to be able to stop every gunman. And now I would like to stick up for the Secret Service here real quick. Eli, hold that thought. I would like to stick up for the Secret Service here just in this one regard, and that's it. Do I think that they're lacking and slacking lately? Yes, I do. Do I think that they're not on the ball? I think they're not on the ball. But have we ever seen this many assassination attempts against a president? Not to say this was an assassination attempt. I'm not saying that. I don't think it was. At least we know of it as of right now. But have we ever seen this many people with guns trying to shoot at or around or to kill the president? It's happening everywhere. And you want to know what the Democrats' response is to this? Well, maybe he should stop doing what he's doing then. Maybe he should stop being Trump. Maybe he should stop being president. Maybe he should stop saying the things he does. So you think it's okay to shoot at him? No, we're not saying that. We're just saying that we see why people are. Oh, you do? Come here so I can punch you in the face. Come here. That was what the area looked like afterwards. This administration will never know peace. So if this administration will never know peace at the hands of lefties, then shouldn't we bring them no peace? Slam said they're saying if he doesn't stop, they'll continue to tell their supporters to keep trying to shoot him. Exactly. That's exactly right. Secret Service are tapped, man. I'm telling you. Whether they're bad, whether they're good, whether they're underfunded, whether there's not as many of them, whether they're lacking personnel, whatever it is, anytime this man even breathes, they're going to have to be there from now on. Because they will not stop until he's dead or in prison. And actually, I'm just going to rephrase that. They're not going to stop till he's dead. Because once he's in prison, they'll Epstein his ass. That's what their hope is. Speaking of Secret Service, a Secret Service officer was arrested and charged for exposing himself in front of guests at a Miami hotel. Who are we hiring here? Whatever happened to vetting? Who the hell are we hiring? John Spillman. Sounds like Brian Spillner. What is he, out of Fast and Furious? 33 years old, was arrested after he exposed himself and masturbated in a hallway of a hotel. Spillman was allegedly in the lobby of the DoubleTree by Hilton in the Miami airport and followed a female guest upstairs. The woman and another guest immediately entered their room because they were afraid. The victim saw Spillman expose himself and called hotel security. Police arrested John Spillman shortly after midnight Monday morning. Officers with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office responded and caught him in the act. Imagine that. Imagine that. We caught the suspect with the weapon in his hand, sir. Put down the weapon. Put down the weapon, sir. I can't. I'm masturbating. The victim told police that she was in the lobby when Spillman allegedly followed her and another one upstairs and immediately entered the room because she was afraid for their lives. The victim saw the defendant masturbating next to their hotel room. Judge set the bail at $1,000 and scheduled a hearing for May 27th. He's a Secret Service uniformed division officer. No longer. He better not be. Cadino said Spillman's cup runneth over. Disgusting people, aren't they? Like, what kind of drugs do you have to be on to do that? Like, what normal person masturbates chasing somebody in a hotel room? Like, what? Drop the weapon! I can't. Sir, he's got a one-eyed Willie in his hand. He's got Eli. Over. He's got a one-eyed Willie in his hand. It's about to blow. Over.
I call the cleanup crew. That's going to be a mess. Ugh.
Yeah, you better call the mob cleanup crew, Eli. They're going to have to come with disinfectant and sheets and plastic and all that kind of stuff.
That's friggin' crazy. I would have thought at the beginning of this administration, they would have been like, all right, every single Secret Service agent in this one location now, we're going to vet the out of you.
Yep. Terry Sue said, Jeremy, did you see Barney Frank's interview from hospice while in congestive heart failure? I knew he was, but I didn't hear he's literally got one foot here on earth and one in hell and still trashing Trump. Well, may his journey be filled with a lot of fire, a lot of pain, a lot of agony. Justice is about to be served to old Barney Frank. Imagine that, Eli. Imagine dying. Imagine you're dying and you're like, oh, Trump. You don't want to use this time to talk to your family, maybe give a last will and testament of what you would like to happen moving on. You want to is TDS that freaking bad? Oh, I'm on my way. Elizabeth, I'm coming home. Trump's so bad. What a retard. What a retard. Hey, whether they resign from Congress or whether they resign to hell. What's that? Another one bites the dust. I wanna see you out that door, baby. Bye, bye, bye. Hey, Bernie. Hey, Barney. See ya. Wouldn't want to be ya. Now, speaking of people trying to kill President Trump, the White House Correspondents' Dinner attempted assassin Cole Allen was given an apology from a radical Obama-appointed magistrate, Judge Zaya Faruqi. What the Faruqi are you talking about? What the Faruqi just happened in here? Zaya Faruqi on Monday apologized to Cole Allen for the treatment that he's received in the D.C. jail. Imagine that. Honey, sweetie pie, little guy, look, we're so sorry. We know you tried to kill the president and many other people in his cabinet, but that does not excuse the way we treat you. You doing okay? You get your jail tablet? You getting your 3 hots and a cot? You getting your foot rubbed? Huh? How's everything going? Are they treating you okay in there? Are they talking nice to you? Are they using meanie words on you? They used mean words against you? How dare they? We're so sorry. We're so sorry. Remember I told you yesterday that his attorneys filed a injunction because of his treatment in jail? It's called prison for a reason. It's called jail for a reason. Eli, when I was a kid, I played this game called Capture the Flag. You ever played that game before? You get tagged, you go to jail. Guess what you can't do there? You can't have freedom. And that was a kid's game.
You also can't leave jail until they let you out, if they let you out.
Yeah, exactly. Allen's attorneys cried to the judge. We filed this injunction, Judge. He's not permitted to make phone calls. He doesn't have access to a jail tablet. He needs to be taken off suicide watch. Federal Magistrate Judge Zaya Faruqi. By the way, imagine being so retarded you're called a magistrate. I'm a magistrate judge. Oh, cool. What's that? The smartest retard in the room? The gayest queer? On the baloney pony? Told an attorney representing the Department of Corrections that he was fascinated and disturbed by Allen's treatment in jail. Allen was placed on suicide watch when he was first imprisoned. Suicide watch protocols mandate that Cole remains on 24-hour lockdown in a safe cell, having no phone access to call to receive visits from anyone other than his legal team. According to the motion, his lawyers also wanted him to be able to obtain a tablet. Didn't get him an iPad. What are you talking about? He was hit with 3 charges, by the way: attempting to assassinate the President of the United States, transporting a firearm and ammunition with the intent to commit a felony, and discharging a firearm during a crime of violence, shooting a Secret Service officer. But you better be nice to him. You better be nice to that widow guy. The fuck out of here with that bullshit. You can't hate these people enough, I'm just saying. You can't.
Apologizing to the man accused of attempting to assassinate President Trump at the White House Correspondents Association dinner. Quote, "What am I to say to Cole Allen? That this is going to be a fair process if we're putting him in a safe cell when he's not supposed to be in there. At a minimum, I should be apologizing to him. We are obligated to make sure he's taken care of. Mr. Allen, I'm sorry that things have not been the way they are supposed to." End quote. This comes just a few hours after the suspect was taken off temporary suicide watch. He's due back in court on May 11th for a preliminary hearing. You are entitled to an objectively fair trial. You are not entitled to a subjectively fair incarceration. It's supposed to be tough. That is how we deter people from committing crimes in the first place, by making jail tough and not the 4 seasons. Your thoughts on this shocking comment by this judge?
Todd, I mean, you were there at the dinner, and you know this guy, based on the video evidence and his comments, was trying to kill as many people as possible, including the President of the United States. So in my view, it's simply crazy for Judge Faruqi here to criticize the conditions in which he has been currently held, because not only, obviously, has he demonstrated on videotape, no less, that he is a danger to other people, he also, by virtue of reports, indicate he was not planning on surviving this attack, which suggests there's suicidal thoughts in his mind, which means he's a danger to himself.
I wonder if the January 6ers got that same treatment. Eli, I have a great idea. You ready for this? His lawyers and him want him to have a tablet in jail. I say give it to him. I say actually give him 2 tablets. 5 commandments on one, the other 5 of the 10 commandments on the other. And he could have 2 tablets, as Moses was given on Mount Sinai. Deal?
I don't know, Jeremy. That's a much nicer approach than I was going to take. Now, if it were me, if I was the president, I would pick my best Secret Service agent. I'd bring him a tablet. I would order that Secret Service agent to bash him over the friggin' head with it until it was just into pieces. Then I'd send that same Secret Service agent to the judge who apologized to this guy, give him the pieces and say, you know what this is? This is the tablet you wanted that little scumbag in there to have, you shithead. If we ever hear anything about this again, not only will you never be a judge again, I will throw you in prison just because I want to for the rest of your life.
Fair queer, fair queen, Fair Queef. I've seen them all in the live chat. Eli, somebody had a better idea. How about instead of even those tablets, although I think that's probably the ultimate tablets that you could give him, but in this case, how about a cyanide tablet? How about that?
Yeah, that's actually what I was originally thinking when you said this yesterday. I was like, a tablet? A tablet? Like when you put under your tongue so the guy can just off himself? Yeah, sure, great idea. Give him a whole friggin' bottle of them.
Yeah, that'd be all right, right? Yeah, you know, Eli, the thing that bothers me most about all this is that we can never seem to do anything about it. You know what I mean? Like, you and I can't do anything about it. All we can do is bitch, moan, complain, and report. Right? I get it. I understand. What we can do, we do. But with this kind of stuff, there's nothing you and I can do. It's not like you and I can go there and administer justice or anything like that. I think my biggest problem with all of this stuff is at least the hype. Look, I know you can't attend to everything, right? But at least the high-profile stuff like this. I just wish something. I want dictator. I want day one dictator. Just one day. How about just give me 24-hour dictator? I don't care if it's day one. Just give me 24-hour dictator.
Yeah, honestly, this is the type of stuff that I'm sick and tired of waiting for, and I think that's what's causing a lot of the fatigue here in the country. I mean,
yeah,
you just got done telling this whole story about this a-hole, and he's not being treated well, and all I could do is sit here and just feel this heavy level of discouragement. Like, are we still doing this crap?
Hey,
come on now.
You want to know something? Yesterday, I saw a video from a guy, and I actually, XX Machine says, dictator. That's funny. Reminds me of an old joke that I probably won't tell right now. But I saw a video yesterday, and the guy was absolutely correct. And it had nothing to do with like something in specific. It had just to do with everything. You're talking culture, society, politics, everything. He's making a video, dude, and he's walking like this. And he's walking by a fence. And he's just got his phone up like this, and he's just walking. And he said, is it just me? I don't think it's just me, but let me know, chat. Is it just me? Or are you just sick and fucking tired of everything right now? You're just sick of people and society and the way people drive and the way people treat you at stores and your hostess at the restaurant and your waiter and the bartender and the politicians and the people that you sell to, the general public, the politics. Are you just sick of everything? And you don't want to know something? He almost got me, Eli, because he was right. The world is sick and effing tired of everything. But do you know what changes all of that process for me? Do you know how I'm able to stay glass half full and encouraging people and saying, come on, guys, we're almost there? It literally is my relationship with Jesus. That's it. And I stumble every day. I say things I shouldn't. But in the end of the day, when I go back to sleep and I wake up and I say thank you to God, if it wasn't for that, Eli, I'd be fed up too. I'd be completely fed up. But really, I got to be honest with you, the only thing that gives me any kind of gas in all of this world that we're in today is just going back to that well every day. That's honestly how I keep doing it.
Well, not much to say to that except amen.
That's all you can do, folks. That's all you can do. We're going to get to Nick Shirley here in a minute. I know everybody's talking about Nick Shirley being stranded in Cuba, but before we do, how about this former FBI agent threatening Todd Blanche? Hey, Kash Patel, you want to get on this one?
Waiting for that to happen, I would very much suggest packing a lunch. This has nothing to do with unbiased prosecution of law enforcement priorities. This is about silencing a presidential critic. And it's worth noting something about what Miles said. It's not just potential legal ramifications for the people involved in this. I have no doubt that Trump is going to issue a blanket pardon for every single.
By the way, first of all, that's what Joe Biden did. Or I should say the auto pen. Second of all, why do all these beta males look exactly the same with the same old bitchy little glasses? I hate it so much. I hate it so much. And by the way, if you want to silence somebody, you don't try to bring them to court where they have the First Amendment to continue to scream and talk about you. You kill them like the Clintons do.
something about what Miles said. It's not just potential legal ramifications for the people involved in this. I have no doubt that Trump is going to issue a blanket pardon for every single person in the executive branch. But there are professional consequences.
Yeah.
Todd Blanche should remember that John Eastman, the intellectual architect of Donald Trump's, what I will refer to with a bit of prediction, the intellectual architect of Donald Trump's first attempt to carry out a electoral coup, was recently disbarred, and the appeal of his disbarment was denied. So Todd Blanche should watch his step a little.
Already suffering the consequences, rejected by the Met Club.
The Metropolitan Club here in Washington.
Good on them.
Yeah. Your little club needs to be burned up. That kind of stuff right there is what that guy's talking about. Sick and tired of that kind of stuff. I'm sick and tired of these 4 or 5 Democrats all looking the same. Even their women look alike. Rachel Maddow looks just like them. Rachel Maddow looks like Keith Olbermann. Keith Olbermann looks like Rosie O'Donnell. Rosie O'Donnell looks like Ellen DeGenderless. You ever heard her called that before? Ellen DeGenderless? What a Team M&M she looks like. She looks like Marshall Mathers when he was on the drugs.
I always called her Ellen DeGenerate. Nasty skank.
Straight up, looking like a broke-ass M&M. Looking like Eminem when he lived in 8 Mile. Walking these train tracks, trying to regain back the gender I had before I go back to the same crap, to the same plant, wearing the same pants. Queers. President Trump has rejected Iran's demands. You know, they had some demands. They said, okay, we'll do this. We'll do it, Trump, please. You're wasting us. You're destroying us. We'll give in. We just got some demands. President Trump said, yeah, okay, whatever.
And it included a list of demands: a withdrawal of U.S. troops, a lifting of the U.S. blockade of Iranian ports, lifting sanctions, releasing frozen assets, an end to the war between Israel and the Iranian-backed militant group Hezbollah in Lebanon, and a new post-war order where Iran is in charge of the Strait of Hormuz, charging tolls and denying Israeli and U.S. ships from entering. The U.S. says Iranian control of the strait is completely unacceptable. The U.S. blockade of Iranian ports continues, choking Iran's economy. CENTCOM says 49 ships have been blocked, totaling $6 billion worth of oil. And it includes...
Woo-wee! Woo-wee! We're not withdrawing troops. We're not lifting the blockade. We're not lifting sanctions. We're not releasing your frozen assets. We're not ending the Israel-Hezbollah conflict because they didn't start it. And we're going to say we're just going to starve you out until you're dead. How about that? We'll give you a few more. You know, earlier I said, why do they always look alike? Why do these Democrats, why do they always look the same? Well, here's another question for you. Why do these dumbass Democrats who all look the same always trot out Mark Hamill every May to say, May the 4th be with you? First of all, you are not Star Wars anymore, okay? If anybody's a Star Wars fan, they're not a Mark Hamill fan or a Carrie Fisher fan anymore. If anything, you were replaced by Ewan McGregor and Hayden Christensen when they took over and made the new saga. You guys are nothing. Why does anybody care about Mark Hamill? Every single May, the Democrats bring him out so he can say, May the 4th be with you. Nobody gives a shit. Dude, you're a loser, okay? They even wrote your loser part loserish in the last Star Wars that you were in.
Happy Star Wars Day from the Obama Presidential Center.
I have a very good feeling about this.
Mark, I am glad you are here. I want to tell you about someone.
Okay.
A young person born into ordinary circumstances, but restless, unsatisfied. A kid with big dreams, a bit of a rebel.
I like where this is going.
They join a scrappy group of underdogs and set out to change
things. What a bunch of retards.
By blowing up a giant space laser?
Mark, this is not about you. As wonderful as you are, this is about them. This isn't a monument to my legacy. It's a gateway to yours. The Obama Presidential Center is much more than a museum. It is an entire campus. built to empower you. A place to come together.
A place to come together and empower you. And guess what you did? You kicked out a bunch of black families who were living there low income. Kicked all them out. Built your little campus that looks like some kind of a temple to Baal, whatever you want to call him. Looks uglier than shit. And you kicked out black people to live there, to have that there. And by the way, is there any bigger pride than saying, not just a testament to my legacy, but a doorway or a pathway to yours? What a retard.
Probably about the gayest thing I've ever seen. And there only needs to be one thing, just one thing in that entire friggin' building. You can have it as big as you want. A huge mural with America painted on it with a big split down the middle, because that's all you accomplished, you homo.
Yeah, with his birth certificate hanging up in there. You know what they should have done at the end of that video, Eli? They should have kissed. They should have said, "May the 4th be with you," and then just kissed each other. That's what they should have done. Made out with each other in front of that stupid-looking library.
Yep. That would have been the cherry on the sundae. I bet there's a sign that says, "Can you take your shoes off?"
Yeah. Can you please take your shoes off? A.A. Ron Browski said Trump needs to build a Trump hotel right near the dumbass library. Bigger. That would be amazing. Oh, that would be amazing. Oh, I'd love that so much. That'd be huge. What's up?
Even better, imagine if he was able to somehow sanction the entire land, not the land that building is sit on, but everything around it, and build something that actually goes over and covers Obama's little building.
So that you look down on it when you're in Trump Tower. That would be amazing, wouldn't it? Quickly, Nick Shirley, ladies and gentlemen. Nick Shirley is out of Cuba. I don't have time to play his whole video, but if you want to go watch it, here's just a couple seconds of it, because I want to play you these other videos, and I don't have time because Will is always on point. He's never even a minute late, so.
When this comes out, or if it does, we are currently being told by Cuban intelligence here in Havana, Cuba. I came here, I've been wanting to make a video for so long about life in communism and showing people what communism is like in a place like Cuba, for instance. Came here to make this video, and when people think about communism, they typically just think about how communism is supposed to make everything equal, whether it be the amount of money someone makes or how food's distributed and how the markets are then controlled by the government. However, something that people do not think about, including myself, is how in communism, they do not have freedom of speech.
So what happened was, it was like he was basically being, like he was almost a hostage in Cuba. But from what I understand this morning, he's safe, he's out, and that's a good thing. That's a great thing, actually. You guys remember, Eli, you remember the movie The Hangover? Remember Zach Galifianakis? He's kind of funny, right? Playing Alan, right? He was kind of a funny guy.
Yeah, don't take Zach away from me. Don't take Zach. Did he do something?
Interview with Obama, because you're the only person that gave him. I mean, I know that this in any way was just you doing your comedy, but you were so rude as that person, right. And it's hilarious because I don't think anyone's talked to, certainly a sitting president, or even in this time, no one's talked that way.
Well, all
to
the
a
podcasters
president
that have had the president on now, they don't do their court gesture. They don't do it. They just they suck up to him.
Yeah.
So the comedians
Yep.
that are podcasters that have had Trump on, they're not doing their job.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's not the job of a comedian. You are to challenge.
Yeah.
You are to make uncomfortable. You're not to sit there and fake laugh.
Yep.
That is not the job of the court jester.
Yeah.
Period. So there is a difference. Somebody yesterday was talking to me about that, about, political influence through comedy and all that stuff. I'm more interested in the comedy first.
Me too.
Yeah.
No, I'm
whatever their motive is. Fine, but the comedy has to come first. I remember when I interviewed Hillary Clinton, and I could tell she didn't want to be there, and I totally get that. I get it.
in between the two firms.
Before we had set that
It
whole
was
thing
actually
up,
good.
they wrote back, well, you can't bring up those emails. And I go, well, we don't have to do the interview. That's fine. We won't do it.
Yeah.
When you tell powerful people no, it's crazy.
Now
they were like, okay, we'll do it.
He's got a point here, Eli. He's got a point. What I don't like about him is he said these comedy people just kiss Trump's ass and they don't take him to task on things. There's really not much to take him to task on. Number one, what are you going to say? I mean, I guess you could give him a hard time over the Epstein stuff. Guess you could probably do that. But in that show Between the Two Ferns, he said to Hillary at the end, Eli, remember, he said, all right, what's the best way to get a hold of you? Email? And she was like, because she told him not to say that. So I'll agree with him. There is a comedic way to hold someone's feet to the fire, but he's mad because people don't hold Trump's feet to the fire. And it's like, well, okay, I understand that. But really, what are you going to... I guess you could hold his feet to the fire on Epstein stuff, but that didn't happen before the election, so he wasn't getting interviewed on that stuff. I guess you could hold his feet to the fire on not deporting as many people, but that didn't happen before the election, so it's not like he would have been on your podcast campaigning. It's like there's not really much you can say to Trump where you can really hold his feet to the fire. You know what I mean? So I know Zach doesn't like Trump. I get it. And he wants people to make Trump look bad. But can you imagine if Donald Trump had went on Zach Galifianakis, whatever his last name is, Galifianakis's Between Two Ferns? Trump would have actually... Trump's funny. Trump's a funny dude. Hillary Clinton's not funny, right? None of these other politicians are funny. You'd have a hard time stumping Trump, I'll tell you that. And then last but not least, I want to play this from President Trump.
So we had to cut the jobs because we were way bloated with federal jobs. And, I could, with one swipe of the pen, I could say, let's have no employment, and I'll hire 1 million people or 2 million people. I say, we just hired 1 million people, and we have absolutely no employment. And that's what they would do. They'd have bad numbers coming up, so they'd hire a couple of 100,000 people, and the numbers would look okay. With me, it's the exact opposite. We terminate a lot of federal jobs that are unnecessary. And they don't like me for doing it, but a year later, they like me because they end up having a much better job, oftentimes in a place where they'd much rather live.
So he's saying that the Democrats, when their job numbers were low, they'd hire 200, 300,000 government employees just to make their job numbers look good, and they wouldn't tell you that the difference between federal or private sector. And that's why the government was so overbloated. Pretty amazing, huh? Democrats always trying to lie, cheat, and steal. Now, going back to what Zach Galifianakis said, name me an interview where somebody hasn't held Trump's feet to the fire. That's all that happens. He barely gets an interview that is friendly to him. Every time he goes on an interview, why'd you do this? Why'd you do that? Why don't you do this? Why'd you say that? Why? Nobody gives the guy credit for anything. And when he did go on comedy podcasts, they were pretty informative. When he was on Rogan for 3 hours, Rogan was asking questions. Well, how come you did this and how come you said that? And he was asking, valid questions. I thought he did okay. When he went on with Theo Von talked to him about cocaine. Anyway, I digress. That's going to end it for today's show. Hey, Will Johnson's coming up next here on LFA TV. Jeremy, property tax reform passed in Iowa. Saw that on YouTube Convo. I heard a little bit about that, but not enough to talk about it. So I'll look into it and I'll talk to you about it later. But right now, Will Johnson is on. So ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned for old Will Johnson or young Will Johnson. Maybe if Will Johnson's watching, hey, Will, how would you feel about going to that Texas water slide indoor water park on June 1st and getting some interviews about why it's a Muslim-only event? How about that? You guys stay tuned for Will and ask Will that question if he'll do that for us. Hold his feet to the fire. There are right ways and wrong ways, but there's only one Yahweh. So stand up tall, keep your shoulders back, keep your chest out, keep your head up high, because you are a child of God, and no weapon formed against you will ever prosper. Keep your families, your friends, and your pets close. Keep a smile on your face, and whatever you do, never stop spreading the gospel. I love y'all. Peace!
What's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Will Johnson, and my feet are on fire in the culture wars.
And they don't have enough gumption to turn around and tell that Supreme Court to rule on the laws of the land rather than to mess with our children, to ruin our education, and put our country down. Now, there were appointed officials, and we'll teach every one of them if we have to get this country back where we're going.
Hey, Bill, about time somebody do something good. Now, all of a sudden, if the tide is turning a little bit, you see how things feel now. You all come upset, huh? All upset. They're not taking your rights away.
We want no trouble. We don't condemn these black people. They are human beings too. We understand that, but we want our school. And we're going to get it if we have to go to Washington to get it. My opinion, if anybody had the right to fight, it's the Indians. They were the ones that were here in this country before the black people or before we were. If anybody has the right to fight, they have a right to fight for us.
It's the same Democrat party, the same one. Now, I'm pretty sure many of y'all have seen that video. I kind of chopped it down just to make it a little bit shorter for time's sake. But she said, if anyone has the right to fight, it's the Indians. It's the indigenous people. It's the same thing. Segregation. The Democrats wanted segregation then. The Democrats want segregation today. 100%. Thank you so much for tuning in, everybody. If you haven't already, please bless us by hitting that thumbs up. Share the live feed. Share the live feed. We're going to talk about political segregation. The Democrats want political segregation. They don't want black people to mingle with white people. It's the Democrats. The Democrats go, of course, black people, we got to make sure they have a voice, because without us, they don't have a voice. I can't believe they actually think that way. Without them, according to the left, people like Will Johnson doesn't have a voice. Or if I don't say the things that they don't approve of, they want to take my voice away. Censorship, blocking, banning, etc., etc. Silence those that don't think like they do. This is the motto of the Democrat Party. They're not even being quiet about it. There's no secret about how they are. Now they're upset because of the redistricting that's taking place and because of the Supreme Court did the Voters' Rights Act, got rid of it. Basically, and like as I've constantly mentioned, that my vote is just like everybody else's vote. I did a little short video last night, and I don't know if how many people saw this, but in the video I was sitting there thinking, just a little short. I'm sitting there thinking that when I will go and vote, when I go to the voting booth and I take up my ballot, when I go in, I show my ID. Yes, I'm Will Johnson. Here's my ID. And when I give them my ID, they give me a ballot. Then I go to the machine. Okay, it is what it is. I go to the machine, and when I take my ballot to the machine, but I look on the ballot, I see the names of the people that I want to vote for. This person, Republican, this person, Democrat. Demons are on the ballot. And then there's some independents and some different, measures that are being passed for policies in the state. But nowhere on the ballot does it say colored ballot. Nowhere does it say that. And it's like the Democrats want my ballot. They straight up want my ballot to say colored people. The Republicans are saying, what? No. Are you an American citizen? That's the only thing that matters. Show your ID, present your ID, and then you vote. But the Democrats want to make sure that they control the black vote. It's been no secret. They've been doing this for years. And it's always been the Democrats that's wanted segregation. Let me give you an example. Look at this. The Republican Party was founded to end slavery. One of the reasons. Why? Because the Republican Party actually consisted of both black and white people when it was first formed. The first the Ku Klux Klan, the KKK, was founded in 1865 in Pulaski, Tennessee by the Democrats. They forgot the N in there, shame on them. During the Reconstruction era, this secret vigilante group spread throughout the South, intimidating and assaulting, even murdering both black and white Republicans. Every time they talk about white supremacists and talk about the Klan, they never mention that they killed white people. Why don't they ever mention that? Why do they leave that key detail out? Is it not important that we know this information? I think that it is. I think it's extremely important that we know. From 1869 to 1935, every black elected to Congress was Republican. I apologize, it's cut off down at the bottom. But did you hear that? From 1869 to 1935, every black elected person to Congress was a Republican, not a Democrat. The Democrats created the Klan because they hated the fact that black people were getting into politics. They were getting their place. That's what I'm saying. Go back to your roots. The Democrats have hated every single day that the Republican parties were created. And the Republicans allowed black people to have a voice. And just like today, because of President Trump, because of the Supreme Court, Will Johnson has a voice. And who's upset about it? The Democrats. The Democrats have been wanting to keep slavery alive in this country all of these years, and they hate the fact that black people can actually say what's on their mind, speak out against the Democrat Party, and all of these white racist liberals get upset with me, calling me a sellout, and black people join them saying that you're an Uncle Tom, you a coon, you a sellout, you're a traitor to your people. Well, my people are the body of Christ, and it consists of all colors. Look at this. This wasn't too long. What was this? This was back in, if I'm not mistaken, 2022. Not too long ago. Who was in office during that time? White people banned off of campus UC Berkeley. This was under Joe Biden. How come none of the Democrats were screaming about this? How many of you even knew that this took place? I've talked about it multiple times. White people banned. Can you imagine if the headlines in this said black people banned from off of campus UC Berkeley? Or let's just say, let's pick any, pick any university, pick any college. Can you imagine if it said black people? The streets would be on fire. The streets would absolutely be on fire because of this. But when it's reverse, it's okay. Because today, the year 2026, they still want people to believe that black people are being oppressed. They still want people to believe that white people, specifically Republicans, are oppressing black people. When in reality of it all, white Republicans, and I'm not saying this to try to appease any white person that happens to be Republican. I'm saying this because it's the absolute truth. White Republicans are the ones that saying, look, if you're black, I don't care. If you want to achieve something, go out and work for it. But they're not going to hinder you. But white Republicans, along with white Democrats, along with black Democrats, if you say the wrong thing, they will excommunicate you. They will hinder you from being successful. Look at what they're doing to John Fetterman. Oh, my goodness. I mean, at some point, you think that John Fetterman is going to be like, well, I agree with everything that the Republicans doing. Maybe I'm going to change my party affiliation. At some point. I mean, they've done every single person that way. Here's another example. What's the name? Vernon Jones. He was out of Georgia, complete Democrat. And then he started questioning about the COVID and about the medication that they were telling us not to take. He started questioning it. And because he started questioning it, the Democrats went after him, got him to wake up and got him to realize. Elon Musk is another prime example of that. Elon Musk was questioning the vaccine. All he did was question it. And then the very fact that he questioned the vaccine, all of these leftist lunatics started attacking him. He said, what is this about? Elon Musk, this is, I'm telling you right now, without me even talking to Elon Musk put rockets into space. And when they work out the math to put rockets in space, to even build the rocket, they had to do the math on paper first. They went to the chalkboard and they were writing on the chalkboard. Okay, this math, this, and this, and this. And guess what? They failed on paper before they molded the first bolt together. Before they even designed the first bolt to go in whatever position, they were failing on paper. Do you understand this? So Elon Musk, his thinking like, wait a minute, we're supposed to question, why is this, why are we doing this? Does this work? Does this not work? Elon Musk took the vaccine and he started having complications, so he started questioning it. And then they got upset with him because he was questioning it. So what happened? The Democrats got Elon Musk to start thinking, oh, wait a minute. They're silencing me because I'm questioning something. Hence the reason why he bought Twitter, because his eyes got open to it. See, the Democrats don't ever take into consideration the things that they do will actually get people to actually wake up. And I hope that they don't stop. I encourage Democrats to continue to go down this path of insanity because it's actually waking people up. It really is. See, a lot of us just look at it and you see like Will Johnson on here. Will Johnson, okay, Will Johnson, he gets it. Will Johnson been talking about it. Will Johnson been exposing these radical leftist lunatics for a while. But I guarantee there's people that you don't know that are actually seeing what's happening in our country. And they're saying, I can't go along with this because of what the Democrats are doing. But that doesn't mean they're not going to stop. That doesn't mean that the Democrats are going to give up. That doesn't mean that the Democrats are all of a sudden go, well, yeah, we should just join Trump. We should stop pushing all this stupid stuff. They can't help themselves because they hate Trump so much. And they want to live as victims as long as possible.
I feel like we as the royal we, us in D.C., in the media, the lawmakers, we often ask so much of the American people, right? We just had a conversation about what the American people can do to overcome this. And I'm finding myself frustrated, as I think a lot of Americans are, especially folks that watch this show, that they keep fighting, they keep getting out there, they keep voting, they keep trying to stop the things that are happening, and yet they found themselves powerless because you have an administration. You also have a legislative branch that doesn't seem to care that the majority of people look at the things they're doing and have huge issues with them, that they're making, in the words of many civil rights activists over the last couple of days, they're making Black and brown people second-class citizens in this country once again.
Eugene, and I want to say...
Hold up. Wait a minute. Let's put some chicken in it. How is it that they're making Black and brown people second citizens, considered to be considered second citizens in the United States of America? How is this happening? I mean, really, like, give us an example of that. This is what you call a mouth breather. They'll go and they'll say stuff. And of course, MSDNC, they love to bring Black people on here to act like they're victims. And like these white people are doing this to us. And this is a certain group of white people. It's only the same white people that's been doing it to us all of this time. And they're actually working for the same racist white people that will love to keep them enslaved. But long as they keep them in check, they'll stay right where they are. And they'll utilize these Black people all the time. Make it make sense.
Thank you to all of you for the coverage you're giving this. And I want to start by saying the power is the point. We're not powerless. In fact, we are so not powerless that they are trying to legalize the restoration of Jim Crow. That's what's happening.
Oh, my goodness.
Because our power was working. We had laws across this country that allowed Black and brown citizens to be fully realized as members of this society. We have the Americans with Disabilities Act. We have the Fair Labor Standards Act. We have FMLA. We used to have bodily autonomy for women. We were on the way to a multiracial, multi-ethnic, multi-generational, pluralistic democracy. And the racist, fascist leadership that starts in the White House but extends to the Supreme Court, members of Congress, and to the state and local level, they're angry about that. They're angry about the power that the people hold. And what they understand that we sometimes forget is that power is never completely won or lost. It is a tug of war, and we were tugging too hard. And that is why we've seen this vicious and fast, lightning fast, stripping of our power. But they've been at it for years. And the work that I do, the work that so many of us are out there doing, is about restoring our belief that we are entitled to that power. But power is not handed back to you. Power is stolen from you, or in a democracy that effectively works, it is shared. And so our job in this moment is to not be weary because they are fighting hard. They're fighting hard because we were winning.
What power is she talking about? Is she talking about Black power? Is that what she's talking about? I mean, really? See, I would love to sit on the panel and say, can you give an example of what power are you referring to? I mean, what ability are you losing? What rights are you losing? It's kind of like the whole thing with them saying that they're taking away women's rights. You remember how they constantly say that? And I'm pretty sure at some point it'll come back up. Women's rights, you're taking away women's rights. And then I go around and asking women, can you please tell me what rights that you feel that you're losing? And then the women with common sense, I'm like, nah, I can still go vote. I can still go hold a job. I can still drive a car. I can still go to the grocery store. I can still leave the house without permission from my husband. So then you ask a radical leftist, lunatic, feminist, white liberal, or even a Black one for that matter, or any liberal female, what rights are you losing? Oh, come on, dude. You know what rights we're losing? No, please explain it to me. They never can explain it. So here it is. They're trying to say that Black people are losing power. What power is that? What power is that? I mean, because I still have I can still go down to the store. I can still go to use the water fountain over there. But if Democrats get their way, I won't be able to. Put it this way. Instead of water fountains, it's called social media. Can you imagine if Will Johnson, and maybe I should just do this and just record it for an experimental reasons. Maybe just imagine Will Johnson creates an account on, what is that app called? Blue Sky, where it's the echo chamber, but for nothing but Democrats. Let's just say, and I think, I've been thinking about it a couple of times. I think maybe I should do it. Create an account on Blue Sky and say, hey, I'm a free Black man. I'm not a victim. And not even say anything real, saying I support President Trump, and just remind people, the Republicans, the Republican Party was created. Black people were on the Republican Party when it was first created. The party's never switched. There's no proof of it. There's no evidence of it other than people just saying it. I guarantee that I'll probably get banned, blocked from Blue Sky so fast when they're the ones constantly talking about inclusive, loving, compassionate, sharing democracy. They will probably ban me so quick. Why? Because I'm not saying the right thing. So then this, and you know what? Maybe I'll go on there and call it social. Maybe I call my profile something like, access to the new social water fountain. And then and I know they're going to end up blocking me. Maybe I should just do it just to prove the point. Because it'll be like, nope, you can't drink from this social media water fountain because you're the wrong complexion saying the wrong things. They did it to white people too. It wasn't just only Black people. As I demonstrated earlier when I first just started, how they were killing white people along with Black people because they didn't like the fact that white people were standing beside black people fighting for rights. At that time, the Democrats, of course, they were calling white people traitors to the race. Think about it. During the time when white Republicans were helping black people reach freedom, white Democrats were calling white people traitors to their race. Because you have the nerve, the audacity to help somebody black out. How dare you? This thing that we're seeing, that we're experiencing, is going to get more explosive as the days come. Because they're realizing that President Trump is disrupting everything of the Democrat Party. He's not supposed to do this. George Bush didn't do it. George Bush did not step foot. He didn't step on one toe when it came to the NAACP, when it came to the Black Caucus, when it came to these Democrats. He didn't step on one toe. Now, he may have brushed a toe every now and then. But President Trump is he's crushing toes. And they're mad about it. And as I mentioned, it's going to get worse as we get closer to the midterms, because they're realizing that a white man is setting all Americans free. A white man is saying that all votes are equal. A white man is putting this country first, and these Democrats can't stand it.
Just since last week, all these governors have absolutely gone berserk trying to get to redistricting. All of a sudden, this is so bad. If you look at the black members in Congress from the South, they've supported health care, they've supported housing, they've supported better education, they've supported transportation program, everything that's been afforded to lift people off the bottom. Members of the Congressional Black Caucus have been in the forefront of making that happen.
So you mean to tell me that white people aren't fighting for people to have a better life in this country? There's only black people doing it. And now you're trying to take all that away. That dude there should be in prison. He should be in prison for what he did on January 6th. That whole sham that they did. I'm so sick and tired of these people they do the worst things to this country, and they just walk around free like nothing ever happens. Black people are not what make this country great. White people are not what make this country great. Hispanic, Asian people is not what makes this country great. You know what makes this country great? Us as Americans. What a concept. Us as Americans make the country great. That's what makes the country great. Us as Americans. Why is that such a problem? Why is that such an issue? I love my country. I love it when, you know what, let me tell you this. When every time I go out someplace, I wear my MAGA hat. For the most part. Sometimes I don't. It's pretty rare. I feel naked when I don't wear my MAGA hat. I really don't, like, man. But anyways, this past weekend, I'm wearing my MAGA hat, and I get out my car and I'm walking, and then I go into the store, and I come out the store, and this Hispanic dude with his wife looking at me, and he just screams out, MAGA, giving me the thumbs up. I said, MAGA, and I gave him 2 thumbs up. This Hispanic dude, older guy, older than me. And then I leave and I get my vehicle, and Shannon's with me. She's experiencing, she just watching this. She goes, wow, Hispanic guy, right? So then I leave and I go to another store, and I'm going into a grocery store. As I'm going in, this guy, he's Hispanic. He's with his family. They're walking into the store, and he comes up to me. He said, man, I forgot my MAGA hat. He said, I meant to put my MAGA hat on before I walked out the door. He said, I walk everywhere with it on. Another Hispanic guy. And then I'm walking around in the store, and I see this black guy, he's younger than me, and he's walking around the store, and he's looking at me, and he just kind of gives me the thumbs up. And then I'll leave the grocery store, and I'm putting putting a few groceries in my car. And that same black guy I saw in the store walked right up to me in the parking lot. He says, man, I know who you are. I seen you. Keep it up. Young black dude. This is what the Democrats don't want to see. This is what the Democrats don't want to happen. So what do? They reach out and they find the most despicable people that they can find on the planet to say the most hateful things you can about black people. And look at this. Here's a panel, listen to me, a panel of black people. Look at it. All of them are hateful. And these are the type of black people that if you don't say the right thing, they want you removed. They want to silence you and all this other stuff. Listen to this.
I want y'all to understand, you could say Jerry Demings is a cop, but he's a cop who cares about civil rights. The other one is Byron Donalds, who has decided to make himself the house pet of the Republican Party. Let white men pat him on the head in the United States House of Representatives.
Oh, my goodness. How disgusting can you be? How disgusting can you be? Have you ever known for me to denigrate black people because they voted for Kamala Harris or Joe Biden or any of the other Democrats? Have you ever known for me to do that? Have you ever known for Byron Donalds to call them, saying that they say something so despicable about them because they think differently? No. This is not physical violence, but that's verbal violence. Saying that he's a house pet. They think the same thing about me. Saying I'm a house pet for the Republicans, when it was the Republicans that freed black people. Republicans in the United States of America free black people, and they're angry about it. They're mad about it. How is that the case? You know what it makes me think about? Uncle Tom. Uncle Tom in the book Harriet Stowe's Cabin. Harriet Stowe, Uncle Tom's Cabin. Uncle Tom in the book was a character that was rescuing and helping runaway slaves reach freedom. So what happened? Because black people could not read, white liberals during that time, white Democrats, they were telling black people that Uncle Tom was bad because they couldn't even read it. So they put this whole impression out there that Uncle Tom is bad because Uncle Tom was actually helping black people reach freedom. How do you call that a bad person? Same thing here. So they find these black ignorant people to talk bad about other people that are doing positive things. That's the whole point. If you're doing something positive and you say positive things, they say negative things. They're angry and they're hateful. I want to show you another one, and this one's of Warlock, right when we come back.
Remember when you were younger and you used to hear stories, whether it be in Greek mythology or whatever, about the fountain of youth, people constantly looking for something out there that would help them live forever or live longer? Well, kind of got something like that with Fatty 15, and it's not mythological. No, Fatty 15, this is an empty jar right here, but that's your size that you get. That's a 1 month supply. You get a 3 month supply on this deal. Fatty 15 contains something called C15. If you don't know what that is, it's an essential fatty acid that is necessary for your body's cellular generation, meaning that if you have any damaged cells, it will repair them. It'll also change the way your cells age and you will live longer. C15 does exactly that. Again, if you don't know what C15 is, definitely do some research, but it's Fatty 15, and in each and every one of these capsules that you get in Fatty 15, you're going to elevate your cells, you are going to repair your cells, and you're going to live longer. That's what it does. It slows down your aging process for healthier hair, healthier skin, balanced metabolism, deeper sleep, and 3 times more cellular benefits than omega-3 fish oils. Fatty fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Save 15% now. That's fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Thank you very much. Back to the program.
The racial turnout gap since Shelby versus Holder 2013 has gotten wider. The Supreme Court said in their decision that we don't need these things because that racial turnout gap has all but disappeared. It is a lie. It is a bald-faced lie. Yes, I won my race. I run statewide. Yes, we got black folk in high political office, but Ruth Bader Ginsburg was right when she said it's like removing your umbrella in the middle of a rainstorm because you're not getting wet. They removed that umbrella, and that racial turnout gap has gotten wider, and it's gotten wider twice as fast.
How so? I mean, where is the racial gap? The only racial gap that's being created is being created by the Democrat.
In states that used to have to pre-clear their changes. Same folk who used to discriminate are still discriminating.
Yes, they are. The Democrats. That's never changed. That has absolutely never changed. I guarantee, I'm telling you, do this. Is there anybody on here right now that have a Blue Sky account? Is there anybody have a Blue Sky account on here? Let me know. Because if you have a Blue Sky account, when I create it, I'm going to connect with you. Do you have one? And again, I'm just going to do it for experiment reasons. I've been, I'm like, I thought about doing it before, but I knew that they would throw me off immediately. But now there's a really valid reason because it's the new social media water fountain. And they don't want me drinking from that water fountain. It's the same thing. Republicans don't do that. You can go on any True Social. Do you ever hear people getting banned on True Social? Now, people probably say stuff on there, but like, yeah, you can't be saying, Ed calling for violence like this, blah, 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 blah. Okay, I get it. But have you ever heard of anyone getting banned on Rumble? Have you? I've never heard of it.
While they're saying things have changed. Then on Wednesday, they said, well, I tell you what, we're going to play with the lines. They didn't learn from the earlier decision. They watched the racial voter turnout gap get larger, and then they came back on Wednesday and they said, we're going to allow partisan politicians to gerrymander you so that even when you show up, your voice won't have as much impact because we'll play with the lines. That isn't a new method. That's an old method. That's a Jim Crow method. That's 19th and 20th century methodologies in a 21st century world. Let me make it plain for you. That's Jim Crow in new clothes.
Wow. And yes, racism was dead, was nearly dead until Obama resurrected it. 100%. It was pretty much done. It was like gone. Even after George Bush, it's because George Bush was supposedly racist in Texas. Here in Texas, there was a pickup truck. They said these white boys drugged this black man behind a pickup truck here in the state of Texas. I remember hearing about that when George W. Bush was in office. And I'm like, man, that's just terrible. But I realized then, like, George Bush didn't do that, did he? Did George Bush come out and say, yeah, we need more of this? No. Have you ever heard of any Republican saying we need more of it? Even the Republicans I don't like, George W. Bush, he's never said it. He's never said it. Out of all the time me looking at politics, there's only been one Republican that I don't like, and that's been George W. Bush. He's the only one. And I actually voted for Bush. Imagine that. And I really don't, I thought I was, I was kind of like in between making my transition in, but then I realized how much George W. Bush is part of the elite establishment, how he's against President Trump. And once he really came out for Trump, I said, yeah, that's the reason why I don't like him, because he's not for America. He's for this whole global agenda, him and Daddy Bush. Him and Daddy Bush. But Warnock, being a congressman, He's on there preaching, trying to convince everybody that it's not them. It's not the party that he supports. It's not the party that he's a part of that's constantly doing the racism. Oh, no, it's not them. It's not them. Not at all. Not at all. It's the Republicans. The white Republicans taking away everybody's rights to vote. And stupid people believe it. Like, let me give you an example. I don't even know who this person is. But this woman here, she's complaining about what the Supreme Court did. Now, look, I see it for what it is. They're saying, the Supreme Court is basically saying that when you go vote, you go vote. You're an American citizen, that's it. You don't need to like draw any lines here or there just because of your color. That's discrimination. Segregation. That's what they want. But listen how this despicable person tried to describe it.
The Supreme Court just gutted the Voting Rights Act. Let me tell you what that means to Black people.
Yeah, tell us what it means to Black people.
Right now. On April 29th, 2026, the United States Supreme Court issued a 6-3 ruling in Louisiana versus Calais that effectively dismantled Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. That has been called the crown jewel of the civil rights movement.
It's the crown jewel of the Democrat Party because they've been able to utilize it and control Black people ever since. Keep it real.
Let me explain to you exactly what that means. Go ahead and follow this page. I'm about to break something down. This is what the court actually did, and I'm going to keep it simple. Imagine a teacher in school gives a test. Every Black student fails. Every white student passes. Does it matter why the teacher wrote the test that way? Or does it matter that Black kids keep failing?
Hold on. So let's get this straight. Fish face. Let's get this straight. You give Black students a test and give white students the same exact test. That's what she's alluding to, right? Did y'all catch that too, right? Is that how y'all see that too? So a teacher gave both Black and white students the same exact test. The white students passed the test. All of the Black students failed. Instead of asking the question of why the Black students failed the test and the white students passed the test, she automatically wants to go and said that the teacher purposely made the Black students fail the test. Did the Black students study? Did you ever ask that question? Does that ever come up? Did the Black students ever study? 2 + 2 = what? We're taking a test right now. It's pop quiz for everybody. 2 + 2 = what? Regardless of your complexion. I'll go first. 4. If you answered it, you got 100%. You got an A. How many Black people got an A? How many white people got an A? How many of the Black students studied for the test? See, she's not going to talk about that. She's just automatically saying that, well, the reason why the Black students failed, not because of them neglecting to do their homework, them neglecting to study for the test, they simply failed because the teacher.
For 40 years, the Voting Rights Act said it matters that Black people keep getting hurt. You don't have to prove that the teacher hated you. You just have to show that the test keeps failing you. But the Supreme Court just said, nope, you now have to prove the teacher meant to do it. And here's the thing. Nobody writes, I'm being a racist in an email. Nobody puts it in the meeting notes. So now you can harm Black voters all day long as you say you didn't meant to.
You can't make it up. You can't make it up. Did the teacher tell the Black students not to study? Are the students in a calculus class? Are they in calculus and the test is based on geography? And they gave the white students the answers to the test and not the Black students? Did that happen? No, she straight up said that they gave both black and white students the same test, and the black students failed. Why? Not because of the teacher. The teacher just handed out the test. It's up to the individual at that point to study. It's up to the individual at that point to apply him or herself. It's up to the individual. It has nothing to do with what. Okay, you know what? The teacher was black. Now what? Stupid liberals. The teacher was black. Now what? The teacher's black and all the white students passed. Let's go with that scenario. Now what? Because hers was a scenario. How come we can't go with this scenario? The teacher was black. Now what? Stupid liberals. See, she's trying to want to have DEI. And this is like in some of the schools, they've actually lowered the bar for people to pass in school, which actually hinders and hurts other people. Instead of getting to the root cause on why some students excel over others, they just want to blame racism. It has nothing to do with it. Everybody has different learning abilities. Everybody has different ways that they learn stuff. For me, you can tell me something, you can show me how to do something, and I'll look at it and I'm like, okay. But for me, I have to do it. Like I need hands-on. Like I can understand what you're telling me, but I need to do it. I need to apply it in order for me to learn it. That's just my learning skills. Like me turning the lights on here, me having the computer going, me having graphics on the screen, me having the microphone, being able to go through the computer, go through my mixing board, go through the internet and reach you. I had to figure it out, but I did it not just by someone telling me. I do it by hands-on. So now what's happened, just like every other time, when black people get into their emotions, all of a sudden, they're all victims. Victim to something because they feel like something's being taken away from them. When nothing's being taken away, you give, this is what it's been like. And it's not like this for everybody black. Not for me. But you give black people something. This is what LBJ did. LBJ gave black people just a little something so they think they have something. Instead of telling the black people get there and work for it themselves. He gave them something. So President Trump and the Supreme Court just took away that something from them. And now they feel like all is lost. They're no longer considered people. They think this to themselves. They lost all sense of being a human being. And their blackness makes them a victim.
You look great. I like your hair. It's good to see you. How are you doing?
Not great. It's been a nightmare since the Supreme Court gutted me.
That might be a little bit unpleasant.
Yeah. For almost 50 years, I kept problem states from discouraging black and minority voters. And then the court turned around and ripped out my Section 5.
That's right. And
let me tell you, once the court ruled, a bunch of states drew up new maps diluting minority voting power. They enacted new voter ID laws and killed same-day registration and cut polling place hours. And I was helpless to stop it. I'm sorry I'm not more fun. I know I normally dance, but there's nothing to dance about.
Victimhood. I'm victim. I'm a victim because they made my vote count just as the same as everybody else's. I no longer have special status. I'm no longer looked at as a special needs person. Stupid liberals. I mean, this is like La La Land. As I mentioned, I did a little short video last night, and I was thinking, I think I brought it up yesterday. so much is going on in the world. Like, haven't black people been screaming all this time that they want to be considered to be equal? Right? Y'all seen that, right? Y'all seen that, right? I'm not the only one that's heard that. We want to be equal. We want equality. And then equality is handed to them. Oh, no. We don't want that. We don't want that. We want more. You keep giving us what we want, and then we'll scream for more and more until we take rights away from all white people, and then we'll say it's equal. It's just kind of like what you hear these people constantly saying that, you know, black people can't be racist. Have you heard them say that too? I've experienced racism for more black people than I have white people. And then there's white people that will say racist things about Will Johnson, and then these racist black liberals will join in with the racist white liberals and calling me racist names. I had never experienced anything like that until I became a Republican. I had never experienced anything like that. It blew my mind when the first time I said, what is this? Now look, I'm straight up. White person saying this, calling me the N-word and all this. And then the black liberals that see it, they just join right in. Yeah, you are a house N-word. I'm like, wow. Never experienced it. The racism comes from the left. And it doesn't even matter the color on the left. Now, I want to share something with you that kind of like almost blew my mind. Almost. Stephen A. Smith just said something that might possibly end his career. I'm going to show it to you.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers, as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale, only $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
I wish for one election that every black person would vote Republican. What? How can he say that? I said, it's simple. Since 1964, the black folks, we have been giving our vote to the Democratic Party at an exorbitant rate.
Come on now.
Therefore, they know they got our vote. And they don't have to cater to us as much as we need them to. The Republicans know they'll never get our vote, so they don't give a damn about us. And as a result, we're the only community in America devoid of representation, which is why we're considered disenfranchised. I'm tired of that. What I want is to put ourselves as a community in a position where both parties have to work to get our vote.
Can I ask you this?
Before this guy come on the question, isn't it how Republicans work to get everybody's vote? And that's the way it's supposed to be. Democrats should do the same thing. And it shouldn't matter about color. It should be that if you're running for political office, then you do what you need to do to try to win everybody's vote. That's what it should be. It shouldn't be that, hey, we need to fight for your color. It should be, we should need to fight for your vote. I'm confused by that. The year 2026, and it's petty. Pettiness what drives these people.
Do you think you covering politics like you cover politics, in the words of your mans, is that good for business, your business?
It has the potential not to be, We'll have to see. So far it is. I think I'm doing pretty good. So far it is, but it has the potential not to be. But here's the point. Cam, if I thought like that, I'd never be here. There's plenty of decisions over the years I could have made that would have been good for business. But I had the courage to tackle the issues that I felt passionate enough to attack. That's what makes me me.
That's what makes him him. Because he wants people to believe that he'll come out and he'll just say everything and he just speaks the truth. Stephen A. Smith didn't know what they were doing in California by bringing in all of the illegals for the census report. He had no idea about it. He had no idea that with the sanctuary cities, like he's been oblivious. He's a sports announcer. He just pay attention who's run up and down the field or who's on the court. I think Stephen A. Smith at one point is probably going to try to run for the presidency. And this one here, totally not true. It was the black vote that got President Trump elected. That is true. It helped. It got President Trump over the finish line. 100%. But it wasn't just the black vote. It was the vote of the American people that got President Trump over the line. President Trump got the popular vote. Majority of the people in the country are white. He won the popular vote. He won the Electoral College. So it was the American people that got President Trump over the finish line. But I see his point when he's saying that if they get all the black people to vote for the Republicans just one time in this country, and it has actually be probably a second time. Because when it first happened, they were voting for Republicans. Until the Democrats, LBJ, figured out that we can give black people just a little something, have these N-words believe that they're good because these N-words are getting a little uppity. We'll have the N-words voting Democrat within the next 200 years and did it within 60. And here we are today. More black people are not supporting the Democratic Party any longer. They're just not saying anything about it. Not saying anything about it. They can't, because in their their community and their homes, and if they find out that you're a Trump supporter, oh my goodness, what's wrong with you? I have friends that I called friends that I've known for over 20 years. And when they found out that I was a Trump supporter, you know what their response was? What's wrong with Will? What's wrong with Will? Why does something have to be wrong with me? Why does something have to be wrong with me? How can it just can't be that, hey, maybe Will is seeing something that we don't. Let me share this with you because I know we're getting to run out of time. This is a video that I just saw right before we came on. And this guy, I don't know who this guy is, but I want y'all to listen to what he's saying. Listen. Look at that. Black votes count now. What have I been saying? What have I been saying? All of our votes are equal now. That's all that I want. I don't care about the color, but I'm going to stop it again. Listen.
It's one person, one vote. All votes are equal. By the way, this makes black votes more meaningful in all the other districts.
Yep.
Because they have not now been excised from electoral consideration, from political consideration.
Yep.
By more moderate politicians. They have to be appealed to as well. You know why? Because they're voters. They're voters just like your two persons of power talking to you right now.
They're voters. American voters. See, I don't know who that young man is, but I've been saying that. Oh, they're voters. So you're going to have to fight for their votes, regardless of their complexion. See, the Democrats, they love to get on stage and they love to go talk to people and say, we're here for black people. We're going to do this for you. We're going to do that for you. Black people, black people. Do they do that for white people? Is there anybody white watching? I can't even tell. I'm pretty sure there's at least a couple in here. But do you ever hear anybody get on stage? We're going to do this for you, white people. We're going to fight for you, white people. Do you ever hear that? No, I'm straight up serious. I want to know. No, you don't. Because if someone were to go on stage and a Republican and say, we're here, we're going to fight for white people, they would call him a racist. Here's one. J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance says it's okay to be white. How dare he? When did it not become okay to be white? When did it not be okay? You know, God did create white people. God created all people. God created all these wonderful colors. So when did it not become okay? When Satan planted that seed for people to believe that it was not okay to be white. And me, as a black man, don't have to tell you. You don't need me to tell you this. You already know. I just don't like the fact that J.D. Vance, our vice president, says it's okay to be white, and they lost their minds. But if you're a Democrat, you go on stage and you sit there and say that you're going to fight for black people. Oh, you're so wonderful. You're so great. We're going to fight for gay people. Yes, you're so brave. You're so brave. We're going to fight for the illegals. We're not going to stand for Americans. Oh, yes, that's exactly what we're talking about. I can't be the only one seeing this. Come on, people. The Democrats are relentless with their hate. Not just for Trump, but for the country, for society, for humanity. They don't even hide their hatred any longer. They love to hate. They do. They love to hate. That's it for me, everybody. Mr. Kevin Smith is coming up next right here on LFA TV. Don't go anywhere. Don't do anything. And if you haven't already, please bless us by hitting the thumbs up. Please bless us by hitting the thumbs up. And I'll see you tomorrow in the Culture Wars.
What's happening, everybody? Tuesday, May 5th, 2026. Happy Cinco de Mayo to everyone out there celebrating. If you are, keep drinking. If you're a Democrat and you don't like the fact that we celebrate Cinco de Mayo because we don't believe in illegal immigration, I don't care. I don't care at all. My name is Kevin Smith. This is Loud Majority Live. I want to thank you guys all so much for tuning in. Very soon, we are going to have a White House press briefing from Marco Rubio, which is pretty wild. He's quite literally becoming the meme. We all joked around that he was going to have another job in the White House. He's all, let's see, what does Marco Rubio got right now? He's the Secretary of State. He's the closer on the Mets. He's about to become a stewardess on Spirit Airlines. He's now the leader of both Iran and Cuba. And apparently now he is the White House press secretary. Look, I don't know if he's going to be doing it full time, but we're certainly going to throw it there as soon as it happens. So keep it locked in here as he gives an update on the conflict in Iran, which, continues to heat up, continues to rock, continues to roll. Before we get started, guys, do me a favor and hit that thumbs up button. Share the video out wherever it is you may be watching from. Pretty wild stuff. Let's pop the live chat up on the screen. Also, got some more fun stuff today. Kamala Harris endorses Karen Bass for LA mayor. That shouldn't come as a shock to almost anybody. But the reason she gave is it's pretty wild. It's pretty wild. So also Spencer Pratt put out maybe the greatest AI video of all time. We'll show you guys that one as more hospice care continues to be exposed in California. Good stuff all around. Good stuff all. And we're going to talk about cowardly Republicans because, quite frankly, there are a lot of them out there, and I think they really need to perk up a little bit. I think they really need to perk up a little bit and understand that we are in the fight of our lives here. Before we get started, though, guys, head on over to loudmajorityusa.com. That's loudmajorityusa.com. Sign up for the newsletter. Check out our shop. That is the best way to support this show and everything we've got going on over here. We got a new 250 shirt out right now. You guys are going to want to check that out. Let's see. Let's pop this up. Gotta love the cute little AI girl that we got modeling the shirt for us. Very nice. Boom. Here it is. There's the new 250 shirt. Check that out today, guys. You get in every color. Head on over to loudmajorityusa.com and use promo code SPLC to get free shipping. That's promo code SPLC to get free shipping because to hell with the Southern Poverty Law Center. It turns out they are not only covertly backing Democrats, but they are now donating to them, which is strictly against the law if you are a 501c3 nonprofit. But hey, not my fault. Not my fault for pointing out the obvious. Let's dive in to the news out of California. We're going to start there because this story is wild. As Kamala, boy, I miss her. I do. I really hope she runs for president again because we need more content out there from the word salad queen herself. Well, she has decided to endorse Karen Bass for LA mayor, which isn't going to come as a shock to anybody. Establishment Democrat, endorses establishment Democrat. But the reasoning she gave is pretty funny because she says that Karen Bass, you ready for this one? Y'all ready for this? Was able to stamp out crime and homelessness. Really? So she's endorsing Karen Bass because she was able to stop homelessness. Kamala Harris, who now lives in Malibu, has endorsed Karen Bass for mayor of the second largest city in America, saying she has my full endorsement for mayor of Los Angeles. The two have known each other for decades, obviously. But the part of it that everyone found to be so odd is the fact that Karen Bass, quote, is the leader Los Angeles needs right now and has done what so many said couldn't be done. The first ever 2-year decline in homelessness. That's right. It went from 100,000 to 99,000, and they're considering that a success. Reducing crime levels in the city hasn't been seen since the 60s.
and refusing to back down when the federal government comes for our neighbors. I don't really know what the hell that means. While Bass is currently leading her primary opponents, Socialist Councilwoman Neetha Raman and reality TV star Spencer Pratt, she continues to face mixed public perception. A majority of her view her unfavorably, with 13% having no opinion whatsoever. The incumbent led the pack with 25% of the voting support, though roughly a quarter of Angelenos remain undecided, according to a Berkeley Institute for Government Studies LA Times poll. Wild. Citing homelessness and crime statistics going down. Someone named Josephine Aronson decided to put a thesis paper in my comment section. I'm not reading all of that. Oh, right. She linked to New York Citizens Audit, the people who haven't accomplished anything. Hi, Joanne. How's it going? So let's look at some of the crime and homelessness going on in Los Angeles, because a story came out from LA the other day about a woman sleeping outside. Now, sleeping outside in Los Angeles, of course, that's nothing new. But where she was sleeping was incredibly, incredibly odd.
Now, for growing concern today over how the city of Los Angeles is tackling homelessness, as people are found to be living in city storm drains near the 110 freeway.
Clearly distressed and dealing with mental illness, she told us she doesn't know how she ended up here and would like safer, more permanent housing.
Has the city ever come by and offered housing options? No.
Neighbors say the encampments and RVs are a total hazard, that those living inside dump their trash, vandalize cars, use drugs, and have cut through pretty much all of the metal wiring.
Put cameras out, put something to barricade them from coming in, house them, or send them somewhere else where they don't have to be straggling on this part under the tunnel. It's very bad.
Yeah, that's right. She's living in a storm drain. I guess Kamala Harris considers that to be accomplishing homelessness, because some of the homeless in Los Angeles have decided to not particularly sleep on the street. They've now decided to sleep under the street. So I guess I guess they don't count those figures. And you saw her moving things out of the storm drain. She got a little crib down there. She's hanging out like Pennywise, just snatching kids up off the street. As you can see, she is clearly banged up. So this led Spencer Pratt to put out, and I got to tell you, whoever, and I think I know who's doing it. Can't say for sure, but whoever is running Spencer Pratt's social media accounts. All right, we'll get to Spencer Pratt in a little bit. Marco Rubio is up. We'll be back on the other side.
I'll have a brief remarks here, and then we'll get to your questions. As you know, over the weekend, the president announced this Project Freedom, and the goal of it is to, frankly, if you want to talk about it, it's to rescue like almost 23,000 civilians from 87 different countries that are trapped inside of the Gulf and left for dead in the Persian Gulf by this Iranian regime. You know, for more than 2 months now, these innocent sailors and commercial crew members have been stranded out at sea because Iran is conducting something that's not just criminal. It's criminal for sure, but it's desperate and destructive, this blockade of the Straits of Hormuz. Nations from around the world, the overwhelming majority of whom are not even engaged in any military hostilities, are now at risk not just of losing their cargo, but the lives of their own citizens because of this blockade. These ships, you know, you don't leave a ship out there for this long. You start running out of food. You start running out of potable water, essential supplies, and they're at the mercy of this piracy. And what it is, it's piracy. And not only that, but some of them have seen, you know, been open fire on and rained down senseless attacks on several civilian ships already. So frankly, the way to put it, these are innocent bystanders. These are countries that and ships and so forth that have nothing to do with any of this, and nonetheless are being caught in the middle of it and being held hostage merely because Iran could do that, just as the regime brutally slaughtered tens of thousands of their own citizens for the crime of peaceful protest, because they're unhappy with the quality of life or the lack of quality of life in Iran today. And so they're sitting ducks. They're isolated, they're starving, they're vulnerable, and at least 10 sailors have already died as a result of the civilian sailors. So already many nations privately and some publicly have asked the United States to help free their ships and to restore freedom of navigation in the Straits of Hormuz and this critical artery of global trade. And so President Trump, as he always does, stepped up and answered the calls for their help. And he's directed the United States military to guide these stranded ships to safety, to provide a protective bubble under which they can operate and move product and get themselves out of there and out of harm's way. And this is the first step towards reopening the strait and bringing this regime's last-ditch act of economic arson, bringing that to a close. We're doing it not only because we were asked, but because we're the only ones who can. Only we have the power to sort of take the steps that we've taken now. Under this president, under President Trump, the United States will help our friends. We're going to stand up to rogue regimes like the one in Tehran, and we're going to be unashamed to use our power and our abilities to project military power in the service of our national interest above all else. Now, what's really important for you to report and for everyone to understand is this is not an offensive operation. This is a defensive operation. And what that means is very simple. There's no shooting unless we're shot at first. Okay? We're not attacking them. But if they're attacking us or they're attacking a ship, you need to respond to that. You're not going to let some fast boat come up on a ship and shoot it up. We're going to respond to it, and we've been successful at it. I don't know what the exact number is, but I know a number of those fast boats have now been targeted, and will continue to be if they pose a threat to our forces. We'll shoot down drones, we'll shoot down missiles, but it's defensive in nature. This is defensive. So if you hear stories about attacks and launching of firing back and forth, it's not back and forth. We are only responding if attacked first. This is a defensive operation, and that's what's occurring here. Just about the importance of the Straits for a moment. This is approximately a quarter of the world's oil trade, along with significant volumes of fuel and fertilizer that operate through the Straits of Hormuz. The Iranian regime cannot be allowed to dictate who uses this vital waterway. I don't think this is also being reported enough. Maybe you are reporting. I don't read everyone. I don't know many damn outlets here. I don't know who you all are, but I mean, I know who some of you are, but I don't know all of you are. But I will say this about it. This is an international waterway. Okay, this is an international waterway. And international law is very clear, and I love it because everybody always talks about international law, and this international law on this is very clear. International waterways, no country can control them. There is no international law that allows you to say, I'm going to put mines in an international body of water, and I'm going to blow up ships that don't listen to us and try to go through. That's what Iran is doing. This is a criminal act, and someone needs to do something about it. Something needs to be done. It's completely illegal, completely illegitimate, and completely unacceptable. And that's why the United States military is guiding stranded commercial ships safely through the strait and is working to restore freedom of navigation and putting an end to these efforts to hold the global economy hostage. So far, as a proof of concept and as a proof of function, 2 U.S. flag merchant ships have successfully transferred the Strait of Hormuz in the first stages of this project, and they're now safely on their way. The U.S. military is deploying the necessary assets to extend this defensive umbrella over commercial shipping. But there should be no mistake. And as I said this already, this is a defensive operation. I want to reiterate that point. This is important to understand. If no shots are fired at these ships and no shots are fired at us, we're not firing shots. But if we're fired on, we will respond, and we will respond with lethal efficiency. The assets supporting this project, by the way, include guided missile destroyers, over 100 land and sea-based aircraft, multi-domain unmanned platforms, and 15,000 of the finest military service members on the planet. These forces have already destroyed, as I told you earlier, I thought it was 6, it's 7 Iranian fast boats that failed to heed our warnings. And by fast boats, we're talking about, some of these things look like Boston whalers. Okay, so these are not like Navy ships. But nonetheless, they come fast at these boats, try to swarm them, try to harm them. We're not going to let that happen. So 7 of them now sit at the bottom of the sea, along with, by the way, the rest of Iran's Navy. That's where you can find their Navy today. And we're going to continue to systematically clear this passageway through the straits to restore freedom of navigation. Now, while this project steadily progresses, Operation Economic Fury, continues to impose maximum pressure on the Iranian regime and what remains of their already frail economy. Today, inflation in Iran is 70%, and their currency is in total and complete freefall. U.S. sanctions enforcement is stepping up. It's moving in lockstep with the naval blockade to degrade Iran's capacity to generate, to move, and repatriate revenue. It directly targets the regime's primary revenue lifelines. The blockade alone is costing Iran as much as $500 million a day in lost revenue. 90% of total Iranian trade has been halted, causing permanent damage to Iran's oil infrastructure as wells are forced to shut in. Again, all of this is in response to their piracy. Okay, it cannot be that you have these straits and they blow up any ship that moves and the only ships that get to go through are theirs. You can't have a situation in which the straits are closed to everyone else, but they benefit from the piracy. That can't happen. That's why the blockade is in place, and that's why these sanctions are crippling them. Any foreign financial, and by the way, Treasury is now identifying and cutting off every dollar of revenue that's flowing to this regime. And so, look, any foreign financial institution or commercial actor that enables Iran's sanctions evasion is going to face secondary sanctions exposure and a loss of access to the U.S. financial system. As President Trump has said, and the facts clearly bear out, the United States of America holds all the cards. There is no scenario here in which if they decide to join a ladder of escalation, they wind up getting the last say. But our preference is for these straits to be opened to the way they're supposed to be opened, back to the way it was. Anyone can use it, no mines in the water, nobody paying tolls. That's what we have to get back to, and that's the goal here. Every day the conflict continues, however, our leverage on Iran will continue to increase, and their position will continue to weaken, especially as the blockade really begins to bite in conjunction with the sanctions. So, look, the time's come for Iran to make a sensible choice. And it's not easy for them to do that, obviously, because they have a fracture in their own leadership system. And apart from that, I mean, the top people in that government are, to say the least, they're insane in the brain. And so we need to address that, and it's difficult because it's hard to get past that in their system. But it's important for them to make a sensible choice and the one that's right for their people. The president, our president, has proven time and again that his preference is peace. But Iran must accept the reality of this situation and come to the negotiation table and accept terms that are good for them, but ultimately good for the world. The diplomatic path, if there's a real diplomatic path, I'm not sure there's going to be one, but if there's a real diplomatic path and we continue to explore it, Steve and Jared are working on that very hard. If there is one there, it could be one that leads them to reconstruction, to prosperity, and to stability, and to not posing a threat to the world. The alternative is growing isolation, economic collapse, and ultimately total defeat. I know what the right choice is for Iran. I hope that the people over there making decisions will make the right one. The last point I would make, and it really is important for them to understand this, is they really shouldn't test the will of the United States, at least not under President Donald Trump. He has proven time and again that he will back up what he says. And if they test him, ultimately they will lose. The hard way, the easy way, the long way, the short way, they will lose. And with that, it's time for your questions. So, Catherine, why don't we start with you first?
Hi, Catherine Parrish. I'm an independent journalist. Secretary Rubio, have you seen any recent indications that Iran is willing to give up its nuclear weapons program that is credible, verifiable, and that would lead to an immediate de-escalation?
Well, look, this is a long-standing problem for them, right? I mean, they have wanted, they have always said they don't want a nuclear weapon. That's because they've always said that, they just don't mean it. And why do you say, well, how do you know they don't mean it? Well, we don't mean it because they're doing all the things, and historically have tried to do all the things that you do if you want a nuclear weapons program. For example, they innovate and try to innovate long-range delivery missiles that now, in some cases, are capable of reaching much of Europe. They build these large underground centrifuges for enrichment activity. There are countries in the world that are involved in the enrichment business, but these guys do it in mountains and in caves and in hiding. They've always had secret components of their nuclear program undisclosed to the world. And we know for a fact that they retain highly enriched uranium at 60%, that they did so. And that has no civilian use, none, zero whatsoever. So they have an opportunity here to agree to something that will make it clear that they're not interested in a nuclear. One thing is to say we don't want a nuclear weapon. Another thing is to do the things that prove you don't want a nuclear weapon. By the way, if what Iran wants is a civilian nuclear program for power plants and stuff like that, there are a lot of countries in the world that have that, and they don't enrich. They import the enriched material. You know, they could have that if that's what they wanted, but they're not acting like that's what they wanted. They're acting like they want a military, nuclear program. That's unacceptable. So that's the process we're engaged in now. To create, that's the object of this diplomacy, is to come up with some level of understanding about what are the topics that they've agreed to negotiate on. We don't have to have the actual agreement written out, and one day this is highly complex and highly technical. But we have to have a diplomatic solution that is very clear about the topics that they are willing to negotiate on and the extent and the concessions they're willing to make at the front end in order to make those talks worthwhile. That's what Steve and Jared and the whole team is working on, and I hope to have good news on it. That's the outcome we would prefer. That's the outcome we would have preferred a year ago. That's the outcome I think most of us would have preferred a long time ago. But that's not the option they've given us, given their activity. All right, can I? There's no way I can figure out who to call on. I'm just going to like press right in the middle, right there. You right there, yeah. Right in the back row.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I'll go to you next. I can't get everyone. She knows it. All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Secretary Rubio. Keep going right. Welcome to the White House.
What's that?
Talking to me, sir?
Yeah, to you, yes, sir.
Thank you. I have two questions on two separate issues that come
Do they
under...
get two questions for these?
Two questions
There's a lot of people in here.
that fall under your umbrella.
All right, well, you answer. You can ask me two questions. I'll give you one answer. Go
Thank
ahead.
you very much. I appreciate
And I'll pick the one I like better.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The first has to do with the blockade. There are lawmakers from both parties who claim the blockade is an act of war. What do you say to that? And my second question has to do with the fuel embargo of Cuba. How long, Mr. Secretary, will that last?
Okay, two things. All right, good. I'll answer both your questions because I like the second one too. The first one on the blockade. And so why do we have a blockade? We have a blockade because they shut down the straits. So I don't know which members of Congress you're talking to, but here's what I would ask them. I would ask everybody here. It's very simple. These guys have shut down the Straits of Hormuz. This is what Iran is saying. We will shut down the straits. No one can go through. No country in the world can go through unless we allow you to go through, and you have to pay us. But our ships can go through, meaning the Iranian ships, as much as they want. That's crazy. Who would agree to that? So how are we going to have a situation where they get to close the straits to everybody, and the only people who are allowed to go through there 100% without paying anything are the Iranians? If you do that, they'll keep the straits closed forever. They're trying to make this some new normal. Okay, under no circumstances can we ever allow them to normalize the fact that they get to blow up commercial ships and put mines in the water. So the response to that is we're going to blockade your ships. If everyone's ships are not getting out, your ships are not getting out either. That's not an act of war. That's a defensive measure. It's a counter to what they have decided to do. You know what is an act of war? Putting mines in the water. Why don't the members of Congress, whoever it is complaining about it, they should be all over that. These guys put mines in the water. That alone, mining in the water is illegal, period, under any circumstances, and they've done it. This is crazy stuff, but this is what they've done. On Cuba, oil blockade on Cuba. There's no oil blockade on Cuba per se. Here's what's happening with Cuba, okay? Cuba used to get free oil from Venezuela. Used to give them a bunch of free oil. They would take like 60% of that oil and resell it for cash. It wouldn't even go to benefit the people. So the only blockade that's happened is the Cubans have decided, the Venezuelans have decided we're not giving you free oil anymore. And you can only imagine nowadays, the way oil prices are, no one's giving away free oil, much less to a failed regime. So the problem with Cuba is worse, okay? Their economic model doesn't work. Doesn't work. And the people who are in charge can't fix it. And the reason that I can't fix it is not just because they're communists, that's bad enough, but they're incompetent communists. The only thing worse than a communist is an incompetent one. And that's what, so incompetent communists run that country, they don't know how to fix it. They really don't. And we have 90 miles from our shores, a failed state that also happens to be friendly territory for some of our adversaries. So it's an unacceptable status quo. I will be addressing it, but not today. Okay. All right, let's go to the front, right there.
Secretary Rubio.
Yeah.
You are going to the Vatican to meet with the Pope. Is this an attempt to smooth things over with the Pope, given the rhetoric between President Trump and Pope Leo?
No, it's a trip we had planned from before, and obviously we had some stuff that happened. And no, look, there's a lot to talk about with the Vatican. I'll give you one example. The Pope just returned from a trip to Africa, where the church is growing very vibrantly. And we have shared concerns about religious freedom, freedom in different parts of the world. We'd love to talk to them about that. The topic of Cuba, we gave Cuba $6 million of humanitarian aid, but obviously they won't let us distribute it. We distributed it through the church. We'd like to do more. We're willing to give more humanitarian aid to Cuba, by the way, distributed through the church, but the Cuban regime has to allow us to do it. They won't allow us to give their own people more humanitarian aid, and we're willing to do it through the church. So there's a lot to talk about.
And the president recently said that the Pope is endangering a lot of Catholics as a result of his rhetoric around the Iran war. Is that a sentiment?
Well, I don't think that's an accurate description of what he said. I think what the president basically said is that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon because they would use it against places that have a lot of Catholics and Christians and others for that matter. It goes back to the central point. I think the president, without trying to speak for him, but I think I can characterize it this way. He doesn't understand why anybody, leave aside the Pope, the president, and I, for that matter, I think most people, I cannot understand why anyone would think that it's a good idea for Iran to ever have a nuclear weapon. Look what they're doing with the Straits right now. They're holding the whole world hostage. They have these sailors, on commercial ships that are going to starve to death out there. They don't care. They don't care that this is melting down the economies around the world, even of their own allies. This is what they're doing with the Straits. What do you think they would do if they had a nuclear weapon? They would hold the world hostage with that nuclear weapon. That's what they would do. They would do exactly to the world with a nuclear weapon what they're doing now with the Straits. And I think the president's point is how anyone cannot see that as an unacceptable outcome and an unacceptable risk is beyond him. It's puzzling. And someone has to do something about it. The difference between this president and like the 6 presidents that preceded him were that he's the only one that's actually been willing to do something about it. Everyone says Iran can't have a nuclear weapon, but you got to do something about it at some point. And he's been willing to address that threat. And that's what he promised he would do when he got elected, by the way, is address threats like this. I wish I knew your name.
Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary.
Can you put name tags on?
Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary.
Who are you with? Who are you with?
I'm with Rudao Media Network.
Okay.
Mr. Secretary, the President has said multiple times that weapons were provided to the Kurdish groups to pass on the Iranian people. However, Kurdish political parties and the regional government says they have not received such weapons. Even some claim these weapons remain in the U.S. base in the region. Can you clarify who those weapons were given to and whether you intend to retrieve them or still want to pass to the Iranian people?
Yeah, look, ultimately, what the President is expressing, and I think has repeatedly, is he wished the Iranian people had, look, he's heartbroken by these images. You think about it, you're an Iranian, okay? You're unhappy that your economy doesn't work for you. You don't have freedom. You don't have an opportunity to express yourself. You've got friends that have been shot in the head because they're out protesting. And it's heartbreaking to him to see that these people are abused in this way and have no measures to take against their own government as a result of it. By the way, this goes back, if you guys remember the protests in 2009 where they slaughtered people in the street. This is a vicious regime, guys. Okay? These are people that hang people from cranes in the town square so everyone can see. They continue these executions of people and have continue to do so for over a decade and a half now. And so I think what the president is expressing is the desire that he wishes the Iranian people had an ability to fight back against some of these things that are happening to them. And I would view that as distinct and separate from the specifics of this operation that was ongoing before it concluded, and certainly different from the operation that's going on now. Right there in the...
Regarding Colombia, Mr. Secretary...
Right behind you, not Colombia, right there. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Secretary, thank you so much. On Lebanon, are we in a ceasefire or less fire? And the second question, do you think you would be able to achieve an agreement between Lebanon and Israel without risking a civil war in Lebanon? What are you doing to risk? What are you doing to?
No, I got it. I got the gist of your question. So look, here's the challenge with Lebanon. Okay, there's no problem between the Lebanese government and the Israeli government. Israel doesn't claim any land in Lebanon belongs to them, and by and large, I think a peace deal between Lebanon and Israel is imminently achievable and should be. The problem with Israel and Lebanon is not Israel or Lebanon, it's Hezbollah. Hezbollah operates from inside of Lebanese territory. They terrorize and attack Israelis, but they also are inflicting tremendous damage on the Lebanese people. The reason why Lebanon gets attacked by Israel is because of Hezbollah, because Hezbollah is hiding in some house, launching rockets against Israelis, and then they get hit. So what you're seeing now is Israeli responses to either attacks or perceived threats. And this is not new. This has been going on for a very long time. What is our hope? Our hope is to engage the Lebanese and Israeli governments under our mediation at the table to achieve this. And that is having Lebanese armed forces and a Lebanese government, not just with the willingness, but with the capability to begin to challenge Hezbollah and disarm them. Because the Lebanese people are also victims of Hezbollah. And by the way, on the topic of Hezbollah in Lebanon, who is behind Hezbollah? Why do they exist? They're an agent of Iran. If you go through that Middle East and you identify every problem, Hamas, Hezbollah, to some extent the Houthis, obviously, and others, behind every one of these groups is Tehran. So apart from the nuclear weapons, apart from all these other things, these guys are behind all the bad actors. Hezbollah is a wing. It's an extension of Iranian desire to destabilize the region. So we're very committed to this process. It's not going to be easy. You're asking me a complex question. You know this has been going on for a very long time. It's not going to be easy. We're going to do everything we can to make sure that both sides continue to talk so that progress can be made on some sort of permanent ceasefire that isn't constantly spoiled by Hezbollah and by Hezbollah violence. Right in the middle. I'm winging it, guys, okay? Right there, yes, sir.
You mentioned the 2 U.S. ships that safely crossed the Strait of Hormuz. Are other ships being told it's safer to get back to regular levels, or are we still going to see limits in place for the foreseeable future?
For obvious reasons, I'm not going to broadcast who we're talking to or who we're telling them to move. I mean, we want these operations to be safe, and I think as it unfolds and ships get through, we'll make those announcements after the fact, just for operational security purposes. But the goal here is pretty simple. Establish a zone of transit that is protected by a bubble, the United States, both naval and air assets. and then allow ships who want to move through there and get to market, to begin to increase confidence in the ability to do so. That doesn't happen in 12 hours. It takes time to set up that bubble and gain that confidence, but that's the goal. We have been in touch. We've been in touch, I don't know, with a bunch of different liners about moving, and we're hoping to continue to improve the security situation, and we'll start to see some of that movement. And we'll announce it as it happens after the fact. We're not going to be like broadcasting, hey, tomorrow at 12, ship X is going to be coming through for obvious reasons, because that degrades the security. But we feel confident we're going to be able to achieve that. Look, it's not going to solve the whole Straits problem. It's going to solve a lot of it, but it's important to challenge what Iran is doing now. Guys, again, I wonder if you take anything away today, and I can't tell you what to write, but Iran cannot be allowed to normalize this control of the Straits. It's completely unlawful, illegal. It's outrageous. And every country in the world should be joining us and condemning it and doing something about it. But the United States has stepped up and is trying to do something about
it. Regarding Colombia, Mr. Secretary, we've had several tourists.
I'm sorry. We'll see if we get to Colombia today. Go ahead. You guys have an election. Why don't you wait till after your election?
Mr. Secretary, John Michael Ross with Daily Mail. I was curious about your meeting with Southcom earlier. There was a picture, a map of Cuba behind you. What did you discuss with Southcom about Cuba? And do you have any updates on?
I'm not going to tell you what I discussed with Southcom.
but it had to do something with Cuba.
No,
what about?
Cuba's in Southcom. You know,
Fair
it's
enough.
the closest part. And so the second point, I was there. Our ambassadors were in from the whole Western Hemisphere. I was addressing them. Meeting the general who just took command of Southcom. And there happened to be a map of Cuba. And I said, it'd be good if we took a picture in front of that map, because it's like the closest thing in Southcom to the United States. So there it is. We have maps of other countries, huh?
What about Greenland? Did you update on Greenland?
No, they didn't have that map then. In the red, right there in the red.
In the red, okay. Cristina de Telemundo. Can I ask you in Spanish, or can I ask
Yeah,
you
you can answer in Spanish. You can ask me.
Okay.
And they'll have to translate for them what you ask
So
me.
I'll say it in English,
Okay.
and if you can answer in both languages. Today I checked the webpage of the State Department, and there's still a $25 million bounty on Diosdado Cabello, the Secretary of Interior, for drug trafficking and narco-terrorism. I was wondering if that has been put on hold, or if you're negotiating with President Delcy Rodriguez to turn him over.
I don't have any updates for you on that. The website is what it is, and that's where it stands. That policy hasn't changed. But guys, let's be mature here a little bit. I'm not going to tell you about what we're talking about with the leader of these countries.
El Departamento de Estado sigue considerando a Diosdado Cabello un narcoterrorista y un narcotraficante, como dice en la página del Departamento de Estado.
La política de Estados Unidos en ese tema no ha cambiado, y cuando cambie te dejaremos saber. The politics of the United States on that, the policy of the United States on that topic hasn't changed. When it does, obviously we'll inform you, but I don't have any news for you on that today. Right there in the green. I'll get to you guys. Right there. Are you guys all the TV people?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go. I'm learning. They gave me a little map. I don't know where I put it of the people here. Some of you had like red X's. I'm kidding. No, it's not true. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The average price of gas in the country right now is $4.50. Do you have a thought on how long Americans are supposed to kind of accept this? Do you think it will affect Republicans' majorities in the midterms?
Well, I'm not going to speculate on the politics of it. You can tell me. Look, it's obviously being driven by global events. That was true during the Russia-Ukraine war as well, where you saw that come up. Look, we don't benefit from the Straits as much as other countries. I don't know if you've seen what the gas prices are like in other parts of the world that are really suffering big time. So we're very fortunate that the United States, I believe right now, is like the world's largest net exporter of oil and natural gas as a result, not because of this war, but because we have this capacity. So we've been insulated to some degree. We're obviously still vulnerable to some extent to global prices, but in the end, we're more insulated than other countries, even though that's not welcome news to Americans that are paying more at the pump, no doubt about it. And it certainly is one of the circumstances of it. There are people that we're predicting would be much higher at this point, but we're not taking that for granted. Suffice it to say that think about it this way. Everybody needs to think about it this way. If Iran had a nuclear weapon and they decided to close the Straits and make our gas prices like $9 a gallon or $8 a gallon, we wouldn't be able to do anything about it because they have a nuclear weapon. And a nuclear-armed Iran could do whatever the hell they want with the Straits, and there's nothing anyone would be able to do about it. And that's one of the many reasons, apart from like the massive loss of life in a nuclear strike, why Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. So this is an example of, if they had a nuclear weapon, they closed the Straits and they would tell the world, what are you going to do about it? We have a nuclear weapon, we can attack you with it. That's the world none of us want to leave behind. It won't happen under this president's watch, but some future president and in the future Americans will have to deal with this. So just one more example of why these guys can never be allowed to have a nuclear weapon. Right there, in the black.
Right, you in the black. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Where you? No, right there. You.
Oh,
You.
me?
I you both are wearing black.
Thank you,
She's
thank
closer. No, you don't have black. You have blue on. I'm colorblind, but I know blue and black.
Thank you so much.
Right there. Yes, ma'am. No, you. The first one I called on.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you. This is chaos, guys. Go ahead.
Welcome to the White House.
You've long been a leading voice on human rights in China, and so including religious persecution and forced organ harvesting. So President Trump prepares to meet Xi Jinping next week. Do you expect human rights concerns to be on the table? Or
Well, we always raise those
discussions
issues,
there?
and they remain true. And I think we've proven in some cases it's most effective to raise them in the appropriate setting. But we always raise those issues. They're important to us, among with others, of course. But those issues remain prominent in our view and in our conversation about these things. And we'll continue to raise them in the appropriate forums. All right, let's get to the front. These guys are going to get mad. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Segment Kelly, Associated Press. You mentioned earlier that some countries have privately and publicly indicated their willingness to help with Project Freedom. Can you say how many have reached out to the U.S. with the offers of help and what kind of capabilities?
Well, and I mean, no, thank you for your question. That's a good question. I mean, multiple countries have said we got to do something about it and fix it.
Is it like dozens or single digits or more than 100? Or
I don't know. I don't put a number on it. I would just tell you that here's what I would say about it. The capabilities is the issue. Okay, a lot of countries would love to do something about it. They don't have a navy, right? Or they can't get there in time, or they can't. Others, are less. That some unfortunately do have a navy are saying, oh, we'll be involved, but we'll be involved after it's over. Well, after it's over, it's kind of like that makes sense. So, we'd like to have it. Now, there may be some utility in a post, closure mission. I'm not downplaying that, but I think that's been the challenge. But there are other ways they can help, unique ways that they can help. And I don't want to get into who these countries are for obvious reasons, because they are prepared to help us in certain ways, but maybe don't want that publicly disclosed for no other reason than it impacted foreign policy. It could have some domestic ramifications. But ultimately, I don't want to mislead you. The primary responsibility for this Project Freedom is on the United States because we're the only country that can project power in that part of the world the way we're doing now. We're the only ones that can do it, and we're going to do it as a favor to the world. Understand this. This is a favor to the world because it's their ships that are stranded. It's their fuel supplies that are stranded. By the way, it's there's humanitarian aid destined for different countries in the world that's stranded in the Persian Gulf right now. It's the fertilizer that they need for their food and crops that's stranded in the Persian, not our fertilizer, their fertilizer. So we want to be helpful, and that's why the president stepped forward, because we're the only ones that can. Frankly, we're the only ones that can.
Mr. Secretary, on the rising oil and gas prices, the president has said that this is a small price to pay for getting rid of a nuclear weapon. But 10 weeks in, are we any closer to getting rid of Iran's nuclear material?
Yeah, but look, here's the way to think about Iran, and this is what I described at the very beginning of this. What was Iran's plan? You have to understand what their plan was. Their plan was they were going to build this conventional shield where they would have so many thousands of missiles and drones and rockets that they couldn't be attacked. And behind that conventional shield that they were trying to build, they would then break out and do whatever they wanted with their nuclear program. They no longer have that conventional shield. Okay, we told you guys from the very beginning, and we're very consistent in this messaging. The operation that has concluded was going to destroy their navy. They have no navy left. They don't. Not a navy. They have small boats and Boston whalers, but they don't have a navy left. They don't have an air force. I challenge you. When is the last time you read or heard about an Iranian jet flying anywhere? They don't have an air force. Their missile launching capability has been substantially degraded, and their industrial base, their defense industrial base, has been severely, severely damaged. So their ability to build a shield behind which they could hide their nuclear program was wiped out. That's a very substantial achievement, and that was the purpose of this operation from day one.
Their nuclear material in order for this war to end.
Well, that's one of the topics that needs to be discussed. I don't know about. I think you're linking it. The operation is over. Epic Fury, as the president notified Congress, we're done with that stage of it. Okay, we're now on to this Project of Freedom. As far as a negotiation is concerned, I think the president's been clear that part of the negotiation process has to be not just the enrichment, but what happens to this material that's buried deep somewhere that they still have access to if they ever wanted to dig it out. That has to be addressed, and that's being addressed in the negotiation. I'm not going to go further on what progress has been made on that topic because I don't want to endanger the negotiations, but suffice it to say that the president and this entire team is aware of the centrality of that question, and that will have to be addressed one way or the other. Right there. Right there. Yes.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Secretary. I have another two-part question for you.
Okay.
First, are you taking part in those negotiations that you just detailed there? And then secondly, President Trump has made it clear that the U.S. doesn't rely on the Strait of Hormuz. So why should Americans even care about Project Freedom and these
shipping tankers going through?
Well, I think on the second point is the one I want to address first, and that is why should Americans care and why it matters to us? Because ultimately these things have an impact on the global economy, which ultimately has an impact on our economy in the long term. That's number one. Number two, because if we live in a world where a rogue state like this Iranian regime is allowed to claim as a new normal control of our international shipping lane, it will not be long before you see that happen in multiple shipping lanes around the world. I can identify for you six or seven vital shipping lanes around the world that some countries can decide, guess what, if Iran was able to do it, we're going to do it too. We're not going to start charging tolls. And it'll get closer and closer to us. That's unacceptable. We cannot live in a world, there's a lot of time and energy been invested behind the idea that international waters are free for the free flow of goods. The stuff we make in this country and export has to go through international shipping lanes. And for us to live in a world where a country can decide, now we own the international shipping lane and you have to pay us if you want to use it, that is a normal that we will never be able to accept. And that's what the Iranians are trying to get us to do. So we're doing two things about it, and we haven't talked about the second one enough. The second thing we're doing is we're going to the UN. Everybody loves the UN, right? We're trying to go to the UN, and we're saying, okay, countries of the world, condemn this. Say that it is wrong for you to put mines there. It is wrong for you to shoot at commercial vessels. Guys, that's what we're talking about here. These guys are bombing commercial vessels. They're not bombing naval vessels. They're bombing commercial tankers. It's just outrageous. That needs to stop, and it needs to end. And if it doesn't, then the world should be diplomatically and economically isolating Iran as well. But if we live in a world where global shipping lanes can be taken over by countries, that'll have a direct impact on Americans in the short and the long term, and we can't let it start by Iran doing it. And we're the only ones that can do anything about it. All right. Right there in the green. Go ahead. Yes.
Mr. Secretary, does the president intend to press Beijing on its Taiwan policy when he visits China next week?
I'm sure Taiwan will be a topic of conversation. It always is. As you know, we understand the Chinese understand our position on that topic. We understand theirs. And I think both parties, without getting ahead of myself of what will happen in the talks, but I think both countries understand that it is neither one of our interests to see anything destabilize happen in that part of the world. We don't need any destabilizing events to occur with regards to Taiwan or anywhere in the Indo-Pacific. And I think that's to the mutual benefit of both the United States and the Chinese.
Secretary of Brazil. Hey, Kara Castanova from Lindell TV. Thank you for taking my question today. How does the State Department...
What happened? Why is everybody giggling? What happened? You guys... Oh. I'm sorry. Are they mean
Kara
to you?
No, they're not mean.
Oh, okay.
I don't think they are. I hope not. But I'm Kara from Lindell TV, and nice to ask you a question today, sir. How does the State Department interpret the president's recent remarks when he said, quote, the Iranian people need to have guns, and I think they are getting some guns, end quote. What did he mean, and do those comments relate to any ongoing or potential U.S. actions like supplying those weapons?
Well, I think it goes back to the question I was asked a moment ago. I think the president thinks it's heartbreaking that the Iranian people are abused by this regime the way they are. In the end, I mean, this regime is not... Guys, I know I've said this. I think I said this in my hearing before the Senate when I got confirmed. I don't know of any country in the world where there's a bigger difference between the people and the people who run the country. Okay, this country is run by radical Shia clerics. And that's not what Iran and the Iranian people are. Now, they may be Shia, but they're not radicals and they're not clerics, and they just want a normal life and a regular life, and in many ways a very cosmopolitan country with an incredible history and incredible legacy and the like. So there's this huge divide between the people of Iran, whom we sympathize with, and who the president sympathizes with, because they're the ones suffering. Look, the world is a victim of Iran, okay? The world is a victim of Iran because they're terrorists, because of what they're doing now in the Straits. But the people of Iran are daily victims of the regime, and the president has deep sympathy for what they're going through. And I think he's just expressing that sympathy and that frustration that they don't have the ability to do more to get rid of this regime that has crushed this country and isolated it from the world, which is a country that shouldn't be isolated from the world because its people are phenomenal. All right. I wish I had like a dice. Go ahead. Yeah. No, right there, because I'm going to Italy. Voy a Italia. Déjame hablar con el señor. Okay. He's Italian. I know him. He used to cover Capitol Hill. You're Italian, right?
For many years.
For many years.
Yeah,
okay.
Daniele Compatangelo. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. So I have two short questions for you.
Oh, damn, two questions.
First, as you head to the Vatican and Italy, how do you view the Pope's global role amid current geopolitical shift? And what are your objectives in Italy? Is this trip tied to recent remarks by the President suggesting Italy has not been supported as expected? And the second one is about the Hezbollah in Lebanon. On a recent interview on Fox News, You raised some concern about stronger vetting within the Lebanese armed forces. What do you make? Can you elaborate a little bit?
Yeah, I've answered the first one about the Vatican. Look, I mean, the Pope is obviously the vicar of Christ, is a Roman Catholic, but he's also the head of a nation state, and it's an organization that has a presence in over 100-something countries around the world. And we engage with the Vatican quite a bit because they're present in many different places. I've already outlined to you 2 examples. We worked with the Catholic Church on the distribution of humanitarian aid in Cuba. We share with the Catholic Church a concern about the destruction of religious liberty, the persecution of Christian minorities, and also, the challenges that are being faced by Christians in Africa, where the Pope just recently visited. So we have a lot to talk about with them, and I engage with them quite a bit on that front. So the trip is really not tied to anything other than the fact that it would be normal for us to engage with them, and other Secretary of States have done that in the past. On the second point about Lebanon, also a question that was asked earlier, and what was the Italian part?
About the expectation that the president...
Oh, no, look, I mean, the Italians have been involved for some time in training the police and in training their forces, so we'd love to hear their input on it. And in the way, look, we welcome everybody's help eventually. What has to happen in Lebanon, what everybody wants to see, is that you have a Lebanese government with the capability to go after Hezbollah and take the Hezbollah apart. There shouldn't be a Hezbollah and a government. There should be a government. Everyone should fold underneath it. And if we do that, then there will be peace between Israel and Lebanon. But we have to build the capacity of the Lebanese to do it. And I think Italy could be helpful in that regard. All right. Did I call on you already? You already got a question? In the green? Did I call on you already?
No.
Okay, all right. Go ahead.
You mentioned the UN resolution that
Yes.
you announced today. Can you talk about what the goal is with that resolution? And there was a similar one last month that was vetoed by China and Russia. You spoke to the Russian foreign minister. Do you have an assurance that Russia will be on board with this now?
Well, we don't know.
Yeah,
look, I mean, everyone wouldn't want to see this vetoed again, and then we've made some slight adjustments to the language, but I don't know if it'll avoid a veto or not, but the language isn't very complicated. And I think it's a real test for the UN, right? As something that functions that can solve global problems. What is the purpose of the UN? The UN was supposed to be a place where you could peacefully resolve global conflict. Right now, you have a country who is unlawfully, criminally, and illegally taking possession of an international waterway and blowing up commercial vessels and putting mines in the water. I don't know if people appreciate how outrageous this is, how unacceptable it is that any country would fire and try to sink commercial vessels or put mines in the water. Both of these things are illegal. And so we're going to take it to the UN, and we're going to give it another chance to be a forum in which we're not even asking people to commit troops to the region and help blow up the Iranian boats. All we're asking them to do is to condemn it, to call on Iran to stop blowing ships, to remove these mines, and to allow humanitarian relief to come through, because there's humanitarian aid that's trapped. That's it. This is a very modest request. And if you're telling me that the international community and hundreds of countries cannot rally behind that, then I don't know what the utility of the UN system is, if it can't even solve something as straightforward as that. And I think to both the Chinese and the Russians, I would argue and have argued that it is in their interest for that resolution to pass and for pressure to be brought on Iran, because it is in their interest not to see international waterways, including the Straits of Hormuz, be closed down and cause economic chaos to dozens and dozens of countries around the world. Okay. Back row, yellow tie. Back row,
Secretary,
yes, sir.
with CBN News, you've had a deep faith for God and country. At the end of the day, with all that you've been involved in,
keep going.
You've been extremely busy.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
As we all know. I got to ask you, what is your hope for America at a time such as this?
My hope for America?
And how do you personally
been.
deal with that?
Yeah, look, I mean, my hope for America is what it's always been. I think it's the hope I hope we all share. We want it to continue to be the place where anyone from anywhere can achieve anything, where you're not limited by the circumstances of your birth, by the color of your skin, by your ethnicity, but frankly, it's a place where you are able to overcome challenges and achieve your full potential. I think that should be the goal of every country in the world, frankly, but I think in the U.S., we're not perfect. Our history is not one of perfection, but it's still better than anybody else's history, and ours is a story of perpetual improvement. Each generation has left the next generation of Americans freer, more prosperous, safer, and that is our goal as well. But it is a unique and exceptional country, and as we come upon this 250-year anniversary, I think we have a lot to learn and be proud of in our history. It is one of perpetual and continuous improvement, where each generation has done its part to bring us closer to fulfilling the vision that the founders of this country had upon its founding. So, thank you. All right. I have time for 2 more questions. Oh, crazy. All right, right there in the pink. No, you right there. That lady, no, the one right next to you in the pink. No, the pink. I'm sorry, but I pointed at her. I need to get a laser pointer and just go. Now you in the pink jacket, the lady right there. Thank you.
I have a question on Iran-China relations.
Okay.
What's your reaction to Iranian foreign minister visit to China? Also, Beijing instructed its firms to ignore U.S. sanctions. Could you also address that?
Well, I'll direct you to Treasury on that front. There are options that we have. If you ignore our sanctions, you're going to face secondary sanctions. And I don't have an announcement for you on that today, but we don't do these things, for symbolic purposes. On the first point about the visit, it's fine. I hope the Chinese tell him what he needs to be told, and that is that what you are doing in the Straits is causing you to be globally isolated. You're the bad guy in this. You guys should not be blowing up ships. You should not be putting mines. You should not be trying to hold hostage the global economy. I hope the Chinese bring, whether it's done privately, but I hope it's done directly, that's the message they deliver to them. As I outlined earlier today, China is an export-driven economy. Okay, I'm not here to speak on behalf of what's in the best interest of China, but it's obvious. China is an export-driven economy. That means they depend on other countries to buy from them. Well, you can't buy from them if you can't ship it there, and you can't buy from them if your economy is being destroyed by what Iran is doing. So it is in China's interest that Iran stop closing the Straits. It's harming China as well. The gentleman in the red tie, right there. Yes, I'm sorry, what's your name?
Liz Landers with PBS NewsHour.
Okay.
Another question about the China-Iran relationship. You said at the beginning of your comments at the top that every single financial situation will be targeted. Does that include Chinese banks? Would the president sanction
We're going to enforce our sanctions. I don't have an announcement for you. That will have to come from Treasury. But we have sanctions in place. And sanctions don't mean anything unless, you're going to do something about them. So I think that's been clear. I think that, the Treasury will follow up with any specific announcements. Suffice it to say, we're serious about our sanctions. Then a cost needs to be imposed on Iran for what they are doing. Otherwise, if they get away with this, guys, if they get away with pulling this thing off without paying a price for it and backing down, you're going to see multiple places around the world where other countries are going to be tempted to do the same. This is unacceptable. Again, I want to reiterate the point. We keep arguing back and forth about the war and the shooting and this and that and the other. These guys are shut down an international waterway. The Straits of Hormuz do not belong to Iran. They don't have a right to shut it down and blow up ships and lay mines. And that's what they've done. That needs to be addressed. Otherwise, and it cannot be normalized. Under no circumstances can we live in a world where we accept, okay, this is normal. You have to coordinate with Iran. You have to pay them a toll in order to go through the Straits of Hormuz. Not only is that unacceptable in the Straits, you're creating a precedent that could be repeated in multiple other places around the world. The whole world should join us in this condemnation, and the whole world should join us in doing something about it, by the way. It shouldn't just be us. We're hoping to get countries. We're going to give them a chance to do something about it at the United Nations. All right, my last question. All right, that lady in the right there in the white.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Right next time we'll change.
Thank you.
Okay, hold on, stop this up. Go ahead. Okay, I'll do two more and then I gotta go. See you in the back. Yeah, go ahead. Iran has shown what? Okay.
Iran has shown that it's been able to withstand a lot of pressure. And yesterday, President Trump has said that they may run out of oil storage in 2 weeks. Do you believe that that will be the thing that gets them to the table to give up their nuclear ambitions? And if not, what will be that thing?
Well, look, they're suffering devastating damage to their economy. You're right, but it's not that they're able to withstand pressure. It's that they don't care that their people are suffering. You understand, right? There's a difference between we can withstand pressure and we actually don't care. Now, I think there are people in their system that care more than others. Some of the elected people that you see, some of the people you see on television with the suits on, those guys care because they know at the end of the day they have to live in the reality. And then you have an other element of their government, the clerics, the IRGC types, who probably are more immune to that and care less. They're more interested in regime survival at all costs. But ultimately, the pressure points are what they are.
Are they less divided now than they were before? Because the administration has said that the Iranian regime is divided, making it very challenging.
Well, it's been challenging to deal with them diplomatically because, for example, an offer will be made and then it takes 5 or 6 days to get a response because you have to get it through the whole system. They have to find the supreme leader wherever he hides. They got to get him to sign off, and that's their system. Their system has always been multi-layered in this way. It's obviously become more complex because of the damage they suffered during the war. But look, suffice it to say, Iran has to pay a price. They're not going to change their position out of the kindness of their heart. There has to be a pressure point on them that causes them to realize they cannot continue to close the straits, or they face crushing economic consequences, but also, global diplomatic isolation, which they have proven in the past to be susceptible to. But you're right, they have a high pain threshold, but they don't have an unlimited pain threshold. Nobody does. All right, this has to be the last question. Go ahead.
Secretary, many people want to know, what is your DJ name?
My DJ name?
Your DJ name.
You're not ready for my DJ name.
On the war, if the fighting were to resume, because you've said that Operation Epic Fury is over, the president also said that the U.S. would bomb them off the face of the earth if they tried to go after U.S. ships. So if the fighting resumes, are you saying that it would resume under Project Freedom? And I ask, as it relates to the War Powers Act.
Yeah, look, the Operation Epic Fury is concluded. We achieved the objectives of that operation. I'm not going to, we're not cheering for an additional situation to occur. We would prefer the path of peace. What the president would prefer is a deal. He would prefer to sit down, work out a memorandum of understanding for future negotiations that touches on all the key topics that have to be addressed, a full opening of the strait so the world can get back to normal. And he preferred that be negotiated through the route that Steve and Jared have been working and that all of us have been supporting. That's the route he prefers. That is so far not the route that Iran has chosen. And so the result has been that the United States has to do something about the fact that we're the only nation on earth that can do anything to open up a lane within the Straits of Hormuz to get product and to rescue these people that are trapped in there. And that's what we're undergoing now. What that may lead to in the future is speculative. I'm not going to speculate about what it would take or what it would do. But look, the message to Iran, these guys are facing, they are facing real catastrophic destruction to their economy, generational destruction to their economy, generational destruction to the wealth of their country, imposed on themselves by the actions that they're taking. They should check themselves before they wreck themselves in the direction that they're going.
Does the White House believe that these votes coming up in Congress are a moot point then?
Look, guys, I love talking about this topic. You're talking about the War Powers Act. Yeah. Okay, I love it. I was hoping somebody would ask. All right, hold on. No, boy, you don't let me answer. I got to answer the question. Okay, and I love it. I'll tell you why I love it. Because even as a senator, I said something. The War Powers Act is unconstitutional, 100%. Now, this is not the position of me, not the position of the President of the United States now. This is the position of every single president that has occupied this position since the day that law passed. It's completely unconstitutional. Now, we comply with it in terms of notification because we want to preserve good relations with Congress, right? And we do that. But even as a senator, I would say that the War Powers Act is 100% unconstitutional. And look, I know some of you, whatever you want to say, but this is not this president's position. That has been the position of every single presidential administration since the day that law passes. An infringement on the president's constitutional powers. We don't acknowledge the law as constitutional. Nonetheless, we comply with elements of it for purposes of...
All righty, guys, it's 4 p.m. We got another show coming up right now. Stay tuned for Flyover Conservative here. Rumble.com/LFATV. Marco Rubio is about to close out, so I will catch you guys all back.
Welcome to Flyover Conservative
Podcast
with David and Stacey Whited,
where
we break down current events and examine culture through the lens of conservative Christian values.
Sometimes in life you end up in a situation where you're like, I should have prepared more. Maybe it's going to the lake and you're like, oh man, I should have gotten in shape at the end of winter. My hibernation.
I should not have eaten that piece of cheesecake.
Maybe I should have, studied more for this test. Like next test, I'm going to be prepared. Next time, I'm going to do things. Well, we just came out of tax season, and maybe you're like I don't like the overwhelmed feeling. I don't like being in the situation where I feel like I don't know. Like when you buy a computer, or, you want to be more informed, on the things.
Go buy a car. You're like, oh man, did I really need that?
Do I need that? What they
talked me into, did I really need that?
It's tougher as a guy when you buy a car though, because you got to be like, yeah, absolutely. I know how the V8, 6, 9, 10, something. It was one of those. Yeah, you got to kind of fake it a little bit. But you end up in these situations where you're like, okay, I'm going to be prepared next time. We just finished tax season, and I know there's a lot of people that are like thinking, okay, what can I do for the next 12 months to be maybe better than I was in this season? How can I make decisions right now to set myself up better when it comes to preparation, organization, even the way that you're spending, the way that you're categorizing, the way that you're investing. It's kind of like time to tighten things up a little bit. Now is the number one best time to do it. When we have the guest for you, she's a former Ernst & Young accountant. You probably recognize her from Fox News. She was on there doing appearances in 05, 06, and 07. They just said, hey, why don't you just do this full time? And she's like, all right. So she was on Bears and Bulls and Cash and In Show, Fox Business Live from 2007 to 2015. 15. She's a longtime financial journalist, financial advisor, and author of a new book called Deduct Everything. Everything's
That's
a big
what I'm
word.
talking about.
Everything's a big word. We're gonna dive into that with Miss Tracy Burns.
Yay! Welcome.
Best intro ever.
We're so excited to have you on.
You should have been my agent. That was so good.
Well, I think a lot of people in that now. We're like the last week of April. We just finished the tax day, and the thing I'd like to open up with you while we got your mind here. And the best thing about having a podcast is I get to learn, and hopefully there's other people that benefit from it as well. But I like to learn. How do we help people? And I've done this with my kids, and raising them. They're now 30 plus and raising their own kids, but this idea of you're exchanging time and energy, for money in a job, doing something, from the time you're babysitting or whatever till you grow up and you've got a career. You spend so much time doing that. You're gaining money. Most Americans have this mindset, though, of I get this money and then I spend it on things, and then I get up tomorrow and I work more and I get money and I spend it on things. And they never really click this idea of using that money to be their own employees out working for them. And how can I make the most of the money that I spend? Because a lot of people we have this idea, okay, well, if you want to be rich, be a pro athlete, be a rapper, be a doctor, be a thing, and if you make a lot of money or you win the lottery, you get a large chunk or you get an inheritance, then you're set. But we don't really have a culture in America of no matter what you make, truck drivers can retire millionaires. A lot of nurses retire as millionaires. A lot of school teachers retire as millionaires. And it's the little holes in the bucket along the way that we don't have the right mindset around. So with your clients, how do you help them have the right mindset regardless of income to create wealth a little bit, little raindrops making puddles turns into lakes over a lifetime?
It's such a fabulous question because we are instant gratification society right now.
Sure.
And we don't save like we used to, right? When I was a kid, I'm old enough that my mother would have these envelopes. And there was a Christmas envelope, so she would put a couple dollars from her paycheck. First of all, we got paid once a week, and you literally went to the bank to cash your check, right? So then you had all this money, and you immediately put it in the envelopes. This is the Christmas envelope. This is the birthday envelope. This is I'm saving for vacation envelope. This is what I have left. We don't do that anymore. There are kids. I mean, my youngest is 21, and there was a point where I actually remember saying to her, "You realize Apple Pay is connected to my bank account? Like it just doesn't come from the sky. It doesn't come from the sky." So it's so different now. It makes things so much harder. It's funny that you brought up the podcast. My next podcast is actually going to be the 5 savings vehicles everyone should know, because we don't even think about this stuff anymore. And to be honest, I have, of course, the most brilliant kids on the planet, but they were accounting and finance majors in college, and even they don't know the difference between a 401k and a Roth 401k, or they didn't know how they should be saving and like simple things, right? How to write a check, for God's sake. So the world is very different now. I think that we have to start from the ground up, and it's those little kids back to that old piggy bank that we all used to have. Let's start again with that. I have to tell you, my kids had piggy banks, and when I bought my first home as a single person, I'm divorced. I had no money, and we had inherited a pool in our backyard, and the slide was a mess. And my kids cracked open their piggy banks and they bought the slide for the pool. And to this day, we talk about it. But it was literally $1 at a time stuff in those piggy banks. And I don't think it's so bad to go back. It sounds so 1960s retro. But there has to be a modern way for us to start to teach our kids that they need to pay themselves first.
Oh, that's so good.
It's a huge lesson. And just going to tie into that because there is this, my grandparents were... post-depression, mindset.
Right.
They reuse everything and
Ziplocs.
And we kind of look at that because we've since we shipped, both our manufacturing and, jobs overseas, everything became so cheap that everything is thought of as disposable. There's very few people that have something in your home that your grandkids are going to want. They'll go to IKEA and get their own thing. It's like irrelevant. There's nothing that's like heirloom quality. And this idea though of what the standard is, especially younger, but I see it with people our age as well, of they talk about the affordability buying a new home. Well, back in the day, every home didn't have a walk-in. If I knew someone that had a walk-in closet in the 90s, it's like, wow, that's a nice house. Well, now a standard one-bedroom apartment is going to have a walk-in closet. The bar has gotten so high.
Or granite countertops.
Granite's the standard.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't know what linoleum is now, and so we've eliminated that whole bottom section that I would call the entry level. And you kind of start out, with these nicer things, but it also, like you said, the instant gratification. I'm going to bear down on that just a little bit more because Amazon specifically, it's like social media algorithms, and they work with your dopamine hits and this idea of, it's not a big expense. I could get this and it'll be here by tomorrow. This idea of, there is nothing left over each week, no matter what, because the standard, like, I need everything right now.
Right. And it doesn't matter how much money you have. Even the ultra wealthy are living paycheck to paycheck, right? You spend to your means. And that's just sadly how we're doing it these days. I loved what you said in the beginning, though, about how you work so hard. I always tell my clients that their investment accounts should be considered their side gig or their side hustle. Your money should be making money for you, right? Like, because to your point, even the truck driver can retire as a millionaire. The teachers and those beautiful pensions that they have are retiring as millionaires. Anybody could do it if we start them early enough. And sadly, we don't teach this in our schools. That will be my soapbox, mission in life is to figure out a way to get this in the educational system. Because if we don't start teaching it, shame on us. And it ruins the entire economy, quite frankly, if we don't have citizens that know what to do with the money they've earned.
Man, that's so true. And it's interesting. David and I, just over this last month, have kind of done a detox because we kind of found ourselves, even, on Amazon, it's so simple to put something on auto ship. And it's like, do we really need this every single month? Kind of going through and detoxing and being like, we don't need this. We don't need this. And really even talking to each other like, hey, I'm going to place this order on Amazon, almost having some accountability for the spending, because it's so easy to go on, make a click, it's here tomorrow or it's here later today, and just being aware of that. What do you do with your clients? Because you were talking about, I remember my parents, they had also the envelopes, and this was, these were the different categories. I've heard of people doing that today. Do you recommend that still today? Or how do you work with people to help to maybe build a budget and have the finances?
Yeah, we do a lot of financial planning. And I think the budget is like that come to Jesus moment where you're like, wow, a lot more money goes out than I thought, Yeah. And then you're spending on all these things. Now, to Amazon's credit, I can't go into CVS and get razor blades without them finding 42 people with keys because they're locked down.
Right.
Yes.
Like, it's so frustrating, right? That I end up getting in the car and ordering it on Amazon. So they're winning. They are winning. On the flip side, though, it's so important just to take a step back sometimes and just say, okay, what's more important to me than what I'm seeing on social? You almost wish people would just put it down for a week and figure out what is important to the nucleus of my family. What do we need? And let's focus on that, not what I'm seeing and what I feel like I should need. And I think there's a lot of that out there. And so, we create electronic envelopes now, right? We separate little accounts. Let's connect and make sure they're okay with their bank account at home and say, every month we're going to take X amount of dollars. And even if I'll take 100 if that's all you can give me. Let's just start building up, that emergency fund. So many people don't have that. And if COVID taught us anything, we all need one. And let's just start building towards your goals. I mean, I don't care if it's a trip around the world. Let's just start saving slowly. That way we don't have to go out into the market and sell that Apple stock that's been growing for 20 years and incur capital gains. So I think it just makes sense to take a step back like you guys are doing. Talk to each other. Figure out what is important to you two, not the rest of the world. I think we get very caught up in what's on our Instagram feeds.
Well, tracking anything makes a big difference. If somebody's struggling with their weight, if you journal everything you eat, you're like, I didn't even think about the crust I ate off my kid's sandwich when I cut it off. Or I didn't think about this count. Or that. Or it's like, it's like, that's a different number than what I thought I was taking in. There's a lot of great softwares, today with Our kids use this one called YNAB, stands for You Need a Budget, and it's a fantastic because it was part of a mindset shift of, you're putting things into accounts, and they use this term YNAB broke because like, oh, your checking account says you have $15,000 or something, but a lot of that's also for next November birthday gifts you're buying, and you're putting things in there in advance so these things don't constantly sneak up on you. Robinhood is a great app. There's so many tools and things. What have you come across? Let's say we got an average couple and you're going to coach them right now, and say he builds decks, on homes for a living, and she's a tech at a vet clinic or something, I would say this: if you don't save $1 out of every check, you're not going to save any ever.
Yeah,
there's not a point you get to where it's like, oh, I got all this excess money.
Because like you said, that even the ultra wealthy are living paycheck to paycheck, are broke.
The Chiefs just drafted a guy in the 29th pick this weekend named Peter Woods. Okay, great guy. First thing that he did before he's even got to the facility for Kansas City, he bought his mom and his sister brand new cars. And you're like, man, I don't think maybe he's calculating. I can't speak for him, but I don't think a lot of these guys calculate like, oh, well, half that's going to taxes, and I got my agent, I got this and that. Like most NFL players are notorious for retiring broke. And that's with a high income. So let's go back to this couple that he builds decks and she's a tech at a vet clinic. What can they start doing? Say day one, we just finished tax day. They got 12 months. What would be the best plan of action for them to be in a different place 12 months from now than they are right now?
So if she's a vet tech, let's presume she works for a business or a company that has a retirement plan. She should be, to the best of her abilities, contributing as much as she can, maxing out if she can afford to. God willing, the company is matching at some point some of her contribution. So you want to at least contribute to the match. If he's putting down decks, he's self-employed. He too, though, can start a self-employed person's IRA and start contributing to his retirement. Maybe even eventually create a little profit sharing plan where he can put more money away. Those are all big tax deductions that they can get on both sides. Both contributing to both of those plans will bring their taxable income down, and then therefore their tax bill down at the end of the day. So, and the beauty of that is it just comes right out of your paycheck. You don't even see it. It's just let it happen automatically. Sign it away as best you can. The other thing they could do too is within their own checking account or their own bank account, actually have that the second that paycheck hits, have an automatic transfer out into either a savings account or into an investment account, a small investment account, whether it be Robinhood or something, or somebody like me, where it's held outside. You don't. It's one thing to say, I'm going to move it from my checking to my savings. But if it's all on the same screen when you're looking at things, it's very easy to take it back. Yep. You want a little bit of that little moat between you and the savings account. That way it's not so easy to claim it back because, to your point, you don't save $1 today, you're not going to save it all. Let someone else be like the bodyguard in between there to say, wait, are you sure you need that? It's got to be a little bit more difficult to get it back.
You missed one easy slam dunks. There's a book out there that has hundreds of tax tips in it, legal write-offs, credit loopholes in it, called Deduct Everything.
And we know the author.
That would be a good place to start as well.
So I really wish the title, there was more room on the front cover. I wished it could have been Deduct Everything You Qualify For. Because if you qualify for it, you should take it. I think that as Americans, and again, I'm old enough to remember the Uncle Sam caricature. Do you remember the Sunday morning, I got a bill? What were they called?
The cartoon song
They played them. They played them
on Capitol Hill.
The Schoolhouse Rock.
Schoolhouse Rock.
Schoolhouse. Yes. Yes.
Good job.
So I think we have an image of this Schoolhouse Rock Uncle Sam coming to our door, taking away our dog and our firstborn if we messed up our deductions. So people are so afraid of it that they just don't take it. And that drives me bananas because the last industry or administration, part of the administration that you want to have your money is the IRS. Because then it goes to the federal government and they don't know what to do with your money either. So you need to keep your hard-earned money. I try to tell everyone that you should net zero on your tax return. I know people love getting refunds because it's feels like free money, but it's not free. It's your money. And I love the photos your producer's putting up.
Yep.
They do not know how to spend your money, or maybe they made interest on your money. And why should they? It's your money. So try very hard. So back to your original question about what to do now. If you filed your tax return and you got a big refund, go back to your HR or figure out how you're making estimates. You're having too much withheld. You should be living off your own money. It's yours, and you should not be giving it to the government. On the flip side, if you owed a lot, well, that's your prerogative on whether you're comfortable writing a big check or you want to spread that out more throughout the year. But don't let them take your money all year long.
You know, you had a podcast on this. I think it was in March, end of March, talking about your tax return, because it was so true. The way that you described it was exactly how most Americans feel. I believe it because that's how I feel. You get done with tax season, you're like, oh, don't have to worry about that for another year, and you never go back. I never go back and look at the tax return. It's like, okay, I'm done, moving on. But you talked about 5 things that you can actually learn from your tax return and take from it. Can you talk about that? Because I think that there's a lot of people that feel that same way. They look at their tax return and they're like, oh, that was so much work. I don't want to have to worry about that until next year.
Well, I mean, to your budget point, it's almost like an automatic little budget. You see all the money that came in, where you're making money, and that includes your investment accounts. I think that throws people off sometimes. I know, especially I can speak from experience. Clients, all they want to do is make money, but nobody wants to pay any capital gains on anything or any of the money they made, right? So they're like screaming, but then you have to explain to them that you made X, you only have to pay this little bit on it. It's going to be okay. But your income, how did your income fare? Again, did you over withhold? Now's the time to go look at it. And then we start to think about the money out. What were some of the things you spent money on? As a small business person, especially, your expenses show up on that Schedule C. What did I buy? What did I spend my money on? It's a really good time to start to investigate the ins and the outs. And then the same with your investment accounts. If you had too many capital gains and you were unhappy about it, it's a great time to talk to your advisor and say, dude, are you just like churning my account all day long? Or is there some rational reason for this? So it's time for you to understand. And I also would say too, come June 30th, sit with your advisor and find out where you are tax-wise. If they've already generated a lot of capital gains, you have every right to say, you need to stop down. I'm not paying this in April. I don't know what happened. If there's rational reasons, fine. But otherwise, you have every right to be on top of this, and you should be, quite frankly.
I love the movie The Accountant. We've always advised people to have a small business of their own, something. It categorizes that because if you're going to take a trip to Florida, you're going to do something, you could tie it into your business. It's a deduction from that. Even if it's just a place, for that. I love the movie The Accountant when he's talking to the couple. He was shooting at their house or something. He's like, you make jewelry, right? And she says, well, just as a hobby, it's your small business. And he goes, and where do you make these? Well, I sit in the living room and do it in your office, or whatever. And when he gets you supplies, right? Well, he uses our farm truck, uses the business vehicle, It's such a great scene because he's tapping into something there that a lot of people are leaving a lot on the table just because they're not participating in the free enterprise system because they think, well, I'm not going to build some big, huge thing. But there's a lot of things that people do as a hobby that they're doing as something. Maybe they do make a little bit of money at it that they can structure and get deductions. Is that a category that people are missing out on? Or what are some of the places that you suggest they look?
100%. I mean, especially all the Uber, Lyft drivers of the world, like that, the gig economy is real. Mm-hmm. It is real. And people need to start to understand what they can write off or deduct as a result of the real hard work they're doing on the side to make ends meet. Because, man, so many families are struggling and have 2 and 3 jobs just to keep the lights on. So why not give them as much as they can? And to be honest, that was the catalyst behind the book. I don't expect anybody to know or read the One Big Beautiful Bill Act and or the tax code, which probably should be thrown out and started over. But what you can do is flip through the book and find like a tip that you think may pertain to you, and then show it to your tax preparer and say, hey, do I qualify for this? Or, I have an Airbnb. Do I qualify for this? Can I write it off? All the things. It just to jog your memory when you walk into that office. Did I buy an American car? If you did you take out a loan? Maybe you qualify for that interest deduction. Wouldn't that be cool? It's just enough to ask the right questions. That's all. No one, unless you have insomnia, should read the One Big Beautiful Bill Act or the tax code.
And your book is full of those tips.
Yeah. Can you talk about the Trump tax loophole? Can you talk about what exactly is it?
So the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, I think the intention was to help middle America because there's a lot in there for middle America. There's a lot in there for small businesses now, which I think is really great. Encourage investment in small businesses. But with everything you give, you got to get. And so as in all things taxes, it becomes a big book of favors. The tax code is a big book of favors now. In order to give something to the farmers, we had to take from this person. And in order to give the SALT deduction came back for people in my state that spend way too much money on state taxes to people who don't know how to spend our money. State and local taxes are now deductible again on Schedule A up to $40,000. That's great for us. But they had to take from somebody else in order to give that to New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, California people that pay really high state taxes. So as in all things in life, right? Comes out of one hand and goes to the other. People need to understand that. That said, because the tax code changes basically with every administration, take advantage of what you can while it's here.
That's really good. What can you explain who qualifies for the 20% slash with that
on small businesses?
Yeah.
Yeah. So small businesses, right? So it's all the big typical. You got to do the calculation and see if your income, if you make it or you don't. But again, you got to try. So small businesses that make up to a certain percent can get 20% of their income just kind of removed, which is really, really amazing. Qualified small business stock is back and better than ever as well, too. And that's for companies looking for investors. So if you're looking for an investor and you issue qualified small business stock to them in return for their investment, they could potentially wipe out like up to 10 million of their capital gain, presuming your business kills it, which I'm sure it will. And so things like that are in there. But again, there's all the different steps in, income limitations that you have to meet to qualify for all this stuff, like all the things in the tax code.
And so when they get your book, is that something that kind of walks them through that kind of helps them to know, even questions maybe to ask? Because most people don't have any idea. That's not my area of expertise. I have no idea. It sometimes can be overwhelming looking at it. So in walking through your book, is that something that would help people when they read it to know exactly what to ask and where to look for things?
Yeah. So, and it's a great question, and thank you for asking it. Because yes, even if it's just you go to the self-employed chapter and you say, wow, there's this 20% thing, and show somebody and say, do I qualify? You don't even have to read the section. I don't care. Look, there's qualified small business stock. What the heck does that mean? And should I be doing this? Just like that, right? It's just vocabulary words that we don't use in our regular day to day. So once you just know it enough to ask the question, it opens a world to you that that sadly many people think is saved for the rich, but it's not true. It's not true at all.
I love that. This is a resource, Flavor Family, that everybody needs. Everybody needs this book. I don't care who you are, what age you are. This is a book everyone needs because it's something we cannot avoid. Not avoiding your taxes. You're going to have to pay them. So you might as well be educated and at least have a resource so you can say, hey, okay, this is the chapter. What does this mean? You can go to your accountant. What does this mean? Can I get this 20% deduction? I think that is so important. Everybody needs this book. There's no doubt about it. You can get it by going to TracyBurnsWealth.com. When you get there, it'll take you directly to her link on Amazon. You can see it there. You can buy the book from there. So thank you so much for writing this. This is so important for everyone to be reading.
You know what? It feels unfair sometimes. That stuff is so complicated. There's like a lingo out there. I don't know why we talk in jargon, and the jargon sometimes frightens people. And I mean, I think I see that in my industry as well. It was an old boys club, and they talked like a bunch of fraternity boys in code for a lot of years, and it scared a lot of women off, and it's just unnecessary. Because again, I could talk in Pig Latin. I used to do that when I was in 8th grade. I could do that too, but I'm not gonna. So like, let's just put it all. Let's all just be fair and open and use words, not acronyms.
Yeah, that's
I think
true.
A lot of us do shut down in an area where you don't know a lot. You go into the Apple store, you're getting something fixed, and you're like,
I have no idea.
Or maybe you shut down on how to change inputs on your home stereo, or there's something. Everybody has an area of it, and this is such a big area because people spend the majority of their waking hours working, Most people do. And it's better that we steward this resource as good as possible, because we don't need the government just building 10 more Leering centers in Minnesota with our money in the meantime, where we could be doing something more productive with it. It's our money. And, when we let them have it, we let them be that moat you talked about for 12 months instead of us creating our own moat and putting it here and paying, what's necessary. Some of it is just also just like personal responsibility. Like, this is an area I'm not going to be able to avoid. Death and taxes are the two main things. I'm not going to be able to avoid this. So why not do something as simple as at least read the book that you took everything and cut it up into small bite-sized pieces and made it very easy to swallow?
Well, look, right? I mean, contrary to Wesley Snipes, we all have to pay. So I think that if you just go into the game saying, okay, I got to pay my taxes, let's figure out the best way for me to do this, as opposed to the drudgery part. Like, geez, it's that time again. I mean, I extended, and I'm sure a lot of people did, because sometimes you just can't get it together. That's fine. It's okay. But it's part of life here. And in theory, if we think about it, we're paying taxes to help better our society. Now, I know your producer put up the national debt clock, which is like really makes you want to throw up in your shoes, because all the more you don't want the government to have your money, because clearly they don't know what to do with it. So I think if nothing else, we should be motivated by that debt clock to figure out the best way for us to hold on to our own dollars and do the right thing. And then, like I tell my clients, once you have an understanding of your money in, out, there's so many things you could do with it. You can make change. You can make policy change, right? You can be philanthropic with the extra dollars you have. There's a lot of great things you could do. Donate it to your church. Donate it to whatever makes you feel good. But it's your money. You should direct it, not the government.
That is great. Okay, let me ask you a question. What would be maybe top three things that would be everyday deductions that most people miss, maybe even accountants are missing? You kind of mentioned a car earlier, but can you talk about some things that maybe people might be missing that they're unaware of?
Well, I think there was a lot of talk this year about tax on tips, tax on overtime. So there's a lot of people in our country that are in the hospitality business that make tips. A lot of people are hardworking firefighters, police officers, EMT people that make overtime. And I think there was a big discrepancy there. And I have to blame the media on this one, because they made it sound like anybody that worked overtime or earned a tip, it was free. It's not. So you get a deduction for those things. So in the tip world, you tally all your tips. And I know this is hard because so many people don't even report their tips. But you, in theory, are supposed to report all your tips as income. You want to pay into Social Security. You want to pay your FICA taxes, right? You want to do that. Only then, based on how much money you've earned for the year, can you determine if you qualify for the $25,000 deduction. So $25,000 could be written off, but you have to see if you qualify. I think the income's like $150,000 for a single person, $300 married filing joint, then you're out. You don't get it. Same for the overtime. Again, there are income limitations on these things, but report all your overtime income. Please don't not report it now that you think it's free. You have to report it. It is income to you. Report it, and only then see if you qualify for the $12,500 deduction. Again, it's a deduction. It's not a clean across the board freebie. And I think that was a little misleading. And the last thing I'd say is that the standard deduction went up. So a lot of people that have typically been donating to charity and keeping their receipts and doing all the right things might not have itemized this year. And I would just say, think about that going forward, in that if you are charitably inclined and you want to be able to take those deductions, maybe bunch them all in one year where you can make your itemized amount higher than that standard, and then you qualify for them. Not that I want to gyp charities out there, because I'm afraid that might sort of start to happen. So I would say bunch them in a year. If you can make, 2026 your big year for donations, and you donate your brains out, and that way then you're able to itemize your deductions because you have enough, then maybe the following year, I understand if you take a break because you're not going to get the deduction on them. So I worry about that a little bit going forward.
How about homeschooling? Because I know a lot of our listeners homeschool. Is there some benefits to that?
That's interesting. And I have to be very honest, I don't know. There must be. Because you're paying, and I'm thinking out loud here, but you have to buy books and supplies and all the things, and teachers get there's an educator's deduction out there. So one would have to believe there would be the same. But I don't know. That's a great question. And to be honest, it's a serious trend.
Yeah.
It's happening more and more around the country for a multitude of reasons.
Yep, you're exactly right.
Yeah,
So it'd be interesting to find out.
More every day. When
Yeah, it would be.
See school teachers trying to assassinate the president, and you're like, oh, I better take a close look at this. It's not just rhetoric. You see libs of TikTok and these things. It's like, I better really get behind the driver's seat of my kids' education and take a look at like, who are they in front of, all day, every day. So it is important.
Right.
And it's growing and not going anywhere, but it's also not free. You're limiting your income a little bit to be able to do it, and
the supplies, like
the
you
supplies
said.
and things, you're doing it well. There's curriculums and things like that involved. Make sure that we're getting it. You've addressed the term of tax avoidance versus evasion. And I think a lot of people are super intimidated. You kind of got into this a minute ago, but you kind of feel like if there's an error on my tax deal, man, I'm going to be, Al Capone or something. What's going to happen? Help our listeners understand exactly, how to frame that mindset.
Yeah, and it's funny. So I dropped movie references in throughout the book because I was just trying to make it enjoyable for myself, quite frankly, as I was writing it. And the chapter on being audited, not shockingly, had Goodfellas references. And I would say, though,
awesome.
I'm also Sicilian, so I felt like I could take a little liberty there. But I would say this, it's an audit. It's not the end of the world. And no, they're not going to take your child. So keep record of everything. Home office deduction, you mentioned that earlier. That's a real big one. People are afraid to take it because, it's a red flag. If you have an office with a door that shuts, if it doesn't double as a laundry room or a playroom, it is your home office. Take the darn deduction. You deserve it. Just keep all your paper trail, keep all your records. And I would say, please do it, digitize it these days. Thankfully, the IRS has joined the modern era and no longer will accept paper like that shoebox full of receipts anymore. So digitize
Here's my proof.
everything.
Good luck.
Right, exactly. Digitize everything, please. But if you have the proof, take the deduction. And again, I think there is this fear that someone's going to come to the door and, put you in prison. It's not going to happen that way. You're going to get a letter from them. You're going to maybe have to prove something, send them the documentation, and that might be it. And I said one last thing. The IRS has been wrong. They can be wrong too. It's not a perfect system. If you believe you're right, show your proof, defend yourself, and move on. You have that right as an American citizen.
Come on.
That is great.
End with this. It's kind of last idea. We both grew up with a lot of, and it comes from movies and culture, of just negative ideas about money, about the wealthy. When you look at a movie like Titanic, it's like the billionaires are miserable, and if you're going to be happy, you got to be down at the bottom of the ship with the broke people and smoking, and that's all. They're the only people who have good time. If you're Gilligan's Island, the rich guy Thurston Howell III is pretentious and he's bad, and Gilligan's the best, or the Beverly Hillbillies, every kind of show out there, kind of has this negative thing about wealth, and everybody kind of wants to be rich. It's kind of like the idea everybody wants to go to heaven, but they don't want to die to get there. Everybody wants to be wealthy, but you don't want somebody to look at you as rich because most people probably don't even like rich people. You're like, oh, he's a rich guy. He kind of deserved it. This kind of stuff. You got a flat tire, good. A Ferrari with a flat tire. And so changing this mindset, there's even phrases, like, well, how much did that set you back?
Yeah.
Like, well, why did it have to set me back? Because I bought a new car. Why did it have, this
Right.
language we use. You have behind you two incredible signs, and I think that's really important too in this mindset. I don't know if our producer can make it big screen here, but it says, "I did not wake up to be mediocre." You got another one that says, "It is going to be
a great day."
A great day. Now that sign was put up before this day started.
Yep.
You didn't put that up at 5 o'clock. As okay, it was a good day. I can put the sign up today. I got to take it down tomorrow and test it. That's not like a declaration, and it seems like you make the most of situations. You were interviewed on Fox 05, 06, and then you outperformed. So much so they wanted you, in the building, and you did this. Everything you've done, you sort of bring more value to the table than is expected. It's got to go back to this mindset as well, to even have your world surrounding you with this, that like, it's a declaration, like today's going to be a great day. We can say that at 5 a.m. Like, how do you know? What is your mindset that allows you to thrive over and over and over and land on your feet like a cat on such a consistent basis, and have this outlook of maybe tomorrow's going to be better than today and next year's better than this one?
Ah, I appreciate that. Look, I am glass half full, sunshine and rainbows. Like, somebody out there has it worse than me. And so I'm divorced. I raised my kids alone. I did all the things. I have 3 kids. There's always one that causes some sort of turmoil somewhere, right? So been through all the things. I feel like there's always somebody that has it worse. And in those moments where maybe I would start to feel sorry for myself, I tell you, God would come in with a story of somebody who's, horrible, 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 to remind me that this is great. This life is really, really great. And I think it is really great. And if we continue to just tell you have to keep telling yourself that. Sometimes you need a sign to remind you, but it is a really wonderful world. And we should not get caught up in the nonsense we see on social, on TV. You have to sometimes, I tell clients sometimes, shut it off and watch the Food Network. You'll be better off learning a new pasta recipe today than getting so full of anxiety based on what's going on out there. I'm happy. I'm healthy. I have beautiful children. I'm in a really great relationship. My parents are alive and kicking. I don't think there's much more to ask these days. And I think sometimes we set the bar way too high on what we need to make ourselves happy.
Oh, that is great, great advice. Okay, so Tracy, let's go to your website, tracyburnswealth.com. When somebody gets there, where would you direct them? What do you want them to know about your website and about what you do? And then obviously your book, how to get your book.
So just reach out. There's multiple places where you can reach out to me. If you need help, want to talk something through, I don't care. I'm certainly not going to charge you for a phone call. That's crazy. But I think the more we help people, like I said earlier, the better this entire country will be. You lift one, you lift all. And I think that's what I'm trying to do. That was actually why I came into financial advisory after being in media for so long. Media is great. But getting your hair and makeup done every day gets old, and being on air for 2 minutes to have a sound bite and then somebody interrupts you, the president wants to speak, it gets old. Now I feel like I'm doing something that matters, especially for women going through divorce. They come out, they have no idea. I'll call out my age. I'm 55. My age and up, still, there's a lot of people out there, women especially, who don't have a financial clue. And it's okay. It is never too late to learn. But you gotta like grab it by the horns and say, I'm gonna take control of my life. This is me. This is part 2, and it's gonna be phenomenal. But ask questions. You're gonna need help along the way, and that's I'd like to think where I come in. I have no problem, like I did in my last podcast, explaining something as simple as what the hell is the S&P 500. People just don't know these things, and it's okay. We are not born with this kind of stuff. But man, once you wrap your hands around it and you have a little bit of knowledge, you feel like $1 million, and that's the best part of my job.
I love it. Okay, how do they find your podcast? Colton has your book up there, so you go to Amazon to get deduct everything on Amazon. Do that today, you guys. I mean, we all need this book, no doubt about it. And be also thinking about who you can get this book for. It's for everyone. So be thinking about maybe friends or family that you know that would also like that book.
That's great. Yeah, and the podcast the link is right on the site. It's also on Spotify, Apple, all the places you get podcasts. So it shouldn't be too hard. And if it is, then I have to talk to my people.
That's awesome. Tracy, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it.
I'm Linda Bamber Olson, the inventor of the Wave Watch, the world's first frequency therapy watch. It features over 1,100 targeted frequencies. These sounds are acoustical and they move through your body. You don't necessarily have to hear it. So that's why we have so many testimonies for ADD and ADHD, emotions, headaches, joints, and so many more.
Do your feet ache and throb in pain with every step you take every day of your life? Kiss those days goodbye with slippers from MyPillow.com. How about that flimsy, flat little excuse for a pillow that's nothing but 8 hours of disappointment, causing you pain in your neck every single night? You can wake up with nothing but butterflies and rainbows around your head with a MyPillow pillow. Those hard wood floors hurting your old bones? No more with the MyPillow dog bed. Are your towels worn thin, flimsy, more patchy than Joe Biden's memory? There's nothing better than absorbent towels from MyPillow.com. For all of these products and more, go to MyPillow.com and use promo code FLYOVER for up to 66% off.
Everyone is talking about this. The one thing that's very important part of my portfolio all these years is gold.
Has gold hit all-time highs already this year?
And get a free info kit on gold today.
It's called silver. Gold coin.
And though we are thrilled that everyone is talking about investing in precious metals, a lot of these 1-800 numbers will make you feel like just another transaction. That's why it's crucial to work with a person, not a faceless institution, when it comes to your finances. You deserve to be treated like family, not just another number. Dr. Kirk Elliott, whom we've known for over 25 years, he doesn't just sell gold and silver, he offers trust, care, and a personal touch that an impersonal institution could never match. So when it comes to securing your financial future, don't just call a company, call a person. Call Dr. Kirk Elliott at 720-605-3900 or visit flyovergold.com to learn more.
You know what time it is? You heard the music, and you're probably wondering the same things that we are, looking at things, trying to figure out what is going on. Nobody can put it together quite like someone that has 2 PhDs on the subject when it comes to the economy. He's not speculating, wondering, looking at raw data, what makes a chart look like a chart, understanding the numbers, the one, the only, Dr. Kirk Elliott.
Welcome.
Hey, how are you?
Great. Really excited to be with you today and kind of just hear your thoughts on what's going on with the economy and where you see it going.
Well, I think David opened it up really well with that one sentence. It's like, what makes a chart look like a chart, right? So, I mean, that's what I do. So there's one researcher that I just love, and all of the Flyover family knows that it's Jesse Colombo with the Bubble report, right? I think he's a genius. Well, he just did this report over the weekend, and I want to talk about it because he talks about what makes the chart look like the chart, right? So I get so disturbed. Literally, I can't tell you, Stacey, how disturbed I get when you've got supposed researchers and these talking heads on financial media shows and commentators in our space that say, oh, gold and silver, they're in a bubble and they're over, and boy, you've all lost it, and whatever.
Well,
right?
what a lot of them do, it becomes a talking circle, and most of them didn't do any research. I saw that with the draft because, there's all this months leading into the draft, and the Chiefs should do this, the Chiefs should do that, all these things. And, well, they went a different way than they thought. They got this cornerback in the first round. Well, there's 2 or 3 people that do these daily, shows about, the NFL and the Chiefs specifically, and they write for these blogs. They're going like, well, I went back and watched all the film on Delane, the cornerback they took, and they're all this stuff. I'm like, so what were you doing the last 4 months? You hadn't watched the film on somebody who's one of the top 10 players in the deal. You're basically repeating what everybody else was saying for 4 months so that you could, you're talking on shows. They don't really know. They're just repeating what somebody beside them. It becomes the telephone game.
Yep.
And it's the same way in economics. They're repeating what other people say, but they're not actually
doing their
own research. It just becomes this talking circle without any actual real insight. And that's why you're so valuable in this space.
Well, and I do a lot of shows, right? I get around. So, but with that, I've got all these commentators who all of a sudden are Trump turncoat. I mean, literally they're saying, oh, Trump stinks and he's doing awful, and boy, he's one of the bad guys. It's like, no, he's not. He's not. Right. And the show host will try to bait me into saying Trump is awful. It's like, you know what? Here's like anybody, like you or me, if we make a bad decision, we have to pay the consequences, right? So even with Trump, it's like, can you imagine being the president of the largest, most strongest country on the planet, not population wise, China is, right? But look at our military. Look at everything that's at stake, our economy, the gravity of those decisions that are made every single day. It's like, okay, pray for him, pray for wisdom, pray for
Exactly.
discernment, because everybody in the world is against the United States in the sense that they don't want the US dollar to be the world's reserve currency, right? So you've got the BRICS nations, you've got the G20 nations, you've got the IMF, you've got the World Economic Forum that wants to see a change. And then you've got Trump with all these political headwinds against him trying to decide, how can I keep the dollar strong? How can I make sure that the dollar doesn't lose its reserve currency status? How can I make sure that some other country or group of countries doesn't actually control the oil for the world?
Right.
Which, and so here's the decisions, right? And with that comes hard choices, really hard choices that have really big consequences, right? And it's really easy for us and for political commentators and these armchair quarterbacks to say, oh, I would have done it this way. It's like, you don't know what he knows,
Right.
right? He's the president of the United States, for crying out loud. You don't know what he knows. Now, we hope and pray that he's doing the right thing. And everything that I've seen is, what did he do with silver? He added it to the critical minerals list. What did he do with copper? Added it to the critical minerals list. Why? So we can start to control the resources in America. What is he trying to do with the Strait of Hormuz? The same thing. You don't want to give up the world's supply of oil to a rogue terrorist nation, for crying out loud.
Right.
It's important that we win that for the entire global economy, because like what we've talked about before, every country in the world uses oil, and every person in every country uses oil. That means everybody in the world uses oil.
Right.
You better control the supply chain, right? And even if you don't control it, make sure that it doesn't go into the hands of a rogue terrorist nation, right? Which is what I believe Iran is. Not talking about the people of Iran. They're amazing, right? But the government is whack.
It's a mess.
So here's where it's really easy to be an armchair quarterback. So as you're looking at all these things and just going back to the economy, people say, oh, silver's over, it's a bubble. It's like, no, it's not. Look at the supply and demand. Let's actually do something that I normally don't do and look at the technicals, right? And this is what Jesse Colombo does. So Jesse is looking at the technicals of silver. And what it's done is, it went up a lot by January 30th, and then it came down, and it's produced on a chart, which is actually just the visual representation of fundamentals going on in the economy, a triangle pattern, right? So on a triangle pattern, it looks like a pennant, like a baseball pennant, right? It starts thick and it goes to a point, and then when it breaks out over that point, it's like lights out. It's going to go up a lot. So that's where we are right now, right? So then if you scroll down a little bit further on that report, how do you know if something is really good? It's either oversold or overbought, right? So what silver is at right now, it's oversold. Means when it got up to $118 an ounce, it was overbought, right? It was like irrational exuberance. It just everybody was buying, right? And then you had banks that started shorting it, and the price came down, and this momentum gathered, and everybody oversold. It's like, we got to get out of Dodge. It's like, wait, don't listen to short-term stories. The reason people invest is not because they're day traders, but because they're investors and they want their retirement to look good, right? So have the fundamentals changed? No, they haven't, which means silver was oversold, right? It's the opposite of overbought. People started listening to these silly stories on the internet. It's like, oh, there's a bubble. You got to get out. Boy, too late. You missed the boat. It's like, no, you didn't. Buy in on the dip, right? That's how I look at it, because we are investors. And with it being an investor, low supply, high demand always equals higher prices, right? So So here's where these commentators and everything, it's like they don't they don't necessarily know. They're used to looking at stocks and bonds, not physical supply and demand of commodities, right? Because paper markets are really manipulated. So then you've got the Fed that made a decision last week. The Fed says, I don't know what we should do on raising rates or lowering rates. Is this war with Iran that Trump is making decisions on going to last a long time, or is it going to be done tomorrow? Literally, nobody but God knows.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody but God knows. So that increases the volatility of the markets because nobody knows. And so it's like, what did they decide to do? Raise rates or lower rates? They didn't do either. They just said, we're just going to hold steady for a bit because we don't know. We literally don't know what's going to happen. Right. So when you see that, it's like, okay, what causes gold and silver to go up? Volatility. That's what causes it to go up. The fact that they certainly don't know which way the markets are going to go because they didn't raise or lower rates means there's a lot of volatility right there. So, with that, we get to take advantage of it. When markets are volatile, when markets are uncertain, when markets are unstable, that's when you go into something that's tangible, real, and that's why we allocate into gold and silver for literally such a time as this.
Well, I love what he says in here, right above the chart. It says basically, silver's bull market should resume, making fools of the naysayers, smashing through the $121 peak from January and advancing to fresh all-time highs. That's what he takes from looking at the charts. Now, for listeners, I kind of always parallel it. Certain people, pull up the iPhone app and they can tell you what the temperature is. That's fine. That's good. And they can even tell you, today's 78, yesterday was 77, the day before was 76, and maybe tomorrow, it might be 82. They can tell you that, but they don't know about the clouds and cold fronts and the weather. They don't know. They don't, and that's what you look at. Is what makes the temperature the temperature. Why is it raining? It's not like, hey, a weatherman can tell you it's raining. Why is it raining? Where did the rain come from? Does it come from the south or the north? Is this a cold front come down from Canada? That's where you really thrive, is zooming out and looking at the global weather patterns and seeing, hey, where is it blowing? Why is the temperature like that in Kansas City versus, St. Louis versus Chicago?
Yeah, absolutely. And so what we do when we do that, and you two are really good at that too, when you're talking about the news and the different cycles and trends that are happening and the social religious perception of everything, right? It's like there's so much noise. So much noise, so many competing voices. And what you have to do is just get rid of the noise. Just get rid of the noise and look at logic. And to me, I don't care about the news stories. I don't care about the 30-second sound bites. I don't care about who says what. I look at supply and demand. Is there low supply? Is there high demand? Yes. I mean, I had a client that called into the office this morning and said, Trump put silver on the critical minerals list and somebody's talking about it, and I'm afraid he's going to confiscate everything, and I need to sell it all now. It's like,
oh,
what?
no.
Like, don't. Literally. I mean, without saying that that's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard, that's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. Because you listen to somebody's story that's trying to sell something where I'm looking at the macro view of the economy and trying to protect and preserve, nothing has changed.
Yeah.
Right? Nothing has changed over the last few years, except it's amplified. The supply is less, the demand is more. Don't sell. Trump is not going to confiscate silver. No country in the history of the world has ever confiscated a critical mineral because it's needed for manufacturing. If they do that,
right,
the whole economy would shut down globally.
Well, you got to look
They're
at
not going to do it.
You got to look at why is he doing that's as smart as selling your lawnmower in April because it's raining. Well, it's raining. I don't need to mow my grass. I can't even mow the grass. It's too wet. It's like, no, it's an indicator you need to maybe sharpen the blades on your mower because this rain means you're going to have more grass than you had before. It's acting opposite of what's coming because of what is.
Yeah, I mean, I get so discouraged. I mean, maybe upset's a better word. I don't really get mad. I'm a very mellow guy, but
you are.
But when people have these stories of fear and cause people to do something because they're trying to sell something wacky. It's like, you know what? I try to, yeah, the world is a scary place. It's not good, right? But yet there's hope in all of this. If you do the right thing, you can let these horrible fear stories and these fear mongers just let it be noise. Let it be noise. You're doing something for fundamentally logical reasons, and that's why we do what we do.
I love that. And, going back to this whole thing with Jesse, what he was sharing and things that we've been hearing from you, it sounds like we have not hit the high of what this is going to do. It looks like, based on really the experts that know what they're looking at, we have a lot of growth that's still there in silver. So again, Flyover family, if you're listening to this today and you're like, man, I haven't invested in silver, or maybe you have and you're like, maybe I should get more because this is obviously a low based on what the experts are saying. The way that you do that, it's very simple. You just go to flyovergold.com. There's a place you can fill out your information for a free consultation. That means get all of your questions answered, find out what's right for you and your family. Then you can pray about it, make wise decisions, not out of fear, not out of hiding your head in the sand, but knowing, hey, these are my options. Then you can make great decisions, and you're working with an incredible team. Again, go to flyovergold.com, fill out your information. While you're there, you can pick up Dr. Kirk's book. It's absolutely free. It's emailed directly to your email. You get it right away. Thriving, that's what we all want to do, thriving in an economic tsunami. Dr. Kirk, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it.
If you had a time machine and you could go back to, say, 1930 and you had 1 ounce of gold or a $20 bill, both of those would buy you a complete men's suit, brand new, the shirt, the tie, the belt. Either one would buy you the whole thing. If you had a time machine and then you brought both of those resources into today, 1 ounce of gold could still buy you a full suit at pretty much any men's store in America. The $20 bill, why, it probably only gets you a handkerchief or a pair of socks.
How do you get the gold and silver? Well, it's very simple. We have a friend that we've known for over 25 years. In fact, his dad was a mentor of ours, and his name is Dr. Kirk Elliott. And the way that you connect with him is you go to flyovergold.com. It's a website that we set up to make it very simple. All you do is go there, fill out your information, and someone from Dr. Kirk's team will get a hold of you to answer all of your questions. Whatever you have, they can help you out. Or you can simply call 720-605-3900. Again, 720-605-3900 to set up that free consultation. Do it today. You will be so glad that you did. We hope you've enjoyed this episode of the Flyover Conservatives podcast with David and Stacy Whited. Please subscribe, hit the notification bell, and leave us a comment below. Lastly, if you enjoyed today's podcast, share with those who came to mind. Be blessed and make it a great day.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the program. We have a great show planned for you. So anytime the government gets involved, the government is there to try to, well, we're at least told they're going to solve our problems. But you and I both know that a lot of times the government doesn't solve the problem. It actually makes the problem worse. And in a lot of Americans' lives, their opinions have changed on the subject of government-backed public education. And luckily in America, we still have the freedom to bypass that, to exit the system, to go around the busybodies. And this makes totalitarians very uncomfortable, I'll just say. And so all of a sudden, I've noticed in the last, 48 hours or so, there has been an increased attack from the left against homeschooling. This ability to take our kids out from the government schools, the government indoctrination camps, some people think, and educate them ourselves. And the state of Connecticut has now sent a bill to the governor's desk there that would essentially require, according to some, would require parents to prove their innocence. They're assumed guilty and have to prove their innocence before they can educate their own children. We're going to talk about all of that and much, much more, including AI data centers and also what's now being referred to as the Southern Scramble. The redistricting process has begun, and the race is on to actually govern ourselves and not allow racial gerrymandered districts to be the law of the land anymore. The Paul Herrell program starts right now.
The Paul Herrell program.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. As always, broadcasting from the great state of Arkansas here on LFA TV, as well as the Paul Herrell program YouTube page. Wherever you are, whatever you're doing, like, share, subscribe. Also broadcasting over on my personal Facebook as well as X. And so we really appreciate all of your support. And I'm with my good friend in seat number 3, Eric Haynes. Eric, how are you, sir?
Great to see you, sir. Great to be part of the conversation.
Yes, sir. I understand, according to this, that you paid entirely too much for gas today in your travels.
It's just another Tuesday, I guess, unfortunately.
Another Tuesday. That's right. It is. It's another Tuesday. But did you? I guess I know you were gone yesterday. Did you have a good weekend? Everything good with you and the fam?
Everything was fantastic. We were out of town on AAU basketball trips. Went up to Cape Girardeau, Missouri this weekend. Had a really good time. It was good.
All right, good, fantastic. So yeah, this Connecticut story is pretty interesting to me, where you have the state of Connecticut now trying to regulate homeschooling. And I think fundamentally this is, I think the left knows that they're losing and they have lost the country, and they're still, obviously there's plans for them. They want to take the House. They want to win the midterms. They want to impeach the president. You know, they do have in the back of their minds that there's going to be some comeback here. And there very well could be, as long as we have, feckless Republican leaders that won't do the thing like end the filibuster, pass the SAVE Act, which will actually allow them to win more elections in places like Nevada, but they won't do it because they really don't care about the voters. I mean, I want Republican leaders who are worried about not their own political fortunes, but are worried about the people having to live under Democrat rule. Like, I think like that is totally lost in this conversation. Are you worried about us having to live, not just you losing political power, but us having to live under the Democrat rule, as angry with us as they are about rejecting their globalism or their woke sex religion and the LGBT and all that stuff? They're very mad about it, and they're onto something. I mean, strategically for them, going after homeschooling makes complete sense, because this is a way, schooling, public school, the government schools are a way to indoctrinate kids 40 hours a week away from their parents. And so I think, the left, they know what a big problem is for them generationally, and it is homeschooling. Homeschooling, private schooling is a big problem for them. And while they may not come out and say that explicitly, that's what I think's going on in their heads. And I'm just telling the left, like, you're right. You are 100% right. Homeschooling is 100% a threat to the way you want the world to be. 100% is. So, but they're doing it. They're going after them. Here's the vote yesterday in the state of Connecticut. The governor, Ned Lamont, now has to decide whether to sign this or veto it. He's expected to sign it, according to reports. But Corey DeAngelis is saying he's a school choice evangelist, he claims, over on X. And he says Connecticut Senate passed a bill to require parents to prove their innocence before they can homeschool. The vote was 22-14 in the Senate. The House passed it 96-53. Connecticut may be the first state to go backwards on homeschool freedom in the last 50 years. So that's what's going on right now. Connecticut may be, or they're going to go backwards. That's exactly what's going to go on. Now, the mainstream media is describing this as, well, Connecticut has, is never regulated homeschool, and it's just something that needs to be regulated. That's the way they're going to say this. They're going to claim that they're doing all of this for the best interest of the kids. Apparently they said there's, reports that, and all the media says is like, well, there was this one, there's this couple of kids, they went and homeschooled and they were found dead. And so because of that, we've got to strip the rights of parents to homeschool their kids. Never mind the fact, by the way, that kids are not, it's not as if kids are safe in public schools. I mean, it's like that was one of the main reasons. There was a lot of main reasons why I decided to homeschool. Me and my wife decided to homeschool. But one of them was the idea of some emergency going on, school shooting at the school, and me not being able to do anything about it was just, I couldn't exist in that world where that's a possibility, on a daily basis. But, so we also have this other story, and Eric, feel free to chime in here do you think I'm right about that? Do you think I'm right that the left is exactly right? Like, if they want their worldview to continue, homeschooling is a threat to it, and they should go after it, from a strategic standpoint.
I think you're absolutely right. I am not speaking from a place of experience with homeschooling because I was raised in a public school system and my kids go to a public school system. But I will say this. When we moved here, before we even had kids, before kids were even a thought, we moved here right when we got married. And our first thought on purchasing a home was to ask our agent, what school district is this in, and are there good schools around here? And we got that information. We already kind of had a church lined out through some friends that we knew, but our first big question was, hey, how's the schools in this area? We want to get ourselves implanted into the community and raise our kids here. What's the school system like? That's how important that decision was before we even had any kids to think about that. So, I mean, it is a major, major decision, and I hear from parents and friends of mine in big cities and, all over a lot of areas where it's just like they're forced into insanely expensive private schools because public schools are not even a safe option at all for them. And I'm talking specifically about friends of mine in the Memphis area. I'm talking about friends of mine in the St. Louis area and friends of mine in this, and even over in Nashville. Like, they have to make that decision because the public school system has failed the kids and the teachers there. So, I know this can be a really, really big thing.
Yeah, I mean, and I'll qualify, obviously, and I was telling you off the air, I know of some Arkansas school districts that it's like a time capsule, and they're public schools, and they're still great, if you're in a rural area or you're in, places like we live where there's like a lot of different choices and options. It's not all. I mean, I still have my issues with it, sure. But, it's not all public schools are created equal. We know that.
We ended up making the right decision for us. We have friends that are on the school board. We know administrators there. The teachers of our kids love our kids, and got them through the COVID era as best they possibly could, in my opinion, to where our kids didn't get so cut short like so many kids did. And I don't feel like that our children were at such a deficit coming out of that so many kids in other school states and areas are. But we really lucked out in that. But there was a time there that even with as great a school as our kids are a part of, there was a time there where we were about ready to throw in the towel too and say, let's just get off the grid. This country is going into some crazy places with this pandemic. Like, let's just get off the grid and do our own thing. My wife's, very smart, talented person. I can figure some things out, and we can get through this, educating our kids. It's not like it hasn't been done before.
Exactly.
So
it's not rocket science.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's
so
right.
we were talking also off air because just so you guys know, this is why the left is so worried about it. I ran some statistics about 2019 to now. I was curious. Okay, so what was the percentage of homeschooling in America in 2019, right before all the COVID craziness? And ChatGPT says, 2.5 million students nationwide. Now from 2024 to 2025, so 6 years later, it's as high as 3.7 million kids. So you've gone up about a million kids.
That's
a million
incredible
more
growth.
kids are now doing homeschool than were before the pandemic.
Yeah.
So anywhere
And
from
more power-
900,000 to
and that's the
1.2
thing.
million.
More power to them and those parents taking an active role in their kids' education. Not more power to the government.
Exactly.
That needs to have those parents under their boot. So please, I mean, Connecticut, you're probably in a tough situation there because you're governed by a bunch of Democrat idiots that have obviously, voted the wrong way and outside of giving parents control. But man, if you're in other states where this is anywhere close to being a ballot conversation, get active.
Yeah. So
advocate for your kids.
I agree with that 100%. So this is the mainstream media article on what's going on in Connecticut. Adopts homeschool regulation over staunch objection from the GOP. And then there's a story here that doesn't even mention Connecticut. In townhall.com, posted this morning by Amy Curtis, headlined, "The Left's Attack on Homeschooling Rear Their Ugly Head Again." And she says the left loves to prop up failing public schools. And they do that by attacking private schools, except when they send their kids to private schools. They attack school choice and homeschooling. But repeated studies have shown that private and homeschooling schools not only spend less per student, but also have better outcomes. And so with each generation of homeschoolers that gives you better outcomes, it's just exposing the public school system as having no clothes. Like you're basically exposing the government as inept. You're exposing this it's about 100-year-old experiment, maybe a little more than that, but it's, this is actually the experiment, is this compulsory education that's, funded by the taxpayers. And it's based on this idea that if the public doesn't get involved and educate kids, then a lack of education will happen and it'll be abuse. A lack of education will be abuse. This is not the 1800s anymore, though. We are so far from that.
Sorry,
at this
it's
point.
the opposite.
Yes,
they'll be smarter actually.
At this point,
they'll have less distractions. They'll have a lot more real world experience. They'll get to do a lot more things.
Yep,
and they're not just forced into being robots for 7 or 8 hours a day.
That's exactly right. And yet, if they could, they would replace teachers right now with robots so that they can monitor and control everything that comes out of their mouths. Which I pegged that, a long time ago. When the curriculum started, the teacher, you have teachers that, they're doing an 8 to 3 job supposedly, and yet teachers are up there till 5 and 6 o'clock at night because the paperwork from the bureaucracy in the state got so onerous on these. It's like, come on, you're teaching first grade. Like, what are we doing here? It's extreme. The good, if there are good teachers left, and I know there are. They don't stick around very long because, it's been made so complicated, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Here's this lady named Jill Filipovic, and she's wanting more regulation on homeschoolers, and she tweeted this. She says, if homeschooling is actually super high quality, then homeschooling families should not object to being evaluated, tested, and checked in on to make sure their kids are actually learning. It's like, well, actually, no, that the whole point of homeschooling Well, it's the first one is I want to give my kid a better education, but the second point is I want to be free of your system. Okay, I'm not a part of your system. I don't want to be a part of your system. I don't trust your system. I don't want to check in with you. I'm done. Like, that's the whole point of homeschooling, is getting out. It's also being able to take a vacation whenever you want, too, by the way. This compulsory school system. Now, here in Arkansas, in my home state of Arkansas, Eric, you know this, we now have Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders, one of her signature achievements, which the left can't stand and they're trying to undo, but it's called the LEARNS Act, where it actually gives, which, by the way, this was a concept that was a pipe dream 15 years ago.
Yeah.
The idea that your own tax dollars would follow the child. And so if you're a homeschooler, if you homeschool your child in Arkansas, if you apply, okay, you don't get it, you have to apply, you have to submit yourself to a system, you get $8,000, $6,000 to $8,000 a year, and you can spend it on education. And, they're really mad right now because people are spending it on private sports lessons, and you can't do that, or only a percentage, but you can spend it on computers and you can spend it on educational equipment, right? And this has gotten everybody super upset. Or you can spend it on private school. If you want it to spend on private school, you can do that. Now, in doing that, there are strings attached. And at first there were really no strings, and now they're trying to add strings. They're trying to add testing, but the parents get to pick what test, and the parents get to administer the test, and it's But there were a lot of private schools in Arkansas, or I don't know about a lot, but when it first passed, the private schools wouldn't accept it because the private schools didn't want to accept a student being funded by tax dollars because they were afraid. They were kind of wait and see because we don't trust that the government's not going to try to. Because we took the money, now we're going to be, subjected to all this other regulation. And I'm sure over time, the nature of government is they're going to want to pick at it. They're going to want to take a good thing and they're going to want to destroy it. And this is now the battle. But if you don't want to take it, guess what? Still one of the most unregulated things in the state of Arkansas. You can homeschool your kids is fine. And there's a lot of people that have refused to take it on that basis because they just don't. The whole point is to be outside of the system. It's like the equivalent of having a home birth and not giving your child a Social Security number, in a way. That might be a good one. An extreme version. I know. Hey, listen. I know people that have done home births, and it's like, they don't have a Social Security number. There's no record that they exist.
Because the hospital didn't fill out the paperwork?
Well, no, if they did a home birth.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. They've done a home birth. It is what it is. I don't even know what you do at that point. It's like getting outside the matrix completely. But anyway, she writes, tell us you know nothing about homeschooling without telling us you know nothing about homeschooling. Also, this is a fun little game the left plays. Oh, you're trying to get out of our failing system? Well, then you need to be subjected to our failing system standards. And if you object, you're hiding something. And so we have some other leftists here. Tested by who and to what purpose? You are not entitled to the assumption that the testers are competent or benevolent, and you are not entitled to any access to someone else's children. Zip, zero, nilch, nada. And matter of fact, I've got some really good comments, but let's go back to Connecticut real quick, because here is Democrat Connecticut State Senator Rob Sampson being called out during this lively debate where they voted to essentially punish homeschool parents. Being called out for saying that these kids belong to him.
We just want to know where our kids are and who's educating them. Through you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I just want to suggest one more time that the gentleman keeps referring to this as our children. The government, they're not the government's children. These are the children of the parents, many of whom are with us today. And frankly, I find it objectionable, with no disrespect to my colleague, that they keep being referred to as our children.
We just want to know where
Yeah.
I mean,
great accountability there, because the first guy's taking this like noble approach of all we're trying to do is figure out where our kids are getting their education.
We're not doing anything wrong.
And who gives it to them.
We're not doing anything wrong.
Aren't we great for for our oversight. Isn't our oversight so great?
We just care.
We just care.
Yeah, we just care. That's all it is.
Knock it off. It's too good. Yeah.
We just want to know where our kids are.
Thank you for electing us to watch over your kids. Aren't we fantastic? We're just watching out for the boogeyman here. We're just keeping them from the boogeyman.
That's right.
Educating them.
It's
like government.
Their parents. Their parents could be up to no good. We don't know. Anyway, the Republican senator there is a man by the name of Senator Rob Sampson. Now, who did I misstate this? Yeah, sorry. So this was not the Democrat. Forgive me. So the who you heard there was Republican Senator Rob Sampson. So I want to correct the record. So Connecticut Senator Rob Sampson then went on, and in this 19-second clip, he said this.
The family is not a department of the government. Parents are not subjects. They are citizens. And they do not need the permission of this state government or anyone in this room to educate their own children. Thank you, Madam President.
And yet, the state of Connecticut says, "Oh, I beg to differ." Yeah. You do.
In fact, you're the furthest part away from what we want educating our children.
And we are, and we can prove that actually. Let me go to this piece right here.
Everything the government touches, it ruins. So, no, thank you.
The DOJ is investigating over 30 Illinois school districts for guiding kids to become trans.
Prosecutors say they helped children change genders without telling their parents. The review is...
I mean, is it a shock that there's now 1 million more kids that are homeschooled in 2019 versus now after what we went through? It's not just COVID. I mean, it's the woke sex religion, it's all of it. And it's like, now you've got Connecticut that's worried, these parents, and they're homeschooling their kids. Yeah, homeschooling them to avoid this.
Prosecutors say they helped children change genders without telling their parents. The review is also looking at whether the districts violated parents' right to opt their child out of lessons on gender and sexuality.
So if this is the state of American education, and it's not just the woke sex religion, it's also the curriculum, it's also, kids coming home thinking Cesar Chavez is more important, historical figure than George Washington. That's also happening. And there's another path. It's not even a parallel path. It's an off-ramp. Hey, we can just avoid this nonsense altogether. And yeah, they're still taking our tax money, but taking your tax money and then turning around paying teachers to indoctrinate your kids, but we can opt out of that. And the left is correct in identifying this as a big threat to them. It is. It's a huge, huge threat. Keep in mind that these public schools, I also just want to say this. You know why they're Catholic schools?
Do I know why there are Catholic
It's a loaded
schools?
question.
Yes.
Okay. Why do you think there are Catholic schools? There's not a wrong answer here.
Oh, I was going to say, because the parents are Catholic and want their kids to grow up with that fundamental foundation of education.
Yes. Now, I'm not a Catholic. You're not a Catholic. I'm a Protestant. You're a Protestant. And the reason that there are Catholic schools in this country is because the public schools were essentially Protestant schools, taxpayer-funded Protestant schools. And until the 40s, or the 40s and the 50s, or what was that? It was a 48 decision of the Supreme Court saying you can't pray in school. Okay, we slowly lost our Protestant schools. But that's one of the reasons why the Catholics had their own schools, because they were like, these, this is too Protestant, and we're not going to do that. We're going to do our own thing. Right. In hindsight, it would have been great if there would have been some sort of ecumenical Protestant, meeting of the minds in 4850 when they took prayer out of schools and said, hey, we're going to do our own thing. We're going to pool our resources and do our own thing. It would have ended public school in a big way if that had happened. But because it's the frog in the boiling pot of water scenario, people thought, that may be they may have gotten rid of prayer, in New York or New England, but in Arkansas or Tennessee or Mississippi, there was probably still prayer. and, a reverence and that sort of thing for a long time.
Right.
And so there wasn't this immediate effect. It was a gradual boiling. But so I'll just say that, like, this is there used to be a time where you could send your kids to public school and they would get a Christian education. They'd get a classical Christian education, and that's no longer the case anymore. And now they're educating them in the ways of sodomy in a lot of cases. I mean, it is what it is, and it's absolutely disgusting. And this is why people are enraged by this. A few more takes. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, like, part of me in this sees this and is like, I guess I'm not really surprised by, Connecticut and Illinois. It's one of those things where, and I know we have a diverse audience that's listening in from all over the country, but part of me thinks, like, well, try that in a small town. Mm-hmm. Like the song. It's just like, thank goodness that wouldn't happen here. But then I have to reflect back to, like, well, there are envelopes being pushed even in the South where, coaches go out in the middle of the field and pray with their football team and that coach gets fired. Mm-hmm. That happened in Texas. Mm-hmm. So
you got litter boxes. I mean, you got even in the South, you got kids trying to be cats and they're demanding litter boxes and stuff. And it's like I just don't understand.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, we have to take that as legitimate.
Yeah, we heard about the furry patrol here in this area about one of those litter box situations. We're just like, no way. Not in this small town.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't know if this is an AI video or not, but I saw a funny video of this girl outside a gas station pretending to be like a dog. She identified as a dog.
I saw that, and then the dog attacked her.
A dog straight up just attacked her. I think it looked real, but
bless her heart.
Bless her heart. Yeah,
she was bad, man. She's barking at the door to open.
Dog comes up there, just start, and she was a portly lady. She was a portly lady.
I was sitting here thinking in my mind about a tactful way to say, boy.
Yeah,
I mean,
she was a portly lady.
Yeah.
Here's this statistic though. Apparently, black homeschool students score 23 to 42% above black public school students across all standardized tests. In fact, the gap between black public school students and black homeschool students is the greatest achievement gap in American education.
Yeah.
But they're never going to talk about that. Corey A. DeAngelis again says, homeschooling isn't an experiment. People were learning at home for thousands of years. Factory schooling is the experiment, and that experiment has failed.
Yeah.
And then I like this, Chrisman. I thought this was really good. When the left comes to criticize homeschooling, they come at it with this idea that currently public schools are functioning perfectly. He says these anti-homeschool arguments always compare homeschooling to a perfectly functioning public school system that only exists in their imaginations, while 54% of American adults read below a 6th grade level. It's insane. But again, they are right to identify homeschool as a threat to their hegemony. They really are. R.N. McIntyre, a couple of tweets from R.N. McIntyre. I always laugh when these people act like public school teachers are some sacred class of expert that parents could never match when they're actually just prison guards for children.
Sheesh.
I know that's harsh, but there is... I mean, if you do think about public school as very much an institution, how institutional the buildings feel, the fluorescent lights, and and then go look at a prison, and it's like, okay, I mean, it does kind of feel like you're being prepared to be a sardine at least.
Yeah.
Then he says, I taught public school. There were some real dedicated teachers, but most were dullards. That's a good word, dullards.
I like that. I miss that word. I don't hear that enough.
Most were dullards who knew little about the subject they taught and hated the children in their care. Many of them had failed the basic subject area knowledge exams multiple times but retained their positions. That's also the case.
Yeah.
It is. And then, of course, what they're doing. But then it's, again, not all schools are created equal. Not all public schools are
No,
created
they
equal.
are not.
In Tennessee, they just became the first state in America to require gun safety courses in all public schools, K through 12.
See?
I think this is fantastic. I mean, if you're going to have...
I mean, talk about a yin and yang storyline here.
They learned the 4 basic rules. Treat every gun as loaded. Never point at anything you don't want to shoot. Finger off the trigger and know your target and what's beyond it. Responsible, common sense. No more see gun, play with gun. This is how you raise safe generations in a state that actually respects the Second Amendment. Other states should follow. Man, Tennessee, you guys are making me jealous over there. This is really, really great. If anything...
Do you think they're doing this in Memphis public school?
Oh, no. Oh no! You're gonna have to.
Hey kids, anybody want to demonstrate? Like 40 guns come out of holsters.
Oh no, you didn't know, but that was like, all right, we're gonna have to break. It's like, okay, come up here and try. Come up here and try.
No, not sideways.
Oh, okay, we've got to break that. It's my muscle memory.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to break those habits.
I mean, from somebody too that grew up going to a school in small town southeast Missouri where, like, we had gun racks in the back of our pickup trucks, and a lot of us would hunt in the mornings and then go to school, and our shotguns would be on the gun racks in the windows. So I have to admit that, like, my lens of perspective is pretty far to one side as far as how I was raised and to where things are now. I mean, my God.
Yeah, that actually proves my point because how old are you again?
Very, very early 40s.
Okay. So you're mid 40s.
I said very, very early 40s.
Well, I know you're older than me.
I am. I'm the last year of Gen X, man.
Okay.
I'm the last year of Gen X.
So yeah, that's like what I'm saying is it kind of proves my point about how it doesn't all change at once because growing up here, the whole gun rack thing, and I would say this was true for my brother-in-law who's closer to your age. The whole gun rack and gun in the that would have been no bueno back then.
Oh, really?
But you are not very far, but at a different public school where basically around the same time, that was still okay.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
we all took our hunter's safety education course when we were going into the 6th or 7th grade, and then most of us were hunting in some form or format, and then so guys would have guns and bows and stuff like that in their vehicles all the time when we went to park on campus. It's very, very different now.
Yeah, it just goes to show you how different things are and how slow they change. All right, so let's reset here. Oh, real quick, last story before we go to break. We're going to take a break, but I do want to celebrate this. So Assistant Attorney General Harmeet Dillon is now dropping a cease and desist letter on the city of Denver, ordering them to get rid of their AR-15 ban, or the DOJ will be suing to enforce the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens. So Denver thinks they're above the law. Denver, wants their liberalism, their gun control to be the law of the land. Federal government is saying no. The city of Denver, if you want to have an AR-15, you can, and we're going to make sure that you can. So that's certainly a positive development. We're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back here in just a moment. This is the Paul Herrell program here on LFA TV. Back in a second.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red 5.
My name is John, and this is my beautiful wife, Lori, and this is our Star Wars Ewok. His name is Scout, and we have Scout for about 11 years now, and we started noticing about 3 years ago he started slowing down. He was unable to jump on the bed. He was kind of a little bit grumpier, and when my daughters, Macy and Mariah, would take him on walks, he would walk for about 30 yards, and then he'd lay down, and they'd carry him the rest of the way. So I heard about Pet Club 24/7 and about the products from a gentleman that I really trust and share a friendship with. And he mentioned to me that they have products that are going to help him with his arthritis, help him build his immune system. And I said, okay, no problem. Let's try them out. And I kid you guys not, within about 2 to 3 days, we started noticing a little difference. And then we took Scout on a walk probably about a week after we started using the products, the mush puppies, and he would walk the entire way. He would walk at least a mile, and it's just been completely amazing. He's a new dog. He's 11 years old, which is around 80 years in dog years, and he's just happy. He's more energetic. He's not the grumpy old man he used to be, and we're just so thankful. And it was perfect timing because we lost our boxer Yankee about 1.5 years ago, and it was really hard on us. So I'm so thankful for Pet Club 24/7 for the products that they offer. Imagine if you could have your best friend around one more day or one more week or even one more year. I'm so blessed and thankful that we were able to find this company and find these products for Scout. So thank you guys. Give it a shot. We appreciate you. God bless everyone.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red 5.
The Paul Herrell Program.
All right, folks, welcome back to the show. Thanks so much for being with us. Here with Eric Haynes is still with us. Eric, brother, did you survive the break? Everything going good?
I did. Great conversation so far, man.
All right, we got to get into this redistricting situation. What's being dubbed
the gerrymandering of the gerrymandering?
Yes. The gerrymandering of the gerrymandering.
The remandering? The re-jerry?
Jerry. The Jerry,
Newman.
The Jerry curl. The Jerry curl. I couldn't help it. I had to go there.
Hello,
hey,
Newman.
Sinbad had this the comedian Sinbad had this. I used to think it was so funny. I was growing up watching Comedy Central, and he had this bit where he claimed that in the state of Georgia, you had to have black people had to have a Jerry curl.
I know exactly which stand-up you're talking
and
about.
He'd be like, "Man, the police will pull you over.
Where your Jerry curl at?
Where your Jerry curl at?" But this
that was one of the greatest stand-up performances of all time.
I don't know about all time.
He
but
was
it was funny.
He was at Morehouse College, and man, it was so good. My family had the VHS of that thing, and we watched it all the time. It was so good.
Are you familiar with
It was when Dominique Wilkins was in the audience, and
yeah,
man, he had so many good bits.
Are you familiar with the Mandela effect that wraps him up in the Mandela effect?
No.
So there are people that swear that he was in a movie where he was a genie, and he's like, I was never in that movie, and people swear up and down. People claim they got VHS tapes of this Sinbad movie called Shazam or something. It's a big internet conspiracy with the Mandela effect, because the weird thing is that Shaq was also
Shaq.
Okay, yeah. So Shaq was apparently in a movie called Kazam. But I remember both. I'm one of these guys. I remember Shaq because I remember thinking they did this movie before with Sinbad, and so Anyway,
wait. Oh no! Now you got me thinking.
I'm telling you,
keep me on track, man.
It's weird. It's weird. But anyway, it's just so funny because I mean, Sinbad has had to come out. This was years ago. Be like, I was not a genie. I was not in that movie. It's really funny. I don't know how to explain it. All right, so it's being dubbed now. The Liberty Daily, or I guess this is the Daily Signal via the Liberty Daily, is dubbing the redistricting war that has begun the Southern Scramble. And I'm totally here for it. I think it's amazing. So, Republican Governor Jeff Landry of Louisiana has already signed an executive order calling off the state's May 16th House primaries to allow for redrawing the state's map. Louisiana has 2 Democrat-held districts by Representative Troy Carter and Cleo Fields. Tennessee Republican Governor Bill Lee has also called a special session to redistrict after the ruling. Representative Steve Cohen, Democrat Tennessee, is the only Democrat U.S. House member from the volunteer state. Not for long. You won't be. And then we've got in South Carolina.
You remember who Steve Cohen is, right?
Which one is he?
Oh, man. I was about to describe his, Rush used to say this all the time. I was about to describe his IQ relative to that of a pencil eraser, but I digress.
So what's he famous for?
Well, one of the things he did was he brought that bucket of fried chicken into the house
Eric,
and set it up.
Eric, no, he did not. He did?
Look it up, bro.
Okay, hang on a second. Steve, so this guy...
This
Steve
guy
Cohen
is mad. He's 5 gallons of crazy in a 2-gallon bucket.
And that's who they're going to.
This guy's nuts.
It comes right up, fried chicken. Oh my goodness, that's the guy from Memphis.
Yes, that's him. That's Steve Cohen.
Democrat call. Saying what does it say? Democrat. Okay, Representative Steve Cohen's KFC stunt wasn't finger licking good.
There it is.
Hang on a second. There it is. So this man brings. This is the guy that they may be getting rid of. Okay, all right, hang on.
He's one of those obnoxious, crazy Democrats that, you going to play it?
I was going to try to play it, but it's not playing because it's
it.
such an old, well, it's from 2019. Is that when it happened, back in the day?
Sounds about right.
Hang on a second. Let me see if I can't find it, a better one, because there was plenty.
Look at him. Sorry.
Yeah.
I don't mean that.
Let's
to make
see.
me sound
Steve
bad.
Cohen mocks chicken bar at House hearing, eats KFC. See. Yeah, Democrat Tennessee. There he is, right there. Okay. All right. Well, okay. I was thinking that Steve Cohen was black.
Oh, no.
That's why.
That's.
I just assumed.
That's the additional ironic fact about this is that he's so stupid and he's a white guy. Like, he's this big of an idiot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He mocked Attorney General William Barr, calling him Chicken Barr with a chicken figurine and a bucket of chicken. Barr refused to appear before the House Judiciary Committee hearing about a special counsel, Robert Mueller.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this is a guy that was, all sold on framing Donald Trump for treason. Okay. All right. Well, so anyway, back to the Southern Scramble, which is here. The Democrats' response. Okay. In South Carolina, Jim Clyburn holds the only Democrat seat. Governor Henry McMaster has proposed a new redistricting session. Meanwhile, in Alabama, which has 2 Democrat representatives, Shomari Figures and Terry Sewell, Governor Kay Ivey has called a special session for redistricting despite an injunction preventing the state from mid-decade districting. Alabama Attorney General Steve Marshall is challenging the injunction. In Georgia, Republican Governor Brian Kemp has ruled out redistricting before the 2026 midterms, but not for 2028. Mississippi's House primaries have already happened, but the state will soon have a session that could include the redistricting of the federal House districts. So Mississippi's still in play. I didn't realize that. I thought Mississippi, because the primaries had already been held, were kind of done, but that would be huge if Mississippi would do that. Then the Democrats' response. Democrats appear ready to respond to potential pro-Republican redistricting after Louisiana v. Callis. State-level Democrat politicians, as well as the party's voting base, have displayed discipline in backing retaliatory redistricting. The passing of Virginia's redistricting referendum is a prime example. What's funny about all this is, okay, a couple of things now. The redistricting with Virginia kind of felt like it was coming out of left field. It clearly wasn't. They knew what was coming. I mean, they knew this Supreme Court decision. I guarantee you it had been leaked. You got to know these minority justices reached out and said, hey, y'all better do this because it's coming and it's going to totally lose us seats in the South. I'm calling it right now. The Supreme Court leaked the decision to the CIA-backed Spanberger. I'm calling it right now. I think that's what happened.
Interesting.
But what's also interesting is
interesting take
that we have a situation to where, because the way Virginia did their ballot referendum, they're not even looking at whether the election was fraudulent or not, just looking at the amount of time that you're supposed to give the citizens. It may be unconstitutional. We may have a situation where the Supreme Court of Virginia nullifies. Right now it's just being prevented. It's been prevented from being certified. You may have a situation where Virginia doesn't get any of the changes and the South picks up even more because of that, or retains what they had. pretty crazy.
Well, it is in my opinion, the textbook definition of FAFO.
Yes.
Because that pendulum swung with that, and it invigorated and woke up a lot of people to see what was going on. And then guess what happened? Now we're really going to fix things.
So House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries said in a recent interview with Politico that Democrats will be prepared to respond in states like New York, Illinois, and Maryland, as well as in Colorado in advance of the 2028 election in order to maximize their seats. But what can they really do? Even if they do respond, and I said this earlier, it's still gonna give the number advantage to Republicans, even if they do respond, because they've already gerrymandered their districts.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the only thing they can do, their maps are going to look ridiculous. Their maps are just going to look, where's a major city? And then we're going to have these French tennis court districts, that go into rural areas. But it's all going to point towards.
It was already so gerrymandered that further gerrymandering for them became illegal.
Mm-hmm.
And now they're fighting the fact that Republicans have legally fixed the gerrymandering, and their only response is to try to go even more extreme.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not. I just don't think it's going to work.
They're like, another one.
Yeah, right. But it's, again, why we cannot allow Democrats to take control in the midterms, and why we have to vote against Democrats,
which is what we're doing.
Even if that means voting for Republicans that we're very frustrated with, and that we think have not done a great job.
Yeah. So here's some Democrat response to the Southern Scramble, and that we're going to focus on Memphis for a second. So there's this Tennessee state rep named Justin Pearson. Now, this is a guy, I'm pretty sure he stormed the Capitol. This was back when they were trying to, pass gun. I think they were trying to pass gun restrictions. He was kicked out of the Tennessee House of Representatives. I understand that he actually was, that the Democrats found a way to bring him back. But here he is. So he's from Memphis, and he's a state representative, and he's freaking out about the idea of taking away Steve Cohen's seat and giving it to Republicans.
Tell me about Defend District 9. What are you doing right now?
Yes, we want people to go to defenddistrict9.com. We're preserving and fighting to preserve our congressional representation and stop the racist gerrymandering that's being proposed.
You're calling it racist. Help me understand why this is viewed as racist in your eyes.
This is the only black majority district in the state of Tennessee. After the gutting of the Voting Rights Act, this is where the state of Tennessee decided to attack first black representation. And we know that's happening in Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, and it's going to be happening all across our country. We have to defend our right to representation and our voices in Congress, in the state house, and in elected office.
Why do you think Republicans are moving forward with this effort? And give me a response to President Donald Trump's involvement in this. We, of course, know that he kind of directed the governor to do this.
Exactly. Donald Trump is a white supremacist domestic terrorist who is seeking to destroy our democracy by any means necessary, including by usurping democracy itself and the voices of the people. And Governor Bill Lee, Cameron Sexton, and Lieutenant Governor McNally have all decided to join him in this effort to destroy our democracy, to take away our voice, and to attack black people and black representation. And that's wrong.
So, if you needed any motivation to come to the conclusion that Memphis doesn't need to be sending representatives anywhere, especially to Washington, D.C., I don't know. I mean, hopefully this video gave you the nudge. Like they need to worry about Memphis. And Memphis is not a very well run city. I don't know if you've checked in on that. It's so badly run that last week Rob Spencer, our co-host, who's on vacation this week, was arguing for some sort of League of Shadows. Chickens have come home to roost. Ra's al Ghul solution, like Memphis.
Rob al Ghul is coming to Memphis.
Yes, Rob al Ghul
to cleanse the inner city.
That's his new nickname.
Rob al Ghul.
He goes on vacation, and now he is Rob al Ghul, a kung fu ninjutsu master.
This guy.
So, a couple of things. So, yeah, I mean, He's calling him Donald Trump a white supremacist, racist. This is, listen to what Clovet says. It's poetic justice that
this is what lazy, low IQ people do.
His own district is being erased. It is poetic justice that this is just a state representative, but it's Steve Cohen. And Rob made the point last week when he was talking about this. He was just like, if you're, and by the way, this is not oppression. This is not white supremacy. This is simply, hey, we can redraw the districts to where we don't have a racially drawn district because a racially drawn district doesn't make any sense. We don't have to do it. It's unconstitutional now. It's actually wrong to only draw districts by race. And so if Memphis wants a representative, that's more in line with those values, they got to win elections now. They actually have to compete and win elections. And quite frankly, it may end up being that the district that gets drawn that includes Memphis has more of a moderate Republican in charge. That may actually happen. It's going to be a lot better than, finger-licking good Steve Cohen.
Yeah.
I can promise you that. But there's a disconnect here. Let me draw these two storylines together. Feel free to interrupt. You want to?
Well, I didn't want to.
Not interrupt, but feel free to jump in.
I just think it's unfortunate that people of this low IQ and this low caliber even get a microphone put in front of their face.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think this is the kind of journalism that, it's going to get a lot of clicks, some of the things that he was saying, but man, it's hard to give credibility to letting this guy speak in front of a microphone. It's really, really bad. Everybody over there they have to be cringing when they see this, right? Or am I?
I don't know. They probably want to send this guy to Washington D.C. You know what? I did notice though. This is kind of a secondary take. Are they cloning Don Lemons? Because this reporter,
I thought that's who that guy was that was talking to him, but then I was like, well, Don Lemon wouldn't say that. Wouldn't ask a question like that. He wouldn't be objective.
Yeah, he did kind of seem objective, but he seems like this guy.
Why this is viewed as racist in your eyes?
It sounds just like Don Lemon.
He sounded like Lamont.
They're cloning Don Lemon replacements. After Don Lemon goes to jail, this this guy's going to take his place. He's going to be on CNN next. But anyway, I'm going to tie these two stories together. So that is predominantly African-American in Memphis compared to Chicago. So there's an alderman, city councilman in Chicago by the name of William Hall, and he is mad, very mad, calling on charges to be brought against Walgreens because Walgreens decided to close their shop and their pharmacy because people keep stealing from Walgreens. And people are tired of, the store's tried. I don't know if you've seen the images. They do their best to lock everything up. Things that, in the state of Arkansas or Tennessee or Alabama, you go into a Walgreens and it's a higher trust society, so you don't have all this stuff behind glass. In Chicago and these other big cities, they're putting all these stuff that used to be readily available behind glass that you got to have an employee come and unlock it because the theft is out of control. So Walgreens says, we've had enough. We've had enough. And this is the alderman in Chicago, William Hall's response to that.
Walgreens should be charged with first-degree corporate abandonment. Yes. It should be a crime the way they're treating our elders. Yes. It should be a crime the way they're treating our families.
All right, I want you to hear that again. It's a short clip.
Walgreens should be charged with first-degree corporate abandonment.
Walgreens, we can just make up charges now, by the way.
Yeah, what is corporate abandonment?
I don't know.
Oh, you mean you're stealing all the stuff off of their shelves for so long, and that they can't actually prevent you from going in and looting the place? That now they're saying, well, all right, we'll just go set up shop in Collierville.
Well, that is first-degree corporate abandonment, Eric. I'm surprised you didn't know that.
Let me look up the charge.
There's no way that's a real charge. There's literally zero first degree. I'm charging you with corporate abandonment. Oh, please don't. Please let it be in the third degree. No, first degree corporate abandonment. There's no way. I will be I will be so shocked if that's a real charge. Is it a real charge? Corporate abandonment? There's no way statutorily that corporate abandonment is on the books. And is defined as a store closing and leaving a city because the population it serves keeps stealing from them and robbing them blind.
I mean,
you can't find anything. Just say it. You can't find anything. Can you find anything?
No, it's all about this one
story.
This one story from Chicago.
I got you. All right, so here's the deal on this. Why is Walgreens left? Has Walgreens left Chicago because they're racist? No. Walgreens has left Chicago because the people have been stealing from them.
Yes.
That's what it is.
Yes.
And instead of having a little responsibility, having a little accountability, looking around and saying, man, there's something wrong with us.
Unapologetically stealing and
Oh, yeah.
videoing it.
Oh, yeah.
And
flash mobs.
throwing it in the face of the people that work there saying, I'm going to steal this and you're not going to do anything about it. Literally flaunting it in the face. Walking in, filling up a cart or filling up big bags and then turning around and walking out. Like,
it's insane. And instead of saying, "Hey, okay, we've got a problem here," they're just going to blame the corporation. So Aaron McIntyre has a very strongly, I feel like conceptually, it's an interesting tweet, but I think it's exactly what Tennessee is deciding to do. Actually, even though this is a story out of Chicago, he says it's really important that you understand there will be no rational revelations here, meaning from the citizens of Chicago who've lost their Walgreens. They're not going to recognize cause and effect, and that's true. They're not recognizing cause and effect here. They're refusing to. They're not going to take responsibility. They're not going to reflect. And so Aaron McIntyre says in response to that video that we just saw about Walgreens should be charged, he says,
Walgreens should be charged with first-degree corporate abandonment.
So in response to that,
there is no
Thank you.
first-degree corporate.
So he says
the phrase is a political flourish.
Yes. So he says, Aaron McIntyre says, you can't reason with this. You have to rule it. You can only rule it. Now, people are saying, oh my gosh. I'm sure somebody somewhere is like, well, you can't say that. You can't say you need to rule it. Actually, that's practically speaking exactly what Tennessee is about to do to the city of Memphis. Tennessee no longer has a court-enforced, racially gerrymandered district, and they're saying, okay, we don't agree with what Memphis has done. We don't agree with their leadership. They still have the right to vote. They still are electing Democrat mayors. They're still electing Democrat leaders. They're still putting gang members on the Memphis police force, which we talked about, where they have gang members as cops. You talk about Gotham City and corruption. I mean, come on. I mean, that's like, I don't know what the hood version of Batman would be, but that would be hilarious. I'm going to put some thought into that. It's like, wonder what that story is. I wonder what that story is.
Memphis is Gotham City.
Memphis is Gotham. I'm gonna write some sort of graphic novel, and I'm gonna do it.
Well,
I'm gonna do it.
I'll tell you this.
I'm gonna figure out the
Steve Cohen is Jack Nicklaus as the Joker. That's who Steve Cohen is.
I'm gonna figure it out. I mean, but even you go back and look at Memphis, what was Memphis like even when we were growing up? You go back and look at how it was portrayed in that Tom Cruise movie, The Firm. Totally different than the way it is now.
Totally different.
Totally different.
My mom used to go over when I was a kid. She would go over with some of her friends. They would go over for 2 days. They'd stay in hotels at 2 or 3 days, and they would shop. She'd get all her Christmas shopping done over there. They'd stay she'd buy the Wolf Chase Galleria
Yep.
Mall. That whole area there was all kinds of places where they would shop. Oak Court Mall and a couple other places. I would not let her set foot in that place now. I mean, it's a mess. I mean, absolute mess now. And that wasn't that long ago. I'm in my very, very early 40s. So I mean, she was doing that when I was a teenager. And so, I mean, that's not been that, but it's just the whole area is just bad.
I wonder if we should just keep doing.
Sorry, Memphis.
I wonder if we should keep doing shows about how terrible Memphis is.
Bashing Memphis, because there's some great parts.
Yeah, but we continue to do this, and then we go to the city of Memphis and say, hey, like, we could try to sell them some ads, like some tour, like, Memphis is actually great. I'll run the ads. I'll do my best. But then at the same time, I'll have to come on and be like, guys, make sure there's some sort of concealed carry reciprocity wherever you're coming from.
MMGA, make Memphis great again.
I'm telling you, man, it's terrible. But to the point being is, what Tennessee is doing is essentially saying, okay, Memphis, we're not going to let you take an entire congressional vote. We're not going to give you one of our seats if we can help it. We're going to undo your gerrymander, and I don't even care if you say that we're gerrymandering, but we're going to no longer do a racial gerrymander. We're going to do what we want to do.
Yeah.
And we're going to create a Republican district that's going to include Memphis. And if Memphis wants to do something about it, then they need to change. They need to win elections. They need to find a way to convince the rest of Tennessee, near the rest of the parts of that district, to vote for a Democrat. Or maybe you just quit governing your city like it's Gotham City, and you realize that, they've really made their own bed here. They have made their own bed. They're a dysfunctional city, as evidenced by the fact the National Guard had to go in there and liberate people and find kids and allow for children to be able to play outside safely. And I don't even know I don't know, is that still going on? Or is everything reverted back to the way it was? But for a while there, people were like, oh, wow, law and order has come to Memphis, and it had improved. But
I think some of the National Guard troops are still there, but they don't have a ton of ICE and Border Patrol guys there. They've moved on to other areas.
Well, it's just really sad because, people, you don't have to live like this, but they've continued to vote. Just like all of these major cities, they've been run by Democrats for the last 50, 70 years, and the cities are worse and worse and worse because of it. And it's all, by the way, and the reason why Republicans don't ever get elected is because Republicans are thought to be racist. Why are Republicans thought to be racist? Well, because groups like the Southern Poverty Law Center are literally framing white people as racists, framing us as racist by paying bad actors to be racist, and then they fundraise off of their mean tweets.
Paying the bad actors with the tiki torches?
Yes. Yes,
the
exactly.
Tiki torches that Kamala remembers.
I remember the tiki torches. And you said there was good people on both sides.
You said that. Oh man, I can't do a Kamala impression.
I that was horrible, but I wasn't trying.
It's okay. I don't judge you.
Thanks.
Washington Post bombshell: the Save America Act, proof of citizenship plus voter ID could flip key states red. Nevada R+1. R plus 6.3, much safer. New Mexico would go from a D plus 4 to an R plus 3.3.
Boom.
So,
yeah, we'll take that.
So the Save America Act could swing key states.
Tucker would say
to the right. So my question is, why would Republicans not be for ending the filibuster and doing this and getting this done? And it's because they're not on our side. The ones that are the holdouts are truly not on our side. And because it makes no sense. The SAVE Act is an 80% issue, 80-20 issue I think at worst. And they are saying, no, we're not going to. How does this happen? You tell me how any political party could survive with an 80-20 issue. You have control of it. Your base wants it. This isn't some 80-20. This is a key plank of election integrity, and it'll be for the good of the people that sent you there. And according to reports like this, it means that it makes winning easier on your own party. That you actually can get access to the White House easier because now New Mexico goes from a blue state to a red state if you have voter ID because there's so many illegals that are voting in New Mexico. And yet they're going to say, no, we're not going to do it. So what's your only conclusion is they don't really care about the party. They don't care about what we want. They're working for the other side. These holdouts on the filibuster are working for the other team. And that's what I think. I'm that's where I'm at with it. I'm so sick of it. I'm sick of it. This is we're making our own. We're making our own beds. We talk about Memphis making their own bed. We're making our own bed, and the people are going to suffer. It's the people that suffer. They should be, as I said at the top of the show, they should be terrified. I want politicians who are terrified that we may have to live under Democrat rule again and pay the anti-Christian consequence, because that's what it's going to be. I talked the other day about the NSA, and we were talking about Edward Snowden and just he may be pardoned. There's talk that maybe he's going to get pardoned, which would be a great thing, I think. It would make all the right people furious and be hilarious. But we were just talking about how if you go listen to all the metadata that they've collected and everything else, and we're about to talk about data centers here in just a second, and just how they've collected everything about us. And like right now, if you had the right computer screen and the right intelligence office, you could right now be like, show me all the Christians in America right now in real time. Where are they? On a map. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Show me the ones that go to church every Sunday. Boop, 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 boop. You could do that right now. And I just thought to myself, like, I mean, I don't think people realize. You could do that with any group. I'm obviously more concerned with the one that, historically speaking, totalitarian governments go after, which is Christians. And
it's like Cerebro from
X-Men. Yes.
It's like Professor X wheeling into Cerebro and just like tapping into all the mutants and all these different places. Dude.
You could do it right now. The ones who go every Sunday, they're going to be considered your fundamentalists. They're going to be considered the ones that are the true believers. They go every Sunday. They're going to be the ones. Show me which Christians went to their churches during COVID, during the closure. Show me which Christians went to churches, after 2 weeks. Some churches stayed closed.
Yeah.
Some churches opened after 2 weeks. They said, we can't do this. We're going to open. Show me those Christians.
Sheesh.
My point is, we have the technology to enslave ourselves. It's already there. The Democrats get into power. I know what they want.
Well, look at the report you did about the car, the new trucks, and the patents that are being applied for that technology, like in your own vehicle that you're driving. It's making real-time decisions against your will.
Yep, we got to run down a tornado. There was that one video that somebody made.
Sorry, Eric, your heart rate's too high. You don't need to be driving right now.
But I'm trying to get away.
I'm trying to save my own life and my family, my children who are in the back seat.
Yep.
Nope, just ride it out.
So I want politicians that are aware of that future.
I don't think that'll ever pass, by the way.
I
know they're applying for all the patents.
Well, the patents, but the fact the one that has passed is that the government will be able to shut your car off. All cars in 2027 must be allowed to have the technology where the government can just shut your car off for whatever reason. The Republicans voted with the Democrats on that.
And is the argument there that, like, if it's stolen, they can just shut it down? Like, what's the real world argument? How are they going to rationalize that? Well, Eric, this is going to be really good for you because if you're in downtown Memphis and somebody jacks your car and is on their way down to the southern border to dump it, like, we'll be able to shut it off on the way. Is that the argument?
Oh, it's got to be. That's got to be one of the arguments. And then the other argument is...
I can get on board with that.
Yeah, I know you could. I mean, right? Yeah.
That's the thing.
Yeah, you can get on board with it. And then, 10 years from now, it's like, hey, I'm trying...
But wait.
Hey, I'm going to church today, and it's another fake pandemic.
Yes.
And I refuse to take my shot and the remdesivir. And so now my card doesn't work.
And you can't go to the grocery store.
I can't go to church.
Or church, yeah.
Because it's the next pandemic. I mean, come on. Let's think about this logically. if that technology was already in every single car, would they have used it in COVID? 100% they would have used it in Oregon and California. They might not have used it here.
Yeah, maybe not here.
100% it would have been used. 100%. We're going to shut cars off during the 15 days to slow the spread.
Huh.
I think. I don't see. We went crazy. We went absolutely crazy. We wanted to deny medical care for people that didn't take the shot if they went to the ER.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
we wanted to vaccinate children to protect the elderly.
Yeah. Would 100% been used. And we haven't learned any lessons from COVID. Zero. And it was the Republicans in the House that voted with the Democrats to put this procedure in 2027.
Wow.
That all this new standard. So I want these people to care about what our lives are going to be like during the next Democrat rule, which will be full-blown communist.
Yeah.
And I don't think they care.
I'm glad you're talking objectively about this stuff, because I don't hear it anywhere else. I really don't. So hats off to you for having stuff like this on the agenda to talk about, because I'm really serious. Like, besides a couple a few Twitter related clips and stuff that I've seen, like, this stuff isn't being more widely talked about like it should.
Well,
we have to start preparing for what's next.
Well, let me do a follow-up then on our story.
Instead of everything being about the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, well, I've made a conscious decision, as much as I'm not a fan of, I'm totally against the war in Iran and everything else, it just got so maddening. It's on again, it's off again, it's off again. I was like, you know what? I can't keep up anymore. It is what it is. Let's talk about something else.
So many problems that we're dealing with domestically.
But yesterday we told you about this story with 60 Minutes, right after the Southern Poverty Law Center gets outed as false flagging the entire nation for decades. There's even references to the Southern Poverty Law Center inside Oklahoma City bomber documents that they had assets on the ground there. So that makes you really think, now that we know that they paid for Charlottesville, paid for a bad actor inside the Unite the Right rally. And so now that we know all of this, a week later, 60 Minutes comes out and says, hey, during Hurricane Helene, there was white people that showed up to try to help, and they were from white supremacist groups, and they believe that the government can control weather, and they believe that the government may have made the hurricane that destroyed western North Carolina and eastern Tennessee, and they're bad. This is literally the report that 60 Minutes did. Like, white people showing up and helping other people are white supremacists just because they believe that there may be technology out there that the government can make storms stronger or control the weather. By the way, it was great that Leslie Stahl called it a conspiracy theory, because we all know what that means.
Yeah.
We all know 6 to 8 months from now, there's already plenty of evidence out there that the government has this technology, by the way. The question is, can you convince people that they would use it against us? Yes. Yes, yes, 100%. They will. They have, and they'll do it again. And so we tried to set up. I did a bad job yesterday in this report, really setting up the context. I think I did. The context was Trump gets shot at Butler. The story was they didn't secure it from a slope because the roof was sloped. That was the same story. That was always going to be the story, whether he was killed or whether he survived. Now, he was supposed to die that day, and he survived. If he would have died that day, they would have given us the same story, and it would have sent the country into a civil war. You didn't secure. Everybody would have assumed the Joe Biden government had President Trump killed that day if he had died. And the excuse we got was, well, we didn't secure the building because of a sloped roof, and then they cremated the body, and then they took the van away, and everybody would have assumed our own government killed the guy that was running for president. Like, we would have been a third world country officially, banana republic officially at that moment. It would have been terrible. There would have been no elections. This was what was planned. Probably the SPLC would have had people in the wings ready to go violent.
Yeah.
This is what was planned for us. All right. So then in September of 2024, this hurricane, and I'm going to say it, I'm no meteorologist, but to me it comes out of nowhere, and it just hooks around and then gets stronger and then just sits in North Carolina. In the aftermath, there were people thinking that, okay, this now makes North Carolina's going to be a blue state. North Carolina is going to vote for Kamala because there's all these people in the western parts of North Carolina that are not going to be able to vote in time in November. And it's now that didn't happen, but this is what people were thinking.
Yeah.
Then you had FEMA coming in. And FEMA was telling people they couldn't stay, they had to go.
Yeah.
FEMA is still slow walking the people that want to rebuild. There's a lithium conspiracy now that there's massive deposits of lithium and that this is a very convenient storm that happened where people are potentially never going to be allowed to rebuild, very much like the fires in Hawaii and other places.
There's still people living in trailers. Man.
Yes.
Look how long the time it took them to rebuild roads, like, what a mess.
It is a mess. And so that's why I want to do a follow-up because there are people, I'm putting these conditions in. So when these guys came, some of them former military guys, people donating their own helicopters to go rescue people. You had local law enforcement, in some cases, working against these groups. And so Leslie Stahl comes in and says, isn't this is bad, right? They were undermining you and they believe crazy conspiracy theories. And this sheriff goes along with it and is working for the enemy. Really should be ashamed of himself, whoever that guy is, because CBS is there with an agenda. But anyway, this guy named Matt Van Swall, in response to the 60 Minutes piece, essentially saying that white people helping other white people is bad, says, remember when 60 Minutes ran a story on Doge discovering that FEMA spent $59 million to house illegal aliens in luxury hotels in New York City while FEMA nearly kicked out 3,000 Americans from their hotel rooms in the dead of winter after Hurricane Helene? Oh, wait, they never did a story on that. This was what was also going on.
Yeah.
The Biden government didn't care about the folks in East Tennessee and Western North Carolina because they're white and because they vote for Trump.
Yeah.
That was the story.
Those people were in tents,
yes,
man, in freezing temperatures out there. Tents. It's the receipts are there. And yet the Roosevelt Hotel in Manhattan is full to the brim with illegals on taxpayer dime getting stipends for their daily allotment of food and necessities. What a joke.
To the point where the Amish came in, and there were stories about them being hindered as well. Matt Van Swall says this photo was taken 2 weeks ago. The Amish, yes. The Amish, who, yes, are white, are still in Western North Carolina rebuilding after Helene. Hundreds of bridges, hundreds of homes, by hand, for free, with no cameras, zero mainstream media coverage. God bless the Amish. Look at them there. Don't they seem happy? Those people, they seem like they are having a childhood similar to the childhood that you and I had, although we weren't building bridges, but it seems like normal. But they're letting themselves be, getting a photo taken. So that's good. So the Amish are still doing this out there, and that brings me to, well, should I go there now? Yeah, we're going to go there now.
Good strong Hezekiah's right there.
Oh man.
See, I can't see Amish stuff without thinking of Kingpin, the movie, and Randy Quaid's character in that movie. Hezekiah Munson.
We're all going to be looked at.
Not Munson.
The way we feel about the Amish, this is how we're going to be looked at in the very near future. Sorry, I just hit a button. In the very near future, as more and more people want to begin to reject the horrors of AI, and I know it's a useful tool in some cases now, but I mean it's just going to, we're going to be the people that stand up. There's the rise of the neo Amish. It's happening. It's happening with young people. You know that young people are getting rid of these and just getting flip phones. It's like a trend now. It's like coming. It makes me want to do it. I'm considering, getting rid of this. I mean, I can't imagine. It's hard for me to imagine not having constant contact and everything else, but just a flip phone. I don't know. Yeah. I'm thinking about doing it because I'm sick of it too. But so let's talk about this. Let's talk about the data centers. This is a good segue. So yesterday in yesterday in Utah, Kevin O'Leary's massive data center was approved by a county commission. 40,000 acres, 2.5 times the size of Manhattan. Here was one scene.
False. know this is false. Then why won't they let people talk? Why won't they let us ask questions? It's false. This is not real information. And we sit here like it's okay. It's a charade. It's a charade. It's false.
So that was in Utah. Again, 40,000 acre data center. And you know, a lot of people can't even really figure out what these data centers are going to be used for. Yeah, storing our data. But fundamentally, we don't truly understand the scope because we're not tech people. But it is an AI arms race. Okay? It is an AI arms race. And this is happening. And I'm against it. I think there's a future where people get so fed up that this is where you light the torches and go like you used to in the olden days. You know, you would have these ideas of like, oh, when the people have had it, they're going after the bankers. You know, they're storming in there, here or there.
Yeah.
When people are fed up in our near future, it could be, you know, go get the data center or destroy the data center. But it's going to make our lives, quote, better. You know, and there's going to be some. Well, these are thanks to the data centers that our lives are better, and that AI is such this powerful tool that we now have. But it's also going to surveil. It's going to totally shred the Fourth Amendment. I had the thought today of it's like, do you even could the data centers become so invasive and know so much about us with the AI and everything that's going to power and store? Like, yeah, you still have your Second Amendment, but it's meaningless. Like we know so much about you, there's literally no way that you could ever resist a tyrannical government with. Like, we're going to make the fact that you have a gun obsolete. There's literally nothing you can do with it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I had that thought. I'm just trying to think outside the box. And then, so here is more from that meeting. Again, the largest data center in the world was just approved in Utah. The county commission voted for the data center despite massive resistance from residents, and one commissioner mocked residents for hell's sake, grow up. The people responded by chanting, "People over profits."
For hell's sakes, grow up.
Look at the size of that building. Do you see how many people are in there?
Did he say for hell's sakes, grow up?
Yes.
I've never heard that.
I've never heard
somebody say that before.
Is that a Utah thing? Folks in Utah, is that a thing y'all say?
I've heard for heaven's sakes.
I said for heaven's sakes.
Why would you say for hell's
For
sakes?
hell's sake, grow up.
Did he really say that?
He said for hell's sake. I've never heard that in the world. I tell you what he wanted to say.
Yeah, it's right. It's right there in the quotes. For hell's sake.
Yeah, I think he wanted to say for F's sake. I have heard that one.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
But then he's like,
but why would you switch heaven to hell?
Well,
for the sake of hell. What?
Well, I know. No. I know. We'll let the chat analyze those data points.
Can you be quiet and let our citizens hear what needs to be said, please?
Jeez. Anyway, they go ahead and they go through it anyway. So this data center in Utah, is Kevin O'Leary's data center. Kevin O'Leary, the guy from the Shark Tank. Okay.
Yeah.
Kevin O'Leary posts this. Actually, he posts a video after this data center gets approved.
How are you offsetting these environmental concerns?
Well, I'm actually the only developer of data centers on Earth that graduated from environmental studies. So I'm pretty aware of what these concerns are. They are around air, water use, heat, noise, pollution. So sustainability is at the heart of what we do in terms of all these proposals. We're not just Utah. We have 10,000 acres in Alberta, Canada, with the same concerns. And so we search for the best technology. There's many air-cooled turbines now. So you're blending in air-cooled versus water. There's so many different ways to generate power.
So the problem is this: he's got community noted here. You see this community note. The Utah Data Center project is planned to be powered 100% by natural gas, not a blend including solar, wind, and batteries as stated. Well, that's a burn. So that's Kevin O'Leary. All right, so
I usually like him, by the way.
So here's the deal. Let me throw this up. I'm gonna go full screen with me and look at some of my notes here. All right, so here's the deal on this. You got old money and you got new money. You got old money Wall Street. You got Silicon Valley new money. Silicon Valley backed President Trump. Now, that came with strings. There's no doubt. There's no way around it. It comes with strings. Now, we can talk about the national security implications. We can talk about how, hey, China's in an AI arms race. Russia's in an AI arms race. I get it. Like, I'm not discounting that at all. Some of this may be for national security purposes and everything else. That's an argument that's out there. But I can promise you this, the end result is going to be, if we don't do something, the end result is slavery for us. The end result is, they're going to pacify us. And that's a real danger here, honestly. Pacify us with universal basic income or whatever. I mean, what we're about to go through is going to make the Industrial Revolution look like a cakewalk. It's going to make it look like nothing. We're a lot closer than you think with robot technology. They've said everybody go into the trades. The trades is how you hack the system, and that's true. You go into the trades, be a plumber, electrician, you can hack the system. And it'll be the lawyers that'll go first. It'll be the desk workers that'll go first when it comes to AI. I think we're way closer to robots being your plumber than you think. A robot showing up to your house, your personal robot. I mean, what if everybody got a personal robot? Then you don't need to.
As a handyman?
I'm literally, as for anything, as a helper. This is what Elon Musk wants to do.
This is the Jetsons. We'll all be the Jetsons.
Instead of having a room, think about it. You already have, most people have a Roomba. I don't, but most people have a Roomba, a robot vacuum. What if the thing was just, 6 foot tall and did all that for you, and also knew how to fix your sink, knew how to do all that? So all of a sudden, your trade guy that's making $120,000 a year, you don't need him anymore. And it can happen. It can happen like that. That's where we are. That's how close.
So let me ask: are you totally against that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I am. I think I am. Now I think there's
why, because your heart goes out to the plumber who built his business up and.
My heart goes out to that's one reason, but I mean it's down on the list. I want human beings to live the way we've lived for thousands of years. I want us to be able to interact with one another. I want us to be able to connect with one another. I think a plumber with a soul is better than a machine.
But you and I don't live the way the settlers did 100 years.
Correct.
You and I don't live the way our fathers did in the 80s.
Correct.
So, I mean, I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, why do you feel like it's best for you to pump the brakes on innovation like that? And I'm trying to ask objectively.
No, I agree.
Not
I get
because
it.
I disagree with you.
I think because there's not going to be any jobs, you're going to have universal basic income. There's no argument against universal basic income. And if you ask me right now, like this is like you're going. Elon Musk says universal basic income is coming, and it's going to be high, and we're going to eliminate poverty and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
But I actually right now, the way I see it, I don't think there's any way to stop this.
Yeah, that's my whole point. I'm getting to.
I'm telling you,
the train has left the station.
It has.
Yeah.
But I'm against it, and I'll tell you why. I don't know what is in the Lord's plan with all this, but I'm against it because, let me just say this: in either situation, Christians are going to thrive. Specifically, the preeminence of your local church is going to thrive regardless of which way we go, because that's what the church does. And in a situation where nobody has their identity anymore, and being a lawyer or a plumber, we know as Christians our identity isn't those things. Those are just a means to an end. Our identity is found in Christ, right? And we know that the chief end of man is to worship the Lord, glorify the Lord, enjoy Him forever. So there'll be a great opportunity there. There'll actually be people realizing the importance of interacting with people who have souls and not this soulless technology, because there's going to be nothing there for them. It's not going to fill this void. So that's kind of another positive side that I've thought about when it comes to the AI takeover and everything else, is how
Okay.
the church will continue to survive through all that, and actually, I think, thrive in a new way. But it will be a neo-Amish. There will be this rise of neo-Amish, of people that say, I am so hungry for interaction with somebody I know has a soul and not a machine. Like, there's going to be a spark there, and there's going to be a resistance there to get rid of it. And so, yeah, that's kind of my feeling on it. It'll be super convenient. It'll be super. Oh, you haven't gotten your robot yet?
Yeah,
that's what it's going to be like. I don't know if I answered your question at all, but I was going to.
I don't even know if I'll be here for that.
Oh, you will.
Once it
You
gets
will.
that far. I mean, how quickly are we talking
I
about
think
here?
we're real quick. 20 years,
Yeah, I mean,
maybe sooner.
okay.
At least that's what I think. I mean, I could be wrong. It could be a long time out. But I just think it's. I mean, they're building these. It's a 40,000 square foot data center. I've talked to guys that have built factories, logistic guys that have built factories that store and load goods, and it's all robots. They built the specs out. It's all robots. The trucks pull in. The robots load the trucks. They go out. If one of the machines in there breaks, a robot goes in, fixes it, comes back. It's devastating towards a man who is called to go and till the earth. And by the sweat of your brow, you're going to provide. You're going to subdue the earth and conquer. They're building these societies where there's no room for that anymore. And the World Economic Forum says, well, what are we going to do with these people? So there's got to be a movement against this. There has to be.
If you're on the other side of the perspective, though, of this, and you've waited for hours and hours for that person to show up for that service call, if you've waited weeks and weeks for that subcontractor to come do this job and that job, if you've been at the mercy of someone repairing or been at the unfortunate other end of somebody that was repairing a vehicle for you that took advantage of you, and it's like on and on and on and on. You and I are unreliable. If we just get down to it, we're hardworking, we think, we're objective, and we're good people. But as far as a lot of those types of things that you were talking about what robots can do, it's like they're fixing the unreliability aspect or the mistakes of the human element.
Mm-hmm. And now's where we need a Captain James T. Kirk monologue of, but the mistakes. Oh, what make us human? Eric,
Right.
They're what makes us human.
Yeah, you're right. I'm with you. I'm just thinking this thing out.
I know, man. It's crazy, dude. It's crazy. But I'm telling you, there will be a rise of what I'm calling the neo-Amish on this, and they will be people that want the current level of technology we have, but they don't want it to go any further. I don't know how this all works out. I don't exactly know, but
hey, I'm already for us going back to the 80s and 90s. I've said that before. I already think we've gone too far.
Yep.
I'm completely annoyed at the fact that we can't have things in a more simple way like we had back then.
But here, real quick,
movies would be better, music would be better, social interactions would be better, food would be better. Come on. I need a legal pad
I don't know.
to start writing.
Can you survive without high quality Indian cuisine in your community?
Well, I can survive without all the glyphosates and all of the high fructose corn syrup.
Me too. I'll trade it.
Give me Back to the Future, Karate Kid, Rambo movies,
That's
and
right.
Some old school Doritos and Cheetos.
Mm-hmm. Cheese
and a
Cheez-Its
Lazy
or
Boy
Cheese
rocker
Nips.
recliner and shag carpet, and I'll be just fine.
I agree.
And some Journey to wash it down.
Okay, Journey.
Def Leppard. Sorry.
I will say real quick, tying a bow around the.
But I digress.
Tying a bow around the data center thing.
Yeah.
Where does this come from? Okay. Kevin O'Leary is an independent guy doing his own big data center thing, right? Okay. Then you have Project Stargate. Okay, so as I was saying earlier, you've got the old money Wall Street, the new money Silicon Valley, and January 2025, Trump gets in there. What does Trump do? He announces and backs Project Stargate, okay? It's a $500 billion private sector AI infrastructure project. It's backed by OpenAI, Oracle, SoftBank, MGX. It's designed to build a nationwide network of advanced data centers. So Kevin O'Leary, this Utah data center, 46,000 acres, is separate from that. It's a parallel track, but it's not Project Stargate, but it's the same thing. It's technically, on paper different, but I just wanted you guys to know this is what we're experiencing. Project Stargate, 20 massive. They're trying to build up to 20 massive AI data centers in the U.S. High-end chips, massive cooling system, huge electricity demand, 5 to 10 gigawatts of power usage, which is an enormous amount. It's more electricity than San Francisco. Okay, so the idea being is why are they here? Well, it's because the cloud. This is a lot about it. Is cloud storage. This at least what they're saying is the giant warehouses. AI has got to have some place to eventually be stored. The cloud is actually somewhere. And it's in these data centers. And this, by the way, gives them total control, especially, like right now, there's even people that have caught, guess what? When you go to stream on Netflix, like that's in some data center somewhere, they've bought storage there somewhere.
Yeah.
And they've now edited old school sitcoms. You go and watch an old school sitcom, people have noticed that they've been edited. They're not the original. So they'll be able to edit things in real time. If it becomes politically inconvenient or politically incorrect, there's already people that claim, I don't know if this is true, but they claim that they have put chemtrails in older movies to make people think that the skies always look like this.
What?
Yes, you can look that up. I'm just letting you guys know that,
I just thought you were going to say that they're switching up all the Jeffersons. They're going to take out all the bad stuff from the Jeffersons.
That would be a tragedy, but... Yeah, go get your copy of Blazing Saddles today.
Are the Blazing Saddles going to be unavailable?
I own a physical copy of Blazing
Hey,
Saddles.
where are white women at?
Yep. Yeah.
Like they're just going to cut that part out so they peek around the corner and nothing happens. And Gene Wilder's just standing there.
Go get your... Yeah, if you don't own a physical hard copy...
The sheriff is near. Okay, he's coming.
Somebody's got to go get it. Load of dimes.
Yeah.
I think that's my... Honestly, I know there's a lot of really great racial jokes in that, but my favorite part of Blazing Saddles is the S-load of dimes. For whatever reason, I've just always thought that is so funny when they get to the toll road. And then the Broadway gay scene with the gay director at the end, where they're... what is that song called? Is it called... I don't even know what it's called, but... the way they play that director,
stick out your tush.
Yes, and he's like, no, you're doing it wrong. Like that is the best. So the last,
throw up your hand.
All right,
stick out your tush.
I'm gonna get to this. I'm getting to the end of this.
All right, I'm sorry.
And the end of this is Vigilant Fox's Maria Z. So we've told you what these AI data centers are in terms of what the official narrative is they are. Project Stargate, Kevin O'Leary, or whatever. This is what they are. We're told we're in an AI arms race, which is going to put this report into more context. Maria Z over at Vigilant Fox has this report about AI data centers.
In the midst of what we're being told is the greatest energy crisis in modern history being caused by the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, you would think there would be a moratorium on data centers worldwide, but there isn't. They're spreading like an aggressive cancer, and the consequences are proving to be deadly. You may have heard about Project Matador, a data center being planned for the Texas Panhandle, which is set to not only be the largest in the country, but in the world. It is planned for up to 18 million square feet, approximately 6,000 acres, and will reportedly use up to 90...
So keep it that. The one in Texas, 6,000 acres. The one that passed in Utah, 46,000 acres.
Wow. 6 billion kilowatts of electricity per year. Some people are speculating that it would use far more than that, maybe double or triple that number, but let's go with the conservative number, 96 billion kilowatts. Currently, all of Texas homes combined are using approximately 172 billion kilowatts annually. That means Project Matador is set to consume roughly 55 to 65% of all Texas residential electricity use. And that is just one of the hundreds either in operation, construction, or planning stages. To give you the figures, there are 87 in operation in Texas that we could find, approximately 135 under construction, and a pipeline of over 600 data centers planned in Texas alone. We continue to hear reports of how these data centers are absolutely destroying communities, and it's happening all over the country and the world. A small town in Louisiana is in chaos because of Meta. Take a listen to this report.
Meta's new $27 billion AI data center is causing chaos in a small town in Louisiana. In February, I flew down to Louisiana, to Richland Parish, a rural county where Meta is building a mega AI data center. Just to put it in perspective for you, this AI data center is 4 million square feet, 2,250 acres. That's roughly 70 football fields. When I was in Richland Parish, I spoke to over a dozen residents and really got to hear their concerns. People are talking about how their rents are going up because there are thousands of workers coming from out of state, staying in these massive RV parks. I also spoke to local businesses that are suffering. While there are definitely businesses that are making money hand over fist, you're also finding small businesses that are struggling because they can't get in with the right people or get the right catering jobs for the Meta workers on site, for example.
So I'm not trying to just steal her entire report, but she goes on to talk about how governments are now classifying massive AI data centers as military operations. This is what I was trying to end with. Military operations quietly stripping communities of any power to stop them.
Yeah.
So if you do have this backlash like you do in the state of Utah with all these people saying don't do this, and the council does it anyway, once you start classifying this as military, all bets are off. It's now national security, and the community has to take it. It's like eminent domain on steroids.
Yeah.
Once the military's involved.
Yeah.
And so these data centers, if you really think about it, I know it's not been overnight. I know they've kind of been slow, but it's now kind of like an overnight phenomenon. It's like they just showed up. And we're getting them in our neck of the woods. Other people are getting them. The state of Arkansas just gave. Did you hear about this?
Yes.
State of Arkansas just passed a bill to give $300 million to some mystery project in West Memphis, Arkansas. These legislators voted on it without knowing what it was. Now, maybe a few of them do, but apparently there's some sort of non-disclosure agreement. They made the state pledge this money. We don't even know what it is. We have no idea what super project is coming to the state of Arkansas, and the state legislature just said, we're going to give you $300 million if you do, but we don't know what it is. It's literally Nancy Pelosi's famous line, we have to pass the bill so we can find out what's in it.
Yeah.
And I suspect, because I know, isn't there already a data center going in West Memphis?
I didn't know if it was West Memphis.
Or there's some sort of Google. Isn't there some sort of Google data center or something? Yeah.
This is part of Trump's agenda, though, by the way. Like,
I
wants
know
to beat China. He literally said that today.
I know.
In a conference where they were asking questions, and he's like, I'm so excited to go over and tell President Xi, like, I'm winning, we're winning, we're winning. Like, I heard that today.
I know. That's what I'm saying. It's baked into the cake.
It's like, it's happening again.
Yeah.
It's like, the train has left the station. Hats off to the people in, Eastern Missouri that voted out all the city council and that won it. But it's like that feels like kind of a one-off, right? Because most of these other places, like they're buying private land and doing this in private land.
Yeah, I know.
And who's not going to take that? And who's not going to take that check?
Did you just?
That's a generational thing that covers your family forever.
Did you just mention the Tennessee lady that turned them down? Is that what you just did, or did I mishear you?
No, this was in Missouri.
Okay. Well, so there's they voted it down.
Festus, Missouri.
There was a Tennessee grandmother that was offered, I don't know, millions and millions of dollars for a data center to buy their land, and she said, "No, I'm not letting you do that. This is my land. You're not building a data center here." It was like very, I don't know how to say it. It was very, 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 very what's that show? The Prairie. What's it? Laura Ingalls.
Little House on the
Yeah,
Prairie.
it was very Little House on the Prairie. We may get to those moments, like, yeah, sure, this is your land, but what was on it is ours. And like, blow everything up.
Yeah.
Sorry, we are in the midst of a technological revolution, and people don't have a clue what is coming.
Yeah.
How quick it's going to turn on a dime.
What is it they say though that now that like every year technology advances faster in 1 year than the previous 10?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like there's like this exponential growth of it to where now like I don't worry about predicting pretty far out and what I'm going to have, because who knows if these will be completely obsolete, that we'll be using these things. Like I just don't know.
Yeah.
So, I mean, here's the question, Paul: why fight it?
Oh, I don't know. That's a great question. I mean,
because what are you fighting? Do you even know?
I'm fighting.
Besides the comments about like what data centers do to water and gardens and plants.
We're fighting
that.
Like,
I get that.
We're fighting the planners. We're fighting the planners.
Yeah,
we are fighting.
This is way bigger.
We are fighting. This is going to lead to communism.
Yeah.
The solution to our problems is going to. I mean, we're fighting people that think they can plan our lives better than we can live them ourselves.
Yes.
Fundamentally, that's what we're fighting. It's as simple as that.
That's my point.
And it's communism on steroids. In terms of, in the past, without the technology, the communism that would just guarantee you certain services, and now they think they have the technology to basically guarantee us all a life of luxury, and they're building a Tower of Babel 2.0.
Yeah,
is what they're promising here.
Well, getting to this point, will this do something to where it'll pay off our debt? Pay off our debt, by the way. Because
our individual debt or our national debt?
National debt. I'm still under the mentality that like we can't really do what we want to as a society and as a country because we owe what 30 to 40 trillion dollars.
Yeah.
So is this part of the answer to our debt problem? And I don't know.
I don't know either, man.
Sorry, I'm way in the weeds.
No, I don't know either. Hey, we're going to try to keep it light towards the last 10 minutes. I've been waiting for somebody to go over this story with me. All right. So here's the deal. You guys have heard this.
The red flags on this one from the beginning.
All right. So here's this blonde lady here, and she's this guy's boss, we're told. Okay.
This is the J.P. Morgan.
Yeah, she's a J.P. Morgan lady,
right?
And with
the cannons.
Yes.
Okay.
Alleged cannons. And so we were told,
bless her heart,
the New York Post reported that she, according to this guy on the left, that she made this guy basically a sex slave.
Right.
Okay. And everybody was reading this and like, oh my gosh, this is so scandalous. My goodness, can you believe this? This is terrible. And they were looking at her and they're saying, can you believe she did this? And then this guy's face it was discovered who the lawsuit or the complaint, who actually wrote it. And it came back that it was this Indian guy. And immediately the internet was like, okay, this guy's a liar. He made it up. There's no way. And so first off, on that scale, I'm not saying it's impossible, but it was hilarious that immediately the internet was like, man, can you believe what a terrible person she is? And then they found out what the guy looked like, and they're like, oh, no, he made it up. Like, he had to have made it up. But it's not over. It's not over because he's
it's
now...
like when they sniffed out Juicy Smouye.
Yes. It's like some things very much.
Some things when you see it play out, you're just like...
yeah. Subway.
Yeah.
Sandwiches? So breaking... So this guy, whose name Chirayu Rana, he's refiled his sex slave lawsuit, this time with witness statements. And I'm not going to get into it all. This is allegedly now a witness says that a witness now claims, this sounds like such an Indian scam. A witness now claims that they heard her claim, quote, I own you, Brownie. I own you, Brownie. And there was proposition for, lewd sexual behavior. And so Raw Egg Nationalist says this guy's basically trapped in a doom loop where he has to lie even more extravagantly to cover up the previous set of extravagant lies. All of this just reads like a bad porn-inflected fantasy an Indian man would conjure up. Quote, I own you, Brownie. We also had this story where it was now discovered that this ex-JP Morgan banker, again, Chirayu Rana, pretended his dad was dead to get bereavement leave, but he's actually alive and spoke to the Post this weekend. There's his dad still alive, and so you really get, stereotypes, folks, exist because people out there reinforce them every single day. And this whole thing, when I first read it, before I ever saw the guy, I saw the story, I intentionally didn't put it on the show because I thought it was fake. I intentionally waited a little while because I was like, first of all, we don't really cover tabloid news like this on the show, but I did read about it, and I was like, man, I can't believe this, But I mean, if it is made up and if it isn't true, this guy called his own wife a quote fish head, and I mean, just terrible. Oh man, it's insane. It's insane. So anyway,
there's just all these red flags that have been going off since the very beginning about this. It's just like,
well, I mean, the whole H-1B thing is a scam, and so
she's either really crazy or this is just.
I mean, what's she gonna do? I mean, if it is made up, she's got to go after this guy and sue him for everything he's got. I mean, he's now in. He was in leveraged finance. Now he's in some other form of finance. I mean, he went to a competitor. He was able to get a job at another place.
Yeah,
and he left apparently voluntarily, according to some. I don't know. The whole thing is, it just is like, wow. I mean, again, if it's true that he made all this up, the stereotypes are real. I mean, we already know they're real, but it's just crazy.
Well, she's going to really own him.
Yeah.
If he did make that up.
That's actually really funny. Yeah, she will. She absolutely will. TheHill.com reporting 81% of young Americans say economic conditions are bad or terrible. There's a point to this story. I want to come down here to corporate greed real quick. According to this new poll, more than 4 in 10 of respondents in the 18 to 24 range blamed the president, while 1/3 faulted corporate greed in large companies. Just 2% blamed former President Biden, 9% blamed congressional Republicans, 2% blamed congressional Democrats, and 1% blamed the Federal Reserve. Wow, we got to get the word out on the Fed. By the way,
I went and spoke to a group of our college business students who are going to be graduating and stuff like that, and I'll tell you, man, like. That sentiment right there, it's real. Those kids are freaking out right now. They're about to graduate, and they do not feel like they have a bright future in front of them in the market, in the job market. And they're about to feel the squeeze, too, of bills and high costs and stuff that affect us every day. And they're a little freaked out about it. For sure,
it's going to be bad, and again, the AI doesn't make things any better. And
that degree, they're about to walk across the stage and get handed, like they don't feel like it has that much value.
Yeah, I know. And they're
glad for the education. They kind of feel like they're ready to get out, but they just don't. It just feels so devalued to them that a lot of them feel like, well, I'm sure I'll be at Starbucks, or I'm sure I'll be at Ruby Tuesdays for the first couple of years.
Now, I mean that's why college is
working in bars,
is going away.
Working in college restaurants.
10 years from now, college. I don't think college is what it is because of the AI. People are not going to school. They're not going to do it. They're not going to waste the money. They're going to say it's a waste of money when they can either get AI to do it or they can get AI to teach them the minutia of things.
Yeah.
And AI is wrong sometimes and everything else, but this is, again, we have no idea what's coming our way. It's coming, and it's coming quick.
Yeah.
I found this right before I went on the air today, and I knew I wanted to have it on the show. This is the point of view of what life has been like if you are a millennial. If you are a millennial, this was your life. This kind of goes hand in glove with what you're saying. I know these aren't millennials anymore. These are now Zoomers, right? That you're talking about. But it's kind of the same. There's a parallel here. And this encapsulates what a lot of people think. Listen, let me see if I can restart it. Listen to this.
Childhood was great. I'm excited for a bright future.
9/11.
What?
Yeah, it's 9/11. It's going to be the worst terrorist attack in human history, and the world's never going to be the same.
All right, well, I'm sure by the time I get to college, things will...
Financial crisis. There's going to be one of the worst financial crises ever.
All right, well, whatever. I'm sure by the time I'm 30...
Global pandemic. There's going to be a global pandemic that irreparably shifts how society operates. Forever.
This is becoming too much for me. All right, well, I was always shown that the key to happiness is just raising a family and owning a home. So I'm just going to focus on that because I'm finally making $100,000 a year.
$250,000.
Huh?
Yeah, you're going to need $250,000 a year for all those things now.
Are you kidding me? Gee, I mean, I guess I'll just go back to medical school then.
$300,000, that's going to cost $300,000 and also 10 years of your life.
Oh, my... Whatever, I'll just pursue my passions and become an artist.
They're going to try to replace you with AI.
Good God. I can't deal with this anymore. I'm just going to revert back to my childhood and watch some of my favorite shows. Try to forget about this.
Child abuse.
What?
Yeah, child abuse. They were all abusing children.
Ugh. I need to go back to church.
Also abusing children.
I can't do this anymore. Is the government at least like trying to fix this? Abusing children?
Abusing children, yeah.
Wow, childhood was...
so you're telling me we have a chance.
There's a reason The Anxious Generation, that book, has sold way more, over 2 million copies. Because this is the kind of stuff that, you know, we as parents, I'm going to hopefully end on a positive note with this, but like, it's up to us as parents to raise a better generation of kids that are happy. And getting to your point about, you know, just getting out and doing things, and whether you're homeschooling them or you're spending lots of extra time in the outdoors, like that's the things that are going to make a really big difference. Because one of the things that I noted most about that video right there is that kid is sitting there playing on a stupid video game.
Yep.
The whole time.
And
not engaging, not getting outside, not doing anything productive.
And I give credit to, again, Syntax Animation over on Instagram is where that video came from. I thought it was really good. I especially hit home about the, well, okay, I'll just get back in touch with my childhood and watch some of these old shows. They're like, yeah, abusing kids. Wait, what? You go look into it. All those shows on Nickelodeon we grew up with, those kids were being abused.
They were bad. Yep.
They were being abused. We now know.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like, it's just crazy when you go think about what we've been through, and you know the truth has come out about child sex trafficking and everything else. It's absolutely
Mickey Mouse
disgusting.
Club, kids and all
yeah,
that
all
stuff.
that, yeah,
oh yeah,
totally like programmed mind control. Folks, that's all the time that we have for this edition of the show. We really appreciate you being with us. I want to remind everybody to go get your red light panels over at Red Vive Health. That's redvivehealth.org. redvivehealth.org/Paul. Save 35%. You're going to restore the collagen in your skin with the red light, and then the other wave is the near-infrared light, which will allow you to, it's going to penetrate deeper into your bones, your tissues, your organs, stimulates the mitochondria of your cells, called biophotomodulation. Check it out now, and with the promo code Paul, you save 35%. You keep this show on the air, and you also improve your life, and you get off the medical industrial complex hamster wheel. Want to give a shout out to the rest of our sponsors: New Horizon Real Estate, Gateway Sight and Sound, 7 Weeks Coffee, Pet Club 24/7, and Sherrod Chiropractic. We will see you tomorrow. God bless.
The Paul Herrell Program.
This is Secret America.
Welcome, everybody. I am Jack Danger along with Jay Gatling. And by now, you probably know what happened last night with the Met Gala. That's got to be the first thing that we talk about, because they pay $100,000 per ticket to get into this thing. I mean, Jay, do you even know what the Met Gala is? I don't think anybody actually knows what is it.
It's in New York City, and I'm not too far from there, far enough, thank God. But
what is it? What is it?
I have no idea. It's a gala, Jack, and Metropolitan Gala, I guess. Oh, by the way, that's why. Well, we should know because we didn't have the show last night because we were there. So
that's true. We were there, and we got pictures to prove it. Yeah. This is me right there with Cardi B, and she's dressed as a pig intestine, and then you have Jay over there with Katy Perry. She's dressed as Iron Man. So it was actually really cool. We got the awesome Secret America tuxedos, as you can see. We were just hanging out with them yesterday. Obviously, a lot of fun. But these people are absolutely nuts. The shit that they wear. I mean, did you see The Rock was wearing a fucking skirt? The Rock was wearing a skirt. You got Sam Smith, who looks just like Travis Kelce, wearing some stupid shit with like a peacock thing on the top of his head. I mean, what the hell were these people doing? What is this? Actually, you know what, Jay? Before you answer, I'm going to show a few pictures of what the hell these people are doing, because this is insane, man. And then I'm going to show you a few extra funny things, actually, some good stuff that I think you'll like about this. So let's check this out. I want you guys to see. Let's see, what do we got? Here's Katy Perry. Here's the first one with Katy Perry. If I can pull this shit up. Oh, it says a new version of X is available. Reload. Wonderful. Every time they reload a new version of X, it sucks.
Come on,
X is the most glitchy fucking website I've ever seen. All right, let's pull this up. I want you to see this. That was your date right there. Look at it. That's Katy Perry. That is Katy Perry. Whatever the fuck she's wearing, that's Katy Perry. I don't even know how she can see through that thing.
Jack,
but she eventually opens the mask. You see?
Oh, I think she was fencing. She was at a fencing tournament.
Yeah. Well, she opens the mask, and you can see. There she is. You can almost see side boob. You almost get side boob. Unfortunately, there's no side boob. You just have to look at her stupid face. All right, tell you what. Here's Cardi B. This was my date right here, Jay. Take a look at her. She was a pig intestine. She went as a pig intestine, I believe.
That it looks like it.
Yeah, she looks like hemorrhoids, if you want the truth. Yeah. I mean, she looks like something that would, itch on your butthole. That's exactly what she looks like.
These people are just out of their damn minds. They really are.
Why would you pay money? $100,000, by the way. See, let me tell you guys, this is what rich people do with their money. They have too much time and too much money. You could help a lot of people with that money, but instead you dress up like some hairy ball sacks.
Yeah, and these are the people trying to tell us how to run the country.
Oh, yeah. It's ridiculous. These people are ridiculous. Take a look at The Rock. Dude's wearing a skirt.
Yeah, way to emasculate yourself. They're sick in the head.
Can you hear that?
What does he say?
Can you hear it?
I can barely hear him.
For some reason, I can't hear anything. Let's try this again.
Pleated skirt. And I was like, well, look, in our culture.
I don't know why this. Ugh.
He's saying something about a pleated skirt. He's saying something about a pleated skirt and in our culture.
You can see a skirt. Look at him. He's wearing pants with a skirt. I don't know what the hell that is. But, I want to show you the best outfit of the night, okay? I'm going to show you the best outfit of the night. You're going to love this, Jay. I promise. You are going to love this. Give me 1 sec. I want to pull it up. I don't want you guys to see it beforehand, so that's why. All right. You remember Marco Rubio, the couch photo that everybody loved?
Yes.
Take a look at this.
Somebody wore did they come as a couch?
Look at this. That is awesome.
I like that.
For everybody that doesn't know, that's just an AI. But like that would be his Met Gala.
That's a great Halloween costume right there.
Yeah, look at that. He's actually a part of the couch. I love it. I freaking love that.
Yeah, I love it.
There was another good one somewhere.
I'll go if that's going to be there.
Trump. Look, he's a pharaoh. He came as a pharaoh.
Why does that look like that's a phallic symbol on his right in the front, Jack? Look at that.
I don't know, but I like it that it's he came as a pharaoh. He should have had the headdress though. I mean, why do it without the headdress? You don't
King
even
Tut.
know what it is without the headdress.
No, Jack, King Tut. It's King Tut. He's a king.
Who is this? What the hell is she doing? Look at this. It's like she's got an alien growing out of her ass. And it's covering one eye? What the hell is going on here?
Being molested by an alien.
Yeah. This is, I mean, we're talking, like I said, $100,000 a dinner, a plate, if you will, for these insane people. And this is what they do with it. I mean, I guess they, I don't know, Jay. I guess they just.
Right. Well, Jack.
Did you see what's his face? Bad Bunny. Did you see his?
I saw your post. Why do you look like an old man? What happened?
It was weird. It looked like he aged 50 years overnight. Why would you want to look like that?
Wasn't he just at the Super Bowl?
Yeah, he was. And now he looks like he's 75 years old.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What's going on?
I mean, now people might say that's a costume, but he had the whole wrinkles and the moles and dude looked like he stepped out of a time machine, like he's a James Bond villain from 50 years from now.
Well, here, let me give you the definition, very brief, of the Met Gala. The Met Gala, formerly the Metropolitan Museum of Art Costume Institute benefit, is an annual haute couture fundraising event held for the benefit of the Met's Costume Institute of New York City. Is widely regarded as one of the world's most prestigious and glamorous fashion events. Fashion's biggest night. That's fashion? These people are like...
Have you seen the Paris Fashion Week lately? Do you know what happens at Paris Fashion Week nowadays?
I don't even want to know. Do I?
You know what? I'm going to try to find you something. Go ahead and talk. I'm going to try to find you the Paris. I want you to see what they do at the Paris. I'm going to show you what fashion is to these people now. If you think that's fashion, wait till you see this shit.
And Cajun Lady, you're right. It is demonic. These people are demonic. There's something very wrong with them. They need God in their life, is what these people need. Quite honestly, that's what they need. They need God. They need Jesus. That's what they need. This Met Gala was founded in 1948. 1948. And it started as a modest midnight dinner for Manhattan socialites. Tickets, Jack, you know what the tickets were initially?
$100,000?
$50 in 1948.
Oh, in 1948, yeah.
Yep, $50. Now,
okay, I'm going to show you what fashion looks like for Fashion Week in Paris, all right?
All right.
This right here is Fashion Week in Paris. By the way, look at the vagina right there. What the hell is that? That's fashion.
Look.
That's fashion. There you go.
That's a demon. These are demons.
Oh, look. The money outfit. Actual money, yeah. What the hell is she wearing?
The demons.
Oh, look, a dollar bill over her eye. That's smart. Oh yeah. Looking good. Oh, yeah. The fucked up face. I like it. What the hell is that? Looks like powder. Oh, my. Oh, yeah, there you go.
Right. And these, like I said, these are the people who tell you that you're bad because you support, say, President Trump or somebody like him. How about this? Whatever those people do or say, you do the opposite.
Yeah, you would have to. You would have to.
So,
by the way, guys, just so you guys know, tomorrow night, we are going to be having a special, it's going to be a special 2-hour episode because we will be having Stephen Myers and Sean Johnson. Stephen Myers was one of the bank robbers in Netflix documentary How to Rob a Bank. He robbed banks in Seattle back in the 1990s. And Sean Johnson is the FBI agent, one of the FBI agents who caught him and the other people. And it's pretty amazing because how often do you have, the person that committed the crime and then the person that caught them on the same show? That is why we are having a 2-hour special episode tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern. Make sure you watch it. You're not going to want to miss that. I can promise you that much.
Yeah, and if you haven't watched it yet, I know Netflix, everybody hates Netflix, but if you still have Netflix, watch the show. It's about an hour and a half, the documentary. It's really interesting, and it'll make your experience tomorrow night even better if you really know what was behind all this and the characters involved. It was very interesting. I watched it. I enjoyed it. It goes fast. Or you play it on 1.25. It's not too fast. It's not slow. And you'll get through it even sooner. But it's worth the watch for sure. How to Rob a Bank on Netflix. And we'll have them on tomorrow night. That's going to be crazy.
Yeah, that's going to be awesome. Like I said, 7 p.m. Eastern, special 2-hour episode. All right, guys, real quick, I just want to mention our sponsor, Max Associates. Like we said, it's the #1 place to get USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. I'm going to put their QR code in the top right. You can scan it, or you can go to maxassociates.etsy.com. I mean, by now, if you've watched this show enough, you know that Max Associates is awesome. They have, the best USA Pride gifts and apparel. They have the best deal. I mean, if you go anywhere else, you're not going to get the deal that you get here. So let's say you want something patriotic, or you want to, show the world who you are. You want to show some pride in what you believe, and you want to go get something. You should still go here because you get an excellent deal. Jay, tell them about the deal.
The deal is 20% off of anything over $20 and free shipping throughout the United States. You can't beat that. It is the best deal in town, in the country, probably, to be honest with you, for this quality of a product. Patriotic. It speaks to who you are. You see right there on the on the poster right there. God Bless America bags, shirts, cell phone covers, mugs, flags, you name it. And they have so much great stuff, and you can't beat 20% off of anything over $20 and free shipping. It's a phenomenal deal. Great website. American. Can't beat it. Just go. You're missing out if you don't. And it's the 250th anniversary of the United States this year. Is there not a better time to go to this website? No.
Absolutely. Now, if you ever wanted to get something patriotic, if you want to show that you are patriotic, now is the time. The 250th anniversary is 2 months away. So now is the time to order from maxassociates.etsy.com. You do not want to go to another shop because you're not going to get 20% off and you're not going to get free shipping. I mean, I don't even know how he does 20% off and free shipping and still makes any money. I don't see how that's possible.
He's doing it. So that's all you got to worry about. That's the deal.
Exactly. Make sure you guys check that out. You're not going to want to miss it. All right, Jay. So after you see that kind of stuff, you're kind of frazzled. You're like, whoa, what the hell is going on in America today?
And Jack, did you see that there was like the NYPD had somebody tried to rush the stage there, and it got pretty rowdy, and they had to take a couple people down who were trying to rush. Protesters were trying to go in there. I don't know what the hell happened, but it got pretty bad. They had to arrest a couple people.
Damn, that's crazy.
Yeah, if you search it, you can probably find it on X. It was a pretty good video of that. It was somebody trying to break into the red carpet or something, and they tackled them. But, at the same time, I wish they would, and listen, I love the NYPD. I was one of them for a while. Yeah. I wish they would be that aggressive a lot of times with Antifa and the crazy left, because they certainly didn't let this person get anywhere near the people on that red carpet. I'll tell you that. They did their job, which is what they're supposed to do.
Yeah. You're absolutely right. They didn't let him get anywhere near it. So, did you see where Ilhan Omar now is actually flat out refusing to turn over any documents to the Minnesota committee that's investigating the $250 million Somali feeding our future fraud? I mean, she is really, really deep into this fraud, and I think this could be what finally takes her down. And I think that's why she doesn't want to give it up. I think that's why she doesn't want to give any documents up. What do you think?
I think, yeah, you're probably right. And I'm just wondering, Jack, if you were told to give documents over from an official body, would you just say, I'm not doing it? Or are you allowed to do that? Or no, probably not, right? You probably have to turn it over or else you get in trouble. But I guess if you're in Congress, or if you're in Omar, I'm just not doing it. What do you mean you're not doing it? Enough is enough with this woman. Something's going on, or else, hey, again, I didn't make the rules. You guys did. You said if President Trump had nothing to hide, he should just turn everything over and he should testify. Well, Ilhan Omar, if you have nothing to hide, turn over the documents. Let's go.
Well, it's obvious she does have something to hide, and that's why she doesn't want to turn over the documents. But the thing is, in America, especially in America, the politicians will get away with it anyway. They don't have to do anything. I'm not going to turn that over. Okay, we're not going to force you. We're not going to subpoena you. We're not going to put you in jail. The politicians can do whatever the hell they want, and it's unbelievable. It's like every one of them is a king. No kings, they're all kings.
Especially if you're a Democrat, you're a super king.
Oh yeah, yeah. You rule with an iron fist if you're a freaking Democrat.
Yeah, you're almost like godlike. If you're a Democrat, you don't have to do anything at that the authorities ask you to do, or if you're subpoenaed, or if they want documents. No, I'm just not doing it. I don't know enough about what's going on with her right now with this particular thing. But what we do know is that she's got a lot of accounting errors. We know that, where she was worth $30 million and then she's worth $95,000 and she says it was an accounting error. Who's your accountant? Who's your accountant?
Definitely an accounting error, right? Unbelievable.
I mean, Jack, she's only off by what, about 5 zeros? I mean, what's going on here? So something's up with Ilhan Omar. And yeah, we need to do a deep dive on Ilhan Omar because, as I said, Ilhan Omar, and again, we didn't make these rules. You guys did with President Trump and everybody around him. If you have nothing to hide, turn it over. Now, I know that's not the way it's supposed to work, right? Burden of proof is on the state or whoever's trying to find something. No, not anymore. Not in politics. You have to turn it. You got to prove your innocence, Ilhan Omar. That's how this works now when it comes to politics. You made up the rules. We're just playing by them. And that goes for every Democrat. That goes for every single last one of them. You prove your innocence. You're guilty until proven innocent, just like President Trump was and everybody in his orbit from 2016 to 2024.
Well, I mean, that's nice to say, but it's obviously not the case, and it'll not happen.
Well, yeah, it would be nice if somebody other than me or you, somebody that's very influential in politics, came out and said it, because that's the way it was, Jack. We saw it happen.
Oh, yeah.
We saw it happen in front of our eyes.
Definitely.
Where it was constant on TV, constantly beating that drum. If he has nothing to hide, what's the problem? If he has nothing to hide, turn over the documents. If he has nothing to he has to show that he didn't do this. Well, no. That's not the way this works. The burden of proof is on the person prosecuting. The burden of proof is on the state.
Well,
that's not how it worked.
I got to show you something real quick, Jay, because this has been on my mind for a while now. And apparently, how long do you think this Iran war is going to go? How long do you think it's going to go? You call it a war now? Is it an operation? What is it?
I don't care.
I mean, gas prices are insane.
The gas prices are up, and we had breaking news.
They're more than up. They're insane right now.
Well, they're not. They're still not about as high as they were for Joe Biden for almost his whole entire presidency. And before this started, they were at 310 national average, which was way under what Joe Biden's was. I get it. Gas prices are up, but I don't want to cause panic. And here's what I'm not going to do. I'm not going to throw everybody into a panic because gas prices are up, because right now everything else is still pretty good.
No, food has not come down really at all.
It absolutely has.
Have you tried to pay $100 for groceries, see how much you get in your cart?
Yeah, I shop at places like
get
Aldi.
A bag or two.
I shop at places like Aldi. I shop at places like Lidl. I can get eggs for about $1.66 a dozen.
So you have to bargain shop.
I'm not bargain shopping.
Prices are so high.
I'm just not going to places like Stop and Shop and Walbaums that rob you. I'm going to some place where it's cheaper and I'm getting the same thing. That's what I'm just
saying, man. It's not like it should be in America.
It's not, nothing's like it should be. We'd like everything to be perfect, but it's not. And things, this Iran
war. The
war.
last great decade that I remember was the 1990s. That was the last. As soon as it turned over into the 2000th century, it's like the whole world changed, man. Just because of a number, just because of a simple number, the whole world changed.
Well, things were pretty good from 2017 to 2020 until we had a bioweapon unleashed on us. That was the best. We were doing great before that happened. And then we had a stolen election, and we had a puppet and an auto pen throw gasoline on the fire by printing trillions of dollars because of COVID. That's what happened. And
I want to show you something.
We'll still show you that, but hit 1 second. What I'm not going to do, though, is I cannot be happy with certain things too, and you can too. But I'm not going to start throwing, a tantrum about it or saying everything's all screwed up and I can't believe it, because I can't afford to do that, because I'm not going to give this election to the Democrats. Because if you think this is bad, take 21 to 24, those years, and put it on steroids, because that's what's going to happen.
That's the problem, though. If we don't ever hold the Republicans accountable, then we're always going to suck. Oh, it's the other side's much worse. That's the only reason to vote for them, because the other side is much worse. I mean, that means that if the other side is insanely insane, and then the Republicans don't do shit, we still got to vote for the Republicans. So America is what? We're just going to suck forever now?
Well, but you just said it, though. Right now, I'd rather everything kind of stay the same than turn it over to someone who's insane, because that's what sometimes it's a lesser of two evils, and that is all there is to it. It's reality. And is that how we want it?
Is this our reality forever now?
No, it's not going to be it forever. But I just went through this in my space. and I was talking with somebody. I said, guys, forget about anything before 2016 when it comes to the Republican Party. Throw it out. Throw it out. We know what it was. It was George Bush. It was Mitt Romney. It was John McCain. We know what that was. It was uniparty, status quo, establishment crap. 2016 is 10 years ago now. We're 10 years in to trying to turn the Republican Party into something that is America first, something that is a party that cares about American citizens' interests first, stopping illegal immigration. Okay, just for that reason alone, this administration, this term is a win. On that alone.
See, and that's nice. No, that's nice.
But it is.
But the problem is, if we take like little crumbs and that's all we get from now on, because the freaking the Democrat Party is going to be so insane probably from now on that the Republican Party can do whatever they want, and then we still say, oh, it's the lesser of two evils. That is our future. I don't see that going down anytime soon. I want to show you something, Jay. I want you to see this right here, because this interested me when I heard this. It is very interesting. Take a listen.
Leading this country. Like, we have a war right now, and
of course I can't freaking hear it. God almighty, that's annoying. I can't hear it, so just tell me when it's over. I don't know what the hell's going on.
Leading this country. Like, we have a war right now, and we're into like, what, 6 weeks? They said, what's taking so long? We were in Vietnam 19 years. We're in Iraq for many years, 10 years, 12 years. We're in all these different wars. Korea, 7 years. I won't even mention World War II. That's a big baby. But you had the wrong person up here. You'll be in World War III.
That's rather discouraging. I don't know what he said. I couldn't hear it. But what I can tell you is at least what the subtitles were talking about, and that's rather discouraging if you ask me.
Well, what he said is it's been 6 weeks, and he was comparing it to the other wars that we've been in.
Yeah, he calling it a war now, and then he's talking about years. He said, "Oh, those other ones were years, 17 years. So that means if this one's 5 years, it's much better."
Well, no, that's not what he said.
No, that's what he's implying. He's implying if it's less than those, it's better.
No,
is that not what he was implying?
I disagree. He's not implying that at all.
He wasn't implying that if it's less than those, it was better. That's what you're saying. That's not what he was implying.
No, he's not implying. I don't think he's even comparing 5 years. Jack, we're in this war for 5 years.
I'm not talking about 5 years. That was just a number I threw. I'm saying that he was implying that as long as it's not as long as those, it is better. That's what he was implying. That's why he brought it up. Vietnam, 19 years. Iraq, 17 years. That's why he brought it up.
How right now, is there even a war going on?
Oh,
right
yeah,
now?
He said it. He said it. It's a war.
I'm saying right now, is there real active fighting going on right now? No,
I
there's a blockade.
don't pay attention to it.
Well, I'll tell you what's going on. It's a blockade right now. And right now, we just had breaking news on the blockade. American Freedom, or Operation Freedom. What did he call it? Let me just read it real quick.
People have fatigue for this bullshit, man.
Well, here's what he said. Based on the request of Pakistan and other countries, the tremendous military success that we've had during the campaign against the country of Iran, and additionally the fact that great progress has been made toward a complete and final agreement with representatives of Iran, we have mutually agreed that while the blockade will remain in full force and effect, Project Freedom, the movement of ships through the Strait of Hormuz, will be paused for a short period of time to see whether or not the agreement can be finalized and signed. That's what just came out at 6:52 p.m.
And see, the problem is nobody cares. Everybody's got fatigue for this bullshit. They just want it over. We don't even want to be in there, man. Look, this is going to cost us everything. Gas prices are, I'm telling you, Jay, it's bad enough that we didn't get any justice for anybody. This is going to cost us everything in the midterms.
If gas prices are still up in the midterms, I will agree with you. It's going to be a problem. I don't
Not
think
just
they
the
will
gas prices. The war in general is going to cost us. You know how many people that on our side don't want this shit? That didn't vote for this shit?
I got to be honest, Jack. I don't care.
You will.
No, I don't care. Here's the thing. Maybe they should stop. I didn't vote for this. Well, I voted for a lot of crap that has happened. I voted for a lot of things that he has done. I am starting to get so sick and tired of the complaining about every little thing, or this, I didn't want that. That's life. Okay. You're not going to get everything you want.
See, but you can't just
now,
chalk it up to that's life. You got to hold people accountable. Otherwise, what's the point?
We're holding them accountable.
He is supposed to be the no war president. That's what he said. No new war.
You know what?
Are we in a new war?
Okay, no, yeah, Jack, there's a war right now. You know why
We're in a new war, right?
You know why we're in a war?
It's a new war?
Look, we're in a war because 47 years of doing absolutely nothing about this country.
And what did they do to us in those 47 years besides the hostages that were already over there? Have they attacked us on the mainland?
How many troops has Iran killed? How many
have
troops
they
have
attacked us here in America?
How many
times we killed their people?
Can I finish? How many? You asked me a question. Let me answer it.
Go ahead.
How many troops have they killed of United States troops? Have they killed and their proxies killed? How many times have they terrorized the world and anybody around there that we need as an ally, not just Israel?
How many times have we done the same thing?
Right, and they're moving towards a nuclear weapon.
No, we supposedly destroyed all that. That's what we destroyed.
What we
supposedly.
What we did is we destroyed the facilities. There's still uranium.
It takes years to build those things back up.
But what if they continue to build it? We going to go back?
Yeah.
I don't want to go back. I want.
So you just want war?
What's that?
You just want war then? That's what you want?
I don't want war. I want it ended. I want the 47-year reign of terror from these lunatics ended. That's what I want.
Jay, the problem is if you get rid of Iran, there's always going to be another Iran to take its place. You're wasting time and military resources on this shit.
That's not true. Another Iran?
Jay, there's a Yemen, there's a Syria, there's an Iraq. There's plenty of Muslims and Islamics that will take its place.
Are those countries building towards a nuclear weapon?
They probably are, if you want the truth.
We have no knowledge of that.
That's the problem. We don't have any knowledge.
But that's my point. Until we have knowledge of that, they're not. So if they do, then they do. But until they aren't. So my point is this. Am I thrilled that this is going on? You know, I'm not. You know why? Because things were starting to go really good. Gas was down to $3.10 a gallon. It was going to go
Things
lower.
were going good, yes.
Right, they were. But again, and this president knows that. You think he doesn't know that?
This war was a big mistake, man. The midterms are done. They're done.
Jack, I'm not saying the midterms are done. I'm not throwing it away. I'm doing
still gonna vote Republican. Don't get me wrong. But I mean, just because there's no other option.
Wait, what other? Well, okay, fine. We agree on that. There is no other option. But I also don't want to be dooming constantly. I don't want to do. We know what's going on. We know it. We see.
But this is not some little thing.
I also don't want to say things that I don't think are true. I think groceries, yes, a lot of them have come down. Beef is still up, coffee's still up. A lot of other stuff has come down. It has. Eggs, remember eggs? The beginning of the term. Oh my God, the eggs. Eggs are $1.67 a dozen where I live. $1.67 a dozen. They were.
If you buy groceries, Jay, you get nothing for the amount of money that you spend.
That's not true. I'm telling you, it's not true.
And by the way, have you seen the shrinkflation? Have you seen that? Okay, you buy your bag of chips. It's mostly air now. You don't get shit for anything anymore.
That went on during the Biden administration. And you know what happens?
And it hasn't been fixed.
They'll never go back. Just like
that's the problem. They'll never go back.
Remember during COVID when all of a sudden you were starting to get charged the fee for your credit cards? They used to eat it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Remember, everybody used to eat it. I said during COVID, I said, now that they stopped eating it, right? I said, they're never not going to eat. They're going to eat this. They're never going to take it back again. We're going to be paying those credit card fees forever now. And lo and behold, we are.
What fees are we talking about here?
What's that?
What fees are we talking about here?
Credit card fees, like the 3% fee or surcharge when you use a credit card instead of cash. How the business has to pay a fee.
That must be a New York thing, I guess.
No, it's all over the place. They used to pay a fee. The business pays a fee for the card. They pay
the business, yeah.
They used to eat it. Now they don't. Now they tack it onto your bill, and that started during COVID. So my point is, that never went away after COVID. They're not going back, just like shrinkflation. During Biden, yeah, that's when the bags of chips started becoming smaller and smaller with just air.
You do realize through executive orders or legislation, he can stop these kinds of things from getting worse.
But I think he's trying to, Jack, he's trying to do everything he can to stop it from getting worse. He's taking a hit here. He's taking a hit. He knows he's taking a hit. But he's doing what he thinks.
It was just a mistake, man.
He has said forever, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And by the way, so did every other president before him. George Bush, Barack Obama, Joe Biden.
They've had 70 years to build a nuclear weapon.
And right now, the consensus was that they were closer than they have been.
So
what is
weapons of mass destruction. That's what we're talking about here?
No, that's not what we're talking about here.
It's not a weapon of mass destruction?
No. I think you're saying that you're comparing it to Iraq. Where
I'm comparing it to George Bush, yes.
Right. Well, I don't think this was a flat out lie because I got to be honest with you. At this point, the Democrats would have said it's a flat out. Not even they're saying it's a flat out.
Well,
lie.
I thought we
Nobody's
destroyed.
saying it's a lie.
I understand that they have uranium still, but you cannot refine it without a nuclear facility. And I thought we destroyed their nuclear facilities. Why did we go to war after that?
Because they were starting to rebuild, and
it would take years to do that.
But they're still doing it, and their ballistic missile program was
Then
not
why not go to war after the midterms?
Maybe they thought they couldn't. Believe me, if he thought Jack,
it was just a mistake, man. Let's just let's be honest. It was a mistake. People make mistakes.
I'm not saying it. Maybe it will be a mistake. We'll see after the midterms. But
I mean, I'm still a Trump fan. I'm just upset about the war. That's my problem. But I'm still a Trump fan. I'm not going to turn on Trump because of one mistake. But it is a mistake. People make mistakes.
I got you, and I hear it. Here's my thing. I don't want the dooming, and I'm not saying you. We talk about this stuff on this show, and it needs to be talked about.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't want people as a whole to doom and gloom everything, because, guys, not everything is bad. Guys, with this war going on, if you have a 401k, you're doing really well right now with your 401k, and a lot of people have. I know not everybody's in the stock market. I get it. Not everybody's a trader. I get that. But if you have a 401k, your 401k is doing very well while this is going on. Okay, everything else, immigration has been brought to a standstill at our southern border while this is going on. There are other things that are going on that he's promised that he's trying to do, and he has done. Okay, he got, even with everything against him. And Jack, the big problem for me isn't President Trump. It's Congress. It's John Thune.
No, Congress is the biggest problem, but I'll tell you the second biggest problem. It's not Trump, it's the people he listens to. And it's been a problem since 2016. And I'm going to tell you why it's a problem. Because he went straight to president. He doesn't realize, and he never realized, how slimy and snaky people are. They can act like your best friend, but they do not have your best interests at heart. And that's the problem. He listens to the wrong people.
Yeah, probably. Some of them, yes.
Susie Wiles.
But no, listen, I was talking about, I think politics is a disgusting business that I would never want to be directly involved in. And this is why. And that's why. Susie Wiles is there for
all of them.
Well, Susie Wiles is there for a reason. Okay?
She's
there for a reason.
She's the one that's causing all the problems. I can promise you that.
I mean, she was his campaign manager. And she was there she got him the win. Let's put it that way.
How could you be chief of staff? You're qualified to be chief of staff just because you can run a fucking campaign?
Well, she's also
chief
been
of staff.
She's been in a game for a long time, Jack. She probably is qualified to run it now. She
Well,
might not
I can
be
tell you
running
one thing. Go do all the research you want. She is the one causing he listens to her for some reason.
Again,
he was president already.
He just endorsed somebody in Kentucky that a lot of people don't like. Barr. They don't like him. I've talked to people from Kentucky. They're like, I don't like him. He's a rhino.
Well, he never pulled his endorsement from that woman. What was that thing that woman? It's the Salazar. Was it Salazar?
Salazar in Florida.
Yeah, and he never pulled his endorsement from her either. He actually endorsed her after she did the bill.
You also have to have people that can win an election. You have to have somebody that can win.
But your name's got to mean something too.
But you need a viable candidate that can win. I hate saying
you're telling me a Spanish woman can't win in Florida without his endorsement.
Who was it? Who was running again? Who was the who was going to primary her? Who was it? Do we even know?
I don't even know if there was a primary. I think it's the general.
No, but that's what I'm saying. But no, my point is he's got somebody that he's primarying Massey with because he thinks he can win. He's got somebody that whatchamacallit. There's another. He's the whole thing in Texas where we think Ken Paxton can win. He hasn't made an endorsement there. I don't think he's going to because he's going to let that play out because he's damned if he does, he's damned if he doesn't.
If he wants the SAVE Act, all he's got to do endorse what's his face and then bring Ken Paxton over as Attorney General. You can actually make a deal to endorse John Cornyn and bring Ken Paxton over as Attorney General.
We said that. I said that a few weeks ago. I don't know.
That would be a great deal.
It would be. but I don't think it's going to happen, unfortunately. But my point is, politics is slimy and it sucks.
Yeah.
And in Kentucky, he had to endorse this person Barr, and the person Nate Morris that a lot of people liked. Well, he just gave him a bone and threw him a bone for an ambassadorship or something like that, and said
Is he related to Bill Barr?
I think he might. It's Andy Barr.
You got to be shitting me.
Check it. I think he might be. I'll check it right now.
You're saying he endorsed somebody related to Bill Barr?
I'll
Holy
check it.
shit.
But here's the
What's
thing
his
with
name?
that. And I think it's Andy Barr. He's in Congress right now. He's in the House. And I'll explain to you why that's important, right? You'll get this right away. When I say it, know. He needs every vote in the House to get anything through as well. So if he doesn't endorse him, the guy's a sitting House member. Our margin is so razor thin that it's almost like he's got to endorse him. And it's also the person that the establishment wants. And guess what? If he doesn't endorse him, the establishment will absolutely kneecap Nate Morris. If
he's not related to Bill Barr.
He's not related to him? All right,
No.
well, that's a good sign. All right.
Yeah.
But anyway, a lot of people don't like him. They think he's a rhino. So, but my point is, like I said, he's a sitting congressman. He's sitting House member. If
Well,
he
if he's
doesn't
not
endorse
related to
him,
Bill Barr, I don't care.
no, but a lot that aside, even if he was,
No, if he was, we'd have problems.
Well,
Because
I'm just saying,
that dude was one of the people that actually tried to remove Trump. You're telling me his own kin wouldn't be a snake? No.
I'm not saying he wouldn't. I probably would be. But hear me out. Like I said,
Yeah.
if he's a sitting House member, you need every vote you can in the House.
Well, he's
because
not
the
related to
margin
Barr anyway, so it's moot. Doesn't matter.
Right. But that's why he probably endorsed him anyway, because he might not align with everything President Trump wants, but he needs him in the House right now until he wins the Senate. It's just, as I said, and the money will go to him. The establishment, they still control the money. John Thune controls the money in the Senate. People like Lindsey Graham control the money. So say he's like, no, screw you guys. I like this guy, Nate Morris, better for Senate. I'm going to endorse him over Barr, even though you guys want him. You know what they would do? They would torpedo him. They wouldn't send any money. They would just end up and they would somehow destroy him. Jack, that's what I mean. Politics is so filthy and disgusting. So a lot of these endorsements, when people get mad, there are things behind them. There are reasons behind them. We know President Trump's not a stupid guy, and we know he's a very good politician, or else he wouldn't have got elected 3 times.
Why can't someone just be honest? I mean, like I say, if I was in there, even if I had to do the endorsement, I would tell people why. Look, I have to do this endorsement because if I don't, they're not going to give him any money. They're going to screw me up. I mean, if I am in where I'm already in, if I'm already elected, yes, I'm going to be 100% honest with it. I got to endorse this motherfucker because these motherfuckers are going to torpedo him if I don't.
But if he does that,
be Tim Burchett.
Well, I think when we talked to him on Friday, maybe we could ask him about that. I'd like to, about the endorsement game. As a sitting congressman, I want to ask him about the endorsement game and why certain endorsements are made when it confuses people or perplexes people. Why
I can't wait to have him on Friday, man. He is so awesome, dude. He's my favorite. He might be he's definitely my favorite politician. I'll tell you that much.
No, he's right up there for me. He's right up there. I mean,
freaking
he's
awesome,
top
dude.
5. Easily
I'd love
top
to have
5.
him be president. Oh my God. Could you imagine Tim Burchett as president? I would love that. But he did say on our show that he wants to be a senator. He did say that.
He did say that. I asked him about president. He says, I'm a little too old for that, but he did say, yeah, senator, don't count that out. That'd be awesome.
I would love for him to be a senator. You kidding me?
He'd be great. But
6 years?
I absolutely want, 6-year term for somebody like that. He's a home run. I want to ask him about that, about the endorsement game and why certain endorsements are made when maybe it's not the best candidate. There's political reasons for that, and maybe he can enlighten us as to maybe some specifics on it.
I'm also going to ask him why we didn't wait till after the midterms to go to the war.
That's a great question too, and he'll answer it honestly. I think
he will. That's why we have him on the show, because he is an honest man. And by the way, everybody, Tim Burchett will be here Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern. Congressman Tim Burchett will be on the show Friday, so make sure you watch that also.
Do we know how long he's going to be with us yet, or we haven't cleared that?
I think it's about a 20-minute segment because he's a super busy guy, so I think it'll be about 20 minutes. Yeah.
Last time we had
the
like
same that they do like on a Fox News segment.
Yeah, we're actually getting them longer than a Fox News segment. They
usually do like 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah, like 8 max. Like I think we had him. He was with us for like 25 last time. If we get that,
last time it went over the 15 to 20 minute range, but it'll be about 20 minutes, and we can do a lot in 20 minutes.
No, absolutely. But yeah, those are two questions that we absolutely have to ask him, along with some of the UFO stuff that's going on now too.
Actually, yeah. Let me write this stuff. I can write this stuff in the notes right here, which I love. I love the. That's the one thing I do love about this is that I can write the notes. So we're going to ask him about. What are we going to ask him about again? I don't know. I already forgot.
The endorsement game. Why certain endorsements are made when sometimes it perplexes us.
Endorsement game. What was the other one?
You just
why didn't we go to the? Why didn't we wait till after the midterms?
Right, wait till after the midterms. Why didn't we do that?
Yeah, because that if he would have waited till after the midterms, I think we would have had we might have won the midterms.
I still think we're going to win the midterms. How's that?
Well, I'm not going to be doom and gloom, but I'm definitely not going to say we're going to win.
I still think we're going to win. You know why? I think this will be over by then. Gas prices will be coming down if they're not all the way down already by that point. And I think things will be, and people might be upset about the war, and they can be. He's a no war president. I got it. That's
if he can withdraw before then, though,
yeah,
but the problem is withdrawing takes a long time.
No, he'll have to. And I think once that happens, he knows it. He knows it.
So what happens if the war is still happening during the midterms?
Then I think we're in trouble.
Yeah.
I'll admit that. Then we're in trouble.
Yeah.
Totally admit that.
It's got to end before then.
And he knows that too. He knows that better than you and me. Right?
Yeah.
Obviously.
He listens to the wrong people. Susie Wiles. Oh.
I don't think Susie Wiles wants, and she has cancer, actually, Susie Wiles.
That doesn't make her any less of a dirty.
No, I'm not saying that. I don't know that she's even around as much right now, but I'm sure she still talks. Obviously, she's a chief of staff. Listen. And that's another one you could ask Congressman Burchett about.
Yeah, why the hell does he listen? I want to ask him why the hell he listens to people that give him bad advice.
Absolutely.
He's been doing that for 10 years. I mean,
there's a lot of bad people, Jack. There's a lot of bad people in Washington.
There's a lot of bad. And that's what I'm saying. You need to trust your instincts. Don't listen to these motherfuckers.
But again, he's not. If he was running his own business like he always did, I'm sure that's how he kind of operated. Like
that's how he should operate.
I'll take right. I'll take your advice, but if I think you're wrong, I'm going to do this anyway. As president, it's not that easy. You can't just do it. You can't just, I'm doing this. No, you still need people on your side, even if you don't agree with them, or you might not even like them, or even trust them. You still need them on your side to get certain things done that you want. It's just
he fundraised for Lindsey Graham.
Think about that. You could ask Congressman, maybe he'll answer that too, about Lindsey Graham, because we get that all the time. Lindsey Graham.
Well, that was a terrible decision.
Well, I think there's reasons for that too. Lindsey Graham has a lot of power in that Senate, boy. I don't think he should, but he does. He has a lot of power. He controls the money, a lot of it. He's on, I think, the foreign affairs. He controls a lot of stuff. It's not so easy to. And Jack, here's my other thing. You need somebody to run against him that can actually win.
Against Graham?
What's that?
I would love to. Man, we should get into politics, man.
No.
I would love. I'm telling you, I would be honest. I'd be the only person in the world that would be honest.
I would be honest too. I'm just not putting my family through it, and I got to be honest. I'm not putting myself through it at this point in my life. You're a little younger than me. If you do it, hey, whatever I could do to help, let me know. But no, I'm not doing it. But if you ever decide to take that leap, you have my full support. And,
I appreciate that. And I'll try. I mean, it just depends because, you got to have, that's the problem with politics. It's money.
Absolutely. Of course.
And I don't have, I don't have Big Pharma coming out to write me a check,
No, that's the thing. And that's
Pfizer, if you're listening, I will say that the vaccine was safe and effective for $100 million. I will say it was safe and effective. And I will say that it was a good decision and that you should still get the boosters.
And then you'll change your mind as soon as you get elected, like a lot of Republicans do, except you'll be changing your mind for the right reasons.
During the campaign, I'll be happy to say whatever you want, Pfizer. Anything you want me to say, I will say it.
But that's the other thing. You need the money. I mean, you need the money. And you have to be a viable candidate, number one, and you have to have money.
That's the problem.
You have to have name recognition. President Trump is the biggest anomaly in politics of all time. He's got money. He had iconic name recognition. He was a private businessman. He wasn't tied to a public company. That is, and it was also the right time. It was the right time.
Could have been the first black president.
Who's that?
I mean, God's honest truth. He was so unbelievably popular all over the world. I mean, even people in little mud huts in South Africa knew this man. And I was thinking, he's not a politician or anything, but if he were to run, he would probably win. And I was talking about Michael Jordan back in the mid 2000s. I'm thinking, man, this guy is so unbelievably popular. I mean, he's probably at that time, he had to have been the most popular in the history of the world. Who didn't know Jordan? You hear the name Jordan. Who didn't know that?
Yeah, I just don't think listen, greatest
No,
of
I'm
all
not saying
time,
he
in my
would
opinion.
run. I'm just saying if he did.
I'm trying to think if he did. If he
his
did,
name recognition, oh my God.
I'm just trying to think if he'd be a viable political candidate. And
I don't know if he'd be a good one, but he would win. I can promise you that much. He would have won back then. Do you remember the frenzy? Oh my God, dude. It was Jordan everything.
Listen, I grew up I was old enough in the mid 90s listen, he came up in 84 as a rookie. I was young and I was growing up through his entire career, and I watched him destroy the team I rooted for more than once in the 90s.
Incredible, man.
He's the best of all, he's the greatest of all time. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it from anybody about LeBron James. Great, all great. But Jordan is the greatest of all time.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Easily. And that's why, and I'm saying just off the name recognition alone, I think many, many millions of people would have voted for him.
Possibly. But when it comes
to any policies, look, think about this. Think about if it's John Kerry against Michael Jordan. That's what it was.
Jack, you got to put him against somebody that actually has
that's who ran back then. John Kerry and Edwards, whatever the fuck his name is. But imagine if it was John Kerry and against Michael Jordan instead of George Bush. I'm telling you, man.
Oh, listen, George Bush still won.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And
still won.
That's debatable.
He still won, but
that's debatable, isn't it?
Well, which one? The first George Bush or George?
Oh, yeah, the Florida ballot.
Well, that was against Gore. That was in 2000 against Gore.
The Florida ballot. That Florida ballot's reminded me of JFK's Chicago, man. I tell you, there is so much dirt in the presidential election. People have no idea how many presidential elections have been stolen. George Bush in 2000, JFK 1960 or whatever the hell it was. I mean, people just don't have no idea. Look up JFK Chicago during his presidential election.
Yeah, against Nixon.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Look it up, and it will blow your freaking mind. He would have lost had something not happened in Chicago.
I think George Bush in Florida. That was
the
crazy.
Ballots in the
with the hanging chads but I'll tell you what happened after that. Florida now runs elections better than anybody.
Well, yeah, they better now after that sad excuse for. Oh my God, man, that was horrible.
Listen, sure. Thank God Al Gore didn't win. Thank God.
But who ran Florida at the time?
Jeb Bush. Jeb Bush, the governor.
So the election was in question. George Bush's brother runs the state that the ballots made him win in after there was not a recount or whatever the hell the Supreme Court said.
I think Jeb Bush, he was the governor at that point. I'm just want to double check.
He was
right?
the governor of Florida, and that happened to be the state that got George Bush the presidency. Oh my God, man.
Well,
people have no idea how much dirt there is in the presidential elections all throughout the past.
Okay, right.
Watergate, now, come on.
Well, that's what I'm saying. No, now let's go back. It was George Bush, then it was John McCain, and then it was Mitt Romney. I mean,
McCain and Romney were terrible candidates.
Terrible candidates, but that was the Republican Party before President Donald Trump came along. I mean,
that's why I said, Jordan, he could have beat McCain. He would have beat McCain. He would have beat Romney.
Well, the first businessman that ran for president actually made some headway in my life was Ross Perot.
Yeah, he actually was not terrible.
No, he said a lot of things. If you go back and listen to what he said, he was right. He was right.
He was not bad.
No, but he cost George H.W. Bush that election against Clinton.
That's exactly what happened with Trump. If RFK didn't bow out of there, probably would have happened the same thing.
Quite possibly, it could have hurt him for sure. It could have hurt him. I don't know. Do you think it would have hurt him more than it would have hurt? Yeah, it probably.
That's why I don't understand why anybody would run as an independent. I understand that the two-party system is it's a farce. It's an illusion of choice. But honestly, you don't have a chance without doing that. You're just going to take votes away from somebody who's kind of on your side of things.
Yeah. These independents, like the Libertarian Party, or say the Green Party, or any one of these parties, you shouldn't be running for president. What you should be doing is starting more local and state and
getting name recognition. Yeah. There you go.
and building your party that way.
Build it up. Yeah.
What do you think these socialists did? The ones that are now in Congress and running for president, they started in state and local houses, and they built up and they built the party. And then all of a sudden, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, let's use her to knock out some old white Democrat. And that's what happened. And then you see it snowballs. That's how you do it. It's very difficult to go in as a third party, libertarian, independent, whatever it is, and try to knock off a Republican or Democrat. In fact, it's impossible at that level. You're not doing it. Like you said, all you're going to do is hurt the candidate that aligns more with you. So
absolutely.
Absolutely.
Okay, Jay,
go ahead.
We only got a few minutes left. So I want to show everybody this, because this is something that we need to warn everybody about. So I want to show everybody this real quick. Okay. So this right here is the Lone Star Tick. And I want to warn everybody about this before we go, because this is something that is spread all throughout the country now. Back in 2009, there was a few dozen known cases. Now there are hundreds of thousands of known cases. Okay, we got Bill Gates, and everybody knows what Bill Gates does. But we got Bill Gates, donating grant money to Oxitec, who does biotech research on genetically modifying ticks. Okay, and then you've got the Lone Star Tick explosion now. So just let me tell you that if it bites you, you could, and it's most likely you would develop an allergy to red meat, which is, pork, lamb, and then, obviously meat itself, red meat. But there's also a possibility that you develop a dairy allergy also. And people don't know that. They just think of meat, but it also can give you a dairy allergy. So imagine being bit by this thing and having a dairy and a meat allergy. All of a sudden, you got to eat lab-grown meat. All of a sudden, you got to eat almond milk or soy milk or whatever the hell it is. This is done for a reason. It's all for a reason. And if you go on like Chat GPT or something, it'll say, "Oh, it's the climate." It's the climate. The climate has always been the same, but all of a sudden they're exploding. No. Jay, are you there? You're muted, Jay.
I hear you now. Yeah, I had a mute because I was dealing with something. I almost had a cat attack me, Jack, and I threw him out. The door was crept open, and he busted it open. I fixed it. So, no, Bill Gates. Now, Jack, do we have everything, by the way, in that post is true. But what was this exactly Bill Gates? Now, we know he has ties to, like you said, the artificial stuff, eating bugs, all that crap.
Including mosquitoes. He actually did. And this is the God's on. You can look this up, too. He genetically modified mosquitoes that were escaped in Florida.
Now, do we have any proof yet that he was involved in this tick business?
We do have proof that he gave grants to Oxitec to genetically modify ticks. That's about as far as it goes. But I can tell you that in 2009, like I said, there was only a few dozen cases. He gives the grants in 2010. All of a sudden, it's an explosion. You tell me.
Yeah, you tell me, man.
Yeah.
So anyway, guys, be careful. Check your pets. Check yourself. I don't want to become allergic to meat.
One quick tip, though. If you do have a tick that bites you, do not pull it out. Get tweezers. Make sure you get the head. You do not want to leave the head in your body. The head will continue to shoot poison into your system. So if you get a tick bite, you take tweezers, you put it down to your skin, all the way down to your skin. Pinch the skin and pull up. You want to make sure the head stays on the body. If you rip the body off, the head will stay in there and it will continue to pump poison. I'm just telling you guys, make sure you do that. And if it's a tick with a white dot on its back, I would go to the emergency room immediately. See if there's some kind of treatment where they can, do something. There's got to be something you would hope.
I would hope so. I'm looking right now. I was in a thread today with a doctor, and they were talking about this, and there was something she said to do right away if you get one of these tick bites. I can't find it right now.
There was something good actually that helps with it. It was some kind of weed, like a milkweed or something. I can't remember what it was, but some kind of weed that I saw that helped with it.
Yeah, I'm looking to see if I could find it. And right now, I don't want to read the wrong thing and give out bad information. But talk to your doctor, talk to a doctor, do some research on this. Say if you do get this bite or a tick, what you could do right away to maybe try and stop it from happening. Because this is crazy, man. It really is. But check
it's
yourself.
Scary stuff. I mean, they're doing it, and he's doing it, and it's actually quite brilliant if you look at it from his perspective. He modifies these ticks. They get released, and now all of a sudden he's a big climate change and a big a climate change person. So that's why he wants the lab grown meat, because then cows are no longer necessary to him, because you can have soy milk also. So if he releases these ticks, it forces everybody to either eat lab grown meat or not eat meat at all. Me personally, I like meat, but even if I got bit by this, it doesn't bother chicken. So I'm going to eat that. Chicken is my favorite meat, so I'll eat the hell out of some chicken.
Oh, you're lucky, because chicken is not my favorite. I'm more of a beef person. I like chicken when it's well done, believe it or not.
Chicken is and then you got seafood. You can eat salmon, still eat shrimp, all that stuff.
Yeah, I'm not a seafood person.
Really?
No.
Is that all you eat is burgers?
No, not at all.
Big steaks, T-bones.
Listen, I'm a carnivore, but chicken is meat too. But I'm more of a steak person. I'm more of a beef person.
No.
But I like
steak is good.
you know what? I'll eat. I'm not a turkey person, but I'll eat like ground turkey meatballs, turkey burgers. I'll eat that.
I don't know. I wonder if turkey would be. I don't know. It'd be interesting to see. But what happens is apparently is alpha gal syndrome when you're bit by the tick releases some kind of sugar that reacts with the meat and could cause all the way to anaphylaxis, which means you can't breathe. All right, guys.
Well, real quick, Jack.
Real quick.
Robert, Dr. Malone, we had him on the show, and he, just so you guys know, he put out MJ Truth Ultra said Robert Malone confirmed radioactive Lone Star ticks were released upon Americans, and over the last several years, there's been a surge in tick-borne meat allergies from the Lone Star tick. So that's somebody we had on the show who's basically confirming what's going on right now. And in the video, Jack, it's that video that we showed of that
guy, in the WF. I'm actually gonna after the show, I'm gonna text Robert Malone, see if he'll come on the show. Hopefully Thursday if he can, because it'd be great to talk about this tick stuff on on the show. I would love to be able to do that.
Even if you can get him just for a little while to talk about the ticks and then let him go. If he has no time.
I'll see if he can, even if it's for like 10 or 15 minutes. We'll see what we can do. All right, everybody, make sure you follow us on X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, Instagram. And Only Jay is on TikTok because they kicked us off for telling the truth. That's at Opinions Vary with an A. And we're Secret America TV on X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Instagram. Also Spotify and Apple. We are live every weekday at 7 p.m. Eastern. We're live right now, actually, which I love. Okay, make sure you also go to maxassociates.etsy.com. Like we said, it's the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. If you want anything that is patriotic, why would you go anywhere else? Because you're not going to get 20% off over $20, and you're not going to get free shipping anywhere else. So it would be insane not to go here if you want to get something patriotic, especially for the 250th anniversary of the United States. You're going to want something. It's less than 2 months away. So I would order now. Go to maxassociates.etsy.com. You will not regret it at all. Make sure you order. I can promise you, you will love every little bit of it.
Absolutely. Order Max Associates. It is awesome. You cannot beat that deal. Please do it. And he's a great guy, too, besides.
He is. He's a great guy. His name is not Max. I thought it was Max because it says Max Associates, but it's not Max. But anyway, I kept calling him Max until he said it's not Max.
No, that's all right. We'll call him Max on this show. How's that?
Oh yeah. We're not gonna dox him here. We're not doxing him.
No. And by the way, just so you guys know, the back and forth Jack and I have, that's real. Okay, it's real and authentic, and you're not going to get that on any other show from two people who support President Trump. This is no echo chamber. We are going to disagree on things, and we will go back and forth. And guess what? After the show, we're still friends.
Oh yeah, still friends, and we both support President Trump, regardless of what happens on this show. We like to show different perspectives, and it's all spontaneous. That's the best part about the show. We don't plan any of this. We don't go over scripts. We don't, go over topics. He doesn't know what I'm going to pull up on any show, and I don't know what he's going to say on any show, just like you don't know what I'm going to say. That's what makes this show so much fun, guys. All right, we got to get going, Jay. I'm sorry. I would love to talk even longer, but we can't. For Jay Gatling, I am Jack Danger. Thank you for watching Secret America.
You've been listening to Secret America.